just dribble it out. And that'll take us to the finish line. Big scoring night in Memphis. Minnesota wins it 141-125. Minnesota!
Yay! There it is. Brian Anderson on the call for TNT as your Minnesota Timberwolves get the job done. 141-125 over the hated Memphis Grizzlies. Anthony Edwards, 44 points. Joe Shasky's boy, Julius Randle, 31 points.
Why is that important?
Why is that important? I'll tell you why it's important. Because now the Golden State Warriors...
What the hell? We're talking Minnesota, Memphis?
Give it to me again. Where's my Minnesota drops? It's going to be Minnesota this first segment. Yeah. No, we're not in Minneapolis, St. Paul. This is San Francisco. We are still in, Joe. But I'll tell you why it's important. Because now the Warriors control their own destiny once again. That was taken away from them after that loss to San Antonio. We were all upset. Everyone was angry. You were despondent yesterday. The calls were going nuts. Is it Pod's fault? Is it Kuminga's fault? Is it Kerr's fault? Is it Sam Lubman's fault? Is it Carter's fault? It's all of our faults.
Our pets' heads are falling off.
Thank you. But now, after that loss, the Memphis Grizzlies lost, the Warriors are back in control to be a playoff and not a play-in team. They still got to take care of business
we landed
tonight.
On the moon.
Thank you. In 1969.
No,
just letting you know. Did you know that? That was the year.
It's the Dumb and Dumber. I was doing that.
We landed on the moon. Thank you. I get all the references. Okay. Don't worry. All right.
I was just going to keep going down the rabbit hole.
Please. Yeah, he must work out. Samsonite, I was way off.
One of the great lines.
Of course.
You had gloves the whole time?
Totally redeemed yourself.
I'm telling you, Dumb and Dumber, all-time classic movie.
I can literally quote everything about that. But that's neither here nor there. All right. Dumb and Dumber what you would have felt like as a fan base had the Warriors been playing in a play-in scenario. But they're a playoff team right now. So again, updated standings. Real quick, before I throw it to you. Nuggets the 4. Clippers the 5. They're both 48 and 32. And they're a game up on the now 6-seeded Golden State Warriors, who are 47 and 33. Now, both those teams, as you know, have the tiebreak over you currently. So really, they're 2 games up still. But, and it's a big but, shout out Kim Kardashian, if the Clippers lose tonight, or the Nuggets, and you win, you're tied heading to that final game. And if you beat the Clippers on Sunday, you could be the 5th seed. And maybe if the Nuggets lose on Sunday, you could be up to the 4 seed, potentially.
I'm not even
Again, I'm just saying.
I know.
I have to do it all right now, okay?
Just win, baby.
Thank you, Al Davis. Rest in peace. But yesterday was huge for the Dubs. And now you got to take care of business on your end, and it starts in Portland. And I saw the injury report. I was listening to Willard and Dibbs yesterday, did an incredible interview with Steve Kerr. We're going to play some of that, and he had some interesting thoughts. But the amount of injuries that are on Portland right now. If you lose tonight, then you got real problems.
I think we've learned that they can win and lose against anyone.
Thank you. So I say that all to say good morning to everyone out there just waking up, and you're probably saying, Minnesota, why are we opening with that? Well, it was a big win for them over the Memphis Grizzlies. So now you're back in playoff mode. Take care of business these next 2 games. You're a playoff and not a play-in team, and I think that would calm the waters, right?
The Warriors just have to worry about tonight.
There you go.
1 game at a time. And I was listening to Willard and Dibbs, and Steve Kerr had a line, well, you know, the play-in isn't a death sentence. Steve, I love you. I love you, Steve. For us, in our psyche, it might be. We haven't won a play-in game.
Ever. 0-3 all time.
Okay, it might not be a death sentence. No, but boy, it sure makes it a lot more frightening.
Right.
And I hear him like, well, we got this guy and we got that guy. And yeah, we lost to the Hawks. And yes, we lost to the freaking Spurs. So they have to win tonight. I'm not getting ahead of myself. I'm not going to go 4-seed hunting. I'm not going to talk about the 5 seed. All they have to worry about is beating the Blazers tonight. And then tomorrow's a new day. I will worry about what's going on tomorrow when I have results of tonight from the rest of the NBA. And we can kind of recalibrate and figure out what the best course of action is for Sunday.
Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Again, we are streaming all day long on all those platforms, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. It's a 50-cent Friday. It's a feel-good Friday. It's a payday Friday, baby. It's a Masters Friday. Scotty Scheffler looking great. Justin Rose, leader in the clubhouse currently. It's one day. People are going to start fading over the weekend. We got moving day tomorrow. So can't wait to watch some Masters over the weekend. And what's going to be an incredible weekend because on Monday, we're going to find out finally who the Warriors are going to be playing. And at some point today, we're going to go to the calls. We're going to go to the phones as they are always open at 888-957-9570. And who do the Dub Nation, who do the people want to be playing in that first round? If they get to the first round, we'll get to that. And plus, shameless shout out, 7:45. We got Bonte joining us in the 9 o'clock hour for the entire hour. Very curious to hear his thoughts on where this team is at emotionally, mentally, physically, heading into these next two games, which again, Blazers Warriors tonight in Portland. Coverage of that at 6 o'clock with Warriors Live right here on 95.7 The Game. Tip off at 7 with the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. And then the game on Sunday, I think all eyes are going to be on that one. On Masters Sunday, it's going to be 12:30 tip. And we'll have, again, all that coverage leading up to it right here on 95.7 The Game at 12:30 tip. Clippers, Warriors. And could that be a potential scenario where, hey, do you want the Nuggets? Do you want the Lakers? Again, I know you're saying just win tonight.
I know.
We have to start thinking about all these things because we're not going to be here until Monday. And 2 games are going to have taken place since then. So it starts tonight, though, as you said, Joe. Just take care of business tonight. No funny business. No playing with your food, right? None of that. Just go out there and dominate from start to finish because you have Stephen Curry, you have Jimmy Butler, you have Draymond Green, you have Steve Kerr, and they have Scoot Henderson. Like, come on.
Joe, if they lose tonight, they deserve to be in the play-in. You lose back-to-back games against the Spurs
I kind of agree.
And the Blazers.
Yeah.
You deserve to be in the play-in, if I'm being 100% frank. And the way I view this is that we could isolate any individual game that they've lost over the last 4 months. Forget just the last month and a half. But if you lose back-to-back, given what's at stake here, and look, they could say, hey, we're not frightened going into. You're lying to yourself. You're lying to yourself. I want no part. Did you watch Minnesota last night?
They looked incredible.
I'm not pretending to be.
That's a one game sample size right there.
I'm not pretending to be Mr. League Pass, but that game was on Max, aka TNT.
Thank you.
And I watched it from the third quarter on. Minnesota is frightening.
They scored 52 in the third quarter.
And look,
52.
I know we just beat Memphis. Memphis is frightening too. They can go on an explosion at any time.
I mean, just talk about explosions. Those celebrations from Ja Morant throwing those grenades into the crowd is incredible. I'm all in on the grenade throws. The gun's one thing. He's tossing into the. But hey,
that guy should probably stay away from all firearms and all things that detonate.
Was it Carter or Sam that said next time the crowd needs to go boom when he throws the grenade into it when they're at home? Line. Carter, that was all time. Who are those two guys that do the boom, boom, boom? You know what I'm talking about?
I know the Costco. There's
get the Rizzler in there and make it a thing. Let's go. The Rizzler.
I worry about his long-term health. I'm being 100% honest.
Come on, he's fine. Hey, Carter.
He's probably not, but
let's go.
No, I don't think he is, dude. I legitimately feel bad.
No,
there's a fine line on some of these things. That family's odd.
Hey, well, I don't even think he's related to that family. They like
the Boom Boom family.
The Boom Boom family's different from the Rizzlers.
Weirdo.
Well, you know what? They're having fun. He's being a good father with the son. I'm not mad at that, all right? Maybe me and Benny are going to have some Costco reviews going forward. Who knows? Chuck E. Cheese? I'm not mad at that. McDonald's review?
The bid is just about done for me.
Okay.
It had a moment in time.
So don't get the Rizzler on at 888-957-9570, courtesy of the River Islands guest. Like, can we reach out to him? I know Nahegan probably knows
him. Actually, at 8 o'clock today, we got a surprise guest now.
Sam, don't get me excited.
Here's where I feel bad. He's a child, and part of people make fun of how he looks, and I'm not comfortable with that. I don't like that.
You know what?
I'm just being real. I'm just being honest. I'm very sensitive about children and adults making fun of how they look. I don't think that's
sure.
I know I'm not trying to be a pro clutcher. I'm really not.
That's any walk of life. Everyone's gonna make fun of you. People make fun of
when it's a child, I get uncomfortable.
Sure, but I was also 2 or 3. I was like 5 or 6, and my nose started coming in, and I got told about it all the time. It's all right. Just make it your armor. You'll never be used against you. Shout out Tyrion Lannister. And the Rizzler, I love you, buddy. All right, keep doing your thing. I got your back, my brother. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And again, big win yesterday as it pertains to the Golden State Warriors. Can they get the job done and be a playoff team? The fact that it's coming down to this is actually insane given where we were a couple months ago. Isn't it? Is it not like crazy to think about this turnaround that this team has had? I understand we're all in playoff mode, but let's just take a step back real quick and talk about where this team was just a few months ago heading into the trade deadline.
There's an alternate universe where we are the current Phoenix Suns.
Yes, absolutely.
Where things is just like, the Steph butt injury, let's say that happens and they don't acquire Jimmy and they don't go on this big run, there is a possibility that they pack it up. I'm not saying that that's what Steph would have wanted to do, but they might not have been in a position to go on a run, and you might be looking up and you're the 11 seed right now,
or you're facing the Kings again, and you're going back to Sacramento for a 1-game scenario, which you don't want.
1 game under when they made the Jimmy deal.
Yep,
25-26 or 24-25,
something like that.
I mean, it's pretty incredible.
It's absolutely incredible.
But I'm also of the nature that there are individual games that they won that maybe they shouldn't have, but some of the losses just really stick with me because the top dogs were the culprits in why they didn't finish it out.
Right. And they have no one to blame for than themselves.
Exactly.
If it comes down to that last game against the Clippers and either you lose or win, we'll see what happens there. And you find yourself in a scenario where maybe you're playing the Nuggets or the Lakers and you don't want to play that team. Well, they had their opportunity to maybe control and maybe get home court, and you wouldn't have to worry about that. Then maybe you're facing a Grizzlies or a T-Wolves.
Joe, let's just go through the schedule. That Philly loss on the Saturday night.
Bad.
That was bad.
Quentin Grimes.
What else?
No Jimmy Butler in that game, but no excuses.
Okay,
right?
but you still should have won.
The Atlanta Hawks game for me.
Okay.
Starting off that 6-game road trip with the just getting blown out by Trae Young and them boys.
Yeah.
That can't happen. I don't care if Steph's not there. I don't care.
I'm with you. The Atlanta Hawks, the Philly Spurs game most recently.
That was bad.
How about the Nuggets game with no Jokic and no Murray?
That was bad.
Okay.
I mean, Aaron Gordon looked like a god.
He did.
The Miami Heat revenge game. We were all talking about it for weeks.
Yeah.
Jimmy's return to MIA.
I give the Heat, a little more credit. I'm not saying that you should have won that game, but you didn't even show up. To me, it was about energy level, so I'm not even going to put that in there.
They're 8 games under 500.
I'm looking at those 4 games. If one of those games, and I'm sure we could pick another one. Is there another one I'm omitting, guys? But I'm sure we could pick a lot of games, but there are at least 4 games. Philly, Spurs, Atlanta, Nuggets. If you win one of those, how different does this weekend play out?
That's a great point.
One of them.
Just one. I'm looking through some of the losses. They didn't really lose a whole hell of a lot with Jimmy Butler. Like, those are kind of the only ones. The first game that they did lose was that Lakers game, but neither Luka nor Jimmy Butler played that one. So I'm not even going to use that one. The Mavericks, that's another good one.
Oh, yeah.
Kyrie going off.
Good call.
Kyrie, that was one right there.
That third quarter, you don't even call a timeout. That was a nightmare.
Yep. That's a good one. Did you say Jazz? Was that early on in the season? That was prior to Jimmy Buckets?
Right before they traded.
I would
throw that to the side.
Yeah.
Such a different team.
Yeah.
So we got about 5 wins. If you can give me one of those 5 pretty bad losses, just one. I mean, maybe I'm getting too greedy here. Am I?
No, greed is good. Shout out Gordon Gecko.
Thank you. I do love that. I do love
Wall
that.
Street?
Yeah. But, it just sucks that it's coming down to, and I don't want to face James Harden and Kawhi Leonard on Sunday and have it matter for your playing game.
Real quick, that's a hilarious sentence, just given where the Clippers have been at for years now in Kawhi's health and James Harden. Like, we make fun of these guys. Like, it sucks that it's come to that. It's kind of become a punchline with injuries with Kawhi, which sucks because he is an all-time player. Right. And it sucks that it's turned into that, but it's been a thing. Like, the fact that I even still have to say, yeah, Kawhi, if he's healthy, like that, for years we've been saying that. And I don't know if, on Sundays, is he even going to play in that game? I don't know. You know what's sad, real quick on the Clippers thing, because you might be playing them maybe in the first round. I don't know how things are going to shake out. We got a couple games to go here.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number to weigh in. But it's sad that I even thought the Clippers in a playoff series. I told Carter, you think they rest Kawhi like a game or two in a series if they feel like they could win it still? Like, just a game 2. If they sneak a game 1, do they just not play him in game 2? Which sounds insane, but that's how I have to think about it. Like, that's where we're at with Kawhi and his injury history. So I don't even know if he's going to play on Sunday. Hopefully he does, because I like to see all the players play at their best. But yeah, like, the fact that it's coming down to there, and again, I'm going to say this again, Clippers, hottest team in the NBA. They've won 6 in a row, and they got a big game tonight that has ramifications. All these teams in the West basically do.
So who are they playing tonight?
So the Kings are going to be playing the Clippers in Sacramento tonight.
We're relying on them.
That's a big one, though. Well, the Kings, sneakily, I want to say they've won. Oh, they just had a loss, but they had won 3 in a row prior to that last L, and that was against the Nuggets. That was a tight game, though, for a little bit, right?
I mean, they're basically vying to have a home game
Correct.
in the 9-10 game.
Correct. They would like to host the Mavericks. And can we look up back there, guys, who has the tiebreak between those two teams?
The Kings have the tiebreaker.
Okay, so the Kings basically have a 2-game lead over the Mavericks. So if the Kings
They need to win one more.
correct. So if they do win tonight, they could rest on Sunday.
I like that.
Yeah, so
God,
they have a lot to play for tonight. Are you all in? Kenny Caraway, Damian Bartley, ESPN 1320?
Nothing
Yeah?
is more, I mean, like, how pathetic is it? The Warriors are relying on the Kings.
Well, you were relying on the Lakers earlier in the week because you wanted them to beat the Thunder, so the Rockets...
We're all lighting the beam tonight.
Right, so
You know what we call that?
What?
It's desperate.
No. Well,
We're desperate.
that's okay to be a little desperate sometimes, right?
I think we
Desperate
kind
time.
of are, though. That's the thing.
I know we are. I'm acknowledging it. Trust me. This season has been insane. If they could just get into the playoffs as a top 6 team, I will be able to take a deep breath, and then we can all relax, and then we can focus on exactly who the opponent is and start breaking it down. The problem with this Warrior team, and I can't think of any other team that I think of like this in modern sports. I love them in a 7-game series. I hate them in a play-in scenario.
Well, no.
Why is that?
Because it's a single game elimination. It's the same reason why.
But if I would have said
the same reason
Tom
why-
Brady in a single game elimination, I'm taking Brady.
Well, that's Tom Brady.
If I said Patrick Mahomes in a single game elimination, I'm taking Patrick Mahomes. If I would have said, let's go Justin Verlander, who's on the Giants right now, but like over the last 6-7 years of final game 7 elimination, I'm probably taking Verlander. We have Steph Curry, and yet I'm still petrified of a playing game.
Because they've shown you that they're 0-3, and it doesn't matter. Steph can have a bad game, and no one else can step up. Like that is a thing that has happened. Klay Thompson goes 0 last year in a play-in scenario, right? Like you go up against the Lakers in that I think it was the first ever like play-in game, right? That was during the COVID year, like post-COVID. And Jordan Poole, that was kind of his little coming out party for a little bit. But LeBron hits that 3 over Steph. He sees the 3 rims. It was craziness. And then you lose to, who was it? Who's my guy that they make fun of? He looks like Ted Cruz from Duke. Grayson Allen. Grayson Allen had a game against you as a Memphis Grizzly in that second play-in game, and they won.
The name of guys who have gone off on you this year is not a sexy list.
Right.
It's okay. Aaron Gordon is one of the more accomplished players on this list.
Local
It's
guy.
a bunch of Keldon Johnsons and
Stephon Castle.
Stephon Castle's.
I know.
He could be
Blake
a
Wesley
star.
making some buckets. Blake Wesley.
I mean, who is the guy in Philadelphia that destroys?
Quentin Grimes.
Quentin
Who's
Grimes.
Actually, real quick, Quentin Grimes has been an unbelievable tear. He's been like really good. So,
Okay.
But it started maybe with
How
the
many
Warriors.
names in the NBA would the casual fan name before they got to Quentin Grimes?
I think you'd be surprised actually. Quentin Grimes, he's cool.
He's been killing people, honestly.
yeah.
Sure. My
and
mother-in-law would have no idea who he is.
No, but it's a cool name and you won't forget it. Quentin Grimes is a pretty cool name. No? Grimer, shout out Pokemon.
Also was traded by the Mavericks.
There you go. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Safeway. Again, shameless shout out, 7:45, Bontiel, 9 o'clock. Memphis
The
takes a
anxiety's
big
killing
L
me, guys.
yesterday.
No, I got to stop you. The anxiety, it's killing me. Am I alone? Warrior fans, is this anxiety killing you?
888-957-9570. Are you in desperation mode? Dub Nation. We're going to get into all the different scenarios, all the different
Gotta win
machinations.
tonight.
You got to win tonight. Also,
Got to.
we're going to touch a little bit because there's a big series happening this weekend in baseball. The Giants are taking on the Yankees. Arson Judge, that still do anything for you Giants fans? We'll get into
Why
that.
do you got to twist the knife?
Because I want to on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, this is Rob.
This is Chase.
And you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe and Joe.
You see, I heard this song and I was like, oh, this is somebody that I used to know from GoTA like 13 years ago, but I guess it's not.
That was such a banger, though, that song. That's what I thought this was, too.
No, but this is like the remix version of that. But it's good. It's good. It's good.
Hey, that song, Somebody That I Used to Know, is a banger.
It is one of the all-time breakup songs. It is.
Well, the video's great, too.
It is. It's all good. You know what else is all good? Is
all-time breakup. You're probably right. It is an all-time breakup.
It is. It's very good. You're in the car, like jamming out to that one. Grizzlies taking the L yesterday, 125, 141. Minnesota getting it done. Your boys, Anthony Edwards, who you doubted at times. Julius Randle, who you doubted at times.
Oh, Randle had some big boards.
Dude, he
looked good.
No, he looked incredible. Like, real quick on the on the Timberwolves.
Yeah, they scare me.
In a series, if you're getting that Julius Randle, that team could go all the way through the Western Conference.
Yeah.
Like, if that is the version, like, that's the thing, though. If you're going to get that version of Julius Randle, that's not baked into the equation right now.
Anthony Edwards
had some good games. Anthony Edwards, I know, is going to baller in the ball. He's gonna chuck it up. He's going to do his thing.
He had 44.
44. Julius Randle 31. And again, he had Nas Reed didn't even have his greatest shooting night. He had 14 points off the bench. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, I know you like him, 10 points off the bench. Rudy Gobert, he was perfect. 13 points for Rudy.
Gobert's a solid player.
He gets picked on in the playoffs, though. He'll get isolated certain small ball situations. He'll get played off the floor.
Sure. Show me a big in the modern NBA who doesn't.
Anthony Davis.
Okay, that's one. Literally one.
That's it. That's all I got.
I mean, even Jokic gets isolated. He's one of the greatest players we've ever seen. Like,
he does.
We act like these guys don't have flaws, but I get your point.
So if you're just joining us, Western Conference, after some of the action that took place yesterday, Lakers 3, Nuggets 4, Clippers 5, Warriors 6, Grizzlies 7, by virtue of the tiebreaker, because the Warriors, Grizzlies, and T-Wolves all have the same record, but because of tiebreak scenarios, it's Warriors, Grizzlies, T-Wolves now. And I take round 2 of that Grizzlies Timberwolves into play, and I'd love to see that, especially if I'm a Warriors fan, because that means we're going to be in the playoffs. And again, coverage starts at 6 o'clock today with Warriors Live. Be sure to tune in, and it's going to be brought to you by Xfinity Stream Sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Tip off at 7 with the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. Don't take any chances tonight, all right? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Keep all these guys in. You got a day off in between. Get that rest. Make sure you lock everything in. And again, you know, what does Steph like to tweet out? Lock in Dub Nation. He might want to have to tweet one of those tonight. I don't know if he does it all the time now. He used to. But lock in Dub Nation for this one.
You had teased right before the break that the San Francisco Giants were going back east.
They are. They're in the Bronx already, probably, right? New York?
We've got a very big, and we'll get right back into the Warriors, but I do want to give the Giants some love. I mean, they're one of the hottest teams in baseball. One of the great wins of the season early. It's really early, but that come from behind win on Wednesday was pretty exciting. And we get masked because of the loss to the Spurs. Kind of dominated everything yesterday.
Sure. But also they were salvaging a series. It was an exciting win, but they avoided getting swept, which again, huge for the mentals. And you were talking about
you hit a walk-off splash,
it was fun.
Splash walk-off. That's pretty fun.
It was fun.
Down 5 and Verlander just staying in the game. But real quick, Robbie Ray goes tonight against Marcus Stroman.
Stroman's been awful.
I think this is a great opportunity for Willie Adames to just take a deep breath and get his bat back. If you've been not paying attention to the Giants right now, they're highest paid free agent in the history of because of the money and the
history
amount
of ever.
Yeah. He's struggling right now. He's swinging at a lot of pitches that are out of the zone. You could feel that he's pressing. I still think he's a really good player. I think he's played really good defense for the most part. They've turned a lot of big inning-ending double plays and inning-changing double plays. But he needs to get the bat going. And I think going back east, playing in Yankee Stadium against this particular staff of the Yankees that's a little vulnerable right now. I think this is a good matchup for him this weekend. You get Robbie Ray, Hicks, and then Logan Webb on Sunday in terms of the pitching matchups. Yankee Stadium still does it for me, and so I wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, no, totally. 49 at-bats for Willie thus far, only 9 hits. He's batting 184, 5 runs, 6 ribbies.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's not good. On base, 241, slugging. Nothing's good right now. It's early. Again, I'm not panicking quite yet because this offense and this team, the Jung-Hoo Lees of the world, are shining, right? They're making plays. Hell, Yaz making plays in the field as well. And we know he's a good fielder, but when the bat's on too, shows just how good of a player he actually is. And then again, you're looking at Wilmer Flores turning into Barry Bonds at times, just hitting the ball.
Been
and
amazing.
slugging the hell out of it. So it's been fun. And again, I'm looking at the pitching matchups in this series. Robbie Ray, I like that. You got Jordan Hicks, who, as we know, Jordan Hicks, the question for Hicks is going to be not now. It's going to be a couple months from now, and where his body's at, where his arm's at, where the fatigue level is at with Jordan Hicks. Because last year he started off he was incredible last year. Similar to how he is right now. He's a 2.38 ERA this season, 11 Ks. He's going to be going up against Will Warren, who exactly he has a 6 ERA. And then the finale, a battle of a giant and a former giant, Logan Webb v. your boy, Carlos Rodon.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
It'll be a lot of fun. And Logan Webb, the last outing gets kind of overshadowed because of the Camilo Duvall appearance where he blew the game against Hunter Green. That was a throwback pitching classic between the two of them.
I was not to cut you off. It was a great point. But Logan Webb, last time he was pitching in Yankee Stadium, what happened? It was after the whole offseason.
Yeah, and they should have hit Aaron Judge in the first at-bat.
Yeah, you thought he should have hit him. They weren't going to do that. Like,
yeah, they served him a home run instead. That was way better. Yeah.
That was a meatball. Right?
That was a smarter move. Just give up a home run to the guy that played you in the offseason.
What? Logan Webb doesn't hate him. He had no ill will against Aaron Judge. Why is he going to throw the ball at him? The first game of the year, I'm going to throw at the face of the league.
That's it. That's a red light that comes from ownership and front office.
Yeah, the ownership would have to care about Arson Judge in that scenario, but they didn't. They didn't. And that was again the Farhan Zaidi era. We're on to bigger and better things. It's the Buster Posey era. Good vibes only, Joe. And I want good vibes back tonight for the Golden State Warriors. Can they get back to having good vibes and being positive heading into this, play-in, playoff scenario?
What team's going to show up? Is the team that is ready to play in the first quarter and is going to suffocate the opponent like the Phoenix game? Or is the team that shows up in the first quarter and then reverts back in the second quarter to a team that doesn't know how to play basketball? In terms of, comparing it to the Spurs game the other night.
Can you start and finish? That's literally all I'm asking. Because that's all it takes with this team. Against that team, it might not be enough against, the big boys.
I think you got to have to play harder than that.
Well, no, they started well during the game against the Spurs. They played well in the middle. They just couldn't finish.
One thing that's pretty evident
Start
to me,
and finish.
Very few teams just completely lay down now like Phoenix did. Phoenix just completely laid down. You cannot anticipate teams laying down. These are professionals. These are people that are fighting for opportunities. I think that this game's going to be a lot more difficult than we're giving it credence to.
Here we go. We got DeAndre Ayton out. This is the injury report. Is this from yesterday?
So it could be Carter, you, me, Lubman, and Matt Nahigian, the program director, and I wouldn't sleep on the effectiveness of us versus the Warriors.
You're going to hear no. Well, I hear you because the G League Pelicans gave the Warriors all they could handle a couple weeks ago.
I mean, we've seen this episode before.
Denny Avdija. Doubtful. He's right thumb sprain, so he's not.
I like him as a player.
I do too. He's not going to play.
Okay.
Robert Williams, who's been out, injury for his knee. Anthony Simons, forearm contusion, out. McGowan's, I don't know who that is, out.
Peter McGowan?
No. Scoot Henderson, your boy, concussion, out.
With all the accessories, he's
Jeremy
rocking.
Grant, knee inflammation, out. DeAndre Ayton, calf strain, out. Shaden Sharp, questionable. There's no excuses tonight. Literally none tonight.
How many times have we said that? We said it in the Philly game, said it in the Spurs game, said it in the Atlanta game.
And it was still true. There's no excuses.
The Mavericks game.
I was listening to Will and Dibbs yesterday. They had a little tussle, a little back and forth.
What was the tussle over?
It was about the word fatigue, and Mark saying that looked like a Warriors team that was fatigued at the end of that game. And Dibbs was like, I'm not listening to that as an excuse. And Mark's like, that wasn't an excuse. I'm just telling you they look tired. I'm not using it as an excuse.
Explanation.
It's an explanation, but they got to the nuance and the level of what's an excuse, what's not an excuse. But there is no excuses. I'm with Mark on this. They did look like a team that was fatigued.
Wait, so let me get this straight. Dan Dibley, who has hung his hat on talking about how tired he is.
Wait,
as a sports radio talk host.
He talks about him being tired
all the time.
Really?
He took umbrage with someone else using a tired excuse. I just want to make sure I'm clear because I didn't hear it. I want to make sure I have some of the backstory here.
No, they were just talking about the word excuse, and Dibbs wasn't having it about the fatigue thing. He's like, that's not an excuse. And Willard was saying, hey, I'm not saying it's an excuse. I'm just saying that's what happened.
I got Willard's back on this one.
Okay, there you go.
I don't think the messenger in Dan Dibley is Dan, I hope you're listening. I love you. But, I mean, let's be honest. You have brought up I'm an older dad. And
yes, grandpa daddy.
He uses that as an excuse for everything.
Listen,
I do too. Don't get me wrong.
Dibbs and Mark, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stoke the flames. I'm not trying to do the what's my show on Game of Thrones? The Dragons show. I'm not trying to do the factions here and split people together.
I'm trying to follow.
Right? You're trying to follow the what is it? House of Dragons.
Oh, House of Dragons.
There we go.
Yeah.
The two factions that are splitting off now.
Yeah.
I don't want that to happen on our station. We're gonna do Willard and Dibside. I don't want that. I wasn't trying to do that. I'm just saying that was the conversation I had yesterday. Fatigue.
But there is an irony in what I said.
A little bit. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
That would be like me saying you're not allowed to be hungry when I say I'm hungry every single day.
I am.
Right?
I'm actually hungry right now, and we were looking at the double arches menu.
Oh, can we get into that?
On the other
we
side.
got into a huge argument about bagels.
Oh, 95.7 The Game. You right?
Yeah, sure.
In moderation?
You know what's bad for my health? Losing to the Spurs the way that they did. You know, stress kills you. Whenever you go to the doctor for anything, you know what the doctor always says? You know, a lot of this could be stress. Oh, really? No way. Really? I didn't know that.
Being married, have a mortgage, have kids, all that, right?
Is there any way that you could quantify my stress levels right now? No, there's actually no way for us to measure that. But we think stress is involved in making whatever it is that's ailing you worse.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. If I go to goldenstatelumber.com, that doesn't stress me out because that is a very easy website to navigate, much like this McDonald's menu, which doesn't show me any bagels for breakfast. But that's okay. You know what else is good for breakfast sometimes? Oreo cookies. There's one in Oakland that wants to talk to us. What's up, Oreo Cookie? You're on the Morning Roast. How you doing, man?
Hey, what up? Good morning, fellas. Happy Friday. First off, I did want to give a shout out to the YouTube channel. What up, y'all? So I wanted to get into the non-Steph Curry minutes, more specifically the starts to the second and the fourth quarters. I believe he usually sits to start them. Who makes that decision? Is that a Kerr decision? Is that a player decision? I'm not sure. Like, really what I want to know is it too late to start something different with Kerr? Maybe have Curry sit down before the first is over so he could start the second quarter, or maybe even come in earlier, because that's where we're losing most of our leads, and that's when we have to come back. So I'm looking at Kerr to see what he's going to do at the starts of the second and fourth quarters.
Thank you, Oreo Cookie. It sounds like you have a suggestion for Steve Kerr. And you know what? I think we're going to do a little segment coming up here. Suggestions you have for Coach Kerr heading into these final 2 games and into the playoffs. 888-957-9570, because I was listening to the interview that the head coach had yesterday, his weekly interview with Willard and Dibbs. And if you missed any of it, you can find it on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. We're going to play some of the sound here in a second. But, you know, he was all ears. He's like, yeah, if anyone has suggestions, you know, I'd love to hear. And then Dibbs gave one about, you know, Steph and the inbounds and defensively, all of that. But that's a suggestion right there from Oreo Cookie, the minute allocation for Steph, Joe. And I do think it's not just the player. It's not just the coach. It's the trainers. It's everyone. It's the entire coaching staff. They're all trying to get on the same page. And it's going to be different. Like, from series to series, the minute allocation might shift. So I don't think there's this thing that's automatically baked in all the time. We're going to see things change come playoff time, I would tell you, Oreo. But Joe, is that a thing right now where you're looking at the minute allocation for Stephen Curry?
So they've tinkered with it this year.
Yeah.
And they've gone back and forth on a variety of things. I noticed just how the minutes were allocated. It really became evident to me when they were facing LeBron over the 4 straight years in the finals, and seeing how LeBron loves to attack second and third units to start that second quarter. Like, that's kind of been his mantra. And he scores a lot of points in the lane, in transition, against those units.
And he gets a lot of foul calls because those guys just, he can't stop.
100%.
Yeah.
And he likes to kind of pick on those guys. Mm-hmm. And I've long hypothesized, like, why doesn't Steph try to do some of that, you know? Mm-hmm. And Steph's counter has always been, because people have asked him this question many times, is always like, hey, my conditioning level, I like to stay in the game a little longer, and then I like to take my breather then. And, like, it's that way because Steph likes it that way.
Right.
And if Steph wanted it another way, trust me, I believe it would be that way. I don't think this is a Steve Kerr call. I think he collaborates.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's a collaboration, going back to Dibbs, sensation, and that's a buck. And it's the trainers, Dr. Rick Celebrini, it's Steph, it's everyone, it's the trainer, all of it, everyone getting on the same page here. And it's going to be a thing. Like, I'm not here to try to say, Oreo, it's not a bad question. It's not.
It's actually a great question.
It's a great question because he's 37 years old. Like, that, like, the older guys, again, 35, 37, 35, Draymond, Jimmy, Steph, all of them together, that's going to be a thing. And if you win one series, then it's another. And if you win another series, it's another series. Okay. Is it going to shift there? Whether it's going up against a Lakers or a Nuggets or a Rockets or a OKC, they're each going to have their own individual matchup issues. And like the Lakers is a good example, right? And you mentioned LeBron James because in the first, like that's the first round scenario I still feel is most likely as we're talking about all these different scenarios. And we're going to have at some point today, 888-957-9570, who you want to see, Dub Nation, this time on Monday. Who do you want to face? 888-957-9570. But I'm looking at right now, the likeliest scenario is still Warriors-Lakers in the first round. And yeah, the minute allocation is going to be interesting because I know they're going to try to stagger who? Luka and LeBron. I want one of those guys out there at all times. Austin Reeves is another one. That's their three-headed kind of offensive monster. So if I could have at least maybe two of those guys on the court at any given time, that'd be great. But at least one for sure. And if you're looking at the Warriors, and that's why it's a little concerning with that loss to the Spurs, those non-Steph Curry minutes, Joe, it was tough to watch outside of Jimmy Butler getting to the lane.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And I think what makes it difficult in the non-Curry minutes is that I think Kerr, and I get where he's coming. He puts Jimmy and Dre together a lot, and they've had some great synergy. But the other guys you have around those two are extremely important. It's the same thing with Steph. Like, who you have around him is extremely important. Who's going to defend? Who's the other big guard alongside of him? And so I don't think this is exclusive to any one player on the team. Whether we're talking about the big three, whether we're talking about Pajemski, whether we're talking about Kevon Looney, GP2, Jonathan Kuminga, like, just go right down the list. When I think about what they could and shouldn't do with Steph's minutes, this is going to be a deep dig.
Oh,
I will never, ever, ever get over Steve Kerr beholding to keeping Steph off the floor for 5 or 6 minutes in that fourth quarter of Game 7, 2016 against Cleveland, and then defending it in the postgame like, well, that's his normal rotation. Steve.
Yeah.
It's all or nothing.
It's Game 7.
It's all or nothing. And I love Steve. That is one of those ones I'm sure he wants back. And I know that Steph wasn't 100%. I thought it was one of the most asinine explanations I've ever heard. And again, he's an all-time legend. He is dealing with more information than I have. Who knows if Steph was even ready to come back into that game. But I'm like, get Steph back on the floor.
That would have been your suggestion if we're doing suggestion box at 888-957-9570.
Don't play Anderson Varejao or Festus.
Well, I mean, I would love for Andrew Bogut not to have gotten hurt in the game prior.
No, that wasn't the move. The move was you go even smaller.
I know. But again, I go back to that game. LeBron and Kyrie were just...
No, LeBron was doing nothing until Festus fouled him, and then he got 3 free throws, and then he got hot again. I'm going to get triggered.
It's an all-time great. Like, I'm sorry. The all-time greats showed up in that one.
Draymond Green outplayed LeBron James for that first half, and then he was ice cold, and Festus jumped out on the perimeter. He did the lean-in James Harden thing, and he got 3 free throws, and he was able to get the ball in the hoop and get going. I've watched that game back 50 times.
You're hurting yourself. Stop doing that. You're a glutton for punishment.
There are moments in games
doing that
where somebody gets a little confident. You get what I call a little slump buster, in any sport, and boom, it becomes a thing, the momentum within the game.
Your suggestion. So we're doing a suggestion box for Steve Kerr, and we're allowing you one suggestion that you have for Steve Kerr going forward here. 888-957-9570. Oreo Cookie was talking about the Steph minute allocation. Can we make an adjustment there? 888-957-9570. You get one suggestion, and Steve Kerr's going to listen to it, Joe. One suggestion.
Why one suggestion?
Why? Because I'm giving you just one. I'm not giving you two,
I know, but
5.
yesterday they were talking, Willard and Dibbs, with Steve Kerr.
Correct.
And I think we have the sound of him actually saying to the guys, hey, I'm open for suggestions, which I think is just incredible that the coach is literally out here saying, hey, it's almost like a, AMA, ask me anything,
right,
or a, jump in my DMs or whatever.
Right, there you go.
He's literally asking for suggestions. Do you have the sound, Carter?
Well, it was a Dibbs response to Steve Kerr. It was like a little back and forth. So I don't know if we cut that part. We can find it though. But here is, we're talking about minute allocation.
Yeah.
This is Steve Kerr yesterday with Willard and Dibbs. A big conversation yesterday was the non-Steph Curry minutes. Does Kuminga, Jimmy, and Draymond? No, it was a legitimate question. I thought this was interesting though.
It's always going to be a thing.
It's always, but minute allocation. This was an interesting answer from Steve Kerr talking about those 3 players and Kuminga's minute allocation.
Jimmy's arrival took away a lot of Jonathan's minutes at the 4. There's no doubt that, as soon as Jimmy arrived and we started winning, we leaned into lineup combinations that enhanced Jimmy because we were winning. And Jonathan was out for that whole stretch. We went 17-3 or something. So we're going to keep doing what's been winning. But the lineup with Jimmy, Jonathan, and Draymond doesn't fit real well, frankly. It just doesn't. We need more spacing. We've found other lineups that have clicked, and this is just part of the deal. Being in the NBA, and you got to adapt to whatever's happening with the team. Jonathan's done a great job of that. He's working hard. He's playing well when he's out there. But I'm just going with the lineup combinations that I think are going to give us the best chance to win. And there's going to be nights where he's absolutely part of that, like the Laker game, and then there's going to be nights where I go to Buddy or Moses or Gary Payton. It just changes every game based on what's happening, and I have to read that as a coach.
And there you go, 888-957-9570. All the arguments yesterday, Pods or Kuminga. It's situational based, healed, moody. It's all going to be different. Like how we've been watching this Warriors team for how long? Decades plus with Steve Kerr. Like Kevon Looney was a difference maker in that all those Houston Rockets series, right?
But who you play alongside Kevon Looney is extremely important.
Yes, I know that. Let's give the guy that's only lost one Western Conference series in his career the benefit of the doubt when it comes to these things. In his career, he's lost one Western Conference series, and it against the Lakers team that was quite frankly just better than you at that time. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Joe, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Shameless shout-outs in 45 minutes. That's about you, the people, not about us. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs. And Vonta Hill is going to be joining us in the 9 o'clock hour in studio.
So, the raw quote of him saying that JK, Draymond, Butler, I'm paraphrasing, it doesn't fit. They literally won the Laker game that way down the stretch, but you had Steph and Pods out there, right?
He mentioned that in there. There's going to be moments with JK that they're going to need him in the Lakers, like the Lakers game.
I think people were glomming on to that particular sentence online, and they're like, see, JK, Dre, and Butler don't fit. And while I would agree that it's very clunky because you have 3 non-shooters. I could also pick 3 other non-shooters and say those don't fit as well. Who you play alongside who really, really, really matters. Like if I just removed the name JK and I said Draymond, Butler, and Kevon Looney, it's not great, right? Like that. I don't love that spacing either. That's why I think Quentin Post is extremely important in a lot of these combinations because he's a stretch big who can help, spread the floor for you. This is why Moses Moody's shooting is extremely important because he can connect various lineups because of the shooting. This is why when Pods is shooting well, he can connect various lineups. And obviously Steph's the ultimate wild card because he commands double coverage no matter who you're out there with.
What did Slater say yesterday? He's the cheat code.
Yeah.
He provides
the magic elixir.
He's the one player that 100%. Provides that much spacing for everyone else, right? That no one else in the history of the league has been 100%. Able to do because of his shooting. You're talking about the suggestion box in 888-957-9570. Why are we talking about that? I'm giving you one suggestion for Steve Kerr Dub Nation. What is it? 888-957-9570.
They're already pouring in.
They are. And he was talking yesterday about it with Willard and Dibbs.
It's all part of it. So, but if you do have suggestions, I'm all ears. What do you got for me?
What do you got,
The one that kind of sticks out is Harrison Barnes 3, the game-winning dagger. You had Steph guarding the ball. Any thought to maybe putting a more active on-ball defender to make things a little bit more difficult on the inbounder?
We sometimes will put a big on the inbounder, but with 3 seconds left, the inbounder himself is very dangerous because he can pass and get the hand back, get a pass back. And so we decided to put Steph on the inbounder so that he wasn't involved in the switches, off ball, in case there were screens, that were involved in the play. So, it's a good suggestion. And oftentimes we do put a big on the ball, but with that much time left, I try not to.
Do you guys have a suggestion box? Because we've got listeners who I think would have more, more ideas.
Really? Huh?
Yeah.
It's interesting. I have I get a lot of emails with lots of suggestions. And I'm always interested in those. So, please keep them coming. Why don't you guys do a suggestion box and just pass them along?
If you ever go to a third row of coaches, myself and about 18 people on the YouTube would be happy to sit there.
I'm sure there's a lot more than that.
Yeah. And what is your email address, Coach? Go ahead. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Dibs, you're the ref. We all know that. You'd be out wearing the stripes. You're not going to be in the third row to coaching. I love
Could you
you,
imagine
bud.
him going to the middle of the court after a challenge, looking into the camera?
Suggestion box.
I was in need of a closer.
I was in need of a suggestion. 888-957-9570.
Basically, let's have some fun with this. Steve Kerr saying, hey, give me a suggestion. I have a suggestion box. I get emails all the time. I want to hear from the Warrior fans. I think the average fan does know a lot, okay? And I do think that they understand the game of basketball. And I think you can have really good, strong points. Are some ones I agree with? Yeah. And are some ones I don't agree with? Yeah. Like that's part of sports, and that's the beauty of it. And I want to hear from people's suggestions.
If you had a suggestion, let me ask you before we get to Nick.
No, go to Nick. I've got so many. I give suggestions all week.
Okay. Well, think about a big one.
Well, I already know what it is.
Well, you only get one. I'm not allowing you to have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You only get one. Carter, Sam, you guys get one suggestion. All right? This is like the Christmas gift. Our money's a little tight this year, so you get one big prize. Make it a good one, and I'll get it for you, all right? Papa Spadoni's here. Nick, Berkeley, what's up, bud? What's that suggestion for Kerr?
Man, check it out. Put Draymond at the 1, Curry at the 2, Moody at the 3, Kuminga at the 4, and Big Post at the 5 to start the game.
Wait, was there no Jimmy in that? Did I miss no Jimmy Butler? What was he?
Have Jimmy coming off the bench for like 4 minutes. In the first period, in the first quarter.
You know what? Nick?
Come on, man.
You're right. I'm not. You know what?
We got to mix veterans with the other guys coming off the bench too.
You know what? I got to check myself. I poo-pooed it. I'll check myself real quick.
I'm open to it.
Leave Nick on. Hold on.
I don't think that
all
would be very popular.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be. But all suggestions are open. I'm not going to poo-poo anything.
I do view Draymond as more of a point guard offensively, and this obsession with Podziemski as your only because he views Steph as I guess a 2. I don't know, man. I think you can get away. Because here's the thing. Jimmy's also a facilitator and a point guard. He can bring the ball up the floor.
We've seen it.
Draymond can bring the ball up the floor. I mean, you have multiple playmakers. That's kind of why their offense has been significantly better since the Jimmy acquisition. I'm not mad at the suggestion.
Finish it up, Nick.
And so basically, on top of that, you got Jimmy coming and Todd in the second team. Man, it's like and then Looney Tunes. Have Looney come in with that dude. That's 3 foot. Balling in the second string lineup, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, dude, like Kerr, don't let nobody stagnate on the bench. Get players in and out of there, man. Yeah. If they're not hitting right away, man, do it like Phil Jackson used to do. You get the quick hook. If you ain't doing it, you get the quick hook, man. Right on the bench and be right back in there, though. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Thank you, Nick. That's Nick and Berkeley.
I'm going to keep a running log of these suggestions.
Yeah, we're doing suggestion box. You get one suggestion for Steve Kerr. You don't get 2, you don't get 3, just 1. 888-957-9570.
Lineup. And basically, I'll summarize.
Jimmy off the bench.
Jimmy off the bench, starting JK.
Yeah. That's a bold one.
And Post.
That's very bold. I don't know if we're doing that, but it's bold.
Like it. No, I look, again, these are suggestions. Along the way, a video guy suggested, what if we start Iguodala and put Andrew Bogut on the bench?
That's true.
So I'm open to anything.
Hence the death lineup, correct? Steel Toe is in San Mateo.
Steel Toe
wants to join the conversation. Steel Toe, what's your suggestion for Steve Kerr? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, fellas. Yes, this is why I love 95.7 The Game, how you guys give the fans a wish. We know Steve Kerr is not going to listen, but this is great conversation and giving the fans something to relieve some of the stress of life. I thank you guys. Thank you so much for this wish.
Yeah.
Suggestions. Yeah, I just like, my suggestion would be maybe put Jonathan Kuminga at backup center behind Draymond. Maybe he could put Kuminga with more 3-pointers, and he could have more room scoring in the paint if he would have more 3-pointers around him and not around like non-scorers. That's all. Thank you.
You know, it's funny.
Thanks,
maybe 3 years ago, when JK was early in his career, I thought him as a small ball 5 might be something they would tinker with for a small period of time. But it would be incumbent that you have other big dudes out there who are maybe a little more skilled,
and they don't. That's the thing. And they just don't. Really.
And Steve, it's a good suggestion. Yeah. Steve loves the 3 and 4 card lineups. I mean, he just loves them.
He does. Well, because that's what
there's a little Nelly in him.
Well, but that's what's won for him, right? Like you go with what you know, and you heard it in his conversation with the Jimmy, JK, and Dre. Like, yeah, that's not really working right now. I'm going to go with what works.
Can you also people say hey, those 3 guard lineups they won with them. Clay was huge. He was 6'7".
He was. No, he
Okay?
was.
Like Sean Livingston is like 6'7", 6'8".
He's big.
They're very unique guards.
That's why that team was so unique.
So like Chris Paul is a guard. He's significantly different body type than a Clay or a Sean Livingston.
It's like asking like when Magic Johnson played center as a rookie.
Exactly.
He's a point guard, but he was asked to play center.
Livingston was closer to Penny Hardaway in terms of height than he was Chris Paul.
Correct.
Right? And like now Pods is, they say 6'5". I don't know. What do we think Pods
I feel
is?
like he's 6'3".
Yeah, right?
Right.
I saw 6'5". I couldn't believe that.
Carter, real quick.
He's not 6'5". He's 6'4", 6'3".
You think he's 6'4", 6'3"? I mean, this is, as a guy who's 6'8".
I would actually trust. That's what
No,
I
I
was
know.
trusting
I love how he
Klay Thompson is about my height. I looked at him dead in the
Yeah, he's
eyes,
huge.
and I saw him up at the club here, and he was really, really big. I mean,
saw him at the club.
So that's why I not that I get angry at people suggesting, the three-guard lineups.
There is no wrong suggestion.
There's nuance to it, right? It's like not all guys. For example, Ryan Sandberg, he's a second base. Well, he started as a third baseman. You know what I mean? Like Jeff Kent was starting as a third baseman. That's why these guys were great hitters at second base. They got converted over there. It used to be you'd put a light hitting guy at second base because you were going defense first. These big guards, okay, that are labeled guards that are 6'8" are just dramatically different and bring a different skill set than a 6-foot guard. Well, GP2, 6'2", plays like a forward.
Right. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. One suggestion you have for Steve Kerr right now, Dub Nation, is
I love it.
I'm not giving you two, not giving you three. One suggestion.
I love it.
888-957-9570. We got Tim, Chucky, Peter. We'll get to you on the other side. Plus, shameless shout-outs in about 30 minutes. Again, that segment's about you, not us. We want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Shout out whoever you want. Your mom, your son, your Carter, Sam, your dog. I don't care. Your business. It doesn't matter. Anything you want to shout out. Shameless shout-outs at 745. And again, it's going to be brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Yo, what's up? This is Javon from San Francisco. I want to shout out my favorite morning roast, my favorite radio station in the whole Bay Area, in the whole country. 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. Got full phone lines. It's a payday Friday. It's going to be another beautiful day. We got Giants in New York. We got Warriors up in Portland. Big game against the G League, basically, Portland Trailblazers. But as we've learned, you cannot sleep on anyone in this league. There are so many different tiebreaker scenarios that could happen. You got the T-Wolves, the big win over the Grizzlies yesterday. Warriors now back in the 6th spot. They are in the playoffs as of this moment, not the play-ins, but a lot still to happen in these final 2 games of the regular season. How's it all going to shake out? Well, we'll find out on Monday, and we'll get to who you want to see potentially when we come back on Monday. But that's for then. This is now. And right now we're doing suggestions because Willard and Dibbs had Steve Kerr on their airwaves yesterday, Joe. And they, asked suggestions. Steve Kerr asked, what suggestions would you guys have for me? And Dibbs gave him one. And you know what? That got us thinking, hey, let's go to the fans here. Let's go to the fans. Let's go to the Tims, the Gregs, the Chuckies, the Peters, the Juniors. What is the one suggestion you have for Steve Kerr? And we've gotten a couple people's now. Do you have yours, Joe? What's yours? You get one. Again, this isn't Christmas. You don't get a couple. There's no stocking stuffers. You get one suggestion for Steve Kerr. What would it be?
My one suggestion would be you need to trust the young man in Quentin Post. This is a little small suggestion because I think he overall does a great job. You need to trust Quentin Post a little more because I think that his stretch shooting is extremely valuable to allowing you to play some of these defensive lineups that are mandatory against the matchups and the teams that you're going to be facing moving forward.
I'm not mad at that. 888-957-9570.
And I'm talking like an extra 10 minutes in the second half, not like, a grand total 20 minutes. I have a subtle suggestion. Okay. Mine isn't like, play Steph at the 5.
Go full Magic Johnson at 6'3". We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. It's Spadoni and Chasky. We got shameless shout-outs coming up in 25 minutes. 25 minutes, shameless shout-outs. That segment's about you. It's not about us. We want to hear from the people. And again, same number to call or text. It's 888-957-9570. Shout out your school, shout out your business, shout out your wife, your husband, your girlfriend, your boyfriend. Doesn't matter, your kids. It does not matter. Tim, Raleigh, North Carolina. What is your one suggestion for Steve Kerr? Good morning, Tim.
Wow, man, it's almost identical to what Shasky just said, and this is mine is this doesn't have to be a starting lineup, but at least put it out there together and lean into it a little bit. And it's Steph and it's Post, 2 lockdown shooters. It's Jimmy, it's JK, 2 big wings who can get to the rim and play off of each other if a coach set things up that way. And it's Draymond, the backbone of the defense. And lean into it. I told you guys that same lineup about a month ago, and we have not seen it. We haven't. And this is why Kuminga's career here is coming to an end, guys, because if you can't find a way to design an offense around those guys, we've seen the offense run through Kuminga before, Jimmy, and Steph. And if you can't find a way as a coach that is the highest paid in the league to design something that these get to maximize that talent, Kuminga is not going to be here. How do you justify him? And if I'm one of his agents, there's no way in hell I want him to be here because he's going to average 19 to 20 minutes. Your coach is going to take the easy way out and say it doesn't fit, even though he doesn't try all options. And he's going to move on to a team that's going to maximize him, guys. So, Shasker, we right on the money, brother. I mean, we haven't seen that lineup. We have not seen it. We haven't, like he said, Jimmy came, he took his minutes, and now Jonathan is night to night. And the reason why is because that lineup I just gave you, I'm not going to even say that. I was going to say that lineup doesn't include parts, but I'm not going to even go there. But I just believe the coach has not experimented with it and put those guys in a position to maximize the talent. So I think Kuminga's coming to an end. I think we can all stop the nonsense after this playoff run is over. He'll be moving on because no way in hell you can justify giving Jimmy $55 million, Kuminga $30 if you're going to play him 20 minutes a game. And if your coach is not going to, unless over the summer they were going to redesign some things and find a way to make that work, it's no way in hell. So you're going to lose Kuminga, and then in about a year, Jimmy's going to hit you for another extension.
So what was the suggestion?
The suggestion was J.K., Butler, Draymond, Steph, and QP.
Okay. All right. Maybe that is a scenario that happens at one point. I don't know what it turned into at the end there, that J.K. is just not going to get paid. I don't, because of his minute allocation, because there's going to be moments, again, let's all wait on the J.K. future right now, because there's a lot to take place. There's this thing called the playoffs. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it. It's pretty important. People rise and fall in the playoffs. Stock rises and stock falls. The regular season is its own beast, but the playoffs is a different animal. Look, can we get through that first?
Only in the NBA do we obsess about what might happen 2 years from now, a year from now,
it's ridiculous.
3 years from now.
It's ridiculous.
Could you imagine, hey, I noticed the 2015 Giants here. Matt Duffy's getting suppressed. I mean, he's just getting suppressed. There's just not enough room with Crawford and Panic and Belt for Matt Duffy to get his.
That's the word you just used right there. Shout out Joe. It's panic. Come on. Let's. If he hasn't, real quick, let's say this, which is a reasonable scenario. First round, you get the Lakers, and JK balls out, has big moments, is awesome.
Yeah.
Every single person is going to be saying after that series, sign him up. He's locked in. JK here's for the future. Then you have a second round series where he doesn't look so good against, I don't know. I don't even know if it happened. Houston Rockets. Oh no. Jake, you gotta get rid of him now. Really?
He's not worth this.
Stop.
We did this. It's so funny. I watched every beat writer for the Niners. Brock Purdy's going to get $60 million a year. They did it for 2 years. And then he had the season that he had.
Right.
And it was I think it's going to be a lot harder than he thinks to get $50 million. It's just, why are we in this huge rush to give everyone the bag?
I'll tell you why. Well, we're in a huge rush to be right, first and foremost. I want to be right. You want to be right.
Let it play out.
But we want to be first one, first. If you ain't first, you're last.
You have the right of first refusal, meaning if someone comes in and blows JK's doors off with the money,
right?
All right, you have the option to match or let him go.
Okay, and that was a suggestion.
I don't know why we have to worry about, does he want 36? He thinks he's worth 31. He's only worth 23.
Exactly.
We went through this with Clay.
Thank you.
We saw it happen with Malik Monk. We saw it happen with Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, where certain guys thought they were going to get a certain amount of money, and they got a fraction of that money. And I would argue those guys maybe have better standing in the league, a better resume, whatever you want to.
Age.
Yeah. I think we're way ahead of ourselves on the money thing.
888-957-9570. I'm not even going to have that conversation.
No, I wasn't trying to.
You
I was explaining why I'm not letting it trigger me.
Totally. We're doing suggestions. Steve Kerr's suggestion box. He's allowing it. You're getting one suggestion, people. Just one. Not two, not three, not four. One suggestion you have.
Here's a good
Steve
one.
Kerr.
510. And I'm going to put you in there. 510. I would like to see TJD at power forward with Post at center. That's interesting. But what are the other three people out there? I will put that down. I would like to see TJD get an opportunity alongside Quentin Post. Let's just see what it looks like.
God, that's two young players are relying on. I don't know if I want to see that in the playoffs. That's something you tinker the regular season, maybe.
Well, what if
that scares the hell out of me?
And again, maybe you're facing I don't know. I don't know what combinations, but you might go up against Twin Towers, right?
Okay.
And you might have to spread the floor a little or try something unique. Maybe it is Minnesota, hypothetically, in a play-in game. The fact that we haven't seen it for even a minute.
I'm probably not going to see it. But again, all suggestions welcome here on the Morning Roast. Chucky is in Oakland. What's up, Chuck?
Power forward.
What you doing out in Oaktown?
Center.
Hey. Good morning. Actually, I'm out in Sunnyvale right now.
Ooh.
Hey, I start my days, man. I start my days with two pros and a cup of Joe, and I go right to you guys. And I wanted to pose my suggestion to Steiny and Cool yesterday, but they hung up on me. And the thing is, they think I be comparing Pod and Kuminga, but this is my suggestion. I think my suggestion is to change the offensive scheme, because I think Kuminga's playing out in the wrong position. You want him on the perimeter, the pass, the normal offense of the Warriors. I think my offensive scheme is, and we never seen this before, putting Kuminga on the block with the inside-outside game, and I think he'll eat more with Butler handling the ball. You got Draymond out there, and then that'll open up Curry, that'll open up Kuminga. And I just think that they should try Kuminga on the block instead of having him on the perimeter, all that downhill talk that the critics be doing. If you go on the block, King over here be putting people in foul trouble. he'll be getting to the line, and also he'll be opening up the shots for Curry and Hill on the perimeter, as well as Butler and Draymond doing their thing. So that would be my suggestion.
I like that.
Thanks, Chuck.
I put it down.
It's Chucky in Oakland.
Personally, I think Kuminga struggles with his back to the basket, so I don't love him at the block. But I wrote that suggestion. I also added Oreo cookies from prior second and fourth quarters, starting with Curry as opposed to having him sitting on the bench. You just change his minute allocation. Why are we talking about this, Joe, for those that are just waking up?
Why are we talking about it? Well, this happened yesterday on Willard and Dibs, where Steve Kerr, head coach of your Golden State Warriors, joins them every single week, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. This is what took place yesterday, and that's why we're talking about it.
It's all part of it. So, but if you do have suggestions, I'm all ears. What do you got for me?
What do you got,
The one that kind of sticks out is Harrison Barnes 3, the game-winning dagger. You had Steph guarding the ball. Any thought to maybe putting a more active on-ball defender to make things a little bit more difficult on the inbounder?
You know, we sometimes will put a big on the inbounder, but with 3 seconds left, the inbounder himself is very dangerous because he can pass and get the hand back, get a pass back. And so we decided to put Steph on the inbounder so that he wasn't involved in the switches, off ball, in case there were screens, that were involved in the play. So, it's a good suggestion, and oftentimes we do put a big on the ball, but with that much time left, I try not to.
Do you guys have a suggestion box? Because we've got listeners who I think would have more ideas.
Really? Huh?
Yeah,
it's interesting. I get a lot of emails with lots of suggestions, and I'm always interested in those. So please keep them coming. Why don't you guys do a suggestion box and just pass them along?
If you ever go to a third row of coaches, myself and about 18 people on the YouTube would be happy to sit there.
I'm sure there's a lot more than that.
Yeah, and what is your email address, Coach? Go ahead. Exactly.
That was yesterday on with Willard and Dibs. Steve
Obviously,
Kerr. Can we get an actual suggestion box in here, like a little index card?
I'm down with that.
That says Steve Kerr suggestion box, and we can all the hosts can put something in there. There we go.
No, obviously he was being tongue in cheek about the suggestion, and we're just having fun with it. Like, because people call us all the time, and they're like, "I want to do this, I want to do that." I get DMs all the time during the games from a couple of people that have long paragraphs of adjustments that they want done. And so we're having a little fun with it this morning, and we're just like taking all suggestions. There are no bad suggestions this morning. We might not necessarily agree with them, but there are no bad ones. Here's one from the 510.
Please.
Whatever happened to Draymond Green coming off the bench? Should we try that again?
Well, it's been working with him starting, and the scenario was prior to Jimmy Butler arriving, it was working for a little bit with JK, and the whole thing was working, and then it wasn't because Jimmy came here and it changed everything, and they're winning now with him in the starting lineup. So again, Steve Kerr's mentioned he's a creature of habit. You're going to stick with the guys and the stuff that's working in the starting lineup. But again, a suggestion, I'm here for it. Shameless shout-outs in about 14 minutes, 7:45, shameless shout-outs, 888-957-9570. That segment's about you and not us. Same number to call or text. More suggestions, and let's go to Peter in San Francisco.
What's up, Peter?
What's up, Peter Pan? How you doing, man?
Hi, you hear me?
Certainly do.
Hello?
Hey.
Okay, I think you already mentioned what I said, which was having TJD as power forward and Quentin Post as center. I'm tired of these tiny little lineups that remind me of those black and white footages of Will Chamberlain getting his 100 points and all these little munchkins going, let me get it. And we're getting beat up by all these big guys, especially that big guy in Denver, and I'm tired of it. And we need some big guys, more than one, more than two. Just put them all in there. Put in Post and just put in some big guys. That's my suggestion.
Let's put him in there, Pete. Let's go. And Quentin Post, by the way, I've seen him on the defensive side. Not the best defender. But that's okay. He's been only a couple months, but the size is, you know what? It's a thing. Like, at least he's got that. And he's not going to back down. He's tough. But he had some moments in some of these games where his defense was exposed a little bit, to put it lightly. And that's okay.
Well, I do, like, they've played, for example, Cleveland earlier this year. it would have been nice had Post been up with the big club to be able to experiment against their two big, their two
Mobley,
top, super late, just to see what it looked like for 30 seconds.
Right. And we might,
I don't know, like, get a look at it.
We might see it. Maybe against the Rockets, we'll see. Maybe against the Lakers, we'll see. We saw him against the Lakers for a little bit. He was actually on LeBron, which is interesting. I don't know if I love that matchup, even if LeBron is 40 years old, but he wasn't backing down. The only thing I get nervous about with those two guys on the court together, experience, obviously, and fouling. Like, that's what they're going to do. They're going to hack. They're going to get out there. Then you get in foul trouble, and the last thing I want to do in a playoff scenario is give the other team the bonus early on in the quarter.
No, I hear you, but
that's it.
They would fit right in on this team.
Oh, I know.
A lot of fouling going on. A lot of
reaching, right? Let's go to Greg, who's in Canada. What's up, Greg? What you got, man? What's your suggestion for Steve Kerr?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Happy Friday.
Yeah, happy Friday.
No. Let's keep all that stuff away. My suggestion is more X's and O's.
Give it to me.
I feel like when the playoffs come, the ball movement, player movement gets slowed down. They don't call the off-ball fouls. We need Steph Curry setting on-ball screens for Jimmy and specifically JK. They're going to call the off-ball foul if Curry is basically setting the screen and he's right there in front of the ref's face. And if they don't double Steph off of that, you're going to have Jimmy and specifically JK on the roll go into the basket, and they're just going to either get to the free throw line for Jimmy, or that's just the best version of JK. I wouldn't even mind JK starting over Moody because Moody's 8 for 26 in the last 4 games. I know we got a great record with him starting, but
I don't mean to interrupt you. 13 games.
Thanks, Greg.
The last 13, Moody's down to 29% from 3. Yeah. And if he wants to stay on the floor to connect various lineups, he's got to shoot better.
He's got to. It's as simple as
His
that.
defense has been good, though.
Has been good. No, it has been. And again, there's going to be moments. It hasn't been going well, and it's all going to be about, who gets hot at the right time. That's usually what the playoffs is about, whether it's in baseball. We see it all the time in baseball. Remember the Diamondbacks a couple years ago? They were hot at the right time. Then they surged all the way to the World freaking Series. These things happen. We saw with the Giants, who won World Series, getting hot at the right time. It's all about that. Brandon Pajemski, did he get hot too early? Is he going to cool down? I would like to see him bounce back after a poor performance against the Spurs. I'd like to see Moses Moody, as you're mentioning, bounce back after a poor shooting performance. Give me something to be positive with over this weekend, these final 2 games. Again, 2 more games. 2 more games and it's over, man. It's going to be very interesting to see how these things shake out.
It is interesting. Pods has not been a part of any of these suggestions.
Nothing. Maybe we'll get one. Okay. Junior, Pacifica.
Hey, Junior.
Junior. What's your suggestion for Steve Kerr? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. So my suggestion for Steve Kerr is get a good night's sleep, spend some quality time with your wife, and trust your gut. That's my suggestion for Steve Kerr. At this point in the season, I think it was a trick question. It's like asking, what is the sound of one hand clapping? It's that kind of a question. There isn't an answer. So the answer is to not answer that question at this time. We've been super lucky with Kerr and the Warriors. And at this point in the season, I wish, for instance, that JK had been handled differently over time. Also, guys, this is a worthwhile exercise, and it's a lot of fun hearing what you and the other fans are coming up with. But we should just be happy right now. We've done amazing since Jimmy Butler joined us. We had a bad loss, but look, the 73-9 Warriors had 9 bad losses, right? Most of them to lousy teams. It just happens. And we got so lucky last night with getting the result we needed that was a little bit of a surprise, right? Our destiny is in our hands. That's really all you can ask for as a fan, is that if we win out, we do well, right? So I'm just going to enjoy today until tip-off, and then I'm going to watch avidly and see what they come up with.
That's too reasonable for sports talk.
Yeah, no,
you realize what you're asking is too reasonable. It's too logical. Well, that's not required on radio.
I'm actually shocked about how logical most of these. I love that call. Some of the one Jimmy Butler off the bench, but those are great suggestions. I loved them. That was a really good segment.
There's a couple different people from the 510 that are texting in, stop trying to force JK into the lineup. Another one was stop trying to force Gee into the lineup. Has
JK felt forced at all these last couple of games? You talked yesterday. You wanted more of JK.
I think he's been really good.
I don't think he's felt forced.
Well, I think the last game he was really good, but also, again, like a lot of these guys.
He's not playing 30 minutes. Well, who's forcing him?
No, but like a lot of these guys, I think, the nuance is like, who are you playing alongside? Very few players, it doesn't matter who you play with. You're going to be freaking awesome.
Shameless shout-outs in 7 minutes. Start lining them up, 888-957-9570. That was a good suggestion box. Maybe that'll something going forward. Maybe we'll do suggestion box just as a segment going forward. I like that. Whether it's Kyle Shanahan, whether it's Bob Melvin, I like that. 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text. Shameless shout-outs. Again, 7 minutes. It's about you, not us. Okay.
All right. I want to go around the room on these suggestions. What was your suggestion?
My suggestion, boy.
If you could, you give Steve Kerr.
Don't be afraid to go against the grain in big situations. That's my suggestion. Take that for what it's worth. It's kind of a cop-out. But Steve Kerr, as you've mentioned in the past, Game 7, he sticks to what's been working leading up to that point. If you're in a do-or-die scenario, whatever you want, Steve. Just have at it. I have my faith that you'll figure it out. Don't listen to the Junior Pacificas, the Joe Spadonis. And Junior made a great point on this. You know what? Go with your gut with more, because I do feel like I've lost a little bit of that at times. I go back to that series against the Lakers. Clay, man, don't be afraid to. This guy just doesn't have it. Put him on the bench. I don't know what to tell you. He didn't have it in that series. He was awful. I know you want to go out guns a-blazing. The guys that have gotten you to that point, don't be afraid to put Draymond on the bench. I've seen him bench him in
but he went back
NBA
to him.
Finals.
He went back to him.
Yeah. But that's what I like. Steve Kerr, don't be afraid to do stuff like that. Carter, do you have a suggestion?
I do. I would like to see less Looney, and I'd like to see more TJD. I think that TJD offers a lot in the shot blocking category that Looney just doesn't. And I love Loon, but I just think, give the kid a chance here.
Interesting.
Give him a chance. Take a chance on me.
that was literally going to be my suggestion.
Well, then I'll ask you something better.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, actually, you know what? Let me read off a couple of YouTube chat
suggestions. Okay, good, because I want you to...
Yeah, because Carter literally just took my idea and ripped
Carter,
it right off.
doing,
Classic
dude?
Carter.
While you're about to read those, I want the audience out there to think about it for a second. Now give me and Joe Spadoni some suggestions for the show.
Oh, God. That's going to be bad.
I don't know if we have enough time for that.
Yeah.
Julian
There
Lega.
are no bad suggestions. Get 2 new hosts.
Can you fix your voices? Well, I'm trying.
I think a lot of suggestions will be about behind the scenes. Julian Lecca on YouTube says, "Morning, guys. My suggestion, a starting 5 of Steph, Moody, Jimmy, TJD, and post. So a mix of team and individual defense, a 3-point threat with Curry and post, and Moody, then attack the rim with TJD and Moody, and then your bench is Pods, Buddy, JK, Gee, and Draymond."
Wait, I heard Steph, TJD.
So your starting lineup is Steph, Moody, Jimmy, TJD, and post.
Okay, so no Draymond off the
Pods.
bench. No Pods.
Pods and Draymond get moved to the bench here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Buddy, Kuminga, and Gee are also coming off the bench.
I would be open to that just to see what it looks like. I don't think he'll do that.
Yeah. And then Man707 says, switch Moody and Pods, have Pods as the corner boy, spotting up for threes and late shot clock. He could create for himself, help Moody create downhill, and get easy buckets around the rim.
No Pat Spencers for anyone? No one wants to see more Pat Spencer? You love Pat Spencer, no? No suggestions there? Why are you looking at me like that? Why are you guys looking at me like that?
If they go on a deep run, Pat will have a moment.
Thank you.
Just mark
He's
my
gonna
words.
Have a couple minutes here or
Just
there.
a moment.
That's all you
win
need.
one for Pat Spencer game.
One shining moment for Pat Spencer.
If Pat gets into a playoff game and there's a blowout, he's going to yam on someone. What, dude? The guy gets up.
Got hops.
He's athletic, dude.
No one loves a white boy. No one loves a white boy with hops more than Joe Shasky.
100%. Dante DiVincenzo.
Oh my God.
You know?
Can you name any more? Dante DiVincenzo. Yeah.
Are we calling those
Mac
hops?
McClung. What?
So are we calling Dante DiVincenzo
He had some
hoppy?
dunks.
He early in his career, yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's fair.
Villanova. Come on now.
He
Show
would
some
go
respect.
down. It all started with Bob Sura for me. That's the start of the white boy with hops, obsession.
All right.
He also had bleached hair.
Junior and Pacifica called in and said, you know what, Steve Kerr, you're in a great spot. I'm feeling great. And Junior was way too positive. Well, the head coach was sounding positive yesterday on Willard and Dibbs too.
I would argue we're in a great spot, 22-7 since we got Jimmy. You know, if we made that trade, when we made that trade, can you imagine sitting here going, oh yeah, and by the way, you're going to go 22-7. You're going to have top 5 offense, top 5 defense, and this is where you'll be with 2 games left in the season. You don't think we would have jumped at that?
Yep.
So the entire narrative has shifted. The entire vibe has shifted since Jimmy's arrival. You can't let, one loss or a couple losses dampen that when you just have to recognize the West is loaded. There's a bunch of great teams. There's a bunch of great organizations who have put together, really good programs. And this is competition at its highest level, and we are in the mix. And I can't wait for tomorrow night and then Sunday and then whatever comes after that.
Warriors are in a great spot right now, Joe.
He says whatever comes after that. If what comes after Sunday is you're in the play-in in the 7-8, I'm going to be so disappointed.
See, why do I feel, though, and I know you feel that way, and I get it. Just
because we've been flirting with the top 5-6.
Yeah, but I'm still not, hating that situation. I get it. It sounds insane, and you don't want to be in a do or die, but 7-8's not do or die. You get another chance after that. I hear you. But if I was to tell you you're facing the Houston Rockets in a first-round series, you talk yourself into actually.
Yeah, but you got to get there.
That wasn't the worst thing. Yeah, and they can. They can. Again,
Joe, if they end up playing on a Tuesday night, and let's just hypothetically, they play Tuesday night, and it ends up being, let's just say, Minnesota, for example. You lose that game, and then you got Dallas and Anthony Davis.
Or the Kings. I
think it's going to be Dallas, okay? But that's fine. That both those teams do exactly what you struggle to defend, which is big, strong, athletic guys who can crush you on the glass and then sink into the paint on defense and just be a menace.
I mean, who's the second best player on the Mavs, I should say, outside of Anthony Davis right now?
Well, Klay Thompson, who's going to have a lot of revenge.
I mean, we saw, I don't want to be mean.
Gafford.
I don't want to be mean. Last time I saw Klay Thompson in a playing game, what happened?
I hear you.
I don't want to be that guy. He didn't make a shot.
But Harrison Barnes, last time we've seen him with something on the line, we would laugh at it, and he ended up getting the last laugh. So I don't want to sleep on an all-time legend, drawing from that. Look, I get the point about the Rockets, and I understand that angle. We can get into it at the top of the hour in terms of who would you want to play.
I think that's what I don't want to do. But first, I do want to get to shameless shout-outs because it's Friday, and it's that time, 888-957-9570. Let's shout some people out. Oh, Carter. That was a perfect setup. Perfect. It's all right. It happens. Back it up. Doot. Hold on. I got my... Thank you. That happens. It's okay. Don't worry about it. That's happened to me.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, it's time, baby. 888-957-9570. Start lining them up. This segment's not about Shasky or me or Carter or Lubman. It's not about us. It's about you guys. Shout out whatever you want. Your business, the beach, Steve Kerr. You want to shout out him?
Can I shout out my high school?
Yes.
All right, because Saturday I have the pleasure of emceeing the Reardon High School, Archbishop Reardon High School, school fundraiser. Okay? It's called the Reardon Roundup. And this is a special event in celebration of the 75th anniversary. They do a cow plop where they grid out the football field and you have 2 cows, and whichever one goes potty first on the square.
Whichever one plops first.
Okay. You have a chance to win $15,000.
Wow.
Or free tuition. Tuition is almost twice that amount of money. Okay. The proceeds go to a new student park and theater improvements, as well as tuition assistance for those that require it. There are a few squares left. To attend the event, general admission, $100. You get all-you-can-eat barbecue from my buddy, Myron Jackson, who was great below me. He does a great job barbecuing. They're going to have beer and all kinds of alcohol, and obviously you get to view the event. If you want to find tickets, there are tickets available and a couple of squares available. The squares are $1,000. It goes to a great proceed. Purchase tickets on the Reardon website at www.reardonhs.org.
Shout out me from the 510. Happy birthday to me, turning 32 tomorrow, April 12th. Let's go Warriors. Let's get a dub. Happy birthday to you, 510, 32. I'll be 32 in a couple months as well. It's kind of a boring age, but I hear you.
And everyone's like, you are aware that if the Warriors win out, they're still going to be in the play-in? No,
that's not the case at all.
If they win the next two, for those that are listening,
they will be a playoff team.
If they win the next two, because of the loss last night, they will be a playoff team.
Yes, correct. 888-957-9570.
Have to win the next two.
Shameless shout outs. We're going to get into all the scenarios, I promise. In the next segment, we're going to get all the different machinations because Sam Lubman, he's been getting his mind back there melding, and no one loves chaos.
It's really crazy right now.
No one loves chaos than Sam Lubman. Look at that beautiful hair.
I know. Right? I see it
it's
everywhere.
Morning. It's chaotic, but it works, all right?
I'm happy with Sam.
Who is that? Jeff Garcia, Organized Chaos? That's Sam Lubman right there, ladies and gentlemen. Just look at this rundown. It's beautiful. Let's see here. Let's go to the...
We're more chaotic than the New York Jets.
707. Shout out Aquascape Custom Crafted Pools, building the best pools around all the Bay Area.
Wait a minute. What? A pool place?
Aquascape. Do you need a pool, Joe?
Well, I wanted to put one up the river.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe they could do it like a custom job for you, huh?
I mean, yeah, we might have to look into that.
Okay.
Maybe a hot tub. I don't know.
415, and it's also likely that the Grizzlies lose to Denver too. So we just need one. Again, maybe the Grizzlies do, maybe they don't. I don't care about them.
Win two.
Just win, baby. Just win. That's all I'm saying. There we go. Suggestions. Dante has some bounds. 888-957-9570.
Okay, Steiny.
Shout outs. Yeah, that's what I was doing.
I got nothing.
Nothing.
What do you got?
Yeah. What you got? 888-957-9570. Carter, do you have any shout outs?
My favorite is when he throws it to Evan. Evan, how many minutes? How many minutes left do I need to filibuster?
There you go. What you got, Carter?
Yeah, I'll give a shout out today. I'm going to shout out the guys down the street at Taylor's Keep who are doing my tuxedo for my wedding. They're listeners of the station. It's next weekend. So really coming up here quickly. And I want to shout them out. They've been awesome. Like such good dudes.
So you're wearing a tux?
Yeah.
White coat, black coat?
Black coat.
Okay.
French
Classy.
collar.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah. So
are
exciting.
you going, wait, tie or bow tie?
Bow tie.
Okay.
But, you know,
He's hitting the Rolly store with the Rolly on like LeBron.
Are you got the suspenders? You got the vest too, or what?
Oh yeah, full nines, double-breasted.
Double-breasted. There you go. Shout out chicken. Sam, what you got? Who you shouting out?
You know what? I want to shout out our hardworking sales team because they have been really putting in the work this year. We got the studio sponsor this year. We got all sorts of sponsors going on right now. So shout out to all those guys in the room just outside the door here. I mean, they're all working remotely today, but they just been grinding all year long and doing a great job at keeping the money coming in and the lights turned on here at the station. So shout out to them and their hard work.
There you go. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Shout out to my beautiful wife. This is from the 925. My beautiful wife for holding things down in the house this past week, taking care of our 2 4-year-old boys while I've been sick as a dog. So shout out to that wife in the 925.
From the 262, where's that? Mercury? Shout out Jung-Hoo Lee. Let's get it done in the Bronx. There you go. I have no idea where that is. Certain area codes I'm not very good at. Were you one of those people, by the way, like, one of my good friends is like this, where he remembers every single phone number. Oh, Wisconsin, okay. Cheese country. I'm not mad at that. Dairyland, okay. Wisconsin.
I mean, technically, cheese country is like Petaluma and Sonoma.
No, but dairy, like Wisconsin's known for
I know. I'm just going local
here.
Okay,
that's fine. Well, yeah, we're wine country too. Like,
yes.
we have California's the best. I mean, we don't have to toot our own horn.
Yeah,
but
Napa.
We're the best. That's what we got. That's what we do. 888-957-9570. I'm going to shout out all the teachers out there because you know what? Spring break just happened. Summer's approaching. You get the summers off. Shout out to you teachers doing the Lord's work, whether it's through kindergarten, first grade, high school, college.
I like it.
It's very difficult right now to be a teacher. I know the pay hasn't been great for a lot of people. They deserve every single dollar that they make and more. Shout to all the teachers out there.
All right, a couple that I want to squeeze in here. Leroy shouting out the best soul food restaurant in the area, okay? It's called Jackie's Place.
Okay.
The soul food restaurant that he thinks is the best in the whole Bay Area, Jackie's Place in San Jose. And then the next one, shout out Public Works Streets Department for the city of Walnut Creek. Go A's from the 925. From the 415, shout out to the SI, St. Ignatius, men's crew defending their West Coast Championship this Sunday at Lake Merced.
There you go. 888-957-9570. Well, thus will conclude this edition of Shameless Shoutouts. We got Bonta Hill joining us in studio at 9 o'clock. Again, every single Friday at 9. Bonta Hill, host of Warriors pre- and post-game live on NBC Sports Bay Area, and also dabbling in some Giants as well. Bonte joining us at 9 o'clock. Very interested to hear what he has to say in regards to, who does he want to face? Does he just want to get into the playoffs? Is he scared of the play-in scenario? All of that is going to be taking place at the top of the hour. But next segment, I want to dive in to who Dub Nation wants come Monday. Who do you want, Dub Nation? It's not even about the seeding or any of that. Who do you want the Warriors to be playing on Monday? 888-957-9570. I know they're not playing on Monday, but the team that we're all going to be talking about, who you want the Warriors to be facing off against, 888-957-9570. We're going to get into that on the other side. But first, it is time for the injury report. I already listed off who's not playing for the Blazers. It's damn near everybody. But for the Warriors, they're listing Quentin Post and Gary Payton II as questionable for tonight's game in Portland. GP2 is dealing with knee swelling that Anthony Slater told us yesterday is more of a maintenance concern and not a long-term issue. Slater also mentioned that Post, who missed Wednesday night's game with an illness, should be available for the Dubs tonight. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. All right, next hour, we got 2 more games, and this time on Monday, we're going to be talking about that first round matchup or that first play-in matchup. Who do you want the Warriors to be facing this time Monday? Dub Nation, 888-957-9570. We're halfway home on a payday Friday on the Morning Roast. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. Come on back.
Are you kidding me?
No, we're not. Halfway home on a Friday.
I still don't understand what she was trying to do there.
That was Jane Oakland.
I know.
Well, the call started off with me saying, "What's up, man?" And she's like, "Well, first off, I'm a woman." I was like, "Well, all right."
Like that was almost as bad as Bonte's R2D2.
Are you kidding me?
Are you? That was me watching that third quarter yesterday with the Memphis Grizzlies and Minnesota Timberwolves. 52 points from Minnesota in that third quarter as we wake up this morning, and the Grizzlies are now behind the Golden State Warriors in the Western Conference standings. And good morning to everyone just getting off work and ready for school. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, halfway home, Payday Friday, Bonte Hill, top of the hour, in studio for the entirety of the hour as he is each and every Friday. So Bonte, can't wait for that. We've talked suggestions for Steve Kerr. And now in this next hour, I'm going to rely on the people again because this is the people's show. We want to hear from them. This time Monday, we're going to be talking about a matchup, whether it's play-in or playoffs. And it's going to be a team. Could it be the Lakers? Could it be the Nuggets? Could it be the Clippers? Could it be the Timberwolves? I don't know. Who do you want it to be? Dub Nation? 888-957-9570.
Can you go over all the different, I guess,
machinations?
Scenarios?
All the different scenarios. Sam Lubin's plugging on like every single one in the back right now. But here, this is probably the most likely scenario.
People are texting in, and I think that there's a lot of misinformation.
Oh, really? In today's society, there's misinformation? Fake news? Is that what we're calling it?
You want me to help us out with this one here?
I would say there's like three truths. There's your truth, there's my truth, and there's the real truth.
And there's Sam Lubin, so maybe there's four truths. Sam, help us out here.
There's the hard truths, too, and they cut both ways,
Thank you,
Stannis likes to tell us.
Thank you. The one true king, as you know, Sam, of the Stannis, the Manus of House Baratheon. So right now, we do know this. Before I throw to Sam, Lakers are the third 3 seed right now. Nuggets are the 4 seed. Clippers the 5. Warriors the 6th. Okay. The Warriors, Grizzlies, and Timberwolves all have the same record. But by virtue of the tiebreaker, the Warriors are ahead of those two teams. The Clippers and the Nuggets are a game ahead of the Warriors, and both of those teams have the tiebreaker over the Warriors, so they really kind of have a 2-game lead over you. Now, it's interesting.
You can't finish the season with the same record as them.
And the Lakers, obviously, they're 2 games ahead, so they could go on 2, but they would still have the tiebreaker over you, so that you can't.
Yeah, the Lakers basically are locked into the 3 right now.
Correct. All right, Sam.
So there is So let's just start off with the easy one right now. So if the Nuggets beat the Grizzlies tonight, there is a chance that the Warriors, the Timberwolves, and Clippers could all finish the season with 49 wins. Obviously, the Warriors have to take care of business on their end in order to make that happen. If that happens, if all 3 of those teams finish with 49 wins, the Clippers have the tiebreakers over the Warriors. The Warriors have the tiebreakers over the Timberwolves, who also have the tiebreaker over the Clippers. So it's like a rock, paper, scissors thing here. So what's the tiebreaker there? Then in that situation, it would go to conference record. So in that situation, if all 3 teams, Clippers, Warriors, and Timberwolves, finish with 49 wins, then the Timberwolves would have the highest conference record in this situation at 32-19. Then the Warriors would be next at 30-22, and then the Clippers at 28-24. So your West standings would be the Lakers 3, Nuggets 4, Timberwolves 5, Warriors 6, and then the Clippers are in the play-in hosting the Grizzlies. So that's if all 3 of those teams finish with 49 wins.
So if the Timberwolves lose one more game, that scenario's out the door.
Correct.
If the Clippers lose to the... Okay, keep going. Just keep going.
Yeah, so this is if all 3 of those teams take care of business. Now, here's where it gets really nutty. If the Nuggets lose to the Grizzlies tonight, we could have...
Before you move on, Sam, I love you. I just want you to know, I legitimately love you.
I appreciate
you
that.
If I scripted a character in a television show, it would not be as funny as you are unintentionally. Just continue.
I appreciate that.
I love you. I legitimately love you.
This is Western Conference chaos.
This is basically what every Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast sounds like. It's just 20 minutes of Shasky saying how much he loves me.
Well, you drive me crazy, but there's no one outside of Ryan Crowley in my life who drives me more crazy, who I sincerely love.
I hope that's a good thing.
It is.
Hold on, let me get this guy on hold really quick.
888-957-9570. Western Conference chaos with Sam Lubman.
All right, so I had to put a caller on hold there. Sorry.
If the T-Wolves win out, the Warriors win out, and the Clippers split, then they're the team that's going to be in the play-in.
Correct. So, yeah, Timberwolves have the 5 seed, Warriors the 6, Clippers the 7. Now, for the real chaotic situation, if the Nuggets lose to the Grizzlies tonight.
Okay, Nuggets
lose to the Grizzlies
I
tonight.
want to slow down. Lose to Grizzlies, okay. Then, gotcha.
So the Warriors lose to the Grizzlies tonight. Or sorry, the Nuggets lose to the Grizzlies tonight. There is a very realistic chance that we could have 5 teams finishing with 49 wins in the West. So, how is that tiebreaker done?
Yeah.
I had to phone a friend here. I had to text our buddy Anthony Slater. What's the tiebreaker in this situation? Because this is getting too nutty. And he said it's the cumulative head-to-head record against the other 4 teams. So, Warriors record against the Nuggets, Clippers, Wolves, Grizzlies combined. Nuggets record against the Warriors, Clippers, Timberwolves, Grizzlies combined. So on and so forth. So, in that situation, the Warriors record against the other 4 is 8-7.
8-7, okay.
The Nuggets record against the other 4 is 5-9. That 0-4 against the Timberwolves really hurt them.
Wow.
The Clippers record against the other 4 is 8-6. They went 0-3 against the Timberwolves.
Okay.
The Timberwolves record is 9-5. They took care of business against everybody except for the Warriors. And the Grizzlies' record would be 5-8 against the other 4.
So T-Wolves, Clippers, Warriors there, correct?
So in this situation, if all 5 of these teams finish with 49 wins, and then based on the cumulative head-to-head record of the other 4 teams that they're all tied with, your Western Conference standings would be the Thunder in the 1 seed, the Rockets the 2, the Lakers the 3, and then here's where it gets fun. The Timberwolves in the 4 seed, the Clippers the 5 seed, the Warriors the 6 seed, the Grizzlies the 7, and then the Nuggets dropping all the way down into the box going on the road to Memphis.
So if the Grizzlies win tonight against the Nuggets, chaos might ensue.
We could have serious tiebreaker chaos come Sunday, correct?
I feel like that meme where that guy's just counting on his hand and all the different like E equals MC squared equations are going on.
This is the Charlie Day, in Always Sunny.
I got my board back here.
And Sam actually is wearing the short-sleeved, collared shirt with the tie on.
Any chaotic scenario meme, what you have, this is why it's mind-blowing right now. There's so much stuff happening.
This is where I need the Joe Horn. There's so many of them I can't even understand.
He does that scenario, and it changes nothing to where the team's at today. As if you're the Warriors, Warriors still the 6th seed, so they're still playing the Lakers. So that didn't change the Warriors.
Warriors
but everything
basically
else
need to
around
take care of business, and they're going to be the 6th seed.
Probably. So, and the Lakers are probably going to be the 3 seed. So you're probably looking at a Lakers-Warriors matchup this time Monday, and that's what we're going to be previewing for that entire week, which is insane, by the way. LeBron, who's 40, Steph at 37. That is a very likely scenario in the first round.
Okay.
I don't want it to be the first round because that feels like it should be a Western Conference Finals matchup.
Oh, it's going to set records.
It's going to be the most watched first round series in the history of the NBA. Not even close. In the history.
Well, I mean
history.
But Joe, I mean that now there's 7-game series, but we also have fragmented viewing. I don't know.
Care about whatever happened in 20 years, 30 years. I don't care. I'm telling you this now. It's the most watched first round series. It's the most action-packed, star-studded first round series with 2 teams that we both think they're going to be the 3 and the 6 seed that could legitimately go all the way.
What was the game 7 where Kobe didn't shoot? Was that Phoenix Suns?
Phoenix.
Yeah, that one was pretty big. It
was good. Smush Parker. Yeah.
I remember distinctively how important that first round series was.
Sure. But again,
felt like life and death. But I know. This is LeBron and Steph. I'm not trying to compare.
Steph.
I'm just trying to think about a first round matchup that would be this appealing.
And who do you want in the first round? Dub Nation, 888-957-9570. Or we've had callers, Chuck and SF said yesterday, I don't even mind if they play in the play-in. So if that's how you feel, 888-957-9570. By the way, shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. So you got all that? Are we all good? Are we all on the same page with the Western Conference?
Well, I'm going to print it out for you guys so we can reference
Please.
it.
Are there any other scenarios that could play out? What is the Warriors are in the play-in scenario?
The doomsday scenario.
Yeah, lose any one of these next 2 games and you're in the play-in.
So as long as they win, no matter what, the Warriors win, no matter what, they are 4, 5, or 6.
Yes, because they would have 49 wins, and that always trumps the 49. Unless you get that Nuggets scenario, I guess. No, but they'd still be the playoff team, as we just alluded to. So, yeah, they take care of business. They're going to be a playoff team.
Okay, so let me ask this last question. What is the scenario where Sunday doesn't matter at all for the Warriors and they're still 4, 5, or 6?
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't matter for being a playoff team. That's the thing. But there could be ramifications of, do you not want to play the Nuggets or do you not want to play the Lakers? Like that could be a very likely scenario.
How does that work out? Meaning, what would have to happen tonight for Sunday to not really matter one way or the other? You're in the playoffs.
I don't think there's anything that can happen tonight that would affect them.
But if the Kings win, if the Kings beat the Clippers tonight and you win, you're tied with the Clippers. And then all of a sudden, maybe the Clippers say, yeah, we lay down on Sunday and we don't want to be the 5th seed. And then the Warriors could jump us and beat us, right? Because they would both be 48 and 30, 48 and 33 at that point. If the Clippers lose tonight and the Warriors win, they're both 48 and 33. And then on Sunday, you're playing each other, and it's, do you want the Nuggets or do you want the Lakers? And is there jostling there? Like, who do you want in that scenario?
Would rather, this is, as insane as this might sound, I think I'd rather want the Lakers.
That is crazy.
Am I alone in that?
888-957-9570.
Am I alone in that? And I'm not even talking about like what would be better for business in round one. I'm talking about like what would be the better matchup for the Warriors. I've got Denver in my head still.
But really quick, Joe, just to kind of answer your initial question, how to make Sunday not matter. Assuming the Clippers beat the Kings tonight, the only way for Sunday to not matter for the Warriors would be if the Grizzlies and Timberwolves lose to the Mavericks and Jazz respectfully. But all these games are going to be happening at the same time. So you won't know going in what's going on. So I don't think there is a scenario where Sunday has no meaning, basically, is what I'm saying.
Real quick, Kings Clippers who are playing tonight. That's in Sacramento, I believe.
So what are we rooting for as Warrior fans tonight?
What are you rooting for? So
okay, we obviously got to beat the Blazers.
Let me tell you real quick the other games that affect the Western Conference standings before we get to Sam Lubman over there. So Mavericks Raptors, that's a play-in scenario for them, obviously. They're already locked into the play-in, but are they going to host? They need to keep winning, right? You got Grizzlies Nuggets, which is huge. You would love for the Nuggets to beat the Grizzlies. You would love for the Grizzlies just lose.
So we need the Nuggets
to beat the Grizzlies.
Okay. I'm just trying to look. It's hard to stay up on this. Nuggets to beat Grizzlies tonight. Okay.
You got Nets Timberwolves. I would still love the Timberwolves to keep losing because they're tied with you the record.
That feels unlikely, but continue.
We'll see. And then you've got Kings Clippers. We've talked about that. Kings, we're in for Sac tonight. Let's go. Why not?
And then Kings beat Clippers.
And then the Lakers doesn't really matter. They're pretty much damn near locked into the 3 seed, so that's not going to change. They're going to get home court no matter what in that first round. So that's about it. You got Blazers Warriors then, and that's again coverage 6 o'clock right here.
They can't lose tonight. You just got it. You have to just win tonight and just let the chips fall where they may.
Who do you want? Dub Nation, 888-957-9570. I'm just giving you the option. To hell with all the different scenarios, all of that. Who would you like to be facing in the first round?
In a 7-game series.
In a 7-game series,
Or is there somebody that wants to go play in so they can face the Rockets?
There you go. And that's tempting fate that you don't want to tempt, but some people.
What's yours?
Honestly, give me the Nuggets. They just fired their head coach.
Really?
They just fired their head. And Jamal Murray, I don't think he's playing in this first round series. He's got a hamstring issue. I don't think there's a scenario you're not playing Jamal Murray. I get it.
Okay.
Jokic scares you.
Yeah.
Without Jamal Murray, nah. Oh, the altitude. Nah. I don't want to take my chances with LeBron, Luka, Austin Reeves. I get it. You just won in LA. As you've mentioned, do you think there's some sketchiness that happens with the refs down there? There you go.
It's not sketchiness. It's just baked in.
So, but you would say give you the Lakers over the Nuggets.
When you're assembling that 7-game series, one of the big engines of it is officiating.
Okay, but would you still fear the Nuggets as much if they didn't have Jamal Murray?
I just fear them in general because of the way...
Even without Jamal?
Because of Aaron Gordon and because of Jokic. No, there is not a doubt I would fear them significantly more with Jamal Murray. I watched them shorthanded decimate the Warriors.
Okay, here we go.
I'm really fearful of the Nuggets. Maybe I'm wrong.
This is big. This is the latest from Sam Amick and Tony Jones of The Athletic. Denver Nuggets guard Jamal Murray likely to return from a 6-game absence against the Grizzlies today. That's big. How's he going to look? How's he going to fare? So that's, again, that was under the assumption of no Jamal Murray. If Jamal Murray's healthy, that's a game changer for everyone. But
So-
they also have an interim head coach, so I don't know how much I should fear them.
So we want the Nuggets then.
I don't fear the Nuggets as much as I once did.
No, but I'm saying we want the Nuggets to win tonight.
Yeah, they're playing the Grizzlies.
What do you want, Carter? You want the Nuggets to win tonight?
Whatever Sam said is what I want. But what I do want is I want to play the Lakers. Absolutely.
That's who I want.
It's not even close.
Bring on the Lakers.
Want the smoke, and I don't think you guys are as good anymore as you are.
I completely agree. You're better against other teams, like other matchups, but for whatever reason, against us, when there's no Anthony Davis, I just feel significantly more confident.
After one game.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not close.
Brandon Pajewski had like 30 points in that game.
I also feel like the Lakers.
I'm just saying.
I also feel like the Lakers are a work in progress, and if ever there was a time to get them, I think now is the time to get them before LeBron starts doing the GM thing and trading everyone away this offseason.
Let GM until Nikola Jokic, as you alluded to, is a Laker this time next year.
It might be in the cards.
It sounds ridiculous. We got some more suggestions, by the way. Did suggestions last segment?
Suggestions, and who do you want to play? I think am I alone? I want the Lakers. Carter wants the Lakers too.
888-957-9570.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I do have another fun scenario that could play out. If the Grizzlies and Kings win tonight over the Nuggets and Clippers, and then the Warriors take care of business against the Clippers on Sunday, then the Warriors could jump all the way up to the 4.
Oh my God.
And host the Timberwolves in the first round.
I would rather have the Lakers.
And in that situation, the Nuggets and the Clippers would be in Denver for the play-in game, and the Grizzlies would have the 6th seed. So I don't know, maybe that's what we root for.
I'd rather have the Lakers.
Real quick, you fear the Timberwolves more than the Lakers?
Absolutely.
We've jumped the shark on everything.
No, we haven't.
Yes, we have.
The Timberwolves to the Warriors have gone 3-1 against this year.
They have Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle. And Julius Randle's a player you have mocked on this station all year long.
But if
Bonte's
you're in the
mocked-
3-6 hole-
Stop. You've mocked that team all season long.
They're playing good
and
ball.
all of a sudden you fear them more than the Lakers. You guys have jumped the shark.
But I want to be on the bottom side of the bracket. I want to be on the bottom side of the bracket. Because after you get through the Lakers, then you get the Rockets in round 2. Wouldn't you rather face the Rockets in round 2 than the
Well,
Thunder?
that's assuming the Rockets win that series, whoever they play against.
Sure.
And it might be against the Timberwolves. And then you want the Timberwolves in round 2?
I mean, look,
See,
I just
y'all-
want the
you fear
Lakers
them all of a
first.
sudden. I don't know.
I'd rather face the Lakers.
Anthony Slater, you joined us yesterday on how he feels this is all going to play out in regards to the Clippers. Slater joins the team. He's all very locked in, breaking it all down yesterday.
I will say, like, Kawhi's looked really good. Harden's had a quietly great, like, potentially all-NBA, like, third-team type season. Zubac, very underrated, probably one of the most underrated players
Warriors
in the league.
killer, too.
Yeah, Norm Powell was making, like, an all-star bid early in the season. He's kind of he's cooled off somewhat because with Kawhi back, he just doesn't have as big a role. But they're good. They're really well coached, right? It's a Ty Lue team. You know he's going to have a good defensive game plan against Steph. Zubac really walls off the rim. You know, he's not Anthony Davis, but he kind of provides that, you know, issue for the Warriors down low. So it is a bad matchup for them. The one thing I will say, like, what happens over the next few days could really dictate a lot of things in the West, including the Clippers' motivation level on Sunday. I believe if the Clippers beat the Kings Friday, they don't like they're a top 6 seed, and they may want to manipulate their seedings. They may not want to win. They may want to get their guys rest. I mean, I don't know how motivated they'll be to play Sunday. So whatever happens over the next 3 games all across the country, I think will decide how much Sunday matters to both teams. So we just don't know that answer yet.
A Kings game's massive tonight. If the Kings win tonight real quick, there's good chance for a lot of chaos to happen. So I kind of am rooting for the Kings. I want chaos. Let's go. Let's go Littlefinger, Peter Baelish.
So going back to the T-Wolves, why I don't want T-Wolves. Alexander Walker and McDaniels, those are 2 long athletic defenders who have given the Warriors fits, and both guys have had some success offensively against the Warriors. Obviously different versions of the Warriors. Rudy Gobert, Draymond. Come on, man. We don't like, I know that we want to run Gobert off the floor, but there is something like he gets under their skin, right? And
he is from Europe.
He does. He gets under their skin. And obviously Naz Reid is a Warrior killer. And I think it's a really difficult guard on Anthony Edwards. Like, that's tough. Conley does hit shots against them. DiVincenzo off the bench is a nice player. I think they're a really good team. I really worry about them.
The notion that you fear the Minnesota Timberwolves more than the Los Angeles Lakers is hilarious.
Because I think 1 through 8, they're deeper than the Lakers 1 through 8. I fear their 1 through 8 more. The Lakers are top heavy, and I acknowledge.
I thought the Lakers played horribly against the Warriors, and it was still a game with 5 minutes to go. Like that was like, again, you're saying they all look that you have zero fear of that team now. I can't bake that Brandon Pajemski is going to be scoring 28 next time, and Luka has the worst game I've ever seen him play. Again, I'm playing devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
But like I think you're using that 1 game sample size and expanding that's going to be the entirety of the series.
But I've seen it over 3 years with the T-Wolves and the Warriors. Like they just do some things that really stymie the Dubs.
Again, Julius Randle, he had a great game yesterday, and I think we're also having just, within the last 24 hours, that was yesterday, so we're reacting to it, and it's fresh in our minds, and I hear it. He looked great. I don't know if I'm trusting him in a 7-game series against the Warriors. I feel like
I don't trust anyone off the bench for the Lakers.
Okay. Who was that?
To me,
Gabe Vincent had a bad game.
He stinks.
Dorian Finney-Smith. Actually, they haven't. They've been really good the last
I know, but I'm not worried about him
in that
against
game.
us.
Again, you're saying that 1-game scenario. I'm just telling you.
I just don't think. I don't worry about the
You
Lakers.
have more faith in Brandon Pajemski and Moses Moody and those guys than those other ones for the Lakers. That's fine.
And also, who are they guarding? Like, that's the big question. When I look at the Lakers, they can't match up defensively against what the Warriors want to do. Who is going to be their primary defender on Steph?
They might go Jared Vanderbilt this time, and they didn't do that last game.
Okay.
And that I would like that matchup more if I was JJ
Good.
Redick.
We'll see how healthy he can stay, throughout the series, because that has been an issue for him.
He's been healthy the last few months since he's come back. He hasn't really been hurt. So I'm just telling you.
Minnesota brings more to the table, in my estimation, in terms of piece for piece in one of these kind of matchup 7-game scenarios.
What did you fear factor ratings?
Part of the reason you want to play Minnesota, or you want to play the Lakers, over Minnesota. Minnesota has a lot more length than the Lakers do. Length really disturbs the Warriors because they run a motion offense where you're trying to get over 30 assists a game. When you're cutting off those passing lanes, you can't get into that offense.
We'll see.
100% agree.
Again, we shall see. I think it's a laughable
Plus,
notion.
I just want to face the Lakers?
Sure.
And I want to extinguish them and shut up LeBron and tell Jimmy Butler.
Please.
Yeah, mark the tape. Well, I don't care if you mark the tape. I've been wrong 7 times this week. But, it doesn't matter. I'm going to keep shooting. Shooters keep shooting. All right? Here's the thing. Don't you want to shut up LeBron? I want to see crybaby Luka.
Sure.
Let's do this. Yes. JJ Redick is going to go scheme for scheme in his first ever playoff matchup against 4-time champion Steve Kerr.
How about pot for pot against Draymond?
I mean, Darvin Ham beat Steve Kerr. If we're doing the head coaching thing, Darvin Ham.
Well, we already told you LeBron's
Well, let's see how the Lakers.
So real quick. If they win the series, it's LeBron's credit, not JJ Redick.
Yeah, that's how it
works. If
works.
they lose it, I'm blaming JJ and LeBron. Okay.
Let's see how the Lakers do without Lonnie Walker there to bail him out.
That's true. He's not there anymore. All-time Warriors killer Lonnie Walker.
Who are they
guys
guarding?
Are screwed without
Who
Lonnie.
is that starting 5 guarding though? Okay, you're gonna go Vanderbilt. Fine. Like who's guarding Jimmy?
I don't know. Jimmy didn't have an amazing offensive
Which is
game
why
last
I'm
game.
even more encouraged.
Okay, sure.
All right. I think it's a great matchup for the Warriors. I significantly think that the Laker matchup, the day the trade was made, it was like, Luka long term, no doubt, chase. But I know that they can win it. The fact that there's no Anthony Davis is the game changer.
Okay,
it's completely different without Anthony Davis.
Listen, I'm here for it. That's fine. I'm just saying, be careful what you wish for when it comes to rather playing the Minnesota Timberwolves that have never won anything in my entire life against LeBron James and the Los Angeles Lakers. I hear you, though. 888-957-9570. We got, squeeze one in. No. Okay, we got 1 minute. That's fine. Bonte Hill, 30 minutes, top of the hour. We'll hear what he has to say. I'm sure he's just going to be like, I just want to get into the playoffs, and I don't give a damn who we play, because that's Bonte.
Well,
that's
of course, but you're asking me the question.
I am
that's
asking
why I'm
you the question.
it.
I'm asking Dub Nation. And Mike and Berkeley, Desmond, will get you on the other side. I promise.
Bring on the Lakers.
Okay. 888-957-9570. Are you saying...
And get the Kleenex out for Luka.
Okay. All right.
And LeBron.
He had tears in his eyes the other day. What's coming in the game is brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. Spadoni and Shasky, we're going through all the crazy scenarios when it comes to the Golden State Warriors in this next weekend in the NBA. By the way, just NBA, we got Masters. This is a great weekend in all sports. I know you're in the same boat as I am. Masters week. There's nothing like it. It's a tradition unlike any other.
The Giants are at Yankee Stadium.
The Giants are at the Yankee Stadium. Like, everything's happening this year.
The NBA is the most frenetic ending to the Western Conference I can remember. Maybe going back to the We Believe dubs when they won 48 and didn't make the playoffs.
All of that, I didn't even mention Oakland Roots, FC Tulsa tomorrow on KTVU Plus and ESPN Plus.
KTVU has a Plus channel?
And that's coming up next. We're going to talk about it.
No
Brought to you by
way.
the San Francisco International Airport.
This is Jonathan from San Francisco. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spidoni and Joe Shasky.
It bothers me.
What bothers you? LeBron? Shasky he wants to wipe your tears away in the first round.
Look at. It's irrational. I get it. I want LeBron in the 3-6. And then I know I can get the Rockets if, possibly in that second round. But I want LeBron in that first matchup. Straight up. Okay. Let's get right into it. You know what I mean? Like, dive head first.
888-957-9570. Bonte Hill, top of the hour in studio.
Gotta win.
You gotta win. Who do you want to be facing this time Monday? Who do you want the Warriors to be facing? Do you want the Lakers? Do you want the Nuggets? Do you want to be a play-in? Do you want to play the Grizzlies or the T-Wolves? Like that, I'll hear it. I don't think you want to be in that, but Chuck and SF called yesterday. He says it's not the worst thing. 888-957-9570. This was Steve Kerr yesterday on with Willard and Dibbs before we go to the phones. He's saying, hey, no matter what, team's in a great spot.
I would argue we're in a great spot, 22-7 since we got Jimmy. If we made that trade, when we made that trade, can you imagine sitting here going, oh yeah, and by the way, you're going to go 22-7. You're going to have top 5 offense, top 5 defense, and this is where you'll be with 2 games left in the season. You don't think we would have jumped at that?
Yep.
So the entire narrative has shifted. The entire vibe has shifted since Jimmy's arrival. You can't let, one loss or a couple losses dampen that when you just have to recognize the West is loaded. There's a bunch of great teams. There's a bunch of great organizations who have put together, really good programs. And this is competition at its highest level, and we are in the mix. And I can't wait for tomorrow night and then Sunday and then whatever comes after that.
Can we agree on one thing? If the Warriors somehow pull this off and get to the NBA Finals, and maybe even win the whole damn thing. Real quick. Well, we know they're in the play-in, so they're going to be in a they're a postseason team. This would have been the most difficult gauntlet if they end up going all the way that they've ever faced of teams of like depth in the West each round. Like when I look from top to bottom, each of these teams presents scenarios that could be challenging. I look at the Rockets. Hell, they humbled the Warriors on Sunday. Like I look at the Rockets, like you look at the Lakers a little differently after you beat that game. I look at the Rockets a little bit differently after they kind of handled the Warriors on Sunday. The Thunder, like they're great. They've been a great team. One of the greatest point differentials in a season we've ever seen. They are spectacular. They got the league MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Lakers, they got maybe the greatest player of all time, 1A, 1B, whatever. LeBron's on the team. They got Luka. They got Austin Reeves. It's the Lakers. The Nuggets have won a title. They fired their head coach, but they've won a title, and they got the best player, I believe, in the NBA. We're going to be talking about the generation. If we talk to Steph and the LeBron generation, this is the Jokic generation. This guy's been incredible. Clippers, they have a champion on there too. His name's Kawhi Leonard. If he's healthy, still one of the best players in the NBA. And James Harden, as Slater said, he's fighting to be a third-team All-NBA player, which kind of just sounded funny, third-team All-NBA. But still, it's saying he's a top 15 player in the league at any point this season. Okay. And then the Grizzlies, Jaws dynamic, JJJ. I don't fear them as much, but great. And you said you have fear factor of the Timberwolves. So all that baked into it, like this is going to have to be the most difficult stretch, if they do go all the way, that they've ever faced in the playoffs. I truly believe that.
Well, maybe on the outset looking in, but it also, time gives us perspective, right? And, we might look at OKC 5 years from now. If they don't get anything, they don't get any championship, we might view them like the Hawks were viewed. I mean, I think they've been obviously more.
Hawks never had an MVP candidate, though, like Shai. I'll just say that, first and foremost. Shai's one of the best players in the NBA. The Hawks, we never believed in them.
I know, but what I'm saying is that after 4 or 5 years of falling short and having great regular seasons, we dismiss
I'm just not here for that comparison, but continue.
I'm using them as an example, all right? I'm using them as an example. We will see how history remembers. Now, if they win one down the line or two or whatever, like, for example, right now, the Warrior win over the Boston Celtics in 2022, it does feel a little different now that the Boston Celtics have won a title and have gone back to one. And we don't know where Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown's careers are going to end up. And so I do think history gives us better perspective. I don't know what to make of the Rockets, right? I want to see them in the playoffs to be able to kind of have a better feel for who they are. If they're one and done in the playoffs, I think we're going to dismiss their regular season unfairly. We're going to say, "Oh, see, told you." Now, if they win a couple of rounds, we're going to view them significantly different, right? And I'm not saying it's fair or right or wrong, but that's how things work out, and that's how it shakes down. So we'll see. We'll see when it comes to it. OKC, I think most people think like, wow, OKC's really good. They're really comprehensive. I think the jury's a little out on Houston because they're a younger team.
Sure.
And then, like, the Lakers have the name brand recognition. I don't know what to make of the Lakers. Do you?
No, I don't, because we haven't seen it in a series with all three of those guys together.
I do know that when it was LeBron and Anthony Davis, all right, they had championship pedigree because
Correct.
the two of them. Luka was just in the finals last year with a Dallas Maverick team that was assembled basically at the deadline and went really, really, really far. And going into the playoffs, I didn't think that Dallas team was going to be representing the West.
I didn't.
So I think that we just need to let it play itself out. But I understand why you would say the landscape seems extremely more difficult.
Absolutely. And 888-957-9570. We're talking all the scenarios. So we got the Blazers and we got the Clippers. You go 2-0, at the very least, you are going to be the 6th seed. All right? At the very least, you're going to be the 6th seed. Now, you could climb above the Clippers if they lose to the Kings today and the Nuggets go 0-2. So a lot still to be played out here in these final two games. But who do you want to face? Like, who do you want? Dub Nation, 888-957-9570. Shasky wants the Lakers. Carter wants the Lakers. I'm saying I don't fear the Nuggets.
In the first round,
In the first round. I don't fear the Nuggets. Give me the Nuggets in the first round. David's in San Francisco. He wants to weigh in on that.
David?
What's up, David? You're on Spinoni and Shasky. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Thank you very much. Everybody's talking about who we'd like to play. And I don't care who we play. All I care about is that we land in the top 6. Our 3 best players are incredibly old, and they need a week's rest. So if they end up going into the play-in, that is not a good thing. It's an extra game and less time.
Totally agree.
Flip side of that, and I appreciate the call, David, is you're saying you don't know what to make of the Rockets. And maybe you play the Rockets in the first round. If you win that play-in, it's like, okay. Now, you're also, what's the reverse of that scenario? You lose in that first play-in, and then you end up, if you have to win the second one, who you play in the first round? The Thunder. And I don't know if I'm loving that in the first round, because at the very least, maybe you win that series. The pound of flesh that's going to get taken away from you early in that one might be the most. And is that going to hamper you in the second round? Much like we saw in that first round a couple years ago. I keep bringing it up, but the Kings took a lot out of the Warriors in that first round series. 7 games. Steph was spectacular in that 7th game.
They were lucky to beat the Kings that year.
Right. They were Harrison Barnes.
I'm one of the few
away.
people that thought of it that way, but at least at this station, I thought that they got extremely lucky.
They were a Harrison Barnes missed 3-pointer away. If he makes that going down 3-1, you're probably losing.
Steph had to have one of the greatest games of his playoff life in a Game 7, and that was terrifying.
Are you stressed at all about this weekend, Joe? Or are you just excited?
What do you think? No, my anxiety is through the roof. I've already popped like 4 Advils this morning. Well, that's because also my mouth is still a little sore from last week. But yeah, like the anxiety is through the roof.
Through
the roof.
Steve Kerr, he's not stressing.
I'm not stressed. I'm excited. We have a really good team. We flipped up last night, but had a lot to do with the other team. And I've been through this a long time. The NBA, Pop used to tell us, "Hey guys, the other guys make millions of dollars a year too for a reason. They're pretty good at basketball. So it's not supposed to be easy, and that's how it works. So there's just nights. Even against a team with a worse record, there's nights. And last night was one of them. And it's all about how you respond. And we've got to respond. And we've got to take care of all the details and the little things in order to, offset some of the shooting variance that you can get.
See, I'm the same. I'm excited about what's going to go on this weekend.
Can I just say behind the scenes, screw you guys?
What happened?
Because I made a comment about me having a dental thing without any context last week, and my mouth still being sore from all the work that the dentist did. Shout out Dr. Baker, my guy.
Yes.
And you guys are all making little jokes. When I'm filled with anxiety this morning. Yeah. You guys.
That was well
I hate you guys.
Are you kidding me?
I fear the Blazers. We don't even know who's playing for the Blazers.
You fear the Blazers?
And I'm scared to death of the Blazers. Yes, I am.
Billups effect.
Come on, man. You have to draw the line somewhere.
They just lost to the Spurs.
I don't care. You could be a playing team and be fine still. See, that's the thing in all this. You're winning no matter what. You got to look at it as the content creator in you, Joe.
I don't care about that. I want I want
I want no point of the box. Let's be real. Like, no Warrior fan should want any point of the box. It's that simple.
Stop. You guys are all scared about these different scenarios. Oh, but I'm not scared of the Lakers. I'm not scared of the Rockets. Well, you might play the Rockets, you're a playing team. So again, why does it really matter then?
Because I want the familiar foe of LeBron.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay. So would you rather face the Lakers or the Rockets in the first round?
How humiliating would it be for him to lose in the first round after acquiring Luka?
Yeah, conversely, how humiliating would it be to lose to the Lakers again because they've eliminated their last two eliminations for the play-in or the playoffs was against the Lakers, right?
Well, that means we're due.
Okay, I don't want that. Give me the Lakers in like the conference finals. That is a sexy matchup, and that would hurt even more if you're LeBron and losing to Steph, and he prevented you from getting to maybe the last chance you'll have in an NBA Finals. I would love that if I'm the Warriors.
I like that side of the bracket. I like that side of the bracket, avoiding OKC in the second round and just kind of seeing where it goes. Like I do. I really like that side of the bracket. And then whether it's Houston, maybe it's Memphis, maybe it's the Timberwolves, maybe it's the Clippers.
Who do you want?
I'm talking about that bottom side of the bracket. In the first round, I would rather have the Lakers.
Okay, he wants
the Lakers.
Lakers
because I think you could put Luka into that pick and roll all day and it just exhaust him.
Who do you want, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. I know Steve Kerr wants that week off, though, for rest. He talked about it yesterday at Willard and Dibs.
We want the week off. We're also well aware that there's plenty of ways to get through this stuff, and you don't even know how matchups are going to play into this. You know who you can play, how it plays out. I know the Lakers made the conference finals 2 years ago through the play-in. You know, I mean, this is like it's not like it's a death sentence to go to the play-in, but there's no doubt you'd rather avoid it just to not have to deal with the extra game or two, but also the stress of having to get through those games.
So the coach wants the week off, obviously. You have your best player's 37 years old. So, yes, I want the week off in preparation. Yeah, well, you do.
Yeah.
I'm not scared of it. I'd love to be coming here Monday morning talking about a play-in scenario against the T-Wolves on Tuesday. More action, baby.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think Steph Curry wants to be in a play-in game?
Probably not.
Yeah,
I don't think
exactly.
he fears it. I don't think he's going to look at it like, well,
I'm going to do what Steph wants me to do.
Okay, thank you. For David and Maryland.
I'm just going to do what Steph wants me to do now.
Speaking of Stephen Curry, he's looking at these last two games as playoff games.
I mean, we know where we're at. We know that every game is important. It's been important for like the last 2 weeks. We've done a lot to give ourselves a chance to climb pretty high, considering where we were before the trade deadline. And then these last two home games, it sucks. Like, for different reasons, Houston and tonight, two games that you feel like we're winnable and should have won. I don't know how it'll impact the ending of where we end up after Sunday, but we still do have two games. We got to win both of them. See what happens. Just made it a little harder on ourselves.
So tonight, like, I don't even know who the heck the Blazers are going to play. I
already told you who they're not playing.
So give me the whole injury report.
Okay, so let me pull it up.
I don't even know who's like.
This is who's out.
Okay.
DeAndre Ayton, out.
Okay.
Jeremy Grant, out.
Okay.
Scoot Henderson, out.
Okay.
Anthony Simons, out.
Simon's out. Okay.
Robert Williams III has been out. He's out.
Yeah.
Doubtful, so he's not going to play, is Denny Avdija. He's out.
And what about Shaedon Sharp?
Questionable. Knee soreness. So he might not play. So
name a guy on that team outside of those.
Donovan Clingan.
Oh, Clingan. The Klingon. There you go.
Yeah, actually, he is good.
He is. No, that was a fun matchup. It was
just watch him go for 50 tonight.
Oh, my God.
It's just what the Lakers need.
Quentin Grimes.
Just what the Lakers need. Stop. Alex is in Concord. He wants to talk about the team.
That's incredible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Potentially 8 guys of their top, 11?
Yeah, if you lose
you might even say 8 of their top 9.
Exactly. And you fear this team. Come on, man. Come on. Alex, Concord. Who do you want to see the Warriors face in the first round? Who do you want?
Hey, Shasky, last time I called the show, I said I wanted the Lakers in 6 games over the Warriors, and what happened? The Lakers won in 6 games. Be careful what you wish for, man. Like the non-delusional Warrior fan on social media says, the playoffs is about the dudes. Do the Warriors got enough dudes?
Alex, are you a Lakers or a Warriors fan? Alex, are you a Warriors or Lakers fan?
Man, I'm a Bay Area Laker fan, man.
All right, there you go.
So you're born a loser.
Well, Probably not, because the Lakers were probably winning in the early 2000s, which is probably when he was born. Kevin's in Oakland, though. He wants to talk about who he wants to face.
Sam.
He did an okie doke.
If I'm going to let Lubman cook, which is going to be a new segment that I want to introduce, you can't be letting Bay Area Laker fans on these airwaves.
Well, Alex in Concord probably said, hey, I would like to see the Lakers in the first round. And what is Sam supposed to say to that? He said,
I'd say, all right, if you want to see the Lakers, I'll let you get on air so you can say you want to see the Lakers.
The
now,
inflection in your voice, I don't believe you.
If he identified himself and said, hey, I am Alex from Concord, die-hard Laker fan, I want the Warriors to play the Lakers. Like, you know what, Alex, I don't know if your opinion's welcome here, but that's not what he said.
Is there anything worse than a Bay Area Laker fan?
Bay Area Cowboy fan? Oh, no, actually, we like
Dodger fan? Bay Area Dodger fan?
Just any Dodger fan anywhere.
Yeah. Bay Area Patrick Mahomes, Kansas City Chiefs fan? That's one that you would...
But a Laker fan just screams front runner.
Front runner?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, at least they're in California.
Especially if they're a Cowboy and a Yankee fan, too.
Like, if you're...
Exactly.
If you're in California...
Dude, you are the Sizzler today. Forget the Rizzler. You're the Sizzler today. Oh, my God. Sam the Sizzler, let Lubman cook.
Sammy Sizzler? Sizzling Sam?
Dude, he's on fire.
Let Sam sizzle.
I mean, he's literally talking about Guru, too.
There you go.
I mean to call Guru out there. That was unintentional.
I got Goose back. He said the Warriors stunk for most of his life, and he adopted another team, and they were in California, and he roots for Cali.
What about my life? They sucked during my life. I didn't become a Laker fan.
Well, that's your prerogative. Bobby Brown, I don't know what to tell you. That's your life. I'm not here to schedule Guru's life and Joe Shasky's life. You guys lived your lives two different ways.
It's just absurd. I mean, it's absolutely absurd. You know, I grew up a Kansas City Chief fan, but they weren't good when I was growing up. So I jumped onto the Pittsburgh Steelers. But now that the Kansas City Chiefs are good again, I'll be a Chiefs fan. Like that's absurd.
Did you
logic.
never not root for a team that when your team wasn't in it, you rooted for them? I think you've done that in the past.
Not the Lakers.
No, but the Detroit Lions, I think you were rooting for them because the Niners weren't in there.
Rooting is the Lakers?
Who never said he was a Laker fan?
Lakers?
Who never said he was a Laker fan? He said he rooted for them.
That means you're a Laker fan.
No, he said the Warriors are out.
It's one thing to be like, the plucky Detroit Lions that have won nothing. Won nothing.
I got your
for
back,
70 years.
That's a feel-good story.
For 70 years, they've won nothing, and like they have not one. No one can think of one negative thing a Detroit Lion fan has done to anyone ever. And you're going to compare being a Laker frontrunner to a Lion, like, hey, if the Lions get there, right? I'm pulling for the Lions.
I'm just
that is the most
advocate.
absurd thing I've ever heard.
That's
like, that plucky little Yankee team in the 90s. You know, I just wanted to see them win. Like, what?
I think
when have the Yankees ever had anything nice?
I cannot believe the absurd comps we're making this morning.
I'm farting in a tub.
Letting Sam cook.
Oh, sorry. Kevin, Oakland, wants to join in the conversation. Who do you want the Warriors to face off against in the first round, Kevin?
Top the team.
Yeah, so, look at Lakers fans in the Bay Area, first of all, they should get put to the back of the queue. So they get no airtime, all right?
Thank you.
Let's just start with that. And so, look, I think I'm going to speak for a lot of folks. Like, LeBron and them are great. I think the league really wants to see the Dubs and Lakers match up anywhere in the playoffs. Don't matter where. If it's the first round, ideally conference finals. But first round, let's be real. Lakers matchup, I think that's going to be what everybody's going to be looking at. Because, LeBron and Steph, it's an all-time matchup. That's the headline matchup that the league always talks about. You mentioned earlier, too, we don't know who the Rockets are, right? We don't know what the Rockets are. So, to me, that's scary because we don't know who the Rockets are. They're a young team that's a competitor in the West. We know that. I think Dylan Brooks is a chump, but, if he's their dog, then that's not much bite. But the Houston Rockets, though, they're young, they're strong. I'd be more worried about them than the Lakers. I think you mentioned earlier, too, pick and roll on Luka all day.
Kevin, you fear the Rockets more than the Lakers. Real quick, you fear the Houston Rockets. You cited Dylan Brooks as more of a fear factor than LeBron James.
I don't know what to expect from them.
Stop. No. Dylan Brooks he's not a threat. I said he's a chump. Let's get that right. He's a chump. LeBron is always going to be a threat. But I think as a team, as a collective, I would fear the Rockets more than the Lakers overall right now. I think the Warriors are a better matchup with the Lakers than the Rockets. But a first round ideal matchup would be the Lakers and the Dubs.
I'm with this guy.
That.
I'm with this guy.
Thanks, Kevin in Oakland. 888-957-9570.
Dude, the Rockets are young and athletic and fast and can get up in you. Like, Amen, they don't really have an answer for Amen Thompson in terms of freeing him up.
He's also 20 years old.
The Warriors could not afford for Amen Thompson to face guard Steph Curry for 4 straight games. I'm sorry. That will not go well.
And Jalen Green, to his credit, finally busted out against the Warriors in the last game where it's like, all right, that's going to be really difficult to guard. And if GP2's not available, you're in some trouble.
Listen, I'll hear you on I don't want to face the Nuggets. I get that. Everything baked off over the Lakers. But when you start throwing the Houston Rockets as a matchup that I'm more fearful of, I'm not buying what you're selling. I'm not.
But would you at least acknowledge the unknown of a young, promising team? You don't know how they're going to respond.
We were all just saying how they suck offensively heading into that Sunday game, and all of a sudden, you don't want to face them in a 7-game series because Steph had 3 points in that game. That's not happening again. You could sweep the Rockets. You can sweep them. Stop.
I'm giving them a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt now that the body of work is, a full season. I've been very impressed.
You're just laughing at Ime Udoka.
No, I think he's insane. Those two things can be true. Like, I can be impressed with the team and say that the coach is a little out of his mind. Mike Malone online too.
Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? Richie Rich, Livermore.
What's up, Richie Rich?
Who are the Warriors playing? Who do you want, Rich?
What's up with my dog? It's been a minute, man. Hey, first, Shasky, I love you, dog. You're my dog, but as the great Bonte says, you sounded like Sausalito Shasky. I need my Excelsior homie to come out the cuts, man. Look it. Check it out, dude. I don't give a damn who we play, and this is why, guys. Let me get this off, all right? First of all, look, Houston, the team who Draymond Green, Brooks, I'm not even scared of them. I'm not scared of nobody, and this is why. When Kuminga went out, we arguably lost a crap load of games that we should have won, right? Woulda, shoulda, coulda, cool. But since we've had Jimmy Butler, we are arguably up there with the top 5 teams in the West. Now, you give me Jimmy Butler for at least half of those games we lost, I guarantee you we have 3 or 6 more wins. Where does that put us at? We're the true 2 seed, maybe the 3 seed. I don't give a damn about the Lakers. I don't give a damn about none of them. To be the best, you got to be the best. You got to beat the best. So bring on anyone. Let's go, because the Warriors about to roll, baby, and get that 6 or 5 seed. Watch. Let's go.
Well, if they take care of business, and I love the passion, Richie Rich, you win these 2 games, you're guaranteed to be top 6 in the West. That's what Shasky wants. That's what everyone wants. Not everyone.
I want the week off.
You want the week off.
I want Steve Kerr in the lab with Lubman boiling up some new ingredients.
Yeah, play that drop again, you guys. That's what that is, boiling? Okay.
Let Lubman cook.
Sounds like I'm doing something with like test tubes and beakers.
That's why
like I'm in the trailer with Walter White or something.
Actually, you know what? That could be a segment. Let's bring in a lab coat into the studio. We didn't have a helmet or anything, and hopefully no one takes
the Sizzler.
No one it's not bad. And we can get the Rizzler in studio too with the Sizzler. It'd be perfect. There's nothing more than what our boss Matt Nahigan would love to get the Rizzler than in here.
So instead of Summer of Love, we might have the Summer of Sam.
Sizzling Sam Lubman.
I think the Summer of Sam was about murders, but
was that the New York serial killer?
Yeah, we've run away.
We can repurpose it.
What are we talking about? Summer of...
You don't know about the Summer of Sam?
No.
What is going on
here? There's a movie. It's an American crime thriller with serial murders.
Yeah. It's a true crime
The guy
thing.
was like shooting people
Ask
in
your
their
girlfriend
cars.
about it.
Spike Lee.
Yeah.
Wow. Adrian Brody's in there. The Academy Award 2-time. Michael Imperioli is in that. Chrissy.
Huh?
Oh, wow. This is a hell of a cast. I'm actually interested. Maybe I'll go home and watch that.
I think it's based on true story, correct?
Well, yeah, there was the son of Sam Killer in New York in the 70s.
During the summer of 1977, a killer known as the Son of Sam keeps all of New York City on edge with a series of brutal murders. Wow. That's
calling Dylan Brooks Timu Draymond Green is one of the all-time. By the way, is Timu done with the tariffs? Like, wasn't part of the Timu cachet that it was like
super cheap.
The super cheap Amazon from overseas?
Yes, that's exactly what it was.
Is that able to do like with 135% tariffs and things like that going on right now?
That's what it says right now. I literally looked up Timo in Google search, and it's Timo packages hit even harder by Trump.
I had seen something just very briefly that I guess there's a new Apple iPhone that's going to get released.
Sure.
Okay. So they sent over like
planes full. I saw that.
Planes filled with new phones. They're like, what? It was lifted for 90 days? Get the planes over there. Go get the phones and bring them back.
What airline was it?
I'm assuming Apple has their own airline.
Well, Southwest, you couldn't bring bags on there. Were they allowed to bring extra bags full of them? Because they're cutting away with the bags fly free and stuff.
I saw that the iPhone might go to $3,500, Bob.
What? Wait a minute.
Crazy.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
888.
And if they do an update and force me to buy a new one, I'm going to lose my mind.
That would be wild.
And then I'll end up buying a new one.
I'm out on that. I'm out. I mean, maybe I'll go with green text going forward. God, I don't want to do the green text, but I might have to if that's the case. By the way, why do
there's no more stubborn individual in the history of man than the Android user.
The Android. I had a Droid, like the very first one. Like I had one way back when.
They're the worst.
It was awful.
My cousin John, I love you and hate you. You're the worst. And he's defiant about it. My phone's better. The pixelations are better. My messaging is better. Everything's better. Then why does every video you send me look like this Zapruder film from the 60s?
No, it looks like, what is it, you say, recorded on a potato? That's what it looks like half the time.
Recorded on a potato.
888-957.
And then it's always like a small screen. It's the worst.
Bonte's going to be joining us in the studio. Bonte Hill, host, Warriors pre and post game live. 957.
You have to make things difficult.
2 minutes.
That's the reason I get pissed.
You feel me?
There you go. You know that why I don't fear the Denver Nuggets in the first round?
Huh?
You don't have a head coach. You don't have Michael Malone anymore. He's gone. Steve Kerr was asked yesterday about some of these coaches getting fired and what it means this late in the season for those squads.
The firings this late in the season seem unprecedented to me, but I don't know my full NBA history. I just don't remember during my time in the league anything like this happening. So those are both surprising given the status of both teams, Denver and Memphis both being, playoff teams. And the Mike Brown firing was to me, rushed and not the move to make with a guy who's turned your program around. But that was the history of the NBA is every franchise gets to do what they want to do, right? That's how it works. And so lots of great coaches have been fired, and I'll probably be one of them at some point in my career too. So this is the business we're in, and we all know what we're signing up for, but it does seem a little strange this late in the season.
I actually disagree with something you just said there real quick, Joe. I don't think he's going to get fired. I think he walks away before that happens, personally. I think Steve does.
When he says the crazy business we're in, I think of Scarface. That's the crazy business we're in.
Bonte.
You don't know that drop?
I know all the drops from Scarface. I've seen it a million times. Don't worry. I know it. All right. Come on, Pelican. Who do you
That's
think?
the crazy business we're in.
Who do you think cut all these drops for you? I literally worked with you when you first started working here.
It's me and Nicotina. We're gonna consistently bring up Scarface for the rest of our lives.
It's fine. That's great.
And I will go to my deathbed saying it still holds up.
Yes,
it's so over the top.
Has
and
someone
just
said
amazing.
it hasn't held up? Like we still reference
People
it all
think
the
it
time.
doesn't hold up. I think it holds up.
Why? Well, you know what it was at the time and what it is now. It's gory. Just
the world is mine.
The world is yours.
I know, but
RJ Fairfield, wrap it up with the calls here. Who do you want the Warriors to be facing in the first round?
I just want to put it out there. I don't like the Warriors, but the only team that could beat them in the Western Conference is the Lakers. I think the LeBron factor and Luka, and I think LeBron ain't gonna make that happen. He doesn't want to get defeated by Steph Curry. That rivalry is real. But hey, I just want to shout out my baby just turned 1 year old.
Oh, congratulations!
Last year, thank you. Last year I announced that he was born, and it's cool that you guys took my call and let me announce that he just turned 1. And I appreciate you guys, man. This is a family. So
Hey, real quick, RJ in Fairfield. Do you want to say hi to Bonte? He just walked in the studio. Do you miss him? You miss Bonte?
Hey, Bonte, what's up, man?
RJ, I got your message on IG, man. I couldn't believe you look like that, man.
Oh, man.
Is he an IG model?
RJ, you pretty handsome, man. I gotta say, just pause a little bit, pause. Hashtag pause, but man, I was like, wow, look at RJ, man.
Hey, it's that Filipino in me, man. That Filipino got me young, So I like to keep a little baby face, you know what I'm saying?
RJ, I was up there in Sacramento maybe, 3-4 weeks ago. You guys got it going on at Doco, but that beam is overrated, man. It's just a waste of energy. Like your PG&E bill.
Tonight, Bonte? You're rooting for the beam tonight over the Clippers.
You know what I'm rooting for, RJ? I'm rooting for a week off. Whatever gets the Warriors a week off.
Thank you.
Because I need a week off, RJ. I'm tired, man.
How are you tired?
Hey.
Go ahead, RJ. Finish your call. Let me let
real
RJ
quick.
talk.
Hey, Bonte.
What's up?
Bonte, you left at the right time. Ever since you left, the beam has not been lit, man. And I'm just saying, man. I think you're a good luck charm.
All right,
that's RJ in Fairfield. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And now we are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Bonte Ellen Studio, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. As all guests on 95.7 they appear on the River Islands Guest Line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Good morning, Bonte.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. No, I need a week off, Shask. I've been going hard ever since my New York/Philly extravaganza. Haven't had a week off since. Couple days here and there, but really, when you have a kid, you don't have days off.
No, there's no days off.
There's no days off with a kid, especially with baby Chaz, man. She's a handful of the mornings.
Spring break, did she have off?
She had it last week. We took her and her best friend down to Santa Cruz.
That's right.
But that wasn't a vacation.
I mean, you know, you got to watch the
Santa Cruz
kids.
Not a vacation.
Well, you spend a lot of money. You got to do all the driving. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, your boy could use a week off, Shasky.
Did you take 17 or 1 all the way down?
17.
The windiness.
Yeah, but it also drops you off right there downtown.
Yeah,
You just drive straight shot.
right there, bro. No, it's not bad. It's not a bad drive.
No,
it's like an hour.
It's only a bad drive if there's an accident.
I was just going to say,
up.
Rocco, we were coming back from there one time, and Rocco's car flipped over, and the tire exploded. He's lucky to walk away.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. That was the old Scout.
That took a turn. Yeah. Shout out Rocco.
Hey, bro, you get stuck on 17. It's a nightmare.
Who's Rocco's team in Premier League, by the way? Who's his team?
I don't know.
Most solid.
He's been watching since
Liverpool?
Literally since like the 90s.
Right.
He's been watching all those grainy games. I'm not joking. Fox used to have it on. He's been diehard for days. I'll text him.
Most solid just signed a 2-year extension.
With Liverpool. Really? That was the big thing for a long time. There you go. We're talking EPL with Bonte Hill in studio.
We don't need to talk about NBA right now.
Because
I can't stand the damn Lakers. I heard you guys talking in. I just, this is what I don't want. I don't want a series with the Lakers because of two things. Not because I fear them, and I think it's actually one of the better matchups for the Golden State Warriors.
Oh, so you agree with me?
But Luka's not going to go 0 for 6 from 3, and he's going to go crazy, and LeBron's going to be LeBron, and Austin Reeves, it feels like the Warriors don't have an answer for him. I just don't want to deal with them complaining after every single possession with the whistles and their damn fan base. They're more annoying than Cowboy fans. They are
the same
pathetic.
Fan base, but I hear
they bitch and moan and all this Lakers stuff. I don't want to deal with that. So if the Warriors can go on a deep run by avoiding the LA Lakers, I don't want to deal with those jokers, man. LA Laker fans are just absolute clowns. I can't stand them. That last Thursday game at Staples, oh my God. Luka and LeBron and Austin, foul.
Did you see?
Fifth foul. Oh my God.
They were going to bury LeBron on the floor after he laid on the ground for 2 minutes. I don't know if you saw that. Not only does he lie on the ground last Thursday, he then rolls over and stays on the ground even longer, only to miraculously be okay.
Oh my God.
My favorite part of when we were talking about that, I was like, he's like 6'8", like 215 shots. Like, I could have taken that shot and I would have been fine.
Kuminga is strong, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He is strong.
If Kuminga pushes you, Joe, you're going
like
through
he
the first
died.
row.
Like, can we have a little perspective?
Lakers. I can't stand Lakers.
Come on.
Well, real quick on that.
Right.
We'll get to the Lakers at one point, or maybe we won't even get to them. They might not even play them. We'll see, because there's so much still to happen. Your thoughts on just everything that's taken place, Bonte, because we came in on Monday. You go 3-1 in that stretch.
Mm-hmm.
Grizzlies, Lakers, Nuggets. That's a huge gauntlet. All those teams were ahead of you in the Western Conference.
Yep.
Also, the Rockets. Steph had 3 points. Wasn't a great game for him. The team looked fatigued. It wasn't good.
The Rockets won that game.
Can
we just tip their heads to the Houston
good
Rockets?
In that game.
They
I was
were
watching
amazing.
in the tunnel. Iman Thompson
Dylan
took
Brooks
the game over the third quarter without even scoring.
I agree.
He was everywhere. I mean, that was wow.
Dylan Brooks had a great game shooting.
Ime Udoka wearing Nike Cortezes as an NBA head coach. I'm telling you, man. It's like being ball-headed by choice. If you're bald by choice, you don't just rock Nike Cortezes. When I saw dudes growing up rocking Nike Cortezes, I'm like, I'm going to sit in front of the beauty bus. I'm not going to bother them.
When I saw the Cortezes, I thought about my boy Enrique, who would wear the red Cortezes with the long belt. You remember the long belts back in the day? And those were guys you just didn't want to cross.
Yeah, you don't mess with dudes wearing Nike Cortezes. So Ime Udoka talk to Steph Curry. I'm like, wow, okay. It's like being bald by choice. You're about something different that I don't want to deal with.
Well, he wanted to fight LeBron. Was it last year or the year before, right? They were name talking, and he was wearing the red, and I saw the red, and I saw Ime Udoka. I just thought of Death Row Records a little bit. Just a little bit. And he was Suge Knight. I'm just saying.
He does look like a dude you don't want to mess with. Go ahead, Spinoni.
But that was... No, you're good.
He's dying to get on air. I saw you assaulted Evan the other day.
What?
Oh, no, I was just going in the splash
Assault.
because I was waiting for, I didn't assault Evan. No, I just said,
The microphone. You
No, I
assaulted
didn't
the
even go to there.
Oh.
I just said, what's up to him?
You were having withdrawals?
He just posted on the story
not
that he
really.
was plugging Evan. He was actually being a good
withdrawals. Trust me. Yesterday was a day where I almost said click because y'all was talking about Jonathan Kaminga
No,
for
we
some
weren't.
reason
We
for an
were
hour.
not.
You guys were taking calls. I'm like, damn. There was
were
a
not.
game that happened with the top three, Jimmy Butler and Steph and Draymond. We were talking Kaminga. I was like, you could drive me crazy, which made me not miss you guys and, was able to watch the game.
It turned into somehow, some way. And I don't get it this
It's
weekend.
Pods versus Kaminga. It's
Why?
ridiculous.
I just don't.
They're both Warriors.
I mean,
They
we saw
literally
this
both
Clay.
closed.
We saw this with everybody.
We saw the closing lineup of Pajemski and Kaminga working brilliantly at the end of the Lakers game. Couple losses. It doesn't work. They can't be on the floor. It's just they jumped the shark on just fandom in general the last decade plus when it comes to infighting between a fan base, and that's one of them I just don't get.
But you know what though? JK, I did listen to Steve Kerr last night with Willard and Dibs, really good interview, and Steve's right. The lineup with JK, Draymond, and Jimmy is just not working. And I went back and watched the Spurs game, believe it, because I got so much time on my hands these days. Watched it back 3 times, and I'm watching just specifically that lineup. And it's like Kaminga's in the corner. His instincts on getting into the dunker spot, one thing GP2 does very well is he knows when to go from the corner to the dunker spot. JK is still learning that. And after missing 31 games, he's come back to an entirely different roster. And Jimmy occupies some of the space that he was occupying. And then you have Draymond Green at the top of the key who needs the ball in his hands. And it's just not advantageous for JK. It's just not a good lineup. Jimmy needs shooters around him. And so I don't know what you're doing. And so JK's not your knockdown shooter. He's 1 of 4 from the 3-point line. He needs to be in the mid post, on the block, nail position, baseline, dunker spot, whatever it is, but he does not need to be on a 3-point line.
I would go a step further. It's not necessarily just exclusively about that lineup. There are other three non-shooter combinations that don't work as well. Looney being one of them. For example, TJD being another one. I think they can get away with it with GP2. He's shooting much better from 3-point land in general. But in a game where Moses Moody doesn't have it going, he becomes a non-shooter. Now, him and Butler have some really good off-ball, where Moody's off-ball and Butler has his back to the basket. He's been moving really well without the ball. But almost, I would say, everyone not named Steph, the combinations out there with those guys are extremely important. And in that game, I felt like they really missed Quentin Post to connect a couple lineups that were clunky.
Yeah, the spacing that floor with the stretch 5. And look, QP hit a bit of a bump. Maybe the injury is a blessing in disguise because teams started hunting him on defense, which I think at times affected his offense. But you are right that Quentin Post with that lineup instead of JK. So now you got to 5 minutes for JK. And I go back to training camp when Draymond said, well, JK's a 3, not a 4. And Steve said, well, JK's a 4, not a 3. There's a blockage there. He's not going to get a lot of minutes there because when he does get 30 minutes a game, the production is really good for Jonathan Kaminga. He shoots 50%. He scores over 20
His first quarter was really good.
But when he's playing 19, 20 minutes and he's trying to find a rhythm, it's going to be difficult. And I don't know what you do at this point of the season. You got 2 games left. You got to go with the guys that helped you roll here. And he may see 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And I know you got to play him because he's athletic, but the combinations have to be just right. And it's not going to be perfect in the basketball game.
Yeah, I just thought that the takeaway, though, from that Spurs game, at least if we're just glomming onto the Kaminga minutes, that to me is insane. Because in that fourth quarter, with 4:35 to go, they had with 6 minutes to go, they had a 97-91 lead. 4:35 to go, it was Moody, Steph, Butler, Pods, and Dre, and they were exchanging back and forth. That was when they made crucial mistakes, turnovers.
Shasky, I thought the game was lost. I thought the game was lost in the first 4 minutes of the fourth quarter.
Yes, that can be said.
Warriors were 42
Kaminga
and 4.
only played 2 minutes though.
I understand, Trey. I'm not here to say that Kaminga is the reason or the lineups with Kaminga. I watched the entire fourth quarter. Steph came in early in that game. He came in the fourth quarter at the 9-minute mark and whatnot. And so they had a 12-point lead, and it started dissipating, and the rhythm and flow of the offense got very clunky. So without JK, look, everybody wants to get on Pods for having a bad game. Pods has been on a heater.
Yeah,
he had a bad game, but I really like where Pods is at, but this is the problem in the playoffs.
Yep.
Pods has never been in a 7-game series. Moody has gotten sporadic minutes in the playoffs before. Kuminga hasn't really gotten burned in the playoffs. QP's never been there before. Guy Santos hasn't really played. So when you have a core at 37, 35, 35, and by the way, no team in NBA history has ever won a championship where the top 3 players are 37, 35, and 35, and you're counting on youngsters who are going to be inconsistent at times, that's a lot to ask in order to win an NBA championship. So that's what we're facing here. I can't wait to see it, but that's what we're facing. So there's going to be ups and downs with these youngsters. We can't just go, all of a sudden, this guy sucks after a bad game, after he's been on a heater for 5 games. But
No, but when we're isolating that game and what happened, Moody missing open threes down the stretch, Pods missing open threes because they're the guys that are going to get played off.
Right.
And Draymond turning the ball over and force-feeding it specifically to Steph Curry. And look, Steph bears a little bit of it. He made a bad inbound pass, and instead of throwing it to the outside hand, he threw it on the inside. Jimmy, I thought, was getting held with that left hand, but whatever. Jimmy got stripped in the lane, which is a big criticism of Jonathan Kuminga. All of these guys made big mistakes.
Did you think Jimmy Butler had a great game against the Spurs? I know he got to the free throw line a lot, but I didn't feel like he had a great game in that one. Personally, I did.
Spinoni's a great point because you'll see the 16-17 from the free throw line. You'll see the 28 points. By the way, we got to stop crying about free throws. We're at the beginning to the free throw line since Jimmy's been here.
I don't think anybody has cried.
No, it was just some fans. I'm getting whatever. But Jimmy, the thing with Jimmy is he holds the ball so long. So I wonder if Steve Kerr, with the way he wants his offense to run, Jimmy holds the ball so long sometimes. And guys are kind of standing around where they're used to cutting or whatnot. It was a clunky game. I don't think it was a great game, but he got his, right? He got to the free throw line. You stop play. You set up your half-court defense. But something's missing. Something's not right with the Jimmy. And Jimmy, look, the record is the record. You're 22-7. But if you wanted to dive into the record, which is sometimes I don't miss radio because the truth is you caught a lot of breaks during this run. You really did. You played a lot of teams that weren't at full strength. And when we saw real quick, and when we saw Jimmy with no Steph, like that Hawks game, that Heat game was awful. But more so, it's when you put size and length on Jimmy Butler. Like it did, like the Houston Rockets did. They could put Jabari Smith Jr. on him. They could put Tari Eason on him. They could put Dylan Brooks on him. Dylan Brooks or Amen Thompson. So if you put size and length on Jimmy Butler, you could play him one-on-one. You don't go for the pump fakes, and you don't put him on the free throw line. He scored 37% of his points with the Warriors from the free throw line.
It's insane.
That's insane, right?
But also, he's a guy that, if you watch him play, he's going to dribble into the lane or back up into the poster spot. He's their best back-to-the-basket player. But when he does that, you need to have shooters around him. And when Moody's not hitting and Pods is not hitting, because they're going to be the guys left off, and Draymond's unwilling in the fourth quarter to take those three-point shots, everything's congested. And I think that he's more of a playmaker and less of a scorer than I thought. He's going to score bulk of his baskets around the rim on layups, and that's just not... That's not sustainable offense when you're 6'6".
Yeah, Bonte Hill joining us in studio. Real quick, Bonte, Warriors pre- and post-game host, NBC Sports Bay Area. Every single Friday, this time for the full hour. Bonte Hill, we got 2 games to go in this regular season. It's coming down to this. I cannot think of a crazier final week in the history of the NBA when it comes to all of these teams. It's insane that we're still talking about Sam Lubin, who's doing a hell of a job today. All the different scenarios that could still happen, like this one, where the Warriors, Nuggets, Clippers, T-Wolves, Grizzlies could all finish with 49 wins. Yeah. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, no, it's insane.
What loophole did you find?
We'll get to that in a second. Dubs Talk Podcast as well. We'll break this down with Body Pool. The 3-1 gauntlet. By the way, the 3-1 gauntlet, that was impressive, and then you lose to the Spurs. But look, there's so many tiebreakers.
Forever.
We all freaked out over San Antonio, and I was a little spicy that night doing the podcast with Monty. Like, man, these are the games you can't lose.
Yeah.
But again, they're a professional team. Tonight, Portland's laying down.
Oh, my God.
Look, Portland, if they were playing their guys,
Win one for Chauncey?
Read the injury report.
I saw it last night. It's embarrassing.
Out, Jeremy Grant out, Scoot Henderson out, Anthony Simons out, Robert Williams has been out, doubtful. They're probably their best young player, Denny Avdija, out.
Is Shaedon Sharpe playing?
Shaedon Sharpe, questionable.
He scored 37 the other night against Utah, but that they're laying down, and so it's probably going to come down to Sunday against the LA Clippers to get one of those top 6 seeds. And look, you maybe play the Lakers in the first round, but I think it's just important for this team to get a week off.
Totally agree.
Get
Draymond's
6
legs
days
look
off.
shot.
Look, Draymond, well, yes, But he had a great first quarter. He had like 5 and 4 in the first quarter.
Yeah, but you could feel it in the second half.
But then, he fell asleep on defense, and Keldon Johnson went at him one-on-one.
Keldon Johnson, little turnaround.
Keldon Johnson, good player off the bench, man. Yeah, he did. And he was struggling coming into that game. And then HB with the game winner, of course.
Even Wesley was good in that game.
Oh, yeah. The Spurs, they're a professional
Castle
organization.
is a stud.
Chris Paul
there's no doubt.
No, Chris
Paul in the second quarter took it 2 pods.
No, that 19-3 run to start the second quarter.
Yeah.
So the non-Steph minutes of minus 16 is, Spinotti, you kind of hinted on it. Without Steph Curry, the first 2 games on the road trip, it's still Steph's show.
Yep.
It still goes as Steph goes. So Steph's got to be superhuman at the age of 37. But Jimmy, when we go back to Jimmy, I think that's why a lot of fans are clamoring him to shoot more. And I think that will come. But this is why he's here. He's got to be a bit more selfish within the half court.
Well, you mentioned that, and Pods and Steph, I think it was before the Suns game, they were talking about it because we had Brandon Pajemski post-game saying, Steph and I were talking, like, we need Jimmy to be a little bit more selfish. He's a little bit too unselfish.
Right.
I thought that was interesting, that the fact that those 2 guys, the big ball handlers on the team, were both saying, let's make Jimmy more of a focal point and a shooter in this game. Now, the Suns, I don't even know what that was. I've seen high school teams put forth more effort than I saw with that team.
Embarrassing.
It was embarrassing considering what I saw the game after with the Spurs. What do they have to play for right now?
No, they're
Nothing.
a professional
They're
team.
professionals.
With veterans,
yes.
with a coaching staff that knows you conduct yourself a certain way. What Phoenix did on Tuesday, Shasky was texting me, and I said, dude, that third quarter I had the Warriors on the screen, but I was watching Giants. I couldn't watch Bradley Beal. Now, all these Warrior fans, for so many, you know how many calls I took on Bradley Beal from 2019 till even last year? You really wanted Bradley Beal? Please. That guy is smiling with Stephen Curry. Stephen Curry's dotting threes in his eye, and he's smiling from ear to ear. And then I think about his quote from a month ago. Hey, I got a full no-trade clause. I'm playing basketball. I'm smiling through it all. What a joke. I mean, come on, man. That was embarrassing.
And Jimmy almost went there. He wanted to try to get to Phoenix.
There is an
Bradley
alternate.
Beal's like, no.
There is an alternate universe where that could have been the Warriors' existence.
Exactly. No, remember the Bradley Beal calls?
I know.
Everybody was
all I
a
keep
6'2" small
I
forward.
never wanted him.
I never wanted
Just think
him.
he traded for Paul George last offseason, which they were trying to do.
Thank God
right?
we didn't do that. I was desperate. I was thinking about it.
Come on, man.
Sam, you have a problem with Sam. We're calling it.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
Sam the scientist, a.k.a. the son of Sam, a.k.a. the summer of Sam, a.k.a. summer of love.
Son of Sam was like a murderer. Let's not do that one anymore. Let's do something else.
I can see that little City Connect logo. It fits well with
Sam. Hey, do you like the City Connects real quick? I love them.
They're not as bad as you guys make them out to be.
No,
they're
I
not
like
bad.
them.
They're not bad. They're not great. They're not bad, though.
They're not great now. You're walking this thing back?
No, I never said they were great. I said they're not as bad as what you guys made them out to be.
I like them.
I went in there, I saw them, I said they're not bad.
There are
They're
4
different.
acceptable logos for San Francisco when it comes to the SF. It's the Niner interlocking SF. There's the San Francisco Seals interlocking SF, which everybody's using. I got it on my head right now. And then it's the 2 versions of the Giants SF. One being the 1980s, the other one being the classic one that they've had forever.
You need to be a little more open-minded. You're too close-minded with these things.
You need to be involved.
Yeah,
you need to evolve a little bit.
And you know
what? We saw a kid yesterday. We took Baby Chaz down to the Exploratorium, and this kid was rocking the City Connect. So and it was like, oh, you like the City Connect? He goes, yeah, man, these are really cool. The new hats, man, they just came out. And in that stadium the other day, by the way, the Crown Jewel Oracle Park is aging like a fine wine. I got my steps in, did like 3 laps around the stadium, and then went inside and looked at the Wall of Fame and everything like that. I'm like, wow, this stadium's still cool. But the City Connects, everybody was dipped out in City Connects. Women, children, teenagers, you name it. Babies, baby mamas, you name it. They all had the City Connect hats and the jerseys. So you know what? They're not as bad. And they're printing money.
They're not, though. Because like I went in a deep dive and I told these guys, like, you don't actually make that much money off of the merchandise, like as much as everyone thinks. Like you actually wasted more money.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
You wasted more money on Tom Murphy's contract than the money you make off of jersey sales off just the City Connect.
Now you got Larry Bear's books.
No, don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger.
Fanatics does not release how many exact jerseys that they sell, and you have to split the pie amongst 32 other teams.
I'm just telling you, it looks cool. I don't care how much money they make on it. That was my point. The stadium was filled with City Connect jerseys and hats. And they got the orange ones.
The game on television.
You
didn't see a lot of them.
I saw a lot.
You're not going to see 30,000 on the TV screen, each and every one of them. There's people walking in the concourses, eating ice cream, eating pizza.
They're in the Bronx, by the way.
They modified the concourse too, by the way. It's just a little room.
Number one selling jersey for the San Francisco Giants is
what, Willie Mays or something?
Yes,
yeah, of course. Okay, that's
it's always
fine.
legends when it comes.
Number 2. Will Clark jersey, the new one that they re-released. That's how you print money.
Great.
That's how you print money.
City Connects. So I went in there with the hats. It was
Did you buy one?
I had to wait. Yeah, of course I bought one. Of course I bought one.
Why didn't you wear it in?
I got to get a haircut, right after the show.
888-957.
Regretted his purchase almost immediately.
No,
probably.
I was going to buy you
City
one.
Connects with Bonte Hill, folks. Let's get after it. 888-957-9570.
Let's get back to basketball, man.
Back to basketball.
Giants
Two
are going to the
games.
Yankees, yeah.
Exactly. 2 games to go. I don't know who the hell they're going to be playing. And I know you say you just want the week off. That's great. Like, the fear.
You know what I mean?
The fear
I just want the week off. I'm too much. It's too, dude. You guys talk about fans and everything. I'm listening on the radio. I'm driving myself crazy listening to all the Kamiga calls. I'm seeing people in Dub Nation. What's wrong with Kamiga? What's wrong with this? I'm like, dude, he's the 6th, 7th man on the roster, man.
You're saying this?
I'm losing my mind right now.
But I feel like the content, when Bonte was in this chair, the producer in me, the content creator in me roots for chaos.
Well,
playing scenario for me in the A chair, not the worst thing if we're doing creating content. Joe Spadoni over here.
I'm not going to lie. When Harrison Barnes hit that buzzer beater, we did our post-game show. I said, this is as close to Radio Bonte as I'm going to get. So I'm going to have a little extra emphasis.
Wasn't even close to Radio
You know what?
Bonte.
This is devastating. An unbelievable alternative events here at Chase Center.
Harrison Barnes, we had
Inside, I was like, I'm not going to lie to you. I was thinking about you, Shasky, because as they were blowing that 12-point lead in the fourth quarter, you missed that laugh, huh? Somebody sent me a tweet talking about championship, right? I guess
who sent you that? Tell me who sent you that.
No, the streets sent me everything.
Oh, hold on.
The streets sent me anything. I didn't. No, the streets tell me anything. No, this is not me yet. Why are you mad?
Because we play a game every day, which is fun. Which is, can the Warriors win the championship?
Why do you play that game?
It's a game.
We're not even in the playoffs yet.
But it's a game we've been playing since Jimmy came. So they aggregated.
Oh, I know, because you guys are
clip.
comparing the roster that won the championship to this roster, saying, on paper, this roster is better. And I was like, what did I walk into?
Yeah.
So I was thinking about you saying, boy, if I was there the next day, we would be playing that.
Wait. You mean this one?
I don't just believe, I know that they can win a championship. I'm getting you hear the music. It's a bit plain. I honestly think that the Warriors are going to win the championship. I'm dead serious on this. I really do. I'm not even. This isn't like hyperbole. I'm not trying to get clipped online. I'm being dead serious.
But the favorite part, I'm not trying to get clipped online. What does he do to Sam in the IFB? Hey, make sure this gets out on the internet.
No, I said put the Western Conference Finals one out and not the championship one out.
We got 3 different takes.
Yes.
We got the championship take.
I'm
we got
always
the
hedging.
West Finals.
Always
we
hedging.
got the first round.
Yep.
So
Absolutely.
the streets sent me that, and they literally said, the kiss of death, Bonte. And this is before the Spurs game.
Well, tell that hater step up and call me.
No, he's not a hater. He's not a hater.
FaceTime.
No, he won't FaceTime.
Yeah, of course. Stay low. In the words of Mad Dog. No. Stay low.
Hey, it wasn't just one person. It was, your boy's at it again.
Yeah, I am at it.
Yeah, he's out of control.
Yeah,
I
they
know.
love me.
Spadoni can't control
I do
him.
numbers.
And so then they lose the game. So I actually logged in early yesterday. I got up at about 7:30. I said, I gotta hear what this joker said today. And it was straight doom and gloom. Doom and gloom.
Yesterday I brought it up yesterday. He's like, I never said that.
It's okay though. Hey, listen, this is what happens when you do Twitter.
I retconned the original take because we were playing a game. I mean, do we really? The two of you with all of the erroneous takes that you've had over the last 5 years want to come at me?
Right. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I've got. We're saying out loud, Shasky and I, that we both believe this team can make a deep run to the playoffs.
Absolutely.
Did they make it past the play-in that year?
No, they did not.
Not even.
Hey, we all had bad takes, man.
Okay,
hey, listen, I didn't think the Warriors were going to be in the top 6. Yeah. I thought it was impossible.
You didn't even like the Jimmy Butler trade.
No, I didn't like the way it went down. Yeah. I never disputed the player.
It's true.
Again,
So you're
you guys don't
retconning
listen.
the original take.
No. When you piss off Pat Riley, that says something, right? And the way it went down and the way his teammates responded in Miami. Now, the only people who shook Jimmy's hands after that game was Alec Burks and Kevin Love, which tells me that team got no love for Jimmy Butler. And if we were on the other side with Miami, we would feel the same way about him and the way yes, absolutely you would have felt like that.
No, I said, but I'm not, though.
Yeah, you're not. So, but I'm looking at it from both sides. Got to have perspective. You can't have your blue and gold underwear on all the time.
I am curious.
Wow, that's
rich.
Curious. Coming from you.
You can't be waving the pom-poms all day.
We got a break, and we'll come on back to the other
side.
side.
We can break down the schedule, how this 22-7 run. We'll see.
We'll see how the fans are acting with Jimmy Butler if this team is one and done. I'm just going to say that. I'm just very curious, which is a possibility.
You know You know
There's
what?
I'm very
The
curious.
9 o'clock hour.
Yes.
What were you guys doing 9 o'clock hour Monday? Something about connected. Is Jimmy Butler connected
Has he
with the fan
connected
base
to
or
the
what?
fan base?
You guys are already starting it.
Yeah, I'm
already
just-
starting
I'm
it.
just
Well,
saying,
Jimmy's
people-
not shooting enough. Jimmy's not being selfish enough. The fans are already whispering.
I'm telling you.
Spinoni, you're on
telling
it.
you, what's
You're
going
on
on
it.
with the game
Don't
is
be in
Brock-
denial, man.
That's right.
He
The
did
truth
this to
hurts.
me with Nick Mullins. He's setting you up for the opinion that he actually has.
No.
Joe, just pay attention. Look at him. Look at him.
This guy.
Win
I know,
Dante.
dude. It's
the
like
lion doesn't concern himself
it's
with the opinions of the
easy.
sheep. There
I
you
don't
go.
care how much Brock Purdy gets paid.
I don't.
Monte
It ain't my
Home
money.
Studio. Come
You
on
can't
back the other
afford
side.
anyone.
Hey, by the
Fremont
way,
Bank.
Brock Purdy ain't got paid yet.
Here for you.
Just saying.
There you go.
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
The Lakers. You were right. I was wrong. Damn it.
Hey, that's Bonte Hill. He's in studio right now. Spadoni, Shasky, Bonte. Every single Friday, 9 o'clock in studio. Bonte Hill, Warriors pre- and post-game host for NBC Sports Bay Area. Also, Giants as well, as they're taking on the Yankees this weekend. So, little orange and black. They're 9-3. Salvaged that series against the Reds.
That was a great comeback win.
Great comeback.
Your boy Mike Yastrzemski.
Put some respect on his name.
Put his,
like he doesn't have enough respect with the Yastrzemski last name.
Polish guys right here.
Shasky, around these parts, he got disrespected a lot. But Mike's playing well. I got to give credit to Jung-Hoo Lee.
He looks great.
Damn.
Speaking of
damn, he's putting the ball in play. He's hitting all. I want him in a 2-hole.
It's the speed,
ideally.
too.
The speed, because I think the Giants are going to have to reevaluate that leadoff spot. Lamont Wade Jr., even if he does get hot with the power, I want speed at the top. And with the way Jung-Hoo Lee's putting the ball in play, ideally I want somebody fast in that leadoff spot who can get on base and cause havoc on the base pass. Then you put Jung-Hoo Lee right behind him in a 2 spot, maybe move Willie Adames down to 3.
So here's why
still missing a hitter, though.
Here's why I want Willie Adames batting behind Jung-Hoo Lee, because then you get Jung-Hoo Lee at first base, and the pitcher is worried about throwing over a couple of times.
It sounds like Bonte's been listening to the latest episode of Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys, because it's back, baby. Sam Lubman, Joe Shasky react to the Giants' incredible comeback win on Wednesday and the rise of Jung-Hoo Lee's stardom. Plus, what is this team going to do with Camilo Doval? Lubman and Shasky have all that and more in the best Giants podcast around. Wow, Stan, did you write this? Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys. Subscribe wherever.
Eat your heart out, Giants podcasters.
There you go.
All 5 of them.
Can we just for a second peel the onion back here? You know, when you're doing a podcast, you have to coordinate time to actually sit down with an individual. There is no person that has less actual real commitments in life who's busier than Sam Lubman.
Whoa.
I go, Sam, can we do the pod? I can only do it between 11 and 11:15 on Mondays, and maybe at midnight on Wednesday nights. I'm like, dog, really?
Sam, you're going to defend yourself? You're going to take that?
I mean, this come from the guy who, how many times at the last second, hey, some came up. I got a haircut. I got a dentist appointment.
I'm busy.
I got to sit on the couch with the little guy. I can't do it
I'm
right
busy.
now. So this guy cancels me a lot.
And I'm doing a 4-hour show every day.
No, you know what? I gotta defend Lubman on this one, because Shasky's the king of, hey, let me call you back. I'll call you right back. And you'll be waiting for 3 weeks.
Oh, you see, when I get that, I'll call you back in a minute. I don't even look at my phone.
Last week it was, guys, I gotta go to the dentist. This week's probably, hey, I got a softball game at 7 p.m., but I got to get LJ ready, and then I got to do this, and I got to do that. So I'm going to defend Lubman here. By the way, since I've gotten to the podcast world with Monty Poole, Dub Talk Podcast, brought to you by Missing Sleep World, I have to wait for Monty after game night.
So now you feel me.
So, it gets a little frustrating, so I start wandering around. That's why I wandered around in the Splash. It goes check in on Evan Giddings. Walked in the dim sum, dumpling time. Then I walk back into Chase Center. I'm walking around the court. I'm talking to everybody who works there, and I'm giving them my takes. And then all of a sudden, it's midnight, and I'm podcasting. I'm like, damn, I've been here all day.
How late is dumpling time open till?
About 11.
Oh, well, that's probably
they
were going to put out a new rule. 4 a.m. for bars.
Whoa.
They might lift that.
Shaq's going to be talking about that for 20 years.
No, but now it's actually
Daniel Lurie, we're going to get him on. We're going to get him out here. Come on, let's go.
But no, because there's more money.
Yeah, why
Splash
not?
is bopping. But if you're Joe Shasky, you walk in dumpling time, they'll let you in after hours.
That's true. Mr. Wear that vest. We're all that. Could be good.
I mean, obviously, my tweets are circulating all across the universe for them to find their way to you. I don't just believe. I know. I hate you guys. Can I just say I hate you guys? I'm looking at it right now. I'm dead serious on this. I honestly think that the Warriors are going to win the championship. I'm dead serious on this. I really do. I'm not even. This isn't like hyperbole. I'm not trying to get clipped online. I'm
not trying to get clipped online. Which is code for I want to get clipped online because I want to see the reaction. Because if it would have gone viral, it would have been like, see, online loves me. They love me. It's circulating all over the place.
If they win the championship, I am hanging this over all of your heads for the rest of the time.
I would love you to, because that means we're at a parade. That'd be great.
I'll be hosting a parade show. Exactly. Are you telling me?
I'll take it a step further. If they win it all, you and Mully better invite me on set.
The silence was
Call me Mr. Predictor.
The silence.
I believed when no one else did.
We'll cross that bridge when we cross it.
He's not even going to touch it.
Let's work on Giants telecast first.
Let's go.
By the way, too many people are excited for me to do Giants games. I wonder why.
It was good.
Well, I'm not gonna say it out loud.
Why? What do you mean?
Say what out loud? Wow, you've been great. You've been awesome.
Kind of did just say it out loud.
Well, no, he didn't say anything out loud. He didn't say anything out loud. You know what I've been enjoying is the content you've been creating with the Golden State Warriors.
Oh.
And that's what I want to get back into.
Oh.
Not the Giants, the Warriors, because
my Giants content been hitting, though.
So what's always funny is like
Blazers
this guy,
tonight,
I'm
guys.
with the Hall of Famer Chris Mullin. I'm with NBA champion Festus Ezeli.
The pride of Yale.
Great.
The pride of Yale,
Zena, the pride of Yale. But when it's with I'm with Shasky and we just made fun of him.
No, I don't say that. Oh.
Come on, dude.
Shasky got so much
What
love on the
happened?
post-game show. We even threw you a shot. We threw you a shot. I said,
I'm the gift that keeps giving.
What happened? Oh, Monty Poole goes, it was before the Laker game. He goes, LeBron James, the last 6 games, only 6 of 22 from the three-point line. I go, oh, my God. Oh, my God, right? And he goes, why are you getting all nervous? I said, yeah, I'm getting my Joe Shasky on, man. I'm like Sausalito. I said this live on there.
Yeah.
See, that's love.
Yeah.
When I can talk about you,
Why did
that
it get
means I love
aggregated
you.
and sent to me?
Well, we don't really aggregate much. I mean,
No?
But
No
when I talk
aggregation
about you, it means I
sensation?
love you.
Okay.
If I don't talk about you, it means I don't give a damn about you.
That's true.
I think this is the first time we've spoken since, and this is a possible first-round matchup, the Nuggets firing Michael Malone.
Oh, my God.
No.
Well, he is a dynastic coach.
I
mean, let's not forget.
We knew that was going to end well, though.
That was insane, though.
Where's that take? Where's that take of me roasting Mike Malone for the last 4
my
years?
God. You're really taking this hard.
Because
We've had
crushed
terrible
Mike
takes.
Malone.
We've had terrible
It
takes
was
in the past.
personal with Mike Malone.
Michael, he prefers.
This take right now
He's
seems
Mikey.
personal. You predicted championships. Listen, I want the Warriors to win a championship. It means business is booming for 95.7 a game. It means business
I don't
is
care about
booming
that,
for
but Mike
NBC.
Malone's a
No,
jerk.
you
No,
better care about
I
that.
care about that.
The numbers
I
will
care
be
about
booming.
that.
Ratings will be booming. Everybody's happy.
Honestly, if we were talking numbers and ratings, losing Game 7 of the finals would probably be better for them winning the championship. If we were going straight up like winning.
Well, that's why we said. That's why we said in Las Vegas. We said, look, the Niners lose the Super Bowl. It ain't the worst thing in the
Just
world.
get
for
us to the
business.
last game is what we're saying. Just get us all the way there.
What I always say, there's a businessman Bonte and there's the
There you
fan
go.
Bonte.
This is what I tell all my friends.
Business
They're like,
butcher.
is it good that the Giants are good right now? I go, if they're good until Niners season, it's perfect. That's all I need. Just get me to Niners season. If you're talking businessman.
Yeah, we need-
now, the baseball fan, I want to win the World Series.
Right.
Of course.
I need them to go 4-3 during this. Excuse me, they got a log.
Who are you talking about?
Yankees, Phillies, and then the Angels.
This is
Giants.
a big gauntlet.
This is a
I
big,
love the
huge
Marcus
gauntlet.
Stroman matchup tonight, though.
We don't need them to say. We don't need to get to the June swoon in May.
Is
Or
Robbie
March.
Ray going to get pitch clocked tonight?
Oh my God.
What's happening there?
Marcus Stroman stinks, by the way.
He does stink.
They don't have good pitching.
Well, and they're like,
New York right
he's got something going on with the actual dugout logo.
Yeah,
Can I
he's
recommend
always-
something for you guys? Do me a favor. As we talk about the Warriors, I do want to get into something very, very serious because this is sincere to me. The reason I get so defensive on Jonathan Kuminga, and whether it's Wiseman, Trailblazers, I just think in general, we're way too harsh on young athletes. And if you have young people in your life, like if you're 23, you're still a kid to me. That's just that doesn't mean you can't get
22.
accused of doing something that's an adult issue or whatever. And that doesn't mean that you can get away with stuff. Like I think John Moran has been displaying some really poor judgment with some of the celebrations. I watched this Boston Red Sox Netflix doc, and Jarren Duran is a young player who is featured in the Red Sox doc, and he talks about how he would open up his Instagram every single day, and people would be in the Instagram mentions and in the DMs saying, go kill yourself, you should die, like just some horrible things. Now, this is a small segment of overall fans. I don't know. I don't want to put a percentage on it. I don't think normal people, like none of my friends are out there doing it. And I'm not saying I'm better than. I just, like, how low of a person can you be to say that to someone? So when I see the way we talk about Pajemski or Kuminga or Wiseman or Trailblazers, okay, they might not be great players or whatever at a given time. Can we at least not dehumanize them and degrade them?
Well,
and I watched Jarren Duran talk about how he contemplated taking his own life. And that's a severe case of someone who's clearly going through it mentally and struggling. And the more I do this job, I'm more aware of how I talk about players, especially the young ones, And I realize that there's a big onus on me to be responsible about how we discuss them. And I think that there is a frustration level when I do this job every day, when I see how people talk about some of these athletes, where they dehumanize them, and it bugs me.
Well, let me say
Sorry,
this.
I was long-winded there.
No,
It's
it's interesting. And look, mental health is very important, right? And they go through a lot. But from what I see online about Jonathan Kuminga, it's just a lot of people critiquing his basketball game, which I'm okay with. If you want to critique the youngsters and you want to be extra hard on the youngsters,
the game.
all is fair
Yes.
in love and war. But you can say youngsters all you want. We watch Klay Thompson in real time, live and direct, who's a older player, who's been in this league over a decade, go through some of the same things. So it applies to older players, guys in their prime,
Andrew Wiggins,
young players.
People thought Andrew Wiggins didn't care.
Like mentally, these guys all get picked apart. And so the people that do this salacious hating and they want to dehumanize, there's no place for that. But for the most part, I see people saying Jonathan Kuminga just doesn't fit, and that's an okay argument.
That's a different conversation.
And that's a different conversation. And when I hear callers calling in about Jonathan Kuminga, I hear him talk about his basketball fit and whether or not he could play in this system, because there is something to Brandon Pajewski played a long time in college, Quentin Post playing 4 years in college basketball, and you get J.K. coming straight out of the AAU circuit to the G League Ignite. Yeah. Think about the AAU circuit. How many AAU teams across the country are playing read and react offense, playing without the basketball?
Almost none.
Almost none.
How many guys on top tier AAU teams are setting screens and being glue guys? No. It's ball in hand.
So you know what? Jonathan Kuminga just may not be a fit. And in the offseason, Judgment Day will come and the Warriors will have to make a decision. But for this team, for this season, if they want to go on a deep playoff run, they have to figure out a way to maximize Jonathan Kuminga, because we saw it against the LA Lakers, him defending Luka Doncic at the point of attack, him defending LeBron James at the point of attack. He had 19 and 8 in that game. It was very aggressive. Now, defensively, he can get lost at times off the ball, but on the ball, he can guard when he's engaged. So in order for the Warriors to go on a deep run, maximize his minutes and figure out a different lineup combination to where he's not playing with Jimmy and Draymond Green.
I agree. When we're assessing the athletes, talking about their play is extremely important, and that's where we're trying to keep it. But I think that I see and hear, at least doing this job, a lot of stuff that crosses the line. And it just felt like yesterday was an inflection point for me where I lost it, where it's like, guys, I'm a Warrior fan. Why are we pitting Pajemski against Kuminga?
Well, we do that all the time. But
we're going to need both of them if they want to go anywhere.
We pitted Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole.
Yes, exactly.
Klay Thompson and Brandon Pajemski.
Well, it was Jordan Poole, Draymond Green for a while too.
But why does it have to be factions?
Moody, Klay. This is how people talk. So it is what it is. I don't take it personally.
Well, and if you go into the whole fan and being like too hard or saying horrible things like that, that's just unfortunately people that emotionally have to use sports as a vessel. Which I would sports are great and it's a great release for a lot of people, but it can be negative too. There's such thing as too much, where you get emotionally invested to players and teams that really don't give a damn about you until you start saying things like that. Then they're going to react, and people want reactions. They want to garner reactions. Oh, see, that person's listening to me. So because no one else in their life gives a damn about this person saying. So it's their own depression, anxiety.
Well, I also
whatever,
think the younger
and they're
generation
projecting. Yeah, and
the younger generation.
correct.
And you saw that show Adolescence. The younger generation, we didn't grow up with the Instagrams and the Twitters and all that. The younger generation is
social media started real quick.
It
For
really
me,
has.
I'm 31 years old. Facebook became, and MySpace was I was in middle school. So that's really when it started to take over. And then Facebook was right after that in high school for me. And that's when the term cyberbullying came around. And now that's obviously a big thing in today's world. You mentioned the show, and then now everyone just has it the click of their fingers right here, the phone right there.
But you know what? I see it with us. I'll take myself for example.
How so?
Came in Antioch. Great guy, came by the gatehouse. I called him a goddamn idiot on these airways, said, don't ever call again, right? He came by the gatehouse, had a sign with Steve Kerr, Bonte, and he had his little camera on, and they were live podcasting, so he got me on there. I was like, oh, that's cool. But some people, they'll come up to you, not Cam in Antioch, but I had a guy who's told me on the text line, hey, keep your head on the swivel. Then went on Twitter, said, hey, when I see you at the Coliseum, I'm going to knock your ass out. DM me that. I was like, all right, cool. I met the guy. He took a selfie with me way back when. So a lot of these people who say things online will not say it to your face.
No, that's why I don't
even take it personal. Keep it about the game. Have fun with the game. And that's one thing that I've been able to do over the last couple months is just cherish the games.
Yep.
Cherish the NBA. Cherish baseball.
I think where I was going at the beginning of the conversation was that when I watched this Red Sox behind the scenes doc, you'd be surprised how influenced all the players are by everything.
This generation.
It really does affect their psyche on a day-to-day basis.
When we were having conversations, Shasky would ask me, he's like, you think players really listen or coaches? If they're not listening, their family's listening.
Yeah.
If their family's not listening, their closest friends are listening.
I didn't understand
and they're sending
that
them
at
clips.
first.
And then they see everything online because everything is circulating online. So
I know
best
everything.
believe
That's
every
Steph Curry right there.
Curry.
I know everything.
They know everything. They know the schedules. They know who you are. So that's why I try to keep it about the games. Keep it about players. About the way they're playing and not their personal stuff. I don't try to follow a lot of players on Instagram. I don't really care to do that.
I don't think I follow a lot of athletes on.
I don't.
No,
I don't.
Instagram.
You know, I want to keep it.
I follow the big ones. Like you got Steph, you got LeBron,
Right.
and that's kind of about it. Like that's the big.
I don't
boys.
follow LeBron.
No, exactly. Well, you're not missing much Bronny James content. I know you're big into Bronny James these days. We got Fast Five in a couple minutes.
Poor
LeBron James.
Hey,
Still on LeBron.
Bronny. It's been hitting some shots.
Bronny making money. Don't say poor Bronny. He's doing all right.
He's not poor.
Poor Bronny doing all right.
I'm not saying that he's poor.
not poor.
No, but like he's a good example. Like think of how he's been discussed. Right? Like and look, there is a part of it where
Stephen
you're
A. got punked.
There's a part of it where you're a professional or whatever, but then there's a lot of stuff that crosses the line of how we talk. And I've just had empathy for a young guy in a tough situation. And you can say, Joey shouldn't even be in the league. It's like, dude, everywhere he goes, that's LeBron's son.
You know who's done it the best, and I would do this if I was a professional athlete like them. Kawhi Leonard. Just get away from me, everyone. I'm just like, I don't care. I don't care about social. I don't care about any of that.
Oh, he's looks scary.
Yeah, but
they're the hottest team in the league.
Say what you said to me earlier.
What?
In the 7-game series, if they like,
I said this legitimately. Like, would it surprise you if they rested Kawhi a game in a 7-game series just for load management?
They're not resting him. There's no back-to-backs in the playoffs.
You said so. You'd be shocked if they did that in a game 2.
I hadn't even considered.
If they win a game 1 scenario, let's say the Clippers play the Rockets or the Thunder. Let's say the Clippers fall.
What are you talking about?
Let's just say it.
Hey,
you understand the playoffs?
We should clip this right now.
You understand the playoffs are back-to-backs. So there's no back-to-backs in the playoffs?
I know. I legitimately
So you think the Clippers would bench him in a playoff series?
If I can get Kawhi to rest from game 1 to game 3 for 3 or 4 days, absolutely.
You're out of your mind.
I'm not.
You're out of your mind.
I hadn't even considered it.
They would.
What?
They would.
Let's get to Fast Five.
See, Carter believes it.
You guys are. That is the dumbest take ever.
not
You're
doing
an
this.
idiot. There you go.
I'm with
I almost
Bonzo.
called you an idiot. You understand there's no back-to-backs in the playoffs, right? You're trying to win games. It's the first
I
to
just sold
4.
it for you right there. You win game 1. Now I get Kawhi gets 3
So
days
you
of
want
rest.
to sacrifice a game in a 7?
Hey, Norman
If they
Powell,
load
do your
management a
thing.
playoff game,
Dude, that's insane.
God.
That is insanity.
Mark the tape. Mark the tape.
I don't hate that take.
Thank you.
I don't love it. I just don't hate it.
Hey, don't worry, Bonte.
I'm letting it sit.
Bonte made it known that they don't have that read anymore. That was built into the open, so I don't have to read it anymore.
See,
Here's my final thought.
Here's your final thought.
I love you guys. On Saturday, Archbishop Reardon is having a great big fundraiser, the Reardon Roundup. It's a cow plop, okay? They're going to break it down into squares.
Oh, this is a double shout out.
And 2 cows are going to go out there. Whoever plops first on the field, that person who owns that square is going to get $15,000 or free tuition. General admission is $100. You get free barbecue. My boy Myron Jackson.
Oh,
He's
Myron
doing
Jackson,
MJ
yeah.
smoked. Yep, and fried.
He just hooked us up for Worldwide Hef's Final Four
Great
party.
dude. Great dude. Great
the
barbecue.
brisket,
Yeah.
the ribs, the beans.
He's been that
macaroni
height
cheese.
since he was in 7th grade, too, by the way.
By the way, shout out Houston in that last possession. Am I right?
There's a few squares left. Okay, there's a few squares left. They're $1,000 for a square. It's obviously going to go to a student park, theater improvements, and tuition assistance for those that need it. Go to the website, www.reardonhs.org.
There you go.
Shout out Phil Farino. Phil Farino, Lincoln High School. He used to hate when I covered his games because whenever I would stand on their sidelines and take stats and cover stuff, they would lose games. So they'd be like, Bonte, what sideline are you on right now? Actually lost the turkey day with me walking down, but he's a great guy. Coach Phil, I know he's dealing with some health issues. He's still going to be around Lincoln High School. He turned that program into a juggernaut. My alma mater, Washington High School, hasn't beat them since I left that campus. So
has it been that long?
No, it hasn't been
I was
that,
gonna
quite
say.
that long, but it's been a long time. Maybe like 15 years in a row. You probably text me in a second to let me know, and I'm not going to recite it, but They've been dominating the Bell game, so hopefully this turns the tide in that rivalry. But Coach Phil, enjoy retirement.
My final thought, real quick. It's the best weekend in sports.
Oh, my God.
You know why?
Where's
the twinkle? Give it to me. Give it to me.
Oh, my God.
Just give it to me. Fade out this music. Just fade out this one.
Giants?
Bring it up. Come on. Give it to me.
Masters.
Where's it at? Come on.
It's not the best weekend of sports because of Masters.
It's easily
Carter texted me on Monday with it. I didn't even reply. Did I reply to you, Carter?
Yeah, you did. You said you can't believe that, but I was the first one to say this about 4 months ago. It's true. It's the best weekend in sports.
You get baseball all weekend. You got NBA, like the playoff madness.
Warriors.
It's going to be insane. And then you get the Masters.
Okay, you got to lock in on the Masters, dude. It's just the best event in sports.
I'm calling it. Scotty Scheffler, first one since Tiger, back 20 plus years ago to go back to back. Scotty Scheffler. The beard, Bonte.
Especially because Bonte doesn't like Bryson.
You don't like Bryson? By the way, I was watching the Warriors the other day. The same hairstyle and beard. A little TJD to you. Not going to lie.
Me, TJD grew his beard out. It's a little Fonte to TJD.
Wow.
I love Trace. That's my guy. But it's a little Fonte to TJD.
Yeah,
come on, you guys got it. You guys got to stop. Like seriously, I'm getting cranky.
What?
You don't want
This
the green
isn't the
jacket?
best weekend of sports. March Madness opening weekend, NFL draft.
You didn't watch a second March Madness.
Yes, I did. What else? And the first weekend of college football.
Did you see that final shot?
Neutral site games. Oh, it was terrible.
Houston, get a shot off.
What about the opening weekend of the NFL?
Yeah.
Opening weekend of basketball. What?
That's
the
all you got.
Masters.
Divisional
Nobody
round.
has cared about the
Divisional
Masters
round's
since
better
Tiger
than opening
Woods
weekend of the
has
NFL.
fallen off the rail. Oh my gosh.
Divisional round is better than the NFL opening weekend.
I will agree with that.
Agree.
Yeah.
Divisional round is better.
Any
super wild
playoff
card.
matchup is better.
I'm just saying, like, Dave, you're
But
going to go NFL.
All
Like,
right, well, okay, divisional round's better than the Masters weekend.
Nope.
I don't know. I don't think
Championship Sunday at Wimbledon, maybe?
Come on.
The divisional round of the playoffs in the NFL is not better than
It's
Masters
amazing,
weekend.
but, Augusta's Augusta.
Oh, my God.
You know what's even better, actually, and makes this weekend the best? My Oakland Roots taking on FC Tulsa tomorrow, baby. We're looking for our first win. KTVU Plus, ESPN Plus.
By the way.
Check it out. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Steiny and Goo next.
In a second, Dave Fleming's brother, Will Fleming, looks exactly and sounds exactly like him. He's on the Red Sox doc all over it.
Shut up.
We had him on last year.
I know, but it's uncanny how much they look alike. Spadoni?
Sure. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I don't just believe, I know that they can win a championship. I'm looking at it right now. I'm dead serious on this. I honestly think that the Warriors are going to win the championship. I'm dead serious on this. I really do. Like I'm not even. This isn't like hyperbole. I'm not trying to get clipped online. I'm being dead serious.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line. He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Straight cash, homie.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, somebody let the
gangster
mouse alone with the cheese. Never heard that, Evan? The boss isn't here. It's a Friday, and it's payday.
But I don't like how you do that. He's not that type boss. He don't suck the air out the room. You don't get nervous.
Not for you.
Oh, my. Well, you're special.
Well, it's because I'm not a real host.
Yeah.
He comes down my road.
Traditional, Stein. He wasn't real. It was traditional. It's payday.
It is.
And we got David Marlon Wayne. It's coming in.
Yeah, get those out of the way now.
Get ready, dude.
You know who we have? We have Marlon Wayne.
Yeah, there you go.
Marlon Wayne.
Talk to me.
So that ought to be something. Evan, don't be afraid to jump in.
And people want to know what time, guys. 12 p.m.
Yeah.
He's at the Henry J. Kaiser Convention Center tonight.
Yes, he is. But he'll be in studio at noon today. So that should be a lot of fun.
Who was our last in-guest studio? Have we ever had one?
In this
Ernie,
studio,
you know, Ernie.
We're like the stepchild.
Ernie Chavez. If we had an in-studio guest in the last 8 years, I can't remember.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Everything's okay today. Memphis lost. You're welcome. My Timberwolves doing you all a solid.
But I got in the, because I'm dumb.
Here we go.
I got in the sack, and I thought Memphis losing would, like, lightweight guaranteed the Warriors were going to be 6, but you're telling me somehow if the Warriors go 1-1, we still could be a part of the play-in.
Yes. If the Timberwolves go 2-0 and they have...
Which, my goodness.
They got Brooklyn and Utah.
Come on.
Well, the Warriors lost to the Spurs. It can happen. And the Warriors play Portland and the Clippers. So the Warriors go 2-0 and the Timberwolves go 2-0. They win that tiebreaker. And our great producer friend Sam Lubman put together all the possibilities. You didn't get one of these?
No, Grandy put one on Twitter the other day, so I got that locked in.
This one's better. But
hey.
and that one's dated now because that was put out yesterday. It didn't take into account Thursday's game. So there you go. What else is going
on? Steve Kerr, great interview with Willard and Dibbs yesterday.
You are.
Dude, you got great teeth.
You
man.
are a piece of work.
You got great teeth.
You're one of a kind.
Well, I hope there's not another.
It was
Goose.
just 50 minutes ago. Goose said, "Yeah, Kerr didn't say anything that caught my ear."
What are you talking about? The Kuminga thing. See, you're looking for something.
Oh God!
See, that's it. Yeah, you're looking for something. That was always a good interview, but he did say the play. One takeaway from Kerr, it sounds like the play-in is not a death sentence.
That's because they're staring at it in the face.
Maybe that has something to do with it.
Oh boy! You know what? They had a fun segment this morning with Steve Kerr because Steve Kerr said they put up an imaginary suggestion box for Steve Kerr.
Yeah, I heard that. That was great.
Yeah. So anyway,
he deserved it.
Why?
Guru looking like Uncle Guru today. Because I got a sweater.
Well, what Bonte mean by that?
I think it's the hat.
We said something about your hat.
Oh yeah. You don't see brothers rocking these kinds of these type of hats, but hey, Old Ship Saloon, baby.
You're repping the saloon for sure. All right. Guru says it's Compass Day.
Yeah.
What's the route? What's the route you want the Warriors to take? Go ahead. Hey, you can't come up with a topic and then leave me hanging.
No, that was an interception. You threw a pick. You're right, but they didn't return it for 6, but I thought you were going to elaborate. This is where I'm at. If somehow, and I just had this thought coming in, Stoney, and I'm being real, we make this masterful, or the Warriors did this masterful trade, everything has changed, is Operation Number 5, the championship. But if I asked you and told you somehow, if they're in the play-in, is that somewhat disappointing with all the gains that we've gotten with Jimmy Butler, but the fact that we're still a part of that play-in, how would that sit with you? Or Goo? No, we're in the tournament. You gotta go from there.
How would it sit with me? It would sit with me as it's okay for now, but if they get in the play-in and then lose in the first round, that's
disappointing. No doubt.
If you get into the play-in and obviously you lose twice, that's a nightmare. I hear what you're saying. I think there's two ways to look at it, short-term and long-term. The long-term is that when Butler came onto this team, they were one game under 500, and now they got a shot to win 49 games and be 18 over 500. Like, that is remarkable. By the same token, if you want to take it into the short term, yes, this last week has been disappointing. Would have been a phenomenal win against the Rockets. You understood why they couldn't get over the top in that one, maybe. But the one against the Spurs is the one that if they get into the play-in and they look tired in the first round, that's the game that we're going to look back at and say, that sabotaged the season.
But I guess there's just too much pie for me to put my John Hancock on that and say just one loss is why it happened. Steiny, we can't. I mean, everybody has a story at this time in regard to fatigue now. We can go to the birth certificates. I'll give you that. But I don't ever want to see Draymond, what I feel like he was zapped, Steiny, and he's the leader, right, on and off the court. And I just felt like he was zapped of energy midway through that game and maybe didn't have any coming in. So I guess what I'm telling you, partner, is that's not good enough.
What isn't?
That they're tired. Do you really think fatigue is a factor?
Yes, of course. They're an old team, and they've been playing hard.
But Moody's not old. Pods is not old.
And the games are getting higher stakes. So the games are going to get tougher for both the old guys and the young guys. And I think that's what's going to happen, and that's what we expect to happen in the playoffs because you're playing some really good teams. My question to Warrior fans is, okay, so you lost a big game against the Rockets and then you lost a big game against the Spurs. Do you think this team is, let's say, more likely to, do you feel better about the Warriors in a series if you're playing a team 3 or 4 times in a row, or, if you have to play in the play-in against Minnesota, let's say you play Minnesota. Do you really want Minnesota
not
at
home
all on Tuesday?
Not at all. And to answer your question, that's all I've been putting my chips on is the pedigree. When does the pedigree show itself? When you're able to make adjustments. I'm not saying I'm speaking for the coach and the player, Steiny, but that pressure is kind of alleviated in regard to, there's going to be a tomorrow up until you lose 4. But that one game playing with what we saw Michael Jordan last night, a.k.a. Anthony Edwards, my goodness, I wouldn't want that stress factor. But again, if you lose that playing game, if they're a part of it, you do got a 9th life, right?
Yeah, but then you may have Dallas.
Well,
do you want to play Dallas in an all-or-nothing game?
I got to be careful. I'm up here fat-mouthing, but Dallas doesn't scare me. But just the fact that you're playing, winner, loser, go home, who wants any of that?
Yeah, exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, 2 more games remaining tonight and Sunday.
Where you watching?
Tonight?
Yeah, it's payday.
Well, I think I'm going to go have one after work, which means I'll start watching the Giants.
Not 6, not 7.
We'll have one.
They play the Yankees today.
Yep. In New York.
I'll watch that. And
Robbie Ray on the bump.
Arson Judge.
That guy's incredible.
Yeah, so go ahead.
You got to liven up.
Yeah, something happened. I don't want to say to the people, something happened.
Here's where you go, Minnesota must have lost. Well, they didn't.
No, this is personal. Somebody counseled on you, and you're bringing it into the studio. I don't know.
Please.
Yeah, loosen up.
I'm fine. I
don't like people saying I look like an uncle today. I took the hat off.
Here's the bottom line is, when you get to be my age, kind of like Steph Curry. Sometimes you're tired on a back-to-back. And we've seen that a lot this year
My
from
man,
Curry.
look
So
at
certainly you guys can understand. This might be my 2 for 11 from 3 day. Who knows?
You're great on payday.
But if you know I'm going to get hot. Oh, I'm going to get hot.
Absolutely incredible. Trey!
Hey, by the way, oh, God, I got to tell you.
My man.
Yesterday, I turned on the TV at about 3:30, and they're replaying the fourth quarter of the Memphis game. Not Memphis.
San Antonio.
Who's the team that just urinated? Oh,
Spurs.
Spurs. Let me tell you something.
Get your boy.
I got to say this. He's going to the Hall of Fame. Draymond was so lousy in that fourth quarter.
He was tired.
It was unreal.
Yeah, he was tired.
It was unreal.
He was tired.
But let's get on Kuminga on the in the next segment because he only played 18 minutes.
JK.
So let's blame him. All right, 888-957-9570. It's setting up like a free-for-all Friday. This segment was brought to you by, this is a great course, Cache Creek Casino Resort.
I can't stand
we go down the tough road, Stoney. Toyota Tundra. I root for Africa.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Did you just do what I think you did?
I took a selfie.
Dude, you're not 19.
I feel 19, though. People saying, Goo, you're fit, fire, they just hating. I ain't fat. I'm thick. Somebody called me, I look like I listen to Bill Withers.
Yeah.
Evan's laughing. Like, damn.
You know who Bill Withers is, right?
You singer. You told me during the break my black card was revoked, but yeah, I know he is. I'm a Sam Cooke type of guy, Stoney.
Sure.
You do your taxes?
Yes.
Norm does mine.
Is
that coming up?
April 15th.
Oh, boy, Evan, come on,
no.
Like he's going to say something like, no,
go ahead. We got that relationship. Say it.
I was just going to.
What do you got for me, Steiny?
It's not now. I'm not doing
I
it
said
today.
Norm does my taxes. He's done it forever. And then what's your response?
It's something you should be able to do as a grown adult yourself. You need daddy to do it?
Do you know how many people pay people to do their taxes?
Do you pay Norm?
That's my dad. Right? Yeah. That's my dad. 49er Frankie does it for a bunch of my friends.
49er Frankie, an accountant?
Yeah, he pretty much.
Frankie!
Yeah, look at him.
Hey,
It's Marlon Wayne. Stoney, we'll get through it. Don't be nervous, man.
I'm not nervous. I just know how these guys are.
You got lemon booty right now.
Early. Lemon booty.
Hey, what's the over-under on things I'm going to butcher?
By the way, read the bio.
There you go.
Not just for people out there, but also to familiarize yourself with.
And he's got a lot of good stuff coming up. A movie.
I know. I can't keep it straight. Marlon Wayans coming up at noon. He's a comedian and actor. Yeah. He's the youngest of the Wayans siblings. He made a name for himself on In Living Color and the Scary Movie series. And he's going to be bringing his Wild Child stand-up tour to the Henry J. Kaiser Center for the Arts in Oakland.
Yeah.
That's tonight at 8 o'clock. Tickets probably still available. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be on.
Yeah, my boy Tyshawn Jackson just asked me, was I going to the show? He is, but I'm going to be watching the Warriors. Unless he invites us.
And you know
who they're playing?
Portland.
Yeah, but who's playing for Portland?
Exactly. It's a joke.
Spread's 13.
Jump on that again.
How'd that go last game? It was 17.
Of course, Marlon and his brothers Keenan and Sean, they're currently writing and producing the new Scary Movie film. Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
The Scary Movie franchise, I'm not sure if you knew this, Goo, was developed by Marlon, Sean, and Keenan. Keenan wrote and directed the first two films, and Marlon and Sean wrote and starred in the first two films of the franchise.
I can't wait to ask him, and I mean this, like the great Richard Pryor, Dave Chappelle's, what goes into getting ready? Like a boxer, you know what I mean? They walk to the ring, but we know they train. Who do you have people that write your material? Do you get help, or is it just you?
I think they write most of their own material.
Yeah.
I ever tell you, I thought I had an idea for stand-up.
Because we went to see the great Rudy Ortiz together one Friday.
We went to see Rudy Ortiz.
That was incredible. But go ahead. I'll cut you off.
Maybe I could do a comedy routine on, like, funny sports stories. What do you think about that? Yeah, I don't think so either. What, Evan?
Well, there's got to be some good material from the NBA right now. There's a lot of non-basketball things going down.
What do you think of Ja's new celebration? What's he doing, Goo?
I just... And I think the grenade's worse. Yeah, just like it's getting more people. Dude, grow up. But I got to say this.
You love watching him play.
I could watch him play all night.
They win last night?
No, they
Oh,
didn't.
that's a shame.
It wasn't his fault. He had
Oh,
some
really?
bonehead turnovers. But Steiny, I think he surpassed Allen Iverson in regard to get your popcorn ready for guys 6 foot and under. He is incredible.
G.I. Ja.
Except he's 6'3".
Evan, is that the original?
I saw it.
Okay.
After he started throwing their grenade.
That's nice.
Hold on a sec here.
No, Ja Moran it's never been about his talent, man.
Hold on.
Yeah. I'm here for you, baby. People want to know what drink you're going to get me. Just
Ja Morant's 6'2".
Well,
you said under 6 foot.
They always add a couple. That boy is not 6'2". I'm 6'4". He ain't 6'2".
First. That's all right.
Somebody hooked him up.
First misspeak of the day.
Please.
That's all right. He's not under 6 feet. All right, let's get to this sound.
All right.
First, I want to have some fun because Steve Kerr is sticking at the Warrior fans. He's laughing at you. He thinks your ideas are dumb. Actually, I don't know that that's true. No, listen to this. It's kind of funny, and then we can have some fun with it.
It's all part of it. So, but if you do have suggestions, I'm all ears. What do you got for me?
Yeah, what do you got,
The one that kind of sticks out is Harrison Barnes 3, the game-winning dagger. You had Steph guarding the ball. Any thought to maybe putting a more active on-ball defender to make things a little bit more difficult on the inbounder?
You know, we sometimes will put a big on the inbounder, but with 3 seconds left, the inbounder himself is very dangerous because he can pass and get the hand back, get a pass back. And so we decided to put Steph on the inbounder so that he wasn't involved in the switches, off ball, in case there were screens, that were involved in the play. So, it's a good suggestion. And oftentimes we do put a big on the ball, but with that much time left, I try not to.
Do you guys have a suggestion box? Because we've got listeners who I think would have more ideas.
Really? Huh?
Yeah.
It's interesting.
A+ question by Dibs.
It was good.
It was a great one.
It was such a good question. I didn't even think of it.
There you go. And then also an A+ answer because he did mean it, and I think they thought about it, Stoney, but had that inbounder got the ball back, and let's just say Looney was on him, quicker dude goes ski skirt and maybe get to the rim or whatever. So I love the question and the answer.
What would be your suggestion to Steve Kerr? You can give him any suggestion. And I heard the morning show do it, and I'm aware, but I think it was. I think it's a great question.
Can you remember what they came up with?
They came up with a lot. But I'll set it up at 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr was having fun and saying, I'll take all suggestions. So here you go, mouths. Here you go, all your mouths.
I know everything.
Give Steve Kerr a suggestion. Maybe play that guy a little less. What are you glaring at now?
I'm looking at you and I'm trying to think of, the dude's in the zone right now. I don't have any suggestions for him. Kuminga, it's up to Kuminga to get more minutes. He's getting his spot. He's getting his allotted minutes. He's losing the rock, too much for my liking. But at the end of the day, I'm being real, Stoney. I don't have any, I'm okay with Kerr. I really, truly am. That hit me. Normally, I had 8 things. I didn't have any. Give me one.
His running is 57 Chevrolet into the ground.
And it's no surprise Good doesn't have a suggestion for a hometown coach.
No, come on. I've come down Kerr's road. That's my guy. But now, Stoney, come on, man. What? Give me a suggestion. I want to know what they said in the morning.
Go ahead, Evan.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure what they said in the morning.
Yeah, I'm not.
But just one that
This is you.
Well, I thought of a little more load management down the stretch of this season. They've been playing the last 2 months like every single game's been a playoff game.
Because it has been, because they were stinky the beginning of the season.
He's got no feel for the length of a season.
He's also got no fear, apparently, of the play-in. So
I don't
why
know.
does getting the 6
what
matter?
happened there?
Now, that was what do you call it? Political speak. He didn't believe that.
Well,
there's no way.
Steve Kerr has been talking a lot about how their goal is to avoid the play-in.
I would argue we're in a great spot, 22-7 since we got Jimmy. If we made that trade, can you imagine sitting here going, oh yeah, and by the way, you're going to go 22-7. You're going to have top 5 offense, top 5 defense, and this is where you'll be with 2 games left in the season. You don't think we would have jumped at that?
Yep.
So the entire narrative has shifted. The entire vibe has shifted since Jimmy's arrival. So you can't let, one loss or a couple losses dampen that when you just have to recognize the West is loaded. There's a bunch of great teams. There's a bunch of great organizations who have put together, really good programs. And this is competition at its highest level, and we are in the mix. And I can't wait for tomorrow night and then Sunday and then whatever comes after that.
All right, so Steve Kerr is saying he thinks that they are in a great spot, and that's pretty much exactly what I said. If you're 22-7 since Butler, you're in a great spot. Short term, you lost a couple tough ones, and it puts you in a little bit of a bind. the Memphis Grizzlies helped you out last night with a loss. You're
Right.
6, but you want to. There's only one way to certainly avoid the play-in, and that is win your next 2 games
And there
if you're
you
the
go.
Warriors.
And our guy Spadoni, man, this is why I love him, Stoney. He texted me. He said his suggestion for Kerr was go with your gut. Okay, and Shasky's was give Quentin Post 20 minutes a night.
I heard that suggestion, and that one I'm out on.
Hey, I'm with you.
No. I'm not saying Post 20 minutes. The suggestion was to play Trace Jackson Davis and Quentin Post together, and I don't like that.
Wow.
I don't like that at all. But
why?
Because they're too young, they're too inexperienced, and I understand the theory because Post can shoot threes. The idea is more spacing, but the reality to me is if you're going to play 2 second-round picks who have no experience, you have to then pair them with Butler, Draymond, and Steph. And I just don't know how long you can play that kind of a lineup.
And we're not going to see anything new, barring injury, in regard to, and I could be wrong, Kerr coming up with new lineups or rotations, right? And I'll say that. I hadn't thought about those two in the game together, but Quentin Post the 20, Steiny, if he's hitting, okay, you could play the 20, but it's almost like old cell phone minutes. You pay for your minutes. And if he's not, and he's a liability, and maybe he's not having a good time doing a good job on defense, then you can alleviate that by taking him out the game. But if he's hot in fuego like he's been, all right, yeah, to turn that 20 into 30. What do you think Spadoni meant by his gut? Go with your gut.
It means play the guys you trust and don't play the guys you don't trust. That's what it means to me. But we all think we know what that means. All right, let's put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by ATCO Pest Control.
ATCO Pest Control. And this is the one. This is, these guys actually, Tibbs and Willard, do a great job with Steve Kerr. And they figure out a way to ask him the tough questions. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is your definitive answer on Jonathan Kuminga and where he fits.
Jimmy's arrival took away a lot of Jonathan's minutes at the 4. There's no doubt that, as soon as Jimmy arrived and we started winning, we leaned into lineup combinations that enhanced Jimmy because we were winning. And Jonathan was out for that whole stretch. We went 17-3 or something. So we're going to keep doing what's been winning. But the lineup with Jimmy, Jonathan, and Draymond doesn't fit real well, frankly. It just doesn't. We need more spacing. We've found other lineups that have clicked, and this is just part of the deal. Being in the NBA, and you got to adapt to whatever's happening with the team. Jonathan's done a great job of that. He's working hard. He's playing well when he's out there. But I'm just going with the lineup combinations that I think are going to give us the best chance to win. And there's going to be nights where he's absolutely part of that, like the Laker game. And then there's going to be nights where I go to Buddy or Moses or Gary Payton. It just changes every game based on what's happening, and I have to read that as a coach.
Wow. And I'll say this to that, Stoney, you're smirking, but I don't put that on Draymond. I don't put that on Jimmy Butler. I put that on Jonathan Kuminga. And it goes back a couple years ago and even last season, the enigma that is Jonathan Kuminga, to where the Warriors don't even know if he's a 3. They want him to be a 3. They don't know what he is. And I feel like for you not to mesh with those 2 players, that's on you. I'm not saying it's an easy task, but that's on you. Had you been able to flip that and have the coach tell Willard and Dibbs, or the numbers come out in the wash, that's a positive, then you might be closer to what we all want you to be. But the fact that that's not working, I feel like a majority of that, if you want to blame, might be too strong, but a lot of that is on JK.
And I think if it's on JK, it's not really fair to him because they don't want him to shoot a lot of threes. And I get that. But if you have Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green on the floor, then you need somebody who can space a little bit better. And Steve Kerr doesn't like Jonathan Kuminga being the one who's trying to get space onto the floor that the other team will counter. So the reality is Butler and Green are nice together, but you've got to surround them with shooters, and they don't think that, Kuminga's the guy that'll draw defense out from the three-point line to open things up. And I mean, to me,
that's a heavy answer too.
That answer that Steve Kerr gave was not just answering what's going to happen as we move forward, but it does just make you wonder about the logical question: how is Jonathan Kuminga going to emerge here when we all know that as long as Butler and Green are here, they are going to play the bulk of the minutes, because the Warriors have acknowledged that their strategy is to ride with Steph Curry as long as they can and as far as they can with guys that he trusts and with guys that the Warriors believe have championship pedigree and can take them. And so, assuming the Warriors go into the playoffs this year and they do whatever they're going to do, what I hear a lot of is, next year we're going to be a contender again. Okay? If you're a contender again next year, where does this kid fit in?
And that's the $1 million question. And I'm going to read something from Austin and San Jose in a bit, but would you have a problem with me saying, Steiny, we talk about in different games, Moody and especially Pods and his connection with Jimmy Butler. Would you have a problem with any Warrior fan saying, I feel like JK has missed an opportunity to mesh and have Steve Kerr say something different than what he told Willard and Dibbs? That's a miss, Steiny. And I don't know if his game has evolved or evolving enough for that to ever change. And on top of that, I'm gonna just throw it to you right now, Steiny. What is Jonathan Kuminga? I think I'm being real, I think in his head, he thinks he's a 2.
I think he might think he's a 1. But I'm sure he probably thinks of himself as a 2
Let me read
also.
this to you.
All right.
Goo, why can't Kerr, with his 12 coaches, why can't they figure out after 4 years how to use JK's talent? Not acceptable. Go ahead. How would you respond to that? Because I got something.
What was the actual question? Give it to
How
me
can
again.
the coaches and Kerr not figure out a way after 4 years to best utilize Jonathan Kuminga's talent? My thing is, I think the talent is stagnant. I don't think Kuminga's improved fast and in enough time, especially with the emergence of Jimmy Butler, for him to tell Willard and Dibbs that doesn't fit. That's an opportunity gone.
If Steph Curry's here and Draymond Green is here, and they've won 4 titles with a certain style, and the Warriors have made it clear that for the next 2 years at least, they are going to do anything and everything for Steph Curry, then you must run an open offense for a big chunk of the time. Because part of what the Warriors' strengths are is Steph Curry can play off the ball and really be a weapon. So if you're going to play an open type of an offense, then Kuminga may not fit here. If you're going to run a lot of pick and roll, then maybe he would fit a little bit better. But the more I do think of it is when they went to get Jimmy Butler, I think we should have seen the message, because Butler's a 4 and Steve Kerr thinks that Jonathan Kuminga's a 4. So,
but they wanted him to be a 3.
I don't know that Steve Kerr ever wanted him. Well, he might want him to be a 3, but I think.
Remember, Draymond had the. Go ahead.
Right. They disagree.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, and I kind of am with Kerr a little bit. But again, I think what we have to realize is that there's too much overlap among Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, and Jonathan Kuminga.
Man,
there's not room for all 3.
And Uncle Looney said something that just hit me, Stan. I'm going to read it to you. Kuminga can help, but he doesn't want to play that way.
I'm not sure that it's not his strength.
Yeah, man, and that's what, not that, exactly. And that's a problem.
Yeah.
For him.
Yeah. And this from the Jen Lena 415 on the YouTube chat. I'm telling you all, that was Kerr telling us he's not playing Jonathan Kuminga in the postseason.
Well, I hope he's wrong.
Yeah, I don't necessarily go that far.
He's still getting those 18 to 20 minutes, and Steiny, I feel like if he's on, he could turn that 20 into 25. But you gotta do it.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get any DNP coaches' decisions, but he's going to have to. He's going to have to. I mean, it's been 4 years, and he hasn't convinced Steve Kerr to trust him. So we're getting to the end of the line with Jonathan Kuminga as we head into the postseason. Hey, coming up at noon today, Marlon Wayans is going to join us. Comedian, actor, youngest of the Wayans siblings. He's joining us at noon. He's going to be in studio talking about his stand-up tonight, the Wild Child stand-up tour. That's at Henry J. Kaiser Center in Oakland. And he's going to come in here at 12 o'clock. And, it's a little different role for you and I with a comedian in here. And
no, just be yourself. That's what you're great at.
Yeah.
I don't think you tap into that enough.
Yeah, you
don't need to put on a tuxedo. Be Steiny from Reading, PA. That's what the people love.
Yeah, but I'm always leery. Comedians try to come in here and make a fool out of you.
Oh, boy.
And I'm not having it.
He's a professional.
No doubt. He's going to be funny. And I got something for the show. You talked about Kerr's. Tell me what you think, Evan. You talked about Kerr's suggestion box. If any fans of the show have suggestions for 10 to 2, write them down, call in, and give them to us.
I don't think our email box is big enough.
I like that.
No, I didn't like that.
No, I like it.
No, but Evan said, I didn't like that, Elaborate a little bit.
Okay, you know what?
I didn't like that.
If 10 to 2, if Steiny and Guru had a suggestion box.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I would drop in there.
No more sweaters from the goo?
No.
I got one right now.
Like, let's lose in-studio comedian guess.
My man.
Hey,
what
Steiny,
you got, E?
You see that? You see that seat that you're planted in right now?
Yes.
Stay there.
Oh, that's going to be what's bugging me.
Man.
Oh, I just thought about it. Yep.
Is it nerves that has you or ADD?
It's
yes.
Both.
It's being uncomfortable.
Yeah, you're fidgety.
Yeah, well, I always am. But no, it's about it's like a Friday show, and hey, Warriors, we'll talk Warriors, and we'll talk some Kuminga, and we'll get into Draymond, and like that. Okay, I can do that. But this guy's a curveball.
Nah, he's a good guy, man.
But they say, when you're out of your comfort zone, it can be a positive.
Well, maybe you can talk to him about it because he's done a lot of different genres outside of just comedy.
My man.
Oh, really?
You can ask him what it's like to be in a psychological thriller like him, directed by Jordan Peele, or perhaps Requiem for a Dream.
Wow.
Wait a minute.
Just comic.
Psychological thriller.
I'm being serious now. I thought that's the movie you told me was one of the most disturbing movies you've ever seen.
Yes, and he was in it.
Well, that's something I could talk to him about.
Yeah, no doubt.
Only problem is I haven't
the movie
seen it.
between now and 12.
Well, boy.
You know what I could do? I could let the listeners in on a joke that I've never seen it, but I can start picking his brain. Hey, you were great. Marlon, you were incredible in Requiem for a Dream. Where did the idea from that come from, Em?
Well, he didn't write it.
Oh.
Like he wrote a scary movie. And
when you read for that part, did you feel like it was absolutely you?
He's been in a lot of different stuff.
Yeah, he has.
All right.
I'm juice.
Okay. I'm excited about it, of course. It's going to be really nice to work with somebody who's pretty funny. All right. 888-957. You didn't get that? All right, never mind.
That was a show.
I did get it. Oh, you want me to laugh?
All right. Hey, 888-957-9570 is the number. You have any suggestions for Steve Kerr? And what do you make of the sound about moving forward with Jonathan Kuminga and how they're either going to use him or not use him? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Steiny, things are heating up on the basketball court, and I'm watching every second. It's your boy Guru here with Prize Picks, and I've been telling you guys for months now, Prize Picks is the best place.
Goo, I love you. You're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get with Goo.
But I got to tell you, you are the man. You are a box of peanut brittle.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I feel better. I feel better now.
What happened?
Evan came in, was telling me a little bit about Marlon Wayans, who's going to be in studio at noon. I'm a little nervous. I know he's a comedian, but I feel better because Evan said that there's a comedian that he's comparable to. He said he's like Louis Anderson.
This Anthony.
Louis Anderson. So if he's like Louis Anderson,
stop.
I can deal with Marlon
Anthony.
Wayans. Wait, what?
Anthony Anderson.
I think he played for UNLV a long time ago.
No, he played in Blackish, the TV series. You know who he is, Donnie.
No, you're thinking. I think
played in.
He's a white guy who's obese, but he's a comedian.
I know Louis. I know that Louis Anderson. I'm talking about Anthony, the great Anthony Anderson. And Evan, I had the pleasure of watching you at All-Star Weekend in a remote locale interview the great Anthony Anderson. I pulled up right there, me and Rick Tittle, and Evan, you did your thing. Were you nervous interviewing a comedian?
Yes, because you don't know where it's going to go.
And you asked some great questions, man.
But I'm also I'm a little more familiar with Anthony Anderson than I think Steiny is with Marlon Wayans. So it was easier to kind of get into the interview, and then he took it from there.
Right.
Like, Steiny, you've done a bunch of these.
Yeah.
All you got to do is set them up and let them go.
Tap into Black Mets. Yeah, let's go. And he's got some stuff popping. Movies coming up left and right. He's performing tonight.
I could just treat it like the crossover and go four corners.
Or kiss Willard's butt.
Hey.
Hey, Willard.
Oh, you're going to do that today?
I like that
Let's
voice.
go to Mike in Hayward.
What's bugging you? 2:00.
Oh, yeah. I got something.
I'm sure you do. Mike in Hayward.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing well, man.
I think, when Jimmy Butler came, that was it for Kuminga, man.
Yep.
I mean, the basketball IQ, it ain't fitting in. He's a fit, but his IQ don't fit in. So I think I've heard what Dunleavy said. Say they're looking for a big man that fits in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then they bring Jimmy Butler, right? Kuminga, he can't rebound and score. He's a young guy, but this system is not going to work in this system. So that's why he wasn't going to pay him the money, right? But they were smart about it because now they're going to be able to get somebody that can fit in real good next year, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with Kuminga in the offseason, but I don't think they're going to have to pay him a boatload of money.
I just want him to get back to what he was before. And I know Butler wasn't around, Steiny, before, because if we talk about the now, because that's really all that matters, is how he was playing and how confident he was before he got hurt and Jimmy Butler was a part of this team. And I'm just going to die on the hill of, and I mean it, in order for the Warriors to maximize their postseason success, Jonathan Kuminga needs to play a role, just like all the other players, but he's special, he's talented, he's different, and here lately, I don't think he would tell us he's played his best basketball, but I'm hoping, Steiny, starting tonight, something starts, or even whoever they play, if it's the play-in or playoffs, we see the best version of JK.
Well, I got to tell you, I'm proud of you.
I don't think I've ever heard you say it.
No, I am.
Seriously.
I mean,
even if you're playing.
No, I am. It feels like you've come around and acknowledged that it's not Steve Kerr, it's Jonathan Kuminga.
No doubt about it. And I once was on that side of the street thinking maybe it was Kerr, a little more Kerr, but you got to take accountability.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
By the way, this is one thing I wanted to play too. Steve Kerr, he's been saying this team's goal is 6. And listen to what he said about the importance of getting a week off.
we want the week off. We're also well aware that there's plenty of ways to get through this stuff. And you don't even know how matchups are going to play into this, who you can play, how it plays out. I know the Lakers made the conference finals 2 years ago through the play-in. This is it's not like it's a death sentence to go to the play-in. But there's no doubt you'd rather avoid it just to not have to deal with the extra game or two, but also the stress of having to get through those games.
Let me ask Warrior fans a simple question about this play-in game. Do you think the play-in is a death knell for this team?
I don't.
Do you think that I want Warrior fans to tell me how significant they think it is, the difference between number 6 and number 7. Does number 6 make you think, you know what, we can make a run and get to the Western Conference Finals? But does 7 make you think that's too hard? Or isn't it that simple? I think it's going to be really tough from the 7, but it's going to be a lot tougher from the 8. And obviously, you could fall to 8 if you lose 2 games.
Yeah.
But I don't like the idea of playing 2 play-in games. That's the thing that I would absolutely want to avoid. 1's not great, but I think they could get by. And obviously 6 is where you want to be.
Yeah, and to answer your question, I'll tell you like this. I think if Willard or Dibbs would have asked Coach Kerr that question about the play-in before they got the likes of Jimmy Butler, it would have come off different. But I feel like, and rightfully so, he cited their record, Stoney, and it's great. But with Jimmy Butler, but the bottom line is they have a sense of confidence. And I know you can't undo the record that they culminated while Jimmy was not a part of the Warriors. But the bottom line is for him to say that signals to me, and I get it, they are feeling good about anybody they play on any given day. With that said, my fear, you didn't ask, but my fear is this fatigue thing. And I know they just got done, 6 and 10 days, 6 games and 9 nights, 10 nights. So that's not going to rear its head in the playoffs. But I saw a tired team, a fatigued Draymond Green, I believe, against the Spurs. But with all that said, Stoney, you told me it's going to be rough. And if they really, truly are tired from this stretch, the camera don't lie. We'll be able to see it. And I think they are so confident right now in who they are and what they are. 6 or 7, yeah, that extra game. I don't want it as a fan. But for Kerr to say it's not a death sentence, that lets me know the confidence is on 1,000.
I wouldn't want to play Minnesota. I just wouldn't. Even if it's at Chase, I'd rather play Memphis. If we get to 7, there's just Minnesota is volatile. And if you catch them on the wrong night, they're going to beat you.
They were just in the Western Conference Finals.
Now the problem is they can be shut down at times if Anthony Edwards isn't making shots. But how important is it to get 6? Is it the difference between a deep run and first round exit?
Well,
888-957-9570 is the number. 908. They're an old team. It's imperative they get the week off. Yeah. Simple as that.
All right. That's all I'm signing up for. And again, Stoney, they go 2-0. They guarantee themselves the 6?
At least.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
At least. Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Hey, Tom. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Guru.
Hey.
Conversation today. Hey, man. I've stuck with this guy for 4 years, and I'm starting to lose the passion for the guy.
Hey, you got to call back, Tom. Tom, you're breaking up, but you're one of our favorites, so we'll let you back in.
Yeah, and I don't want to make today, before Tom calls back, Sonny, I don't want to make today's show about Kuminga.
Now, let's.
But the bottom line is, yeah, Kerr said that about their new toy, their new weapon with Jimmy Butler. But what about the times Jimmy Butler wasn't here? And I know you're going to say he was young, so this is a movie that's 4 hours long. You know what I mean? So it's not just now.
So it's like a documentary?
You could call it that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so what? It's 4 hours long?
So Kuminga's had a bunch of chances. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
Pre-Butler.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now we are broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Speaking of which, Goo, where's all the beer? I would have thought we'd have some cases in here by now.
You're the guy that complains about work at work, and Mia told me that's not a good thing to do. You don't complain about the job at the job.
No, that's when you do.
No, you do it when we're somewhere at the cafeteria.
That's gutless.
Well, there's longevity in that too. Look at you just calling people.
Dude, I'm a fossil.
It's 10:59. You're thinking about beer in the morning. Check yourself.
Well,
that's it.
I mean,
it's 11 a.m. and my man's.
What's your point?
You shouldn't be thinking about the suds this early.
I'm not. I'm just saying, like.
Well, you did.
No, what I'm saying is, we've had this sponsorship now for a few weeks, and I've gotten nothing out of it yet.
You are truly an eye guy.
But Evan, the station has gotten a lot out of it.
He don't care about that, Evan. He don't care. It's just him. I love you.
Can we get a little spillover? That's all.
So you say we like Goose says we about the Warriors, but you don't really mean it.
Man, there you go. I think that's what's... Wow.
Whatever happened to trickle down?
Give us
that doesn't work.
Trickle down. Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. He's back. Oh, God. My kids, they love me.
Big Tom, what you got,
Sonny,
baby?
Hey.
Okay, man. So like I was saying, I've supported KJ from day one. I thought he was going to be a great player. But what I don't see from him is passion, drive, just want to be better, to excel in his sport. We all went to school. We all played sports. I was always driven. If I wanted something that bad, I'd drive for it as hard as possible. And I don't see that from KJ, man. And I'm starting to get discouraged that this guy is only going to be an above average player, not a great player. So I'm starting to lose the tarnish. I called you guys a couple of days ago, man, talking about the Clippers when there's 5 games, and you said it was too many games ahead. The Clippers game is the most important game of the whole season now because I don't think these guys are going to lay down on us for the last game.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Tom.
Yeah.
No, they might have nothing. They might have nothing to play for. The Clippers. Maybe they'll lay down.
So they got sacked tonight.
Let's say they win that.
Okay.
And
they're solidified.
I'd have to.
Okay, I
don't know what exactly would have to happen, but
you got Loveman's
possible.
paperwork though. But
it's really complicated.
Yeah, no,
it was a great job by Loveman, but it's a complicated scenario. I can go through some of it, though.
I'm not afraid of the Clippers, and I'll just say this. They are rolling. They are hot to trot right now, but what if I told you, they got ownage on us, but Jimmy wasn't around?
That's fair.
Yeah.
415. Don't be a punk.
What happened?
Minnesota doesn't scare me. I'm only afraid of well-coached teams.
Oh, boy. They took a shot at your boy Finchy.
Yeah. Let me tell you something let me tell you who couldn't coach the Wolves, Steve Kerr. He'd pull his hair out coaching that team.
Coached Ant this summer.
Exactly. And can't stand him. Seriously.
Get your boy, E.
Anthony Edwards isn't a fan of Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr told him to work harder. Let's go to Austin in Redwood City. Hey, Austin, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Hey, man, I just want to say this, man. I am worried about Kuminga and Moody. Hey, we've been asking for Moody to get playing time and be a starter. We got that, but it's not enough. He ain't giving us enough in that starting role right now. There's ups and downs. Him getting like 10 points and a couple steals here, that's not. We need more than 10 points, Moody. And then Kuminga, boy, what James Harden said one day, he was like, it don't take skill to run up and down the court just to throw the ball down like Giannis. Even though Giannis, he had people around him and got a championship out of it. But Kuminga, we got to see some kind of skill out of your position, man. It's just It's just straightforward. That's it. There's nothing else out of that. We ain't getting nothing out of it. So as a fan, calling out Kuminga and Moody, y'all need to do more. Y'all holding us up. We need these 2 games. Y'all need to claim y'all position. Period. I'm not happy with Moody being in that starting lineup.
But Austin, he's been on fire for months.
Yeah, that's a month. But what about now?
Yeah.
Well, recency bias. You got me. You got my last 13 games.
Look, and Steve Kerr, he messed up against the Spurs. Why is Curry in the game at the end, right at the end for Harrison Barnes to beat the 3? Why is he on that? Why is he on court?
I think probably because he wanted a defensive stopper.
He ain't no defensive stopper.
What? Curry?
Look at Austin.
He's gotten a lot stronger.
He ain't no defensive stopper.
I know. I'm just messing.
Yeah.
Thanks, Austin. Appreciate
Well, he
it.
made the shot, the fadeaway heave on the one of the best defenders in Jimmy Butler, who played that as good as you could play it.
I mean, like, this is...
Come on. Austin, that's his truth.
Technically, you couldn't have been more wrong about Moody. Like, the last month, he hasn't been good.
The last 13 games.
That's about a month.
But I guess I was saying the whole enchilada, Stoney. I guess I'm hungry, but he's been a net positive on the season. I mean, do you have any problems with me saying this has kind of been a breakout season for Moses Moody? Oh, my...
yeah, he's...
No doubt.
He's been okay.
Yeah, well, I think he's been better than okay. For you to be a part of the starting 5 on a team that has Dre, Steph, and now Jimmy Butler, and to be counted on, and I'm with you. The last 13 games, do you want to call it a slump? I don't know, but they need him.
What's he shooting from the field now, Moody, for the whole season?
Before Evan gets it, what's your guess?
36, 37?
I'm going to say 41, 42.
The whole year?
Yeah.
Wait, who?
From the field.
Moses Moody's 3-point percentage.
Oh, 3-point.
Entire season.
I thought you meant the whole field goal. Yeah.
36, 37.
Well, I'll say 30, 35.
My guess would be 37.
Yeah.
Well, the last month hasn't helped him. Last 10 games.
He's shooting 27% his last 13 games.
Yikes.
He's at 37.5 for the season.
All right.
So that bad boy was once about 39.
Do you take that, or would you like it to be 40 for Moody?
It's above average, above league average, that is.
That's true.
Yeah.
It is. It is. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, 2 games left in their season. Tonight they play the Portland Trailblazers, and oh, man, here you go, Goo. You ready?
Now, I thought everybody was going to be available, and they were going to treat this like their Game 7, Portland, to stick it to the Warriors. What you got?
Denny Avdija, doubtful. DeAndre Ayton, out.
Well, he's
that
always
actually
out.
helps.
Yeah.
Jeremy Grant, out.
That actually helps.
Scoot Henderson, out.
Oh.
Shaden Sharp, questionable. Anthony Simons, out. Bryce McGowan's out.
When did young guys turn into old guys?
Robert Williams III,
You
out.
don't even know who Bryce McGowan
Yeah,
is.
but he's a
Time Lord is always out. Yeah.
He's a key contributor when he's healthy.
Have some pride. All these young dudes out. And if you got a stinky record like the Blazers, you need to be readily available.
Wake up. They just leapfrogged the Suns.
That's not hard to do.
Go ahead, rip Kevin Durant.
Dude, I got something for KD. But anyway.
What do you got?
Oh, just some critique. It's been a nightmare since he's left.
For who?
Him.
He balls. That's all he wants to do, play basketball.
And you give him a pass.
Yeah, because he's a baller. Because he's a gym rat.
Because he scores.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Hey, last thing on
What?
JK. What? You didn't mean that. Hey, last thing on JK.
What?
Let's say I picture him in an Escalade. He's in the SUV driving around.
Who are we talking about?
JK, Kuminga.
Okay.
And he's listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game yesterday, and his coach is being interviewed.
Yes.
And he hears that soundbite about that trio that doesn't work.
Right.
How would you process that if you're him?
I would process it the exact same way that Kevin Durant processed it when Draymond Green tried to punk him. And right now, Jonathan Kuminga is saying, see, that's why I'm out of here.
Honestly?
Yes. Yeah, I really do. There's no way Jonathan Kuminga wants to be here And I completely understand that. Completely. Because there's a log jam at forward. Wow. There's just a log jam at forward.
But if you did more with what you bring to the table, I don't think there would be a log jam. You're allowing the logs to get into your way to create the jam.
I don't know. Well, I'm going to be honest with you.
And I mean that.
With where the Warriors are, I don't see a scenario when Steve Kerr is going to look and ever pick Kuminga over Draymond or Butler.
Wow. That you got me on.
So, it's not, this is now to me no longer about, can Kuminga come around or how good's he going to be in 2 or 3 years? I mean, to me, what it's about right now is there is a flat out log jam at forward. And it's been made worse for Kuminga because Kerr is now using Moody at times at 4 or at 3 with Butler at 4 and Draymond Green at 5.
But will you agree, you, Evan, and I can agree that 20, and I'm being real here, Steiny, a guy that's never traditionally has been a starter like Jonathan Kuminga, you can do a lot in 20 to 25 minutes in an NBA game.
Yeah.
So when you say log jam, you are right. But my point is he's still getting his slices of the pizza. It's what you do with it. And that's where I've been a bit disappointed since he's come back from injury. So I don't look at it like, oh, we don't have any space for you. Yeah, we got space.
We can't start.
No, but what are you doing with the minutes that are allotted to that you're getting? And that like there should be no games he's not finishing.
No games he shouldn't be finishing?
If he's on, Steiny. The dude's got all the talent in the world on to D up, to get rebounds.
Well, he doesn't do those things consistently.
I got you.
No, listen, I want to make this clear before I get off here.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not even talking about Kuminga's game. I'm just talking about the practicality of it. And I think the way we got to start looking at it. Like why would the Warriors pay Jonathan Kuminga starter money when he's not really going to be a starter on this team? And not only that, you have one guy who's making 55 playing forward and another guy making 25 who's playing forward.
When you talk like that, and I know we're up against it, I got to be honest, Donnie, it feels like when they got the trade for Jimmy Butler, the guy that's most impacted or has been most impacted is Jonathan Kuminga in a negative way. If we look at the whole grand, like what you just said, how can we give you starter money when you don't start?
I mean, he was running up against it in the same situation a little bit with Wiggins when they had Wiggins and Draymond Green. But I think Kerr now looks at Butler like more of a 4 than he looked at Wiggins as a 4. And so because he looks at Butler and says we can play him some at 4, that gets us to push Draymond to 5. And that, but Wiggins, I think he looked at more as a 3. And that opened up the 4 for Kuminga.
And that combo couldn't work. So what's the one constant? Remember how I wanted Wiggins and Kuminga all day?
Yeah.
Kuminga's you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Common denominator. Man.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up at noon, we got Marlon Wayans, comedian and actor, going to join us in studio. That's going to be a lot of fun. And what's coming up next, I see we'll get to these calls on the other side. We got the greatest AAU player in Northern California history going to join us on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing
And this is why I'm such a loser. Now, do I know how to milk a cow? No. Have I ever milked a cow? No. But you put a cow in front of me and it's ready, I can milk it.
I know everything.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
One of the greatest beats ever made. Just listen to it.
Kendrick Lamar.
Dre in the club, 50 Cent.
Wait, is it Dre or is it 50 Cent?
It's both. Dre made the beat.
They couldn't do it on their own?
Get your uncle, E. Get your uncle. Boy.
Would you guys like to hear a snippet of the man that we're going to be interviewing in about 40 minutes?
Now this is producing.
Sure. We're getting Marlon Wayans on at noon. He's doing a show at the Henry Kaiser Pavilion tonight. And it's at 8 o'clock. And he's going to join us in studio, actor and comedian. Take a listen.
I want you to understand, don't put high expectations on people. People are going to disappoint you. So don't have high expectations of them. Just know this, everyone is an Everyone is an ass. You're an ass. Your girl's an ass. I'm an ass. That's why I started this show 3 hours late. I'm a dick. I just want to see how much you love me.
Oh, man, we got that coming in. Good stuff,
Who's got the dump button?
That's why I bleeped everything out.
No, but I mean, you better be ready when he comes in.
He said 3 hours late to the show. Hopefully he ain't late.
Sounds like Lauryn Hill.
Oh, but hey.
What are you doing?
Get him out now, Steiny.
I'm sorry?
Get it out now.
That was a pretty good bit. I can see you going up there saying that. Everybody will disappoint you. The hell with the kids.
Let's go to Rich. He wants to talk about Jonathan Kuminga being checked out.
Richie.
Hey, Rich.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Yeah, you know, his chance to do his stuff was last game, and it just seems to me that that's why we gotta avoid this play-in, because we don't want no 0 for 10 because he's checked out. You know, it's like we're not getting rid of Kerr, as far as I know, because everybody ain't miserable like Mike Malone. You know, but this guy wants $40-50 million. You know, and because where he was drafted, and some of the similar guys are getting paid that much money, and you give Jimmy Butler that type of, but Jimmy's proven. You know, to me, it's like it's just he's very talented, I will say, and if he plays to his potential, we can make a big run. But that's a big if. That's all I have to say. I'll take it offline, guys.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, and I'll say this to that, Steiny, because you told me the compass. Which way are they going to go? Who are they going to have to face? And the reality is, there's a possibility that the Lakers could be the first-round opponent for the Golden State Warriors. Yep. And let's not sleep on the last game a couple Thursdays ago in La La Land. Jonathan Kuminga was soaring through the air, rebounding, and just being his best self. So, all depending on who you face, Donnie, you're going to need them. And they know that. And I guess, I'm trying not to do it, but it adds to my frustration because I want him to really just kind of blow up and turn that 20 minutes or 15 minutes into 25, 28 because I feel like he can do it. But, man, if you get the Lakers, you're going to need them because they got wings everywhere.
What about if they get Houston?
You're going to need them.
What if they get Memphis?
You're it's across the board.
Okay.
But see, Memphis is basketball dumb. They led by Jaren Jackson Jr., so they still need them, but yeah, they're not smart.
Yeah, I get the sentiment, but I'm not convinced that they need JK right now.
And he needs to change that.
And that's what
from people that think, no, I get it.
Come on.
He needs to change. He can change that. Because you gave him his flowers.
He can't do it now. It's too late.
But when you came in Friday after that, and I know I'm kind of just picking and choosing, but guys like you You came in, cracked the
About
mic,
what?
giving him credit when it's
He had a
credit
good
due.
game against the Lakers.
No doubt.
And Lucas and every fair weather fan who doesn't know a damn thing about the game comes up to me and says, Steiny, can he do this every game? And I'm like, no. How come? Why not? Because every game's different. And he struggles to adjust from one game to another. But he was great against the Lakers. And not coincidentally, you played great that night.
Yeah.
But so did Pods. And Luka was terrible. Let's go to Caleb. Caleb in Livermore. Hey, Caleb, how you doing?
Yo.
Hey.
Good and Steiny. Is today the day? Is it payday?
Yes, sir.
Guess what? Same here.
Look at you.
Look, you know what I'm saying? But look, let's talk about my guy JK real quick. And then I'm going to throw in a little Marlon Wayans thing at the end.
All right.
Look, I rock with JK. He's a really, really good young player, and he's going to deserve all the money he's going to get. I'm never going to count somebody's pockets. But one thing I will say is this. I just don't know if it's going to be on this team moving forward as far as next season. I don't know, because are you going to be paying a guy $30+ million to come off your bench? I mean, there's only a few guys that come to mind that, make that much money coming off the bench. I guess you throw in Van Vliet and Jordan Clarkson. But, I mean, are those two guys going to be on their teams next year? I don't know. But like I said, he's worth the money. I'm not going to count his pockets, but I just don't know if he's going to be on this team moving forward next year. But, the Warriors are a team that, over the years have been innovative, and maybe the Warriors will start that trend. But little Marlon Wayans thing, though.
Oh, okay.
You should ask him when he comes in if they're thinking about doing a Haunted House 3 movie, because those two movies were funny, man. Those are good.
Yeah, those are among my favorites. Appreciate it, Caleb.
Yeah, they're doing another scary movie, so he's working on that.
I mean, those are.
But Haunted House. I mean, he's got some stuff, man.
I got to be careful now, because he may be on his way over and saying, let's take a listen to this show that we're going to be on.
You don't want to get clowned, because comedians can clown you.
Coming up in a half hour, one of the funniest men in show business.
Here we go.
And a wonderful actor.
Here we go. Man.
Marlon Wayans.
Yeah.
What has he been involved in?
He's got his fingers in a lot. Of course, we all know him when he started out in Living Color with his brothers. He got a real tight-knit family. He's the youngest. What was it like being the youngest kid in your family? I could share stories with that, because I was the youngest. Does he have a younger sister?
Older sister.
He would have an older one.
Kim.
Well, I was just making sure that he was the youngest in the whole family.
Yeah.
Not just the youngest boy.
And he wasn't on Living Color.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, look who's calling.
Priest.
No.
Who?
Priest knows.
Where's the at?
Priest knows.
It got good in the hood and he left.
Priest. What's happening with Kuminga, Priest? Breakout playoffs?
Move on, Joe.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. He had the Warriors as a 3 seed before they stubbed their toe against the San Antonio Spurs. Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio?
Oh, good, man. It don't matter who we play, man. Nuggets, Lakers, we're going to win.
You're like
Kerr.
Kerr.
The other day.
You're like Guru. Huh? You're like Guru. You wake up in the morning and who knows where you're going to be coming from.
Please.
Yeah, because when the playoffs start, everybody's record is the same, 0-0. But anyway, man, Jimmy Butler, he went to a couple finals in the East. And you said, that's because he's in the East.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, he beat Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Giannis Antetokounmpo. Why didn't he have that same energy for LeBron when he went to 8 straight finals in the East? He didn't play nobody. What superstar in his prime did he beat in the East in them years that had another all-star by his side? Never. He never beat nobody in the East. So you got to keep that same energy.
What are you talking about? He beat Eric Snow. He beat Eric Snow's Philadelphia 76ers.
He beat who? Come on, man.
They had Matt Geiger. They had Eric Snow. They had George Lynch.
Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, man. Come on. The only superstar
you got him, Antonio.
Was Dwight Howard. Dwight Howard beat him. But anyway, man. Hey, I love the show, man. Marlon Wayans, the 49er fan. Don't forget to ask him about that.
Oh, he is.
Much love to you. Yes,
Thank you,
didn't
Antonio.
have that nugget.
I didn't have that at all.
You better be right.
You're right. Fact check.
Yeah, little do we know he's the biggest Cowboys fan out there.
That'd work too.
That would work. Then I could walk out and hey, Danny White, Roger Staubach,
What
and Tom
would we
Landry.
talk about? We would just pass each other the tissue box.
Exactly. Remember Tom Landry's hat?
Gosh. I do want to say something because it's Friday. What's bugging? The coaches in the NBA, put back the tie and suit. Just do it for me.
Put it away or put it
on.
Well,
I don't want 30 guys looking the same like you just got out of bed. Put the shirt and tie on, coach. Chuck Daly rolling over in his grave. The great Chuck, the Larry Brown, Phil.
I'm with Goo on this
Nelson, dude, that was like the preacher in a church.
Don Nelson.
Come on.
Don Nelson didn't always wear a tie.
But he still
But when he wore a tie, he wore a fish tie.
No, I don't care what type of tie. I just don't like what's going on.
He was an open collar guy.
The romper room fit. You look like, well, no, you got a nice little sweater today.
Marlon wasn't on In Living Color?
No. He was a baby.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
The Wayans.
Yeah. The rest of the family were.
Well, how come he... Oh, God, this is going to be tough. I thought that was his signature.
Oh, that's... So you're thinking of his brother Damon.
What? No, he was featured in Living Color. I'm looking at a sketch from right now.
Oh, okay, because 408 saying Marlon wasn't on In Living Color.
He wasn't on. Evan, he wasn't. He was a baby.
Oh, God.
Yeah. He was a baby. Damon
Other
Wayans
members
was on.
of the Wayans family, Damon, Kim, Sean, and Marlon, had regular roles, while brother Dwayne frequently appeared as an extra.
Oh, I don't remember him on there.
I don't either.
But he won't know we don't. Yeah, I got
Classic In Living Color sketch by Marlon Wayans. Throwback to this In Living Color sketch, Marlon Wayans.
It sounds like he was a piece of it. Hey, by the way, we were talking.
Buckety.
We can 888-957-9570. Guru's talking about who the Warriors want and how devastating a play-in would go. By the way, there's a team out there you don't want.
Not many.
You don't want this team.
Clippers.
You think you do, but you don't.
Clippers.
The Nuggets.
Oh, Stein.
They've got their swag back. Did you hear Jokic?
I hope this is a bit.
It's not a bit. You hear Jokic?
No.
Jokic is rejuvenated.
Well, he didn't have to rejuvenate anything. He was all they had. He needs help.
This move may solidify them in the postseason.
Tell me if Jamal Murray's coming back or available.
You want to listen to Jokic?
Yeah, I would love
and
to.
You're going to be biting your fingernails.
All right.
Listen to Jokic.
People say that we are vulnerable, but I think the beast is always the strongest or the most dangerous when they're vulnerable. So maybe he woke up the beast.
They woke up the beast, and the beast is no longer vulnerable.
I thought that saying was when they're wounded.
Yeah, or cornered, or vulnerable.
Hey, okay. Steiny, yeah,
Jokic is...
But he never was the problem. He needed help.
Yeah, but he knew what the problem was.
And you're just...
You are so scared
No,
of
you're
Denver
stabbing
now.
Malone in the back. I thought you were old school. I
am old
thought
school.
he got a raw deal.
I don't stick up for coaches for the most part. I don't rip them, but I don't lionize them either.
But you're pro
two
team.
things can be equally true.
Barbieri.
You can be a great coach, and it can be time to get fired at times. And
With 4 games left.
Yep.
Well, I disagree.
Well, wait till they make a run.
We'll see.
I'll tell you what. I'll channel my inner Draymond Green. Don't let the Nuggets win it.
Well, Stotty, stop.
Don't let the
they won
Nuggets
it
win
2
it.
years ago, man. So let's not act like, they're allergic to success.
Oh, now they're good again. Are they good or are they not good? Make up your mind going into the playoffs.
There's no mind up to make. They are, they're legit.
Oh, now they're legit.
Yeah, and I thought it was kind of ghetto that they fired their coach with 4 games left.
And I think it's kind of bad that the GM and the coach can't get along to the degree that they make the whole organization toxic.
Well,
top to bottom. No, I would treat Denver like we've always treated Denver, which is they're a pretty good team. Here is, let me ask you this. Goo, take a cue from Steve Kerr.
All right.
Hey, Steve, you scared? You nervous? You stressed?
I'm not stressed. I'm excited. We have a really good team. We flipped up last night, but had a lot to do with the other team. And I've been through this a long time. The NBA, Pop used to tell us, "Hey guys, the other guys make millions of dollars a year too for a reason. They're pretty good at basketball. So it's not supposed to be easy, and that's how it works. So there's just nights. Even against a team with a worse record, there's nights. And last night was one of them. And it's all about how you respond. And we've got to respond. And we've got to take care of all the details and the little things in order to, offset some of the shooting variance that you can get.
There you go. Steve Kerr's excited.
No, you know what he's doing? He's doing Jimmy Butler math. Let's just think about it. What, 22-6 since they got Jimmy Butler, something like that?
Something like that.
Let's just say they had him from the beginning.
Right.
Then this wouldn't even, the play-in wouldn't even be. They might be the 1 seed is what I'm saying, partner. So I think he's
coming from. Do you believe that?
I do. Oh, Steiny, I totally do.
So if Butler was here all year, you think this is a 55-60 win
No
team?
doubt about it. Top 3 seed at least. And
well, you're not factoring in his 30 missed games.
Well, that was because of drama.
No, he'll miss 30 next year because of something.
But you asked me a question. I gave the answer.
I did.
And how would you answer that? You could totally see it.
I forget what the question was.
Would they be a top 3 seed had they had him from the beginning?
I don't think so.
Barring injury.
I actually don't think so.
Come on.
I'm just telling you, I think the whole season would have gone differently, and I think Jimmy Butler would have, settled into a 55-60 games, and then I don't know how it would have played out. But no, I think it's fair to think this is one of the better teams in the Western Conference right now. I mean, they very well might be. Steve Kerr, how about some updates on Gary Payton II and Quentin Post?
They're both on the trip, and we're hopeful that they will play. I thought Gary's absence was really big last night. We had a hard time staying in front of Castle. When they went small and took Biyombo out, it was basically 5 out. They had shooting everywhere, and we really struggled staying in front of Castle, and that really caused a lot of the breakdowns that led to a lot of the threes. And that's one of the reasons Gary is so crucial to us is his on-ball defense. You put him on the best ball handler, the point guard. And then at the other end, he's one of our best finishers, as a roll man, as a dive man. He's he's a point guard on defense and a power forward on offense, as you guys know. And so we missed him last night. We missed Quentin's, space shooting with that second group that we start, or not, I shouldn't say second group, but top of the second, top of the fourth lineup that we've gotten very comfortable with. So we missed those guys, but it's all part of it. Everybody has injuries, and we needed to respond a little bit better, and we didn't do it. But now we got to respond again.
Man. All right, that's Steve Kerr talking about the 2 guys who didn't play against the Spurs, Quentin Post and Gary Payton II. Look, Gary Payton II is leaned upon on this team.
Man.
And I think, I think that's another, again, not to jump into Kuminga, but the reality is if Gary Payton II is their best on-ball defender and they really missed him against Stephon Castle and guys like that, I mean, this is where I worry about Kuminga, because in theory, he should be the next guy to be doing that, because that's what a lot of people think he can do well, and that's stay in front of a smaller, maybe quicker point guard. And the Warriors didn't have anybody on the floor who apparently could do that against the Spurs, but that's something that Kuminga has been asked to do in the past, and it's something that he showed some proficiency in doing. So my question is, on a night like Wednesday, if Stephon Castle's hurting you with penetration and you don't have Payton II, why wouldn't you play Kuminga in that role?
I don't have the answer to that. And I was in the car listening to that conversation with Kerr, Willard, and Dibbs. And Steiny, I know you. I know who you are. And you don't like to come in and talk about, we can, who wasn't available. And I'm not going to sit here now and double back and tell you that the Warriors without Gary Payton II and Post shouldn't be able to handle the Spurs. But the reality was they couldn't. And I just really, Kerr, hearing him say it, since Wiggins has been gone, Steiny is your best on-ball defender. And boy, was he missed. And I was reading something where there was a little fluid in the knee or something going on with Payton. I don't know where that came from. But my point is, my gosh, if Kuminga's not going to pick up the reins like he didn't do Wednesday, or if you're alluding to the fact that he didn't get the opportunity, I thought he did. But the bottom line is, I don't think I've come in here after a win or a loss and talk about the point or the lack of point of attack defense by the Golden State Warriors. And I basically forgot and didn't put enough respect on Payton II's defense, because Steiny, had he been able to just make it more difficult on Castle, maybe you win the game. Maybe you don't squander that 12-point lead. So the bottom line is, I don't know if Kuminga is going to take initiative, and if he even has the opportunity now, if Gary Payton comes back tonight. But moving forward, Steiny, for this Warrior team to do anything, they need Gary Payton II. Obviously his finishing, but more importantly, that point of attack defense, because he's stellar at it, and we've seen it in the offs where they've won a chip.
Right, and man, we know Peyton can do it, but that's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm asking Warrior fans. One of the things that Kuminga was supposed to be able to do was what Gary Payton II does, which is kind of ball hawk a little. And this is the other thing with Kuminga. I'm done with that guy, you like him, you hate him. This guy thinks he's good. This guy thinks he's not. Like, I'm past that. There's two guys involved in this, and it's Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga. And what everybody else thinks of Kuminga does not matter. And I'm just asking Warrior fans, the one thing that we thought Kuminga did above average, which is pressure the ball a little bit, and Gary Payton II doesn't play against the Spurs, and point of attack defense is a problem. Why didn't he go with Kuminga to play that role?
Wow.
That's what I'm wondering. And because to me, if Kuminga can do what Payton does, then his offense if he can do what Payton does on defense, then his offense, there's not as much pressure on his offense. So, I'm just wondering if Kerr just doesn't want to play him late in games at all, even if there is something defensively he could.
No doubt.
Why didn't Kuminga defend Stephon Castle on Wednesday?
I'm just going to take a crack at it because you asked me, but I feel everything you're putting down, only 18 minutes, and it was a game where it was apparent to anybody watching that the Warriors could not stay in front of their guy. So my first crack at it, Steiny, was he doing something on a night where he scored 12 points that was so dissatisfactory to the coach on the offensive end that it robbed him of the chance to do something on the defensive end, which they were hemorrhaging in? I don't think there's a good answer. It was something that was done or shown for Kerr to say, you're not going to get that opportunity, or if you do, it's not going to be in crunch time.
I think that
it's more maddening that you bring this up. That I'm like,
well, I think it's more defense than offense that's keeping him off the floor. But I don't know. Steiny, you're dumb. From the 650.
That was not written.
Yes, Steiny, you are dumb. How would they not be a top seed if Butler was here all year? They're only one game from that now. I'll tell you why. This is how I help people. Because they wouldn't have had nearly the sense of urgency that they had as soon as they got him. They just wouldn't have.
But if you're as good,
but he would have missed game. He would have missed 25 games, and they might. Okay, sure, they're a 3 seed.
Yeah, well, that's what it mean. 8 out of 10 people would probably say that.
Okay, right, they're a 3 seed. I don't think, because Jimmy Butler, the Warriors got a Jimmy Butler who was gearing up for the playoffs. They did not get a Jimmy Butler who was at training camp looking at an 82-game season thinking, all right, how am I going to manage this season and get myself in the best spot to be ready for the playoffs?
But you're the same guy, Stoney, that was making fun of me and I am excited about the future and a whole offseason with Jimmy Butler and who knows, moves that we don't even know might be made. But then you'd come around on, Goo, I could kind of see the future bright for the Warriors with Butler with an offseason, like starting the season.
Did I say
that? Yeah, you did a 180 on me.
No chance.
Yeah. How about
you've clearly misunderstood.
I'm striking out and finding the audio that backs me up. But I thought you did a 180 on. You were like, you know what, Goo, this is the year that their best chance to win it. But moving forward, I'm excited about this team and their future.
No, I'm more excited about this year than next year. If I were a Warrior fan, the way I look at Jimmy Butler is he's been absolutely terrific.
Yeah.
Next year, all bets are off.
Wow, I'm
sorry.
On the other side of the street.
I'm sorry. We got a player who didn't play for half the season and was just ready to go.
So that's a good thing.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. And I'm not saying Butler's going to be terrible next year, but we must rely on a track record. And his track record, and we've heard Miami people say it, that he tends to cruise in the regular season. So we got to look at how that plays out all of next season. I'm not saying they're done, but no, I'm worried about all three of those guys lasting a whole season once next year comes around. Let's go to Shane in San Francisco. Hey, Shane, how you doing?
Hey, what's up? What's up, guys?
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, Steiny, I agree with you that Butler was here from day one. It's not that much of a different team. And the Spurs game proves that, they had their starters in, the best of the best lineup, whatever Kerr says, from 9 minutes in the fourth quarter. And what happened then?
Right.
You got Pods doing the deceleration, and y'all lost. Who's doing, it's stupid. And then, the Kuminga thing, man, the dude has proven that, for one, his point of attack defense is good. He can stay in front of people. You can point out the help defense. There's work to be done there, but that's not the main thing that's going on here. If you do give the dude 25, 30 plus minutes a game, he's gonna score 20 plus, period. Whereas Pods, every time that dude shoots the ball, I mean, it's been going in lately, but man, do we really? We can't lean on these people, man. And for Jimmy, he's a great player, but he's not gonna win. He's not gonna be the magical solution to all this. Kuminga just needs to play, and Kerr's stubbornness to say that Moody's a 4 and all this, it seems intentional at this point, and it's ridiculous. Just let the dude play, man.
Shane, well said. And that's...
But what happened to... And
that's
I ain't
where
mad
I'm
at Shane.
at.
And he's playing, Shane. I would just tell Shane, what happened to earning more, though? You got to earn it. You can go out there and play, and he's getting that. But what about earning it? Because we all have had the conversation, and I'm his biggest fan, or one of them, that he's leaving some meat on the bone. So what about... Shane's kind of just play him, but he's doing that, and he's not taking advantage of it.
When I look at Kuminga and Kerr, I don't love Kuminga. I don't hate Kuminga. I'm just trying to talk about what we've seen for 4 years and how he's been used and what's been said about him. And I'm talking about the organization as it relates to Kuminga. And I kind of agree with Shane that, and this is sometimes what happens when, a player just doesn't emerge. I think certain players you look at and you look for reasons not to play them. And then there are other players that you look and you say, I'm looking for a reason to play them. And I think every coach feels that way about every single player. And Kerr feels the way he does about Kuminga. And I can't see it changing. And the other thing is, this is a text that came in on the Comcast Business text line. It's from the 415, and this is what I can't kind of put my finger on.
All right.
415. That's just it, Steiny. JK was doing that well in the Spurs game and still got no minutes down the stretch. This is where I think Steve Kerr must disagree with you that he was doing that well. Because why wouldn't he?
And there it is.
Why wouldn't he stick with him?
Right.
I think we've got to acknowledge that Steve Kerr thinks he sees things that he doesn't like in Kuminga. And that's why he doesn't play him more than he does.
And you asked me a hellified question where I didn't have the answer to, because, you know, I'm being honest, Donnie, the San Antonio Spurs games, I was so fixated on him getting stripped with the ball offensively, I didn't see what he was doing defensively. But it all boils down to I'm not the head coach. And Steve Kerr is there watching it, and I don't think there's a good answer. I don't think we took many calls after the Spurs game as to why Kuminga wasn't in on Castle, where you could match athleticism and foot speed with Kuminga. But my guy Don Dada on the YouTube chat is, Goo, 2 months ago, you were just there with Shane. Yeah, I was there. And I was lobbying for Kuminga to play with Wiggins when he was here. I was lobbying for Kuminga to start. Just put him out there. But what I'm not going to do is be blind to the fact that Steve Kerr is giving Jonathan Kuminga every damn game enough minutes to be featured and cook. And he's not taking advantage of it. So, Don Dada, that's what I'm saying. What is Kuminga doing with the minutes that he's been given?
I think that's one of the issues, though.
You know what I mean? We can't say he's not playing. He's playing. And I'm a bit just lightweight disappointed. So that's the 180 I'm doing. But for your hellified question, Steiny, about the other night defensively, I got to believe there was something the coach saw that said, keep him on the bench.
And
it's frustrating to me and all pro-Kuminga guys and gals. Come on.
I think you hit one of the issues, though. It's like you can't just let Kuminga play. You have to play and let him cook. You don't have to let anyone. Why do you? It's a tough one.
Yeah, it really is.
Frank's in Atlanta.
ATL.
Hey, Frank, how you doing, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing
Thanks
well.
for having me.
Sure.
Okay. Today is the same as yesterday.
Yeah.
Guru, let go of that man. Let go of Jonathan Kuminga. Steiny's right.
Wow.
Kerr doesn't want anything to do with Kuminga. He never has. He does it now. And if they paid him chicken change next year, he wouldn't play him then. Get over it. He's going to go someplace else and score 20, 25 points a game because they're going to let him play. He's not a 4. He's a 3 playing out of position right now. They went and got Jimmy. They went and got Jimmy B. He plays the 3. He fits the manager's style. Kuminga does not fit the style of play.
I hear you, man.
That the manager of the Golden State Warriors wants to play. Move on. At some time, you just got to cut bait and move on.
Hey, let me ask you this.
Dude.
Yeah, let me ask you this, because you make some good points, and I'm coming from a vantage point, and I mean this. I'm rooting for the kid. If he goes somewhere and averages 24, I believe he could. But what about his handle to be a 3? That's what's disappointing me, his handle. Just real quick, speak to his hand. Have you noticed that the handle is not as tight as it should be?
No, his handle is he's playing in the wrong place. He's playing in the wrong place.
Thanks, Frank. Appreciate the call. 510 saying, how come we're talking about Kuminga again? And it's because Steve Kerr was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday and basically said
that hurt.
That the lineup of Kuminga, Draymond Green, and Jonathan Kuminga, it just doesn't work. He said it just doesn't. They don't have enough spacing, and people are getting in each other's way. And now at that point, you got to say, well, what's going to change even next year? Or if Jonathan Kuminga, comes back.
Go ahead.
No.
Do you have a problem with a guy like me that says, and it's unfortunate, but there are no scholarships in life. Well, I guess in college, I didn't get one. That the 20 minutes that he's getting, it's upon him to make that into 30.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course it is.
Okay. And that's what I'm seeing, little things where I could see, like, Steiny, you're right. I don't have the answer, but I see why he played 18 minutes.
Okay. Well, the other thing I was thinking about Kuminga, and I feel like I never wanted to move the guy if it meant giving up draft picks. And I still don't want to move the guy. Because I think we're going to need him in 3 years. And so if I'm the Warriors, yes, I try to re-sign him for sixth man money, $15 million a year. That doubles his pay.
All right, and that might be enough.
Maybe it is enough.
But we saw these erroneous reports that he wanted 40 or 30, but we were, maybe he knows what time it is and he wants to stay.
All right, coming up on the other side, we got Marlon Wayans, comedian and actor. The Bayview Restaurant is delighted to announce the return of their popular winemaker series.
But what you must do is you must forgive them. You have to trust that your parents did the best they could with what they had. And I say this from my heart, keep your heart light. I just lost my dad 5 months ago. Yeah, but you know what? He was a good dude. Don't feel bad. You didn't kill him, Liquor did.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Marlon Wayans, comedian, actor, the youngest of the Wayans siblings. He made his name on In Living Color and the Scary Movie series. Tonight, he's going to be at the Henry J. Kaiser Center for the Arts in Oakland at 8 o'clock. It's part of his Wild Child stand-up tour. Welcome, Marlon
How you doing?
Wayans.
Thank you, brother. Thank
How are you, man?
In the Bay. Y'all got to get some fake applause in here or something. That was kind of dry. There you go.
All right, so we just heard a clip
silence.
from...
I was like, am I famous? What happened?
No, they waiting on you, baby.
So that was from Good Grief, your new special on Amazon. What's that all about?
That special came out last year, yes. All my specials have been number one. I have Good Grief on Amazon, and that was and then I have Wokish on Netflix, and then I have You Know What It Is on HBO Max, and what's the other one? God Loves Me on HBO Max, and then Headliners on HBO Max, and then now Good Grief is a hilarious stand-up special about my dead parents. I like to pull from a dark well when I do my jokes.
Look at you. Both your parents are from Harlem, so you did that.
I thought you'd say, both your parents are dead. I said, bingo.
No,
they
I
are
got
gone.
you. But both of them are from Harlem.
Sometimes I just go knock on the casket and see if they knock back.
Look at my man.
Yeah.
And you did that at the Apollo Theater, but how special was that to honor your parents?
Well, they're from Harlem, so I went and represented them there and celebrated them. And my mom actually performed at the Apollo and one with her sisters, her siblings, 2 times amateur night. So when I was on that stage, I just felt like I felt the ancestors. And plus, Michael Jackson and Jackson 5 performed on that stage. You got James Brown performed on that stage. Steve Harvey's mustache spent a lot of time on that stage hosting the Showtime at the Apollo.
Hey, I was going to ask you about Scary Movie, but you've already annoyed me.
What? I thought we
got
friends.
friction early.
What happened? Scary Movie. Yes, we are doing it, by the way, since you brought it up.
Yeah.
We are doing it. We're writing Scary Movie 6 right now. And that, me and my brothers jump back onto our franchise, and we're going to give you a big, funny hit come next summer. I'm sorry I annoyed you. That's 2026.
Tell them why, Stoney.
What did I say?
Marlon said he doesn't watch the NBA anymore because there hasn't been real basketball since the 90s.
Yeah.
And I said, you mean 80s? And he said, no, 90s.
I said 90s. Back when...
I said, Marlon, you misspoke.
I meant the 90s. Back when... And actually, I remember it was like the 90s, just leaving the 80s, because... Actually, yeah, honestly, I will say, no, but I won't say, because I think it stopped in the 90s. So I was right. I mean, after Jordan, showed Larry Bird what it is to be the greatest of all time, I think what happened then, after Jordan's transition, and then I'd say Kobe years. All right. And then after that, everybody became friends. I don't see nobody getting pushed out the sky, nobody getting scratched. Nobody.
Draymond Green.
Oh, that's the only one. Draymond playing hockey. Everybody else playing basketball. Draymond, he take it to a whole nother level. At one point, he wasn't even playing defense. He was just kicking you in your ding-ding. Pop! But I was like, that man plays basketball. And everybody started calling me an old head. See, you an old head. But I'll give it to Draymond. Draymond played basketball. Yeah. And Steph, Steph is a great shooter.
Of all time.
I will say.
Are you sure? You sure about that?
He's a great shooter. And I know you love Larry Bird.
The game.
I know you love Larry Bird.
Take it easy,
but he's actually a slightly better shooter than I think Larry.
You know what? We can agree there.
You gonna give it to him before you pull
it? And listen, I'm not gonna lie. Larry Bird was the one dude I love to hate, but he was just so great that he earns your respect. That man could play ball. He used to hit the basket, and the basket in practice, he'd be shooting and the ball would roll back to him. That's the kind of English he would have on his shot. Larry Bird was and the Celtics, they were a great team. Ugly. That was an ugly team.
Look at him.
There's
Robert
nothing cute.
Parrish.
I know they had no groupies. They looked like a bunch of monsters. Robert Parrish looked like what's that? Matumbo smelled something bad.
R.I.P.
He smelled like came to the bathroom and smelled something bad, and his face just stuck like that.
Scottie Pippen had that look too.
Oh, Scottie was ugly too. Scottie still looked like someone smushed him up on the window. I don't know what color Dennis Johnson is.
Oh man, Scottie, rest in peace to
God rest the DJ, but. You know, I don't know what kind of freckles that was.
Before you pulled
that was the first black man I saw with freckles.
Yeah, he had them.
And then, and McHale, his long ass arms
Herman
dragging
Munster.
down the court.
Little like Herman
He was
Munster.
ugly as hell. You know they had no groupies. And honestly, this is how much I hated the Lakers, that I actually was rooting for the Celtics every time the Lakers played them.
Oh man,
why'd you hate the Celtics?
You had problems in the hood then, because we would. It's just like I'm going with the brothers, man.
I'm a hater, right? I'm agnostic. I don't have any teams because I just want to hate.
Sounds like
everybody.
somebody I know.
You know what? And
there's
isn't
nothing
it
to root
unfair
for.
how it used to be called criticism and now it's called hating?
Yeah, it's not hating. You got
Thank you.
Speak. If everything ain't perfect, man. This new generation is too sensitive. You supposed to keep it real. My job is to keep it real. And if you ain't playing well, then I'm gonna say you ain't playing well. I'm gonna speak the truth. And if you can't handle it, well, I don't know what to tell you. But I'm gonna tell the truth. Everybody want to lie and big up you and dap you up. Nah, man, good game. Nah, it was a terrible game. You had a terrible game. Yeah, you scored 60, but you know how many shots it took you to get there?
So if him isn't good, you'll say, you know what?
I'll be like,
I wasn't at my best.
That's when I'll be like, no, you out your mind. I was wonderful. Now, production might have sucked.
Now, that's a something you're working on.
But I'll tell you right now, I'm amazing in that movie. No, but honestly, if it's not good, my performance is bad, I'll be like, yeah, I phoned that in.
What's your worst performance of all time?
I don't know. I commit to everything. My worst performance of all time. Oh, man. I would say there's an episode of the Wayans Brothers where it was Brazilla the Roach and Rodney the Rat. And me and Sean did a Godzilla King Kong fight scene, and we was in these bad costumes, and I was just like, I couldn't commit. I was like, this feels bad. My brother Keenan said this is the first, he was laughing watching it going, it was so bad, that was the only time I seen Marlon not commit. Because I commit to anything. I would light myself on fire for a joke. I don't care. I'm going for it. I commit. I spent all that check right away. I bought sneakers. I bought a new car. I bought a Range Rover. I was just like, I hate myself for doing that. I don't want none of this money.
How did that come about? Because that's a psychological horror. Him, and you playing quarterback?
Oh, I thought you was talking about the bad episode of Wayne's Brother. I was like, them white writers writing something bad.
How did this come about, though? Him,
actually, Jordan Peele and is the producer, Monkey Paw Productions, and Justin Tipping, who is the Bay's very own, the Bay's finest. He's from the town.
Yeah.
And, they offered me the movie, and I was like, bet. And I was like, you sure you're not talking about Damon? And they was like, no, Marlon, I know we got the right one. And they offered it to me. And then from there was about, it's a psychological horror thriller. So there's no comedy in it. Wow. So I got to get dark. And I think this will be one of my probably best performances dramatically.
Look at him, Steiny.
All right.
Hey, I know when it's good. I know when it's good.
Do you know when something's good?
I know when something's good. I do. To ask me a question, I will tell you the truth. I will not lie.
All right. So, there's this movie that you made. I've never seen it, but I hear it's really disturbing. Requiem for a Dream.
Great movie. Very twisted.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
Watch it.
Can you pitch me for somebody who hasn't seen it?
It is the greatest PSA for not doing drugs ever. All you got to do, everybody's life looks like it's all happy, and then you crash down to hell, and it ends in hell. And you watch the movie. I did that movie 25 years ago.
Right.
I seen it one time, and I said never again.
That's funny. We just had
It's
our
that
producer.
dark.
What's the movie you saw? You said it was just like that. One and done. Magazine.
Magazine Dreams with your guy Majors. It was dark.
With Jonathan Majors?
Oh, man, it was so dark.
I'm going to see it one time because I want to see this man buff and me jealous. I get jealous. I get jealous. I'm like, he really did steroids. That's how he got that way.
Tell me about Bel Air. Where are we at in
Uncle Lou
with Bel Air?
You did that role.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. See,
I'm being real. I'll tell you if you wasn't that good.
He knows good too.
Yeah,
I know when it's bad.
Yeah,
it was good. I getting a couple. I won a NAACP award for that. I think I'm coming back this season, but that was great. Once again, Will hit me up and was like, "Yo, it's a great part." I was like, "If it's a great part,
played it.
Why aren't you doing it?" He's like, "I'm sorry, silly Negro. I win Oscars. I don't do Emmys." And so he gave me the role, and I was blessed to be able to play it. And I don't know how I played it because I'm a good father. So lose a piece of work.
Man.
But it was good.
Let me ask you this: how much stuff are you involved in? Because you got the comedy, you got the acting, like. How do gigs come your way? How busy are you? What do you say no to? What do you say
You're
yes
just looking
to?
at my resume right now like, what? What is going on?
Like, how do you keep it all straight?
I don't know. I work. I don't take.
Look at him.
I work 7 days a week. I don't take time off. I work between work. Right now, he's reading some of my work right now that I wrote last night and was writing on the way here. So I'm writing a movie, scary movie right now. That's what we're working on. So on the weekends I do stand up. I fly to my shows. I promote my shows, and then on the weekdays, as soon as I get home, I'm back to writing. Yeah, and then after this, I'm going to be filming the movie and doing stand-up on the weekends. I'm trying to be prolific. I'm trying to be great. And the only way to be great is you got to be a cleaner. You got to think like Jordan. You got to think like Kobe. You got to think like, I got to get this work in. I got to get this work in. I'm trying to be great, so you have to be relentless. There's a book I read, Relentless, by Tim Groven. He was a trainer for Jordan and a trainer for Kobe. Yeah. And it's about greatness is a mental commitment and a constant, consistent effort. You don't give up. I'm a cleaner.
I love that. Now, I'm not trying to be messy because I follow you and I know your stuff. You brought
about to ask me something.
No, you brought up Will Smith, and I just want to know where you were at and how many times you made calls the night of the Oscars when he went up there and slapped Chris Rock. Because the world stopped for me.
Will slapped Chris so hard that I did an hour special on it. I felt it. I dedicated an entire special called God Loves Me. It's on HBO Max, and it's all about Will Smith slapping Chris Rock and because of Jada Pinkett, and why that slap had nothing to do with them.
Leave my wife.
But had everything to do with me. That slap happened because of me.
What you mean?
Watch the special, Good Grief, and you'll see. You're gonna be like, I just want you to watch it, and you're gonna. It's to me my best special is the one special my brothers was like. Keenan was like, that was brilliant. And Keenan never gives me credit. Even Damon goes, you know something ugly?
You got him down.
I normally don't think you funny at all. In fact, you silly putty, you annoying to me. But that special was brilliant because I never seen somebody take one topic and keep it entertaining for an hour and 7 minutes. He said, that was brilliant. So watch God Loves Me.
I get
and I'll tell you a story. You want
go ahead, yeah.
Okay, so when I was, I known Chris Rock since I was 12 years old. He's a family friend. And initially his part in I'ma Get You Sucker was supposed to go to me.
A classic.
But my brother gave it to Chris Rock. And I cried because he gave my part to Chris Rock. And so Chris Rock wound up becoming a Rid Man, and he blew up. And I had an extra role as pedestrian number one. So right then and there, my brother gave my role in his movie to Chris Rock. So then I'm 14 years old. I'm at the premiere of I'ma Get You Sucker.
Okay.
And I'm talking to this beautiful 19-year-old girl. I'm about to get a number. Chris Rock comes over and he goes, what the hell you doing over there? You know you can't handle her. What you gonna do with that thing? Hand that over to the proper authorities. He grabs my girl, walks away, and he winds up probably smashing it out. So then,
that hurts.
I'm 19 years old. I'm doing stand-up for like the 50th time. And then, stand-up is a hard thing to do. And so I'm doing stand-up, and I'm not doing well. And then Chris Rock, somebody heckles me from the audience. I go, what else is funny? He goes, I don't know. You the comedian. You supposed to tell me it was funny. I'm like, who's that? Is somebody a whole lot funnier than you? Which Wayans brother are you, Tito? And he just heckles me. I look, and it's Chris Rock, my mean older brother in comedy. And he sits there for 5 minutes and heckles me. It feels like for 5 hours. I went home, I cried, I quit stand-up for 20 years. And I said to God, please do something. I want to harm him. And God was like, no, vengeance is mine. And then on March 27, 2022, at approximately 10:32 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 7:32 Pacific, when Chris Rock cracked the joke on Will Smith, and Will Smith got up, actually cracked the joke on Jada Pinkett Smith, and Will Smith got up and slapped the hell out of Chris Rock. That had nothing to do with Will. That had nothing to do with Chris. That had nothing to do with Jada. That was because God loves me. God slapped him. That's for taking his part, taking his girl, and for heckling him, you skinny, Fat Albert kid looking.
We got to the bottom of it.
That's why he got slapped.
Wow.
But I did a whole special on that, and you got to watch it.
Well, my sources tell me you didn't commit to pedestrian number one.
I did.
In that movie. That you didn't. You just didn't commit.
My brother cut my role in that.
It's like a guy going to the bench
my
and then he starts
I was supposed to be the first guy that wins an Oscar for an extra role. That's how committed I was. I had a character. I had a moment before. Like I had a certain walk, the way my character walked.
All right, we got to get you out of here.
Chris Rock, he got it down, man.
Marlon Wayans. Yes. You can catch him tonight at Henry J. Kaiser Center for the Arts in Oakland. Part of his Wild Child stand-up tour. Thank you so much for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
This set is not like Good Grief, and it's not like God Loves Me. It's brand new material, and it's really funny. And come see it.
Where are you going now? Where do you got to go now? It's one of those things where you just kind of shoehorned us in.
They slept me wherever, and I just...
Well, your show's at 8, so you should start heading over to Oakland right about now.
Your traffic is crazy. I want to say, the homeless people out here hit different. I saw the dirtiest man. It looked like he was in makeup. I said, what kind of dirt is that? Like, if I washed him, it wasn't going to come off. It was like stained. I was like, this is a movie set. I thought it was a prank. Y'all homeless hit different out here. And what kind of drugs are they on? I was like, this is zombies. Y'all got zombies. I want some of that high. God bless y'all.
Yeah, all right, thank you so much. There he is, Marlon Wayans.
The man.
Joining us. You can catch him tonight at the Henry J. Kaiser Center for the Arts in Oakland. 8 o'clock. I got to believe tickets are still available. Yeah, that's why you're here in the first place, right?
We're going to pull up on that show.
I came to see his wave.
All right. Take care. Oh, we're getting out right now? All right. We'll be right back on 95.7.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway.
Draymond Green.
Oh, that's the only one. Draymond playing hockey. Everybody else playing basketball. Draymond, he take it to a whole nother level. At one point, he wasn't even playing defense. He was just kicking you in your ding-ding.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thanks to Marlon Wayans.
Man.
He joined us last segment in studio.
Went too fast, Steiny.
Yeah, it did.
I need a cigarette.
It did go pretty fast. If you want to catch Marlon Wayans, you can do so tonight in Oakland. Part of his Wild Child stand-up tour, Henry J. Kaiser Center for the Arts, 8 o'clock tonight. And, now's the time of the show when we usually go over the scouting report and talk about how great we did.
No, you were great.
What do you mean?
The whole Larry, you were great, man. He's funny.
Yeah, it was good.
He was happy Chris got slapped. Yeah, that's what I take away.
Do you think he really didn't like Chris Rock?
There might be something there. His impressions were great, too. His own brother, he did it. Man, that was good, Stoney.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
A lot of fun. And, by the way, that's right. Who's the ass?
What? Uh-oh.
Who's the ass? Somebody on one of the text lines.
Uh-oh.
Who's the jerk who said, Steiny, ask him about the Niners. He's a big fan.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
he's not.
Yeah.
No, he's not. I asked him before the segment. So you're a big Niner fan. He looked at me, stupid. He's not.
Steiny, I got uncomfortable when he made fun of his parents in the back. Like, oh, man. But those are his.
I like irreverence. So I like that kind of humor.
Oh, boy, that was great. Packed in a little bit.
I kind of want to go to the show now.
Man.
You drop off any tickets?
No.
What was his buddy's name? I liked him.
DC.
Yeah.
From Vallejo. He's 40.
Is he from?
Yeah. DC's from Vallejo.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, giving us that wrong intel. He's a Niner fan. He's like you. He don't have teams.
He's from Harlem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why you didn't jump into the Apollo stuff. I know that's
you remember
right
one
up
of
your alley.
Outside of him, one of the greatest performances, and he cited the great Michael Jackson. Remember that?
I don't.
Yeah.
But
he calls Steph that every single show.
I know.
No, but the real Michael Jackson's performance at the Apollo. I've been to the Apollo.
Did you see a show there or you just walked by it?
No, we went in, got a tour. Family and I. Remember I went to New York a couple years ago?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, you and Evan held it down.
All right, one of our great listeners, one of my personal favorites, Duck Sauce, said, what does he mean? This being a sports show, I can't believe no one brought up that he was in Above the Rim.
Well, we only had 15 minutes,
Duck Sauce says one of the greatest hoop movies of all time.
Yeah, Tupac. Birdie. It was a great film.
I never saw that.
I'm going to check out that HBO Max special. I hadn't.
Which one?
The one about Chris Rock.
He listed about 7.
Yeah, he did.
Can you imagine being that busy? Dude. That's why I didn't invite him to the ship.
Those were just
stuff
bam, 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 bam. Yeah, we didn't get to that.
I'll tell you what, I did screw one thing up.
No, you were excellent. The Larry Bird.
I forgot. Can't believe I didn't ask him.
Tickets?
No, how much he makes.
Oh, study stuff. He probably got 10 different incomes.
Well, that's kind of what I was getting at. I wanted to ask him how many checks he draws, like each month, from like how many different sources.
Brothers don't like that stuff.
And about the amount.
He gave me some loves on the haircut, though, the ways.
That's 2 now.
And who's the other one?
Roz Gold on Wood A.
It's a day I'll never forget. It was pre-Evan. We were at, since Evan hadn't heard, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
So we were at the Warrior Media Day, and Roz was covering the team. She was the Steiny then. And it was during break. She was about to pop on with us, and I'll never forget. And she goes, your hair is beautiful. And I melted. Steiny was right there. Remember that?
I can vouch for it.
Evan, I'll never forget it.
And this is why I told you, it is disrespectful to people with bad hair for you to wear hats.
I don't know. It was Friday. We're going to the ship, and I just felt like wearing the hat. Shasky said the brothers don't wear this type of hats.
I can't speak to that.
Marlon said he couldn't see your waves, good.
Oh, boy. That dude was funny, man. We might need to go to the show. I'm on a high right now. Bring me down. That was fun. That was natural humor.
I kind of wish you would have stayed a little longer.
Me too.
It felt like 2 minutes. He's going to do TV.
You were puckered for the first 2 hours of the show.
He played possum. You're incredible, man. You're incredible.
It was good.
You truly are.
I want to go back to sports like a hole in the head right now. Kuminga. Is he getting
the 6 seed?
I'm done discussing sports. You know what?
We got a game tonight.
I'm done discussing Kuminga.
Yeah.
But here's the problem. Now we're in no man's land.
No, we're not.
I don't know where to go now because I'm not a real host.
But just talk about how you feel after that experience.
I feel pretty good.
Yeah, I do too.
I thought he was really cool. You can tell a lot about a guy when they're outside the studio, and he seemed to be a regular dude.
Draymond's playing hockey. That's a 4, man. We've had fun with it, but Draymond playing hockey. Pretty good, Stoney.
So he's a comedian, but he's also a dramatic actor.
Yeah.
Probably should have asked him about that.
Even when he's pedestrian number 1.
Contrast. I guess I got to see Requiem for a Dream. Seriously.
You watch it once and you never watch it again.
And Magazine Dreams, which Evan and I, it's Stoney. I'm telling you, I didn't want to go to bed. It was that dark.
I love dark movies, though. I love them.
Surprising.
I love film noir.
Who's in that?
It's genre.
Oh,
it's not actually film.
You don't know until you know, Evan.
It's a genre of film.
Give it to me again.
Film noir.
Wow.
I like Danish movies.
That is so randomly specific. Why?
There's a couple directors I like.
Wayans?
Thomas Vinterberg and Lars von Trier.
You and Evan.
You want to see a dark movie? Go see a movie called Celebration. And it's not the Celebration with Russell Brand. It's a Danish movie in black and white. But
you won't watch a Willie Mays documentary.
Yeah.
Who's he?
When we're having the writer on that did it, yeah.
I mean, look.
By the way.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Should we play this game?
Of course.
Or just have fun with it? The who he worked for?
Oh, this is you guys are unfun. Let's do it, man. This is
John Shea. Who he worked for?
Come on, this is yours, Stoney.
Let me set it up. You know how Barkley never knows who guys play for in the NBA at the beginning of the season?
That's a great idea.
And they have a who he play for. And, of course, Barkley doesn't know. I felt like in this uncertain media landscape, we should have a who he worked for game, and it's with Bay Area media people because nobody stays in one place any longer. All right, who's the guy? John Shea, SF Chronicle.
Dude.
He recently switched publications.
The Athletic. SF Standard. All right.
Boy.
Wow.
Okay.
So nobody's struck out yet.
All
you got it on your third strike. It's on me now, E.
All right, let's go with Matt Barrows.
Oakland Tribune.
It's my turn.
Oh.
The Athletic. That's our guy.
Not a boy.
He's been there 3 years. He's the longest tenured writer.
He's actually got senior next to his name.
It's your turn, Sonny.
Yeah.
Who else we want to go with here? Oh, Cam Inman.
San Jose Mercury News.
My man, I was going to get upset if you didn't get that.
He's Bay Area
friend of the
News
show.
Group.
Friend of the show.
Bay Area News Group.
All right. Shea was in the back pocket. Who else recently? I'm trying to think of who else recently switched. Oh, Tim Kawakami.
Philadelphia Daily News.
The Standard.
Los Angeles Times.
Standard, baby.
San Jose Mercury News. The Athletic.
I got it already.
Oh.
Did you go down his resume?
Yeah, I did. Dude, I read Tim Kawakami in the mid-'80s. He was covering the Philadelphia Eagles when Buddy Ryan was the head coach. And
he's a good dude,
he worked
man.
For the Philadelphia. Yeah, Buddy Ryan was a great guy.
I'm talking about TK.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, he covered the Eagles in the mid-'80s.
I always go up to him.
And he had a great relationship, apparently, with Buddy Ryan.
Just say hello to him, and he's always just cool, man.
Yeah.
He's one of those people where they can hate you, but you still like them. Because that's what type of guy. I know I'm not.
Well, I think it's more like he can hate you and you'll never know. No, I don't.
That's how I go.
Let's go to, I'll tell you what.
Let's go home.
Let me tell you what. It's tough to go from Marlon Wayans to Murillo and Petaluma, but let's do it. Hey, Murillo, how you doing?
Oh.
I'm doing dynamite, and I'll take that as a compliment. Hey, the interview was great, though. I'm not going to lie. And this is why it triggered me to call. Thanks for not holding me for so long, because it struck me a chord. And it's been striking me a chord lately when it comes to sports media. There's a big effect of antisocial media. I call it antisocial. I don't think it promotes the social. It promotes the antisocial. It's a one-way street where people yap, and don't listen. Ooh. Right? Twitter, whatever it is. So, and I'm not coming and down anybody's road. I'm actually coming here to compliment you guys, because that's the very reason why you guys are my favorite show. Your guys, and Steiny, I see you do it, and you make an effort for it. You make your show about a dialogue, not a bunch of monologues, not a bunch of shouting at people, shouting at each other, and not taking the time to listen and understand perspective.
Well,
so I appreciate your show, because just like in that interview, and every time you guys have an interview, it triggers me to think about that, because you look at the national media and whatever it is, there's so many people career-minded thinking about their thoughts and whatever they think is about the world and of sports, and you guys take the time to not cut off listeners, to not flush anyone, and to accept even the dumbest thing we hear here. So thank you guys so much. Excuse me, I lost my air here. Rest. Oh, I'm sorry. Have a happy rest of your day, and I appreciate you guys.
Hey, dude, that was love,
Thank you,
man.
Murillo.
Check in the mail. Pull up on us next Friday. Wow.
I mean, we only had, 888-957-9570. I was watching a little bit of the cabinet meeting that I saw on the internet, and they spent about a half hour with the cabinet members.
Still watching the dark,
flattering and praising the head of the cabinet.
4 minutes till break.
The bottom line is, if we can open up the phone lines, if you guys want to talk about, how good of the show this really is, and how well we do with interviews, how our insight is second to none, and
we just
everybody's welcome.
Yeah.
We're also taking criticisms.
Yeah, I haven't seen any.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Yeah,
not hate,
I'm
just
shocked.
criticism.
Let me tell you something about today. It's all locking in.
You got a little cop to you.
Wayans.
Dude, that
my new guy.
Yeah, no doubt.
Speaking of one of my guys,
Freeze.
Filmo Mike. Hey, Filmo, what's going on?
Mike, baby.
Hey, man. I know who you were talking about back in the day. We was like, we don't talk at you. We talk with you. We going to keep that between us. I know who you were talking about. You feel me? He on the other. We ain't even going to go there.
Mike.
But anyway, though. Yeah, man, I'm a real one. I stay tapped in the street.
Yeah.
But look, I'm so tapped in, Guru. Somebody literally just called me. I kid you not, Guru. It's nothing about you. It's nothing about you. It's about your physical appearance and your waves and your hair. They just said, bro, they think you got canola oil in your hair, bro. I kid you not. I swear to God.
Man, tell Mike.
They was like, is the waves real? Is he putting canola oil in his hair and doing an S-curl kit? I'm like, hell nah. Guru got the real waves. He a real day one. His daddy from Texas. You feel me? It's hard to get waves up out of Texas hair, so I know it's lit, Guru. Come on,
too
baby.
Funny, man. Oh, Mike, my man. Yeah.
All right, so that's a compliment.
Hey, Guru,
canola oil.
when Steiny daughter was like, "Oh, Guru has waves." It's the canola oil.
Yeah, look at it. They call it the secret sauce, Mike. Yeah.
The secret sauce. I gotta get like you, Guru. No lie, my waves are struggling. It's a struggle.
Hey,
it's
Mike.
like top ramen away.
Mike, do me a favor.
Sir.
Wash your back.
Oh man, this
Hey, that's what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
Scrubby scrub.
Scrubby scrub scrub.
Oh boy.
Filmo Mike, you can catch him at the hottest parties in the Bay.
Yeah. Dude, he's talented. So are you.
Who? Marlon?
Mike.
Mike?
Phil Mike.
I love Mike.
Yeah.
I love Mike. By the way, can Yeah.
Take your time. Well, we got a minute.
I was going to share a story.
On the side. It's called a tease.
Okay, well, then we got 90 seconds to kill here.
People really want to know, are you going to pay off the bet? And I don't want to bring the we're on a high right now, but
no, I'm not, because there was no bet.
Wow, man.
And clearly you're out of content because now you're relying on repeating yourself from the last 2 days.
No, it just came up on the chat, and I just thought.
And you couldn't filter it out.
We did.
No, we didn't.
Well.
All right. Marlon Wayans.
What do you got? What do you want to get into on the other side, Steiny?
That's a great question. I say we make it a potpourri Friday. Dealer's choice.
Adelman?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Masters? That's why you're the producer.
I like the Masters one, too.
I don't.
We can absolutely do that.
What's bugging you, too?
Oh, and I will tell you how I approach my job every day ever since I got a piece of great advice from a coworker. Gave me great advice, and it has absolutely changed my attitude. And I think you guys will acknowledge that's the case. No, it was somebody else.
Oh,
it was somebody with a less of a profile, but far more insight. Okay, let's see. 12:42. It doesn't look like I have a read here. So the number's 888-957-9570. It's a free-for-all Friday. So, we can talk about Kyle Shanahan we can even talk about George Kittle.
Or how to improve the show.
Well, that'll be a short conversation. I'm done discussing sports.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's...
excruciating decade-long wait and excruciating short misses for McIlroy coming down the stretch.
Real quick, I got to say Rory choked.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I had Scheffler.
Rory's coming, baby. -6.
Rory Mac. It's pretty damn good.
He is. Excuse me. Evan had an interesting question for me before the show. Kind of came out of nowhere.
Typically do.
He said, Steiny, who are the scariest players in the Western Conference? Meaning individual players who legitimately scare you. In other words, you worried that the one guy could get you beat.
Yeah, gotcha.
I have my list of my top three.
The one guy that can get you beat or the one guy that can beat you?
Beat you.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. All
right. Who's your number one?
Anthony Edwards.
Was he eavesdropping, Evan?
I probably wasn't even here.
He definitely wasn't here. It was 8:30. Sorry, Goo.
I'm on a high from that.
I have Edwards first, too, damn it.
Well, it's not hard to, it's not Michael Jordan's Michael Jordan.
Okay, well, let's keep going.
I want to just say something about Anthony Edwards, and I mean this, and I'm different. When guys shoot a basketball, Evan, sometimes by the time it gets to, let's just say a three-pointer, by the time it gets to the rim, it feels like it could be a hurricane, a tornado. There could have been a war. It's like that thing. Anthony Edwards' ball is like a magnet going straight to the rim. And the only other time I felt this way, Steiny, not even Steph, Michael Jordan. When that ball left his hand, I just look at the bottom of the basket. And that's just the feeling I get when I watch Anthony Edwards play basketball and shoot.
Of course,
and that was bombing threes.
Yeah, shooting 44% from the floor this year, Anthony Edwards.
But what about from deep?
I don't know. I don't have that page up.
A lot of threes. So all three of us had Ant.
Wow.
The reason I brought it to Steiny is I was just watching the game and seeing what Ant was able to do to Memphis. And it's like, I know that the Warriors have had success against Minnesota. They beat them in the head-to-head series 3-1. But if they were playing them potentially in a 7-8 matchup,
my gosh,
that's not the guy that I want on the other side of the court.
No doubt about it.
Kind of the way I feel. I'm kind of with you.
And let me tell you something that's getting buried here in the Bay about the Warriors.
Hold on. Give me a hint.
See if Evan can guess it. About their playing history.
Oh,
nobody cares.
They're
right. winless.
Right.
They're 0-3.
No, you hit the nail on the head.
I'm just
Nobody
telling
cares.
You. It's a fact. So I want no part of the play-in.
So what are you saying about Steph?
He's 2 on my list.
No, I mean, Goo. Single elimination. Steph can't get it done?
It's a team now.
I have him 2 on my list. Scary player.
Hey, it's a team game.
Now it's a team game.
Oh, I thought Kerr Story. I thought Curry wasn't even an option.
Okay, he's an option.
All right, so I got him second. Well, this is probably where we'll veer off right here, the third.
Actually, maybe not, because I think he's still scary.
Who's got Jaren Jackson?
Kawhi Leonard.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
He looks like he's healthy, and he's already done it, but I'm going Jokic.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm going Jokic third.
That's fair.
All right, go ahead.
That's it. I just have 3.
You only made 3?
Where's Luke and LeBron?
They're not on. They're not in this one.
Well, you didn't have.
I'm not, it's weird. I'm not scared of them like I am Anthony Edwards or like I would be against Steph Curry.
It's not about them cracking your top 3. It's about you not going past 3. Oh. There's no other player in the Western Conference that would scare, like SGA.
He's divorcing you right now. That used to be your guy.
Who?
SGA. Let me tell you.
But I guess I look at it a little different, honestly. I look at it as I'm looking at it as a guy
like
who
out
of no, but just a guy you can't get under control even if you wanted to. And I put Edwards and Curry in there and Kawhi. I think Luka can be guarded. And I think LeBron can too.
Wow. Nobody on the Rockets, huh? And I think that'll be their ultimate downfall. They're a great story. They could even win it, but they don't have that guy, Donnie.
We'll see. We will see. Let's go to Barry in Walnut Creek. Hey, Barry, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. You hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good. Hey, I'm a long-suffering Portland Trailblazer fan. I still love the Warriors, though. But I lived in Portland for a couple of 3 days. I got there after the disaster with Sam Bowie instead of Michael Jordan or Hakeem Olajuwon. I was there when they took Greg Oden instead of Durant. It's been a rough ride. But and I don't follow them that closely, so I was hoping you could fill me in every once in a while. I hear you mention them, and you talk about maybe them having kind of a bright future. So I was hoping, especially since they're playing the Warriors tonight, right? Yeah. I was hoping you could fill me in.
Hey, before you go, I don't want to rub it in, but what about the Memorial Day Miracle?
Yeah.
Remember that? Sean Elliott against the Blazers, Western Conference Finals. Stotty doesn't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Barry.
I remember.
I was kind of rubbing it in on him. Remember that? J.R. Ryder, Rasheed Wallace, Sean Elliott hit that corner three to walk off.
I remember the alley-oop between Shaq and Kobe, or Kobe and Shaq.
Well, that's another one to rub in. But the Memorial Day Massacre.
Yeah.
Miracle Massacre.
I don't remember.
Sean Elliott's corner three?
I mean, I remember it, but I don't remember the circumstances.
They were down 2, and he a miracle shot beat the Blazers.
He was kind of like you. He's got a couple favorite teams.
You're special.
What?
I'm on a high. You can't bring me down right now.
As someone who follows the Timberwolves, Ant's moaning that he has developed at the free throw. Ant's moaning that he has developed at the free throw line is super annoying.
He does some moaning.
Well,
easy.
Get
know what? That's a flagrant old goo.
Well, I don't know what this means because get this. Last year from the foul line,
give it to me.
Anthony Edwards averaged 5.4 makes in 6.4 attempts. He shot 83.6% from the floor.
All right, that's great.
This year from the line, he is shooting. He's 5.3 to 6.4. He's shooting the exact same percentage as he did last year. The exact same percentage.
And he's always good for a post-game quote. Now, you got to listen closely.
All right, give it to us.
But this is from Anthony Edwards last night via Julius Randle.
We held him to 3 points for a long time in the quarter. It's crazy.
What? One more time.
Actually sounded like goo with a ha-ha.
Hey.
No, the first part.
We held him to 3 points for a long time in the quarter. It's crazy.
And Philip Frisky thought he was incredible last night, man.
Let me tell you, that is some chemistry in that locker room. That's another team you don't want.
I love you for that.
Yeah, compare, think about that. Think about how they were all laughing.
Wow.
In that locker room, in the Minnesota locker room. And now you think about Denver and how united they are as a team. And then think about Steve Kerr saying, hey, buddy, let me introduce you to Steph Curry. And then you hear in the locker room, Buddy Hield saying, shoot it, Jimmy.
Do we have that?
Shoot it, Jimmy.
I'm not Pods.
Let's start really thinking about which team is in disarray.
No, please.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's go to JD in Oakland. What's up, JD? How you doing?
Fellas.
JD.
Fellas, what's going on? Guru, what's up, man? I thought you was rocking some cornrows back in the 90s, but if it's the waves, that's cool too. But listen, I don't understand how you guys can be sitting up there talking about who is the most dangerous in the West, and you don't highlight the MVP, SGA, right?
Ooh.
He has to be number one. And so I'm going to go off the record. Now, this is what I'm surprised, Matt.
Yeah.
I always value your sports knowledge.
Thank you.
But the number two scariest is Coach Ime Udoka from Houston. I mean, come on, man. If you guys are not seeing what Houston has, if you guys are not seeing how they can put Thompson, the guy that nobody likes, I can't think of his name right now.
Dylan Brooks,
Dylan Brooks. And then Ethan, is that how you say his name? I mean, they got 6'7", 6'8" guys on the perimeter that can defend, and they gave Steph the blues, and they can do that, and they the second team in the West, and y'all ain't even talking about the Houston Rockets. Jalen Green, 6'5", on the perimeter, can shoot it.
You really? Hey, you think hey, seriously, you think they're ready?
You know what? Nobody thought the Warriors were ready back in 15, 16.
You're right.
Yeah.
So this team, they have and they can score in the paint with Sengun. And listen, there's a lot to be said about that.
Hey, JD.
And if coaching can win.
I will say this. The Warriors had been in the playoffs the 2 years before they won it, and Houston hasn't been there yet, but I hear you.
But, JD, they have both teams, OKC and Houston, every box checked but this, and you call back because I know you know it's real. You got to show me you can do it in the playoffs, JD. That's all they're missing. Everything you said is right, but you got to go do it and show us what you've done in the regular season. You could take that into the playoffs, and then I'm on board.
But they just may be brash enough and with no disrespect on this word, but ignorant enough to the playoffs where they can just go in and don't give two.
Yeah.
He could be right.
And just play, with their hair on fire and beat anybody.
But how many times does that ever happen, though, Snotty? I'm not saying it can't.
The Rockets coming out to play.
And I got to say something about your Warrior comp. Because it was
my comp?
They had went to the playoffs a couple years before, San Antonio and then to the Clippers. But they had a whole new coach. And I don't think people were betting on Steve Kerr picking up where the Warriors and that experience that they had could go all the way. That's why that first one was so shocking to me. Just a new coach coming in, implementing.
But that's why it
was the right system, obviously.
But they hired Kerr to take the team to the next level.
But even then, even when they hired him, Stoney, and gave him the contract, you really thought year one out the gate they could pull it off against LeBron James? That's why that title to me. And you're right, there was history of them and the team in the playoffs, but I just will go to my grave saying that one came out of nowhere.
Yeah. At the beginning of the season, maybe, but
during the whole.
Well, but
they won 67 games, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, April 9th, 2015. You didn't think that they could win a championship?
I still was, Missouri, show me, man. And then LeBron was going to be the one that they had to, really get it done, and they did.
Well, they didn't have to play Kyrie or Kevin Love.
That's right. They got hurt game one, but Steiny, let's just talk about what JD said, Evan, you too. OKC and Houston, you check all the boxes, but just I have to.
OKC checks more boxes.
You have to show me that you can do what you...
Do what?
You've toyed with the league. And you
Guru, the Warriors toyed with the league in 2015. They were the playoffs the 2 years before. The Oklahoma City are right where the Warriors were when they won that title in 2015. But I get it.
No, but you didn't mention SGA on your list of threats.
Right, because I was thinking about it a little differently, I said.
And we didn't mention LeBron at all?
No, I don't. No, I didn't mention LeBron.
Now, Anthony Davis made LeBron more scary to me in the playoffs. But now that he doesn't have that at his disposal and he's got a loose valve in regard to Luka on defense, that'll ultimately be his decline.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Yeah, I think I think Oklahoma City's got a better shot than the Rockets just because they have a little bit more experience, and I think they're more seasoned and they're a better team. I just don't. They have a champion on that team too, Caruso.
Yeah.
Let's go to Adam in San Francisco. Hey, Adam, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing? Happy Friday.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate you getting me on. Hear Evan in the background there, too. What's up, Evan? Really quickly, just wanted to help Barry out because he was the caller earlier talking about Portland. He doesn't know a lot of the guys.
Yeah.
Just, if you're still listening out there, follow Klingon, follow Kamara. Shaden Sharp he's a bucket. Have you seen what that guy's been doing over the last couple of weeks? I mean, he's putting up, close to 40 points, couple 25s in between. You got Simmons, you got Scoot Henderson. You have a very good young core, and I think a great coach in Chauncey Billups. That's why tonight's not just going to be we're playing Portland like it's going to be easy. Like the last time they played the Warriors at home, I think the Warriors won by 10. I remember because they ruined my parlay that night on that last three. But they're a young team. They're going to be tough. They've been one of the best defensive teams in the NBA over the last couple of months. So this is not going to be some walk in the park game tonight because they're playing with nothing to play for, but they're playing to prove that hey, we're up and coming as well. And then just praying and then rooting hard for the Kings tonight. But thanks for giving me the time.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
How many of those Blazers will be on the court tonight?
That's a good question.
Sharpest question.
I was the guy who came up with Portland's like a poor man's Houston. Really good analogy, I thought. And who does Sacramento play tonight?
Clippers.
Oh, okay.
So you got the Portland take and the We Believe take that we're just going to hold on to.
Evan, I didn't want to do it
the
today.
End of time.
I didn't want to do it today. I just didn't.
Didn't want to do what?
You want to elaborate on your Portland take?
Yeah, they're just like Houston. They've got a young team with a lot of athletes. They're not.
So athleticism was your thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got a lot of guys long with quickness and
to JD's point, I can't get over that call. I just got to say something.
I forget what he even said.
Udoka. I think he I got to be careful here, Steiny.
Oh, here we go.
They were up 1-0, 2-1 on the Warriors. They didn't double Curry. They didn't try to take the ball out of his hands in that finals. His last year before he got how much of it? You know what I mean? Come on, dude. You got one job. You can't let the chef beat you. And you did. You
don't tell Udoka how to coach.
I'm just
stop coaching.
You coaching? But the more I think about that, they didn't do that.
It was 3 years ago.
Yeah, and he had all the talent to do it.
No, he didn't. They weren't ready. That team was not
1-0
exactly.
and then 2-1 and up in game 4.
And so was Memphis. And they weren't ready either.
But they've never sniffed a finals or a Western Conference finals.
They would have if they play in the East.
When are we going to let that go?
The Boston Celtics were absolutely not ready to win a title in 2022.
When you got 2 leads in a series, Tiny, I'm sorry. And won the first game on the road, came down for 15 down and came and won that game going away? You're ready. You didn't execute. And I'm not saying the players.
That's because they were not experienced enough.
Maybe they didn't have the right coach.
They thought
Missoula.
They were in the driver's seat at 2-1. And that's the sign of a team that doesn't understand how long a 7-game series is and how tough it is to win a 7-game series. And the Warriors had been to the finals 5 times before that, and they won that series on experience.
Klay Thompson beat you. Make Jordan Poole beat you. When you're up, go for the jugular. Don't let the chef get in the kitchen.
Listen, you don't let the chef do anything. The chef can do what he does even if you're trying to defend him.
Well, not the other night.
Well, this was 3 years ago.
I'm just saying.
You know you're grasping, and this is what you do.
No, that was your Portland-Houston take. Come on.
Right on the money with that.
What about the Spurs?
What about them?
Well, they're young. They actually have now a young head coach.
I like him.
Yeah.
Johnson?
Mitch?
That's a head full of hair right there. Curls.
You know why this is the year for the Warriors? How are you going to beat San Antonio next year?
When they get flagged, that thing is done. I don't even want to see the lottery. Just give them flag. It makes too much sense. Come on, man. You guys know what I'm talking about. The world is crooked.
Why would they rig it for the Spurs?
Because of Wemby. They want him.
Because they've done it before.
Oh, the Knicks with Pat Ewing.
Well, and David Robinson, Tim Duncan.
What happened there? Well, they had just a bad year.
Yeah. And they got Tim Duncan. And the Spurs are a good team right now, but they stink standing-wise, and they may get Cooper Flagg. Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
TGIF. Hey, dude, that Murray got you looking like I'll be sure real quick.
Yeah, but no berries, natural juices and berries.
Oh, okay.
Come on now.
I just, real quick before I give you guys the props, yesterday I called in. Walla came to us, Evan. They were D3 colleges. If you guys look, every college buys wins in the beginning of the year. D2 plays D3, D1 plays D2.
Okay.
But
watch your tongue. I'll address it in a minute. Go ahead.
Hey, Steiny, relax. When I went down to D3, they were playing boxing one. You guys are okay down there. But I just called to give you guys your props. And Guru, the Kuminga thing. Remember Gerald Walker from Hayward?
Yeah, Jumba.
USF.
Yeah. Good call, Steiny. Yeah.
Steiny. He dunked on a 7-footer in the tournament when he led the tournament. The point guard was Orlando Smart. But that's Kuminga. Like, if you looked at Gerald Walker and Eddie House in high school, you would think Gerald Walker's going to the league. But Eddie House had the IQ and the shooting. So with the Kerr thing, I hope Kuminga stays and works on his game because he shows the flashes. He shows against Houston where he set the screen, cut to the hole. But, it's AAU. Like, he learned how to play AAU.
I hear you, man.
You know what I'm saying? So he just got to get it together. Steiny's always right about Kuminga. I'll give him his props. And today, Guru, you came on the side is like, it's not on Kerr no more after we heard Kerr on Willer and Diz. It's on Kuminga. Yeah. But I just want to say you guys do a great job. Love the show. And it's payday. Go have fun after you guys are done.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Christian. Appreciate the call.
Money time!
We love our listeners, man.
You know who Kuminga should try to become like? Now, he said...
Kawhi.
Yeah. I'm trying to be realistic. Yeah. You know who he could be? If he really, really wanted to focus on defense.
God, I'm getting mad that nothing's coming to...
Gerald Wallace.
See, I think he could be better offensively than Wallace.
Of course. It always comes back to that. It always comes back to that.
Like, we got bugs in here.
You think Jonathan Kuminga will ever average 19 a game? Because Gerald Wallace did.
I would bet my last dollar that he'll do that.
Not if he signs an extension here.
Well, what do we got? The big 3, 2 to 3 more years? If he were... His day's coming. But I'm saying this. You put Jonathan Kuminga on any basketball court for 30 minutes, you'll get those, hollow or not, whatever you guys, you'll get 25 and 8.
No, you won't.
You could, Steiny.
He's never, ever come close to averaging 8 rebounds a game. Yeah. He doesn't rebound. He cannot get 8 a game.
He rebounded
over
a couple Thursdays ago.
That's right.
And it's easy.
That's right.
It's just,
and you know what? That's how he rebounds. A couple of Thursdays a year. That's when he rebounds.
Now, I'm not arguing that.
Okay. Well, then don't just flippantly throw in 8 rebounds when that's one of the things he doesn't do.
Don't get the way these balls are coming off the rim now and the volume of 3-pointers, I'm just picturing him. Let's just put him on Portland or any other play, Charlotte. And LaMelo Ball's doing that. You know what I'm saying? And Kuminga has the talent just to be in the game 30 minutes. There's 25 and 8.
There's nobody saying that Jonathan Kuminga couldn't average 22 points on the Charlotte Hornets as they go 19 and 63.
That's all I was. That was my point.
All right. Nobody said he couldn't be the leading scorer on a bad team.
Somebody saying Jaylen Brown.
Please. Jaylen Brown is like a 2.
Well, he had to go work on his left hand, and it's still not the best, but he signed that contract, Evan. So, yeah, he got the right hand. But Jaylen Brown?
First of all, Jaylen Brown shoots a jump shot 3.
Yeah.
Jonathan Kuminga shoots a set shot 3.
Well.
Jaylen Brown's got... Come on now.
I was on the text line.
Who?
415.
What's his name?
Or her.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got one more segment till the crossover, and we're asking you to help us get through. Marlon Wayans was in the house. He was dynamite. Guru brought out the best in him.
No, you did a great... That was you.
Thank you. All right. What's coming up next on the game? It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Our relationship is on the brink.
Let's welcome in Casey Johnson, writes for the Chicago Tribune, also works for NBC Sports Chicago. What's up, Casey? How you doing?
Steiny, I left the Tribune 6 years ago.
Man.
It was horrible.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's what you call a montage. Friday, baby. Wow. Thank God you knew him, huh?
Yes.
Well, we thought you knew him.
Well, it wasn't as bad as Terry Steinbach.
What happened there?
You were there.
Terry Steinbach, the catcher?
For your former A's catcher.
Yeah, I was not there. I've never interviewed him.
Hey, let's get Terry Steinbach on to talk about the A's. He's currently working in the Minnesota Twins organization. Yeah, I got fired.
Oh, my God, Steiny, that was me.
He got fired.
Dude,
John Sally.
That hurts. My last thing about the Kuminga, Jaylen Brown.
You think it'll be your last?
Hey. Kuminga's got better stats than Jaylen Brown had at this.
Stop reading the text line.
That's where I got it. I didn't know if you was having. Hey.
Well, he better be an All-NBA player in 3 years because that's what Jaylen Brown was.
What does Kuminga do as well as Jaylen Brown?
Nothing now.
Thank you.
Jump.
But the idea of Kuminga coming into his own, man.
Oh, yeah.
The idea.
Yeah, and you can smell it from a mile away. Let's go to Bo in Oakland.
Bo.
Hey, Bo, how you doing?
What's good, y'all? How y'all doing?
Doing well, thanks.
Good. I got a couple things I want to talk about. Since we're on the topic yesterday I was talking about Steve Kerr and getting fired. I wanted to just, speak on that a little bit. My thing is the simple fact that we haven't really been able to bring in a perennial star since KD, right? And then when you look around the league and you see the development of players, the Warriors ain't been able to do that since, Poole, right?
All right.
My thing is why we can't develop these dudes, Kuminga, right? And then why we can't bring in stars or just like these great role players around the league. I don't know if that's a GM thing. I don't know if that's just a Bay Area thing. Players don't want to come here, play here, or if it's just the coach itself.
Let me
Goo, you want to take this one?
No, I'll
Thanks,
say that,
Bo.
yeah. I was just, Bo, like, remember where you come from. The team has won 4 chips. They didn't have the best drafting position when you're top dog. You got 4 chips. Now, Kuminga is Kuminga. I get it, Bo, because we're not going to put that under the win column yet. But what about Moody? What about Pods? What about early Quentin Post and Jordan Poole? Those count as buckets to me right now, Steiny. So I would tell Bo, what list are you looking at in regard to who Kerr hasn't developed? Now, it's obvious people don't like the way that he's gone about it, but when it's all said and done, Moses Moody is a starter. Pods is a starting point guard of your team in year 2. Jordan Poole, Quentin Post. I'm just asking you, Steiny, just help me out.
Patrick McCaw, Patrick Baldwin Jr.,
Jordan Bell,
Nemanja Nedovic.
But you were champions when you got those guys.
Yeah.
So it was high stakes. So it wasn't about babysitting.
3 in a row for McCaw.
That's true.
Wow, Patrick.
And now, I get it. Like, this is what I mean. Gurus, nothing. I'm not going to do this. Why would I do it?
I just defended Kerr. What would you say?
I know. And now all of a sudden he's the best developer in the NBA. I
got him a top 5 coach all time. You know that's on my list. So I don't need to prove anything to you. Don't ever try to paint me in a picture of Down and Kerr. Now I come in here and say,
but it's Kerr's fault. No,
I love you, Evan.
Up until today, it was on Kerr. This week, it's now on Kuminga.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just the way it goes for Steiny.
But it's called being objective and honest.
It's called the opposite of that.
No, it's not. I'm being let down a little bit from what I'm seeing from JK, even in games where he scores 12 and everybody wants to come in here and throw a party.
What changed? Did you finally listen to me?
No, see, that's what you want. And that's
just say it. No. Steiny, I'm coming around to your way of thinking.
I'll never be that negative.
You just ripped
top 5, Evan. Top 5 coaches.
Here he goes. And this list will be different than the one he unveiled last week. It'll be the first 5 guys that come to his mind. Go ahead.
Steve Kerr. Chuck Daly.
Everybody on pins and needles here.
Phil Jackson.
Oh, yeah.
Popovich.
Oh, boy.
And the great Larry Brown.
Okay.
There it is.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Coaches matter.
I'll tell you.
No Auerbach?
Before my time.
Yeah, if it's before your time, it doesn't count. I mean, it just doesn't matter. You won 52 titles as a coach.
No Pat Riley?
Hey,
I had my guy over Pat.
Let me tell you who else is on my scary list of players. Eastern Conference. 1 is Donovan Mitchell. And 2...
Halliburton?
Yes, absolutely.
He's playing.
Oh, hey, thanks, Goo. But he's doing more than playing. He's winning.
Take
That's
that
the
list
difference.
with Halliburton and Mitchell and leave it in the restroom for you-know-what paper. Get out of here. Dude, they ain't doing nothing.
I bet...
Ain't doing a damn thing. Mitchell ain't done nothing but
I'll
disappoint.
bet you the Pacers go further than the Warriors.
I don't want that bet.
Exactly.
I want to get paid for my bet.
Exactly.
Pay my bet that you already owe.
Exactly.
Yeah. Get mad at my list.
By the way, the boss.
What'd he do?
He confirmed. It doesnst exist. You're making it up. And if you want me to be mean-spirited, I'll say you're lying.
Well, you're natural at
You're
doing
lying.
that. Steiny, it was after they had lost
Big
5 in a row. Big dude.
Big smoothie.
Evan, boy, with 2K.
Talk to me.
Fast enough.
This guy.
Listen, guys.
Talk to us.
I'm changing my ways. I'm changing my approach.
Just like Goo.
Oh, wow. Go ahead. Tell us how.
I'm changing my ways, man. Listen. We lose. We had the easiest setup. We had a layup. I'm concerned, gentlemen, that game was in our grasp. All we had to do was put our foot on the neck, and we didn't do it. Why? Somebody explain to me why during the timeout somebody didn't say, hey, guys, we're going to fool around and be in the play-in if we don't put these guys away. No reason why. No Wemby, no Fox, and that game is fumbled. What are we doing here? And the caller who said, well, this is Portland. The Warriors shouldn't have to be told that this is a new Portland. How dare the Warriors, if they come into that game, having to be told that this is not your grandmother's Portland? Come on, man. If you can't win this game, you don't deserve to be in the playoff. I don't even think there should be a play-in. If you're not in the first 8, you're out of here. This is ridiculous, man. There is no way that game should have been lost. It is, and there was another game this year, very recently. I can't even remember. I'm so mad. But it's like we have fumbled opportunities, man. This was set up. We could have ended up being in the 3rd seed. Now we're begging for these teams not to play their second-tier players.
Hey,
man, I don't listen. If we don't win it, if we don't beat Portland, and then after that. If we don't go in there and just snatch it from the Clippers, we don't deserve it. That's all I got. I'm mad.
That sounded like Norm when I brought home a bad report card, man.
I think,
dude.
You went Vermeil.
Man.
Producer Ken says that he's probably thinking of the Jazz game that they lost.
Well, that was, man. Want to play a little game?
Sure.
Since they're playing Portland, let's see how many Portland players we can name. So when I name one, it can be any.
Why don't you take their roster off your screen?
I got the text line.
You got the whole roster of the Blazers, including their two-ways. I'm not going to win.
I'm talking about just in general, not their current roster, just in life.
Okay.
You ready?
Sure.
Brandon Roy.
Okay.
Now you say a Blazer.
Sam Bowie.
LaMarcus Aldridge.
Jerome Kersey.
Bill Walton.
Kevin Duckworth.
Dame Lillard.
Larry Steele.
Jerome Kersey.
I already said him.
Evan.
Clyde Drexler.
No.
Sabonis.
It's pretty cool. I messed up.
You should have done this roster.
Maurice Lucas.
Yeah, no,
Bobby
Evan,
Gross.
I got it. Kiki Vandeweghe.
Lionel Hollins.
Yeah. I got Rod Strickland, Michael Thompson,
Joel Prisbilla.
But you couldn't come up with those under duress.
No, I messed up when I got the buzzer because I didn't hear you.
You're like Curry shooting a buzzer beater to win a game.
J.R. Ryder. That's a pretty dope game, man. We need to
Well, yeah, it'd be really cool if you could last more than 3 rounds.
Hey, I'm going Zach Randolph.
The game's over. You lost. Jason in Philly.
I'm a little mad.
Hey, Jace, how you doing? Let's get some East Coast common sense in here.
What's
how
up?
You doing?
Hey, Steiny, I got to show you some love. You said something that made me call in. You gave a great comparison with Gerald Wallace and J.K.
So what?
I've been comparing J.
Go ahead, baby.
I've been comparing J.K. to Gerald Wallace since he was drafted, and their developmental arc looks a lot because Gerald Wallace came in as an athlete who could dunk and eventually learn how to guard, and then eventually learn how to shoot. And that's what J.K. is looking like, super athletic, learning how to shoot. Gerald Wallace couldn't dribble well, neither can J.K. Gerald Wallace couldn't pass that well, neither can J.K. And so they really line up pretty accurately to me. Yeah. And with that said, people talking about J.K. being like Jaylen Brown, comparatively, never watched that Jaylen Brown play. Those young Celtics teams were stacked. But Jaylen Brown in his first 4 years had 2 years shooting over like 38% on high volume. He had already proven he was a great three-point shooter, and he could slash, of course. J.K. basically plays in the dunker spot and slashes. But they both weren't great dribblers. And then another thing that separates them, in his fifth year, Jaylen Brown was an all-star. And J.K.'s nowhere near all-star caliber. The one thing that burns me about Golden State fans is that when we talk about J.K., we talk about the one good game he had or the four games he had. But we don't big up players like Odds, who put together probably the most well-rounded season of a Golden State rookie in decades, across the board stat-wise. And then, he runs off a string of months where he's just playing great, first-team all-rookie, and we poo-poo it like it's nothing. I think we get too enamored with J.K. in his upside. And we say, he had this 2 30-point games in 3 games or back-to-back games, whatever the case was he did this year. And we're like, that could be him all the time, but that's not him. And he's not going to play much in the playoffs. He'll get a chance, but not much. But, Steiny, I just wanted to give you props, man. And, Goop, we need Raising Kanan to be about jukebox.
Dude, it's incredible. Steiny's looking and he has no idea what we're talking about. It's phenomenal. They are in their bag. I just hate the unique is they don't know he's alive. Like, just fix that and let us know. I'm like, I'm ready. I'm ready. It's a show on Stars Power. Yeah. Cool. All right.
Thanks, Jason. Have a good weekend in Philly. Okay, this is where
I would have won that game. The buzzer messed me up.
Okay.
Yeah.
You thought as hard as you could about the Blazers' all-time roster, and you got to 3. And then you repeated my guy.
Because I wasn't listening to you. I had you tuned out.
Well, that's part of the game. 925.
We're going to do it again.
Lay off the weed.
What happened?
Kuminga's already a way better offensive player than Gerald Wallace ever was. Gerald Wallace averaged 19 a game when he was in his prime in Charlotte. 19. Here's the other thing about Gerald Wallace. He made an all-star team. You think Jonathan Kuminga's going to make an all-star team right now if you had a bet on it?
No.
Thank you. Now he can, but he's got to put in the work.
What if he played for the Bobcats, who no longer exist?
He would score a lot of points on a bad team.
And maybe he'd make an all-star team.
Now, Gerald Wallace, that team was a playoff team.
They were an 8 seed, and they got swept by the Magic.
Did they actually make the playoffs?
Yeah, they made it 1 year.
Baby. Let me know when Kuminga's an all-star on a playoff team, 925. Oh, and by the way,
I'm down on you right now.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Well, you know what?
Because I was flowing, and then the buzzer threw me off.
That's right.
Like
you
I
can't
had
play through anything. You're like Kuminga. The minute, every game changes, and you can't adjust. Okay, so you're Mr. Development. Mr. Steve Kerr can develop now today. How's he developed? How'd he do with Wiseman?
That was a colossal failure.
Oh, I thought he could develop young players.
But how did Wiseman do everywhere else?
But it's on Kerr.
Well, you got to have a light bulb that works.
How about Eric Paschall? How'd they develop Eric Paschall?
Hey, that year one was special.
Mm-hmm. How about Nico Mannion?
Stop.
How about Nico Mannion?
He was Nico Mannion. You can't make... Come on.
He didn't develop.
And who's that on?
Well, can't be Kerr.
Nico Mannion's balling, right?
Oh, he's killing it in Finland.
So is Wiseman.
How about Justinian Jessup? He was supposed to be the missing piece.
He's still in the chamber, by the way.
Yeah, stop it.
How about, here's a legitimate one, Jacob Evans.
Stop.
Damian Jones?
Stop. Hey, he stayed in the league for a minute.
All right.
And that's what life's about.
Oh, man, what a show.
It's
not over.
Thank God. But here's why it was really loose. Because
you were loose?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Once I put Wayans in his place. Good thing. The boss is golfing today. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Took the day off to golf.
That's what.
Make a note of that, by the way.
With?
His son.
Oh, now that's... how did I not know?
Yeah,
nosy.
You know what?
Hey, you get on your day. I would never have. What are you doing on your day off? I thought he was going somewhere.
Okay.
And he is.
Let me tell you something. And this is important when you talk about parenting and fatherhood.
It's your teammates.
It sounds to me like Nahigian doesn't want to waste a weekend day spending time with his son.
I'm out of this, boss.
He wants to take a day off
Evan,
work.
Don't even laugh.
And that's why.
Evan, don't do.
Did you ever, oh my God, did you ever stop to think that maybe he knows that you, not anyone else, but you, Steinmetz, need a day off while working?
Wow.
And so he decided not to come in today so you could do whatever you wanted and he wouldn't have to know about it.
And he's not even that type of boss.
He's going to download the Odyssey app and he's going to hit that rewind. You know why?
Jordan, look at you laughing.
You know why? You oughta. You know why?
Dude, you are something else.
Because that's what he does. He listens for 12 hours a day. Hey, boss, hope you're shooting that 97.
Hey, real quick. We had a show meeting yesterday, and one of the rules of the show meeting...
You got exposed again.
...is no phones. No phones. And my man comes in late. This is Steiny.
Mm-hmm.
Comes in late. Shoulders are broad. The little ones that he has. Looking around like, what's wrong? Like, dude, you owe us an apology.
I owe you nothing.
The boss had to stop and ask us, everything okay? And you look up like Clint Eastwood on your phone as if you're doing nothing wrong. If we had, what's the thing where they dock you? You would have had to put $10 in there. So we had to wait on you for one. And then you guys go in helping somebody that needs something over here.
The funniest part was he was looking at his phone. The boss said, "What are you looking at?" And he goes, "Nothing."
Just like the little kid, man. Like you truly owe you owe us an apology.
For what?
Just your actions in the meeting and your tardiness.
I'll bet you if I tell the full story, which I may, that
people shouldn't.
You were playing Captain? The E40 has a song about it.
Which you then pawned off to somebody else.
No, I didn't know how to use the company email. But I initiated the process.
But hey, Evan, he did that at the end. He didn't finish. I go, whoa.
That's because I had to get into the meeting. And I knew if I would have actually had to send that email, I wouldn't have made it.
Something else, man.
Let's go to grit. Let's go to Marco in Napa. Hey, Marco, how you doing?
Good. How are you? Hey, I just wanted to follow up on the Kerr thing, and then I've got a little comment on the boss being out of the office. So, Kerr's got this long-standing, whatever it is in the media, that he just doesn't use players well, doesn't use personnel well, and development and all that stuff. And, yeah, you guys going back and forth, and I think some of it is on Kerr, but, the player's got to have that fire, right? Yeah. He's got to be willing to get better. And Pods, the thing I like about Pods, that kid will do whatever he is asked, right? And he didn't come in there with any pretense. Kuminga, great athlete. Used to see him play over here. at prolific and a great kid, but like he came in with some predisposition that, I'm the man or I'm one of the men. And you got to earn that stuff. And Pods, no Poffman circumstance, just gets it done. And that's why I think Kerr likes him. And you see a lot of these guys play now. You guys mentioned Pascal. I love that guy. I thought he was going to be, he had like Purvis Short vibes for me. But, it's a tough league to make it in, man. The guy, it takes a lot of skill, a lot of work, and a lot of luck too, right? And so, I do think Kerr's somewhat to blame on that, but he's gotten us where we needed to be, and it's part of the players too. Now, on the boss thing, you guys going back and forth about the boss playing golf with his son.
Mm-hmm.
I got 3 kids. I love taking time off to be with them because they grow fast. I got one in college, one's out, and one's about to go to college.
Way to go!
But remember one thing: I put my time in when they were younger because I'm a boss too, and as a boss, you can take that time off when you need to because you put your dues in, right? So I don't have a big problem with it. If when he's there, he works his butt off, and that's good.
Well, he
take a day every once in a while because life is short, man. Life is short.
Hey, back
anyway,
at
you guys
brother.
have a great Friday. Have a great Friday. Hope the Warriors can pull these last 2 out and make it exciting.
Thanks, Marco. Appreciate the call,
man. Life is short.
Is it?
Just because you put your time in when the kids are young, they still want to spend some time with them when they're grown.
80 years. That's a grind.
Man.
Let me tell you.
Eric Pascal, Steiny.
Yeah.
If I wanted to really start a fight, but it's Friday payday, I won't. But on his best day, you came in with that notebook and we had a show, and it was predicated on
shut up, Goo.
Could he be sixth man of the year?
He might have been. That doesn't mean he was any good.
Oh, no. We thought he... But
if you shoot a jump shot and you curl your legs, chances are you're not going to be a great shooter.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of great quotes, Scoot, did you hear this quote from Kyle Anderson?
Oh, no.
Oh, this is great.
Slow-mo. Someone asked him about the Sixth Man of the Year award. And I think it was... I can't remember.
Tyler Hero and somebody?
Tyler Hero, that's right, yeah. Because it's between him and Cade Cunningham or something like that.
All right.
No, sorry. Most improved player. Cade Cunningham, Tyler Hero. And he said, Cade Cunningham, he's the number 1 overall pick. That's what he's supposed to be doing. He shouldn't be allowed to get most improved player of the year.
That's a walk-off, man.
That's my guy.
Wow. Slow-mo. And it sounds like, Evan, we all agree on that.
He says Hero.
You don't get that. Yeah, you don't get that at all. Man, Tyler?
That's, I think, who he thinks should have.
Yeah, most improved player.
Like you've seen him play.
Dude, I'll tell you, Miami's got something cooking.
Oh, yeah.
They lost.
Yeah, they got to play in lost cooking.
That's Goose Dark Horse.
Yeah, no doubt. Miami was Spoelstra. Watch when this.
Okay, I'll bet you.
Chicago, it looks like they're going to tango. Chicago, Miami.
Okay.
We'll make a bet after you pay me today.
I'm not making a bet on one game.
Oh.
I'll make a bet that Miami doesn't go anywhere.
That's not a bet.
Yeah. So if they win the play-in and go to a series, I win.
That's why I'm not betting, because the play-in's for losers.
Hello.
Please.
Over that part.
The Wolves?
Dude, what is going on? Yeah. Come on, Steiny.
Come on, Steiny, what?
You got Jordan. That dude, Anthony Edwards.
All right, and how'd Jordan do his first 7 years in his career? He didn't win a series, the team game. And damn it, for 8 years I've been trying to teach you that, and it still hasn't gotten through. That segment brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
I'm my own general, Evan.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water?
Draymond Green.
Oh, that's the only one. Draymond playing hockey. Everybody else playing basketball. Draymond, he take it to a whole nother level. At one point, he wasn't even playing defense. He was just kicking you in your ding-ding.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, stay tuned. It's the crossover now. And coming up in about 10 minutes, we'll have the What's Bugging You segment, sponsored by Atco Pest Control, swatting away Yellow Jackets for good. Nothing. I say nothing ruins a backyard hang like those Yellow Jackets. Get them out, and Atco can help you.
Damon Wayans with you guys, awesome.
Or Marlon. Either one.
He did Damon, but you're right. It was Marlon.
Yeah, it was Marlon.
He did his Damon. He did his Keenan.
Those were great. He was Chris Rock. Because
awesome.
Chris Rock was his best.
It went too and his fast. Chris Rock story was wonderful about the fact that that happened because of him. And I mean, it's a way roundabout way. But the way he told it, I'm buying it. If there is a God, then yeah, that's what happened. Will Smith did that to Chris Rock because of the Wayans family.
Wow.
I don't want to think Chris Rock's a bad guy.
Well, he didn't say he was ribbing.
He planted the seed.
Wow, not a bad guy.
Comedians are never being. Don't take anything at face value.
That was my first time interviewing one. Dibs, it was incredible. It was like watching him do stand up.
Yeah, and I do think that like he tells that story because of if it's true about Chris Rock and
I believe it.
The younger or the 19-year-old girl that he was trying to holler at. And Chris is like, hold my beer, the whole thing. But if that is true, that makes it so that Chris Rock loves and respects that family even more because that's the way that goes. He's 14. He's got no shot at a 19-year-old girl.
I missed the 14-year-old part.
He was 14.
He was 14.
Yeah. Yeah, Marlon was 14, and the girl was 19. Chris Rock swooped in and said, no, young man, you're not ready. You're not quite ready for this, and so you can go ahead and watch me do this. And, he held it against him, kind of, not really, but he was awesome, bottom line.
Well, you missed that part. Were you there for the interview? I didn't hear you much.
Willard.
What?
This is why I respect you.
Oh.
And that's a compliment.
Like you.
Oh, God.
I think you'll know this. Sometimes you get so caught up in an interview, you actually don't listen.
Oh,
you're thinking of your next question, and you're...
That's what's one of the mistakes interviewers make.
Yeah, I made it.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm like, don't write all those questions down and be reading your next one.
Dude.
And then the answer that they give you might be something like, who knows? Like Steve Kerr might be like, I'm not playing Jonathan Kuminga ever again. And then you're like,
Steve, tell me about Quentin Post.
Yeah, how did you feel about Moses Moody?
You got
to be ready for the follow-up.
Oh, man.
You got to be ready.
Absolutely.
Memphis won. Loss.
Memphis lost. That was, that third quarter. Were you watching?
Dude,
That was a snowball effect.
I know it's a game of run, Steiny, but wow.
Jeez.
That was a run by many.
How the hell does Memphis get to Denver and recover tonight?
It's a good question.
We thought Denver was in shambles.
Everybody's in shambles.
No.
Battle of the new coaches. Battle of the new coaches tonight, right?
You know what?
You better keep your eye on what's happening in the Mile High City because they are united.
Jamal Murray's back, right?
Oh.
I think he's back in this game. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I don't like to hear that.
That's what my streets told me.
Wow.
Jamal Murray's going to play tonight.
Wow.
And Memphis is going to get it handed to him again, and therefore the Warriors are going to clinch the 7th seed.
With a win.
Oh, the Warriors win. The Warriors will win.
You mean 6 seed?
They don't clinch 7 with a win, do they?
They do. If Memphis also loses in Denver.
Well, what if...
We don't want 7.
Minnesota.
No. Memphis would not be able to catch the Warriors.
Right.
So therefore, the worst the Warriors could do would be 7.
Oh, right. I thought 6. I get them all mixed up.
I disagree with Coach yesterday. He says it's not a death sentence, but to me, we got Butler. We don't want that.
Didn't he say this was a little 2 sides of the mouth, and I don't think he meant to do this, but you can't say the play-in tournament's not a death sentence. And then in the next sentence, you're talking about the Spurs game the night before, and you're like, well, that's the NBA. Anybody can get you on any given night. I'm like, that's why the damn play-in tournament's a death sentence. Yeah. Like, nobody wants that. It's too stressful. I don't have it in me.
Yep.
And we may have to have it in us.
Let's hope not.
What did you think about his answer of Kuminga, Butler, and Draymond
Do you know that I just tweeted out the quote? And it has almost 500,000 impressions.
I bet.
That's how, all I did, I didn't mess up the quote. I changed the names in different directions with the same names. But I know it would have driven Evan crazy. But anyway, point being is, there's no escaping how sort of polarizing everybody finds this subject matter. What did I make of it? I actually think that interests me less about now and more about the offseason.
I don't disagree with that.
If Jonathan Kuminga does not work on the floor with Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, then how do you pay him a lot of money? Yeah. How much can he be worth to the Warriors? That's my first question.
Yeah, and if you look at the salaries, if you're not a starter, you usually don't get more than 20. And there are very few starters who make more than that, bench players outside of Ben Simmons, maybe.
Well, look at Moses, who is his draft mate, and he signed early, and he got 3 for $39. And right now, if you look at Moses versus Jonathan Kuminga, right now on this team, who is more important?
Moses.
Right, and he signed for 3 and $39. So to think that Jonathan is going to get 4 and $120 or 3 and $100. I do think is nonsense, because what you're seeing and what you're hearing is that, Jonathan Kuminga right now, and we can get into this later in our show, but it feels like he is the 8th man right now when all things are created equally, because when you look for bench help in a really tight game, GP2, on-ball defense, corner 3, Kevon Looney, jumper cables in the trunk, Swiss Army knife, and then JK. Yeah. So if JK is the 8th man, and we can talk about Quentin or Buddy, and maybe JK is the 9th man, or he's probably not the 10th man. And I'm not trying to disparage Jonathan Kuminga, but when you look at right now, to Mark's point, forget next year. Right now, this team and the import of who you have and what you need, he's probably your 8th man.
Yeah, and Willard, I don't know if you and Dibbs heard Steiny say, Goo, welcome across the street, because I've been I'll just use Kuminga in the idea of the gifts that he has and the potential and whatnot. But what I will say and stand up for is, okay, he's not starting. He's not playing 30 minutes, but he's getting 20. He's getting 21. And I feel like every night when I see you get stripped left and right or not rebound, and I love JK, but it's becoming clear before that interview yesterday that you are not taking advantage of an opportunity to turn that 20 in the said night into 25 or 30. And I asked Steiny this real quick. I said, if you were listening to Willard and Dibbs and you were Kuminga yesterday when he said he doesn't fit with Dre and Jimmy, well, who's the odd man out in that? What do you think in regard to why it doesn't fit? And then I take you back to Wiggins. As much as I wanted to see that, and I kept belly aching, I want to see Wiggins and Kuminga. So at some point, I'll wrap this up. The onus is on JK, and I don't feel, even though you can score 12, but you're not doing the other things to make them change why you're not in the game. The other night when Castle's getting around everybody, and you got the foot speed to keep up, but they even said, you know what? We don't even want to run you out there.
Well, sometimes he does. I mean, he certainly did last Thursday in L.A.
That was
right?
Soaring through the sky.
And I know that this is hard because everybody gets so emotional about Jonathan. This isn't about Jonathan.
Right.
It's just about shooting in the NBA. And so Jonathan can switch this, I guess, if he wants, by becoming a great three-point shooter. But he's not. And you can't put those 3 guys on the floor together. And it's not Jonathan's fault that Draymond and Jimmy are also not good three-point shooters. The bottom line is you can't put 3 of them out there at once, and the other 2 are Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler.
And
it's not Jonathan's fault. His skill set is his skill set.
And the Butler trade hurt him.
Well, let's
be honest.
I mean, that's kind of what Steve said.
The Butler trade, it really hurt him.
It took minutes from him.
Yeah. And the other thing that I think we got to put into the equation too is that once next year comes around, what's Steve Kerr going to do? He's going to try to limit Draymond's minutes at 5. That means he's going to play 4. That means Butler's playing 3. So that just he's got 2 Hall of Fame starters in front of him for, I'm just using that to make it extreme, but he does. And those two guys are two of the three most important guys on the team, and I'm with Mark. I think he's still going to play from tonight on through the playoffs, and he's going to get his opportunity, and I think there'll be some games where he helps and some games where he doesn't. But I agree, moving forward, this has now become something they're going to have to deal with. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. All right, it's What's Bugging You.
Oh, okay. Well, I just wanted to follow up real quick before we get to that. Like, you talked about him as a 3 or as a 4. Steiny, you're the basketball expert in the room. What is he?
I think he's a 4,
and
but a lot of people disagree with me.
If you're
Draymond.
a 4, then you have to be able to rebound, and you have to be able to defend like 4s. I do think that the way you laid that out, it had me thinking like he's not a 3 because he can't score from behind the line, and he's not a 4 because he can't traditionally defend 4. So it just made me think about like, who is he? What is he?
This also could twist his way. Like this is day by day as we've been learning,
and he's getting time.
Depends on the matchups that they draw. Because if they do draw Houston or something like that,
need that, man.
He is the only guy on the floor or on the team who can sort of match their athleticism and length. The problem is that if you go with that, then it can kind of screw with things on the other end.
And
of the floor.
What's so mad.
It could turn his way.
He's 101. And they all are, right? But no, Jonathan Kuminga is like, he's that young, athletic dude. Just tap into it, man.
Yeah, but what's working is what's working. That's what that's Steve's got the final say because it's like, look at the record. Jimmy arrived. They got really good.
Well,
he's going to play a lot of minutes. Draymond's going to play a lot of minutes. And if all of their analytics are like this, the three of them can't be on the floor together, there's just not that much left.
Yeah, I look at it as I kind of put him in the same group as like a guy like Draymond Green or Barkley. And I think he's like a 3.5. And if you look at a guy like Barkley or Draymond, why did Draymond fall to the second round? Because he was an undersized forward. So the thinking was he's not big enough to guard 4s and he's not quick enough to play 3. Well, Draymond Green proved that he was quick enough to play 3 and strong enough to play 4. So he had an advantage no matter where, or he had the ability to play both positions and excel at both positions. And I think that like Kuminga's got to figure out how when he plays 3, he can be effective defending 3s and on offense in that spot. And Draymond got around it because he was such a good passer offensively. And then 4, he's got to figure out a way. If he has to guard 4s, he can guard 4s. And then if he can take them off the dribble from the perimeter, then he's got the advantage. All right. Thank you. Hey, let me tell you something about Atco Pest Control and their season-long yellow jacket trapping. That keeps the buzz out of your space so you can do this. You can grill, chill, and enjoy the outdoors without the sting. No chemicals, no hassle, just solid protection from the pests that bug you most. Book now at atcopestcontrol.com and mention what's bugging you, and you get 10% off all your Yellow Jacket trapping services. Atco Pest Control, natural protection for the home and the backyard that you love. I'll tell you what's bugging me. And I know what you guys are trying to do, but are you guys aware that we're getting new microphones?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we're getting new microphones.
Because you constantly break them?
I'm not sure if that's the main reason, but yes, it's an offshoot.
Okay.
Apparently, they're going to come from the bottom now so that they don't obscure the view.
Started from the bottom.
Like
that makes sense. They're here.
That makes sense.
Right.
And that's my song.
The problem is they're going to be mostly stationary.
Right.
So as somebody who gets up and down a lot, it's going to be a big adjustment for me. It's going to be like Kuminga trying to learn the 3.
I mean, why do you have to? And I watch you on YouTube, but why? Like, is it something that we've therapized, or is it something that like goes back to your? Because when we were kids, there was no such thing as ADD. You were hyper, or you were a spaz.
Yeah.
There was no such thing as like ADD or ADHD. Have you been diagnosed as such?
Before you answer, to piggyback on
you answer first.
Sure. Ms. Johnson texts, does Steiny have nervous energy?
Yes.
He can't sit still.
That's correct.
Is
that Mia?
Yeah.
Mia. Yes, Mia.
Yeah, fidgeters are just fidgeters.
Yeah. So what's he going to do when he can't do that?
I do it with my legs. You know, like if you're just sitting on a couch and you just bounce the leg or like, move the feet around.
Like the camera's not following your
she'll
leg,
put her hand on my leg like, stop. You're shaking the whole couch. I'm like, I didn't even know I was doing anything. It just does it on its own.
Hey, Leo Mazzoni. He did.
Yeah.
The rocker.
We're people. We're weird, man. Got weird stuff.
All right.
But got weird stuff.
Anyway, so I gotta prepare for that this weekend.
Yeah.
You should get a ball, something in your hand to kind of.
Yeah. Or the old fidget spinner where you had spin it.
Actually,
I think somebody had given it to him.
He gave it to me and a listener also. All right. What else?
Oh, that's what's bugging you? The fact that you're going to have to adjust to a...
I couldn't think of anything else.
Okay.
I got a quickie.
Go ahead.
If you want to just get it out of the way.
Nothing like a quickie.
No, yeah. Amen.
Amen corner.
We're on it right now. I am bugged. It's spring break for the kids.
Oh, boy.
I am bugged by anybody who has not turned 21 yet who ever says they're exhausted. I don't know. Like, what is the matter with you? Why do you think that if you walk the dog for 8 minutes, you're like, I'm so tired. I need to sit down. I have to watch TV. I have to scroll on my phone for 8 hours. I'm exhausted. I went outside one time and I came back in and now I need a snack. I'm exhausted. I can't take out the trash. I took out the trash a week ago. I'm exhausted. I can't. Teenagers, you're not tired, ever. Period. Great. Let's move on. That's it.
You don't even know.
Pick something else. You are not tired. If you got something else go on, maybe you need a fidget spinner. I don't know. You're not tired. Move on.
I love it. That's a great one. Go ahead, dude.
That's all.
You know what is bugging me, and it's something that's been bugging me for a long time, and it's underage, non-licensed drivers on these e-bikes. And by e-bike, what I mean is moped. And if you remember when we were kids, Steiny and Goo and Mark, you're now in your 50s, so you remember, like, when you were a kid and you had a bike, there were pedals. And in order for the bike to move, you put your feet on the pedals and you actually pedaled, and then the bike moved. And if you were good enough, and if it was downhill enough, you could go really fast, and you were actually riding a bike. Nowadays, these kids, these little punks, and you see them, Steiny, I know you see them.
I see 'em.
I'm sure you see them. And boy, do I see them. They are not pedaling, and they have their little throttle, and these things go between 20 and 40 miles an hour, and you're 13. You don't know how to drive a car. You don't have a license. You don't know the first thing about nothing, you little punk. And yet you're out there zipping around thinking that you're something and somebody. And you know what's sad is you've had some tragic accidents. You've had kids who have had permanent brain injury. You've had cars who have accidentally crashed into these little, and I want to say bikers, but they're not biking. So all of you out there in the e-bike industry, all of you e-bike pushers, you might as well be selling e-cigarettes to these kids because it's equally addictive, it's equally dangerous, and these kids who don't have a driver's license should not be allowed to pull a throttle and go 30 miles an hour on a two-wheeled vehicle. That's what's bugging me.
Wow. No, that's real. Man.
It's real for
Comments
kids.
from the room.
No.
Comments from the room.
They're very expensive too.
$5,000.
Are they $5,000?
Oh yeah, I already went through the.
Five racks?
Well, they can be. Like,
okay.
So the only take is they're very expensive. Well, so you're in agreement.
That's been my. Well, no, right. I'm not necessarily in agreement fully, but I that's been my experience with my children asking for an e-bike. There was a Christmas where we went through the mental warfare through the months of October and November of I want an e-bike. And these are kids that, normally, like, you put your list together, and I'm the type of dad that I'd like to get you your top thing. Yeah. But not if your top thing is 3K.
No,
we're not doing that. We're not doing that. And the kid had to learn that you can't just put anything at the top of the list. And so I won that one. I don't win a lot, but I won that one.
Yeah, when my son was 13, he said, Dad, you know what I want? A crack pipe.
No, he didn't.
No,
of course not. But honestly,
shout out Chris Rock.
As a parent, for any parent out there who has your kid who does not have a license and they're on one of these e-bikes, and I actually saw a story about a kid who went on the internet and they found a way to soup up their e-bike to make it go 44 miles an hour, and this kid's 13. So now you have a 13-year-old, helmet or no helmet, who knows, on an e-bike that's going 44 miles an hour. What are we doing? Because back in the day, Steiny, if you wanted to ride your bike 44 miles an hour, your legs were moving. You were pedaling.
Better find a hill.
I guess I'm alone. I guess I'm alone in my outrage.
Evan had a friend that passed away on one of those accidents on those things.
Right.
So,
and he was an adult.
Yeah, well, I'm just
correct.
Yeah. So anyway, silence is complicit. So you guys you're in favor of kids on e-bikes.
Absolutely.
Sure. Yeah.
No, I'm with them.
Well, I mean,
here we
now
go.
that your kids are adults, that, you know.
Oh, no. Yeah, I'm going to say
Guru
that.
said this is heavy.
No,
Oh, it's not. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I changed it. So what's bugging me is buffering. So I take my TV seriously, and I'm a TV snob. So if you invite me over, which I watched the Super Bowl Charles a couple years ago.
When
the
you
TV
finally
was
found it.
Excellent. My Wi-Fi is slowing down. And now I have YouTube TV, which is not connected through an HDMI cable.
Right.
I'm dependent on the internet. And whatever's going on at our home, I was told I can call my provider and they could give me the faster speed. I was mad. I thought we had it. I was excited. And they go, we're sorry, Mr. Johnson, in your area, you have the fastest speed. So I've been watching games on replay and live, and it buffers. And there's nothing like watching something when you know it's already, it's good, it's going, it's happening, but you're not for you because you're buffering. Then you get the remote and hit pause, thinking you can fix the buffering, but you can't. And I'm telling you guys, I am depressed. We're empty nesters, so the kids aren't even in there with their electronics taken from the Wi. I don't know what's going on, but I don't even want to go home tonight.
You didn't buffer in the middle of the Harrison Barnes shot, did you?
Oh, no. I was in Norm. So, I was on high speed there. But, man, I'm telling you, I got a problem. I got to fix it.
No, that's a big problem.
My unit's defective, Steiny.
You got to fix it. Yeah. Wait, no, someone's got to be able to help you with that.
They said something.
What do you mean?
Where all of a sudden, where I'm at.
Turn the mic on.
Yeah, why are you? What?
You should have saw him in the meeting yesterday. Oh,
God, jeez. Who's talking?
Relax.
Put your bag down.
It's payday.
I will not.
Why?
Because I'm ready to go.
You got to learn how to stop fidgeting.
Dude.
The mic, you do this next week, we're not even going to be able to know where you are. You're going to have to relax.
You got to lose this guilt trip thing you're giving me every single day.
And Dibs used to do it every day when we had a show.
Dude, it's no guilt trip.
I want you to adjust.
You used to Hannibal Lecter style.
Don't spend 25 minutes talking about how much you love him and then come down his road when he's sweating you for leaving early.
It wasn't 25 minutes.
Look at them, not me. You want to take it out on me.
Look at me.
Look at both of them.
Look at me. Get off him.
But imagine if we went to 227, though.
I won't.
Imagine if we just had 14 more minutes to just shoot it. You know what I will do?
If you're going to be on the tip, don't cry when he calls you out for leaving early.
I'm going to imagine that right now.
You know what I want you to know?
On 95.7.
You can stay.
I wish you would buffer for a second.
Yeah.
You know, I remember when buffering used to be an aspirin. Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
My unit's defective.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah! Come on, Friday.
Yeah.
Let's play.
Best day of the week.
It's pretty good.
It's actually second best day of the week.
Yeah, I don't know. They all.
And I'm thinking about today as a Friday.
It's an exhausted night, though.
Warriors in the penultimate game.
Yes.
Giants allegedly at Yankee Stadium.
Maybe.
In theory. And round 2 of the Masters. This Friday is pretty tough to beat.
Pretty good one.
Pretty good Friday.
This is
and
the one.
It's a payday, right?
It is a payday, unless you got it yesterday. It is the kind of weekend, and I know that you say we used to joke about it, and I do not want to start the show off this way, but now I feel contractually obligated. This is kind of like that vasectomy weekend. This is the vasectomy weekend.
Well, have you had one?
Yes.
And, okay, and you're right, but it's not just a weekend. It's more like
you do try to do it on a Wednesday.
Right.
You
then
watch
it's a
all 4 days of the Masters. And,
it's a 5-day.
Anyway.
And it's a long one. But yeah, you're right. If you're going to plan it and you want to plan out like a 5-day, like you do it on Wednesday and you get 3 days off and then you get 5 days on the couch where your spouse is like, thank you, honey. Let me do whatever I can for you. It's this one. And like Father's Day, U.S. Open, but that's Father's Day. You should be out there doing fatherly things.
Yeah, no, this is
weekend.
This is a great weekend. And I was actually struck. And 888-957-9570. Warrior fans, look, we're here, okay? This is it. This is our last show of the regular season in the NBA. We're here. We arrived. This is the weekend we've all been thinking about and talking about for, count them up, 3.5 months. Honestly, that's when the NBA season starts to take shape. I think the stress was here by January. Oh, my God, they're only 500. They're falling to the 12-3 thing, didn't stick. What are they going to do? Are they going to make a trade? Are they going to make a trade? Are they going to make a trade? We did this every day in January. And then first week of February, they make a trade. And look at them now. They win a bunch of basketball games. Steve Kerr said out loud, the goal's the 6th seed. Where do they sit? Right now. What seed are they? They're the 6th seed. They still have 2 basketball games. They could win them. They could lose them. They could go 1-1. There are other teams that affect all of this. I get it. But I really kind of arrived today at a spot of pure Warrior joy. And I know that that's odd coming off of yesterday where we talked about what I refer to as the worst loss of the year. And I think from an emotional standpoint, it was. But like you and I were talking with Lucas, he's the director of sports at 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
And earlier today, he said that game on Wednesday night shook him. It shook his confidence a little bit. With regard, and you know, that typical line, if you can't do that, how am I supposed to believe that you can win a playoff series?
It's a good Lucas.
Don't you think I nailed it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Steve Kerr's on with us yesterday, and he's like chilling. It's like, that's the NBA. You know, you're not going to win all of these. You're going to have some disappointing ones and all of that. And I just got to thinking about it after Minnesota gacked a 25-point lead in the fourth quarter. Memphis is leading their game at halftime and got outscored 52-25 last night on their own floor. Lots of teams just with gaffes out there. And that's part of the picture. And so, I don't know, man. I woke up today. Wednesday was completely wiped clean. I'm pretty excited that they have this opportunity this weekend. And there's absolutely no confidence shaken whatsoever with regard to what may happen next in the weeks to come because of Wednesday night.
Not because of Wednesday night, but I do think that you could look at the Warriors and have your confidence not necessarily shaken, but you know that in the Western Conference, it's kind of wide open. And yeah, last night was a good example where Memphis was awesome, and then Minnesota came back, and then Minnesota absolutely buried Memphis, and it was like, wow, Memphis, I mean, you're a fraud. And Houston came and beat the Warriors up. And so you can think, wow, I mean, the Warriors can't match up with Houston. But any given night, any given series, I do think when you look at things from that broader perspective and you think about a best of 7, like Warriors against fill in the blank in a best of 7, it becomes a lot more of a Warriors-friendly matchup. Like
agreed.
One game against Houston where the Warriors were at the tail end of a gauntlet, coming off a long road trip against a younger team. Yeah, you can look at that and say, okay, Houston was in a spot where they could do what they did and the Warriors had no response. Yeah, bad one. The San Antonio loss is a little bit different. That to me was just kind of a bad performance in the wrong spot. And if they do it again tonight in Portland against a team that they're favored by 13 against, or 13 and a half, or 14,
Keep
wherever
going.
you shop, whatever the number is,
I think it's up to 14.
it's a game that you would think that the Warriors should win.
Yeah.
And Portland's got a lot of their regulars not playing. So if the Warriors go out there and they struggle, or if they lose, well, then you can draw different conclusions. But I do think about the Warrior team in terms of a 7-game series. And I'm guessing that they will get there unless they don't win both these games. If they win both, you're the 6th seed, and maybe even better depending on what happens. But I do think that the Warrior team is built more for a best of 7 than they are for a one-off.
Totally agree. And I also just, like, to me, like, stop today and remember the big picture. I think it's important. You can still be mad about Wednesday night, and damn it, the rotations and the sloppy play down the stretch and the missed threes. All fair. Let's fan. We can do what we do when we watch a game. I was super bummed and disappointed as well when the Warriors lost that basketball game. But I also think that basketball game, from my ear and my eye, it robbed a lot of Warrior fans of their mojo. That's what hit me when Lucas was this morning. Oh, my confidence is shaken. Hold on a damn second. This is what we begged for. We begged for this. We prayed for this. We wanted this. Was there a trade out there that could just, remember Steve Kerr? We need to give Steph that at-bat.
Yep.
That's all our job is. Do something to give Steph that at-bat. Well, guess what? Step to the plate, my man. You're 37 years old. Here's your wonder boy. Go to the bat and take a swing. You get 2 games. You want to win them? Then you get a whole series, at least. You get your at-bat. Like, dude, they did it. They did it. They did it.
Not yet.
No, but they did it. The at-bat is here.
Well, the at-bat might be a play-in game.
It could
That's
be.
not the at-bat.
No, the at-bat is here now, because if you just win these 2 games, you're not a play-in team. So start your at-bat.
Yep. Well, they have started the at-bat.
Yeah.
And they've lost, what, 2 in a row?
No, 2 of 3.
Yeah, 2 of 3.
2 of 3, but you could spin out further from that, and they had won 4 in a row going into losing 2 of 3. So they've won 5 of 7.
Right.
I could say it that way too.
And you could go back to when they were 12-3, and you could say they've won 35 of 65. So they're 35 and 30 since they started 12-3.
Right.
So we can do this however we want to do it.
Feels a little less relevant. I'm much more focused.
The relevance is all whatever you want to do.
Jimmy Butler.
However you want to draw.
Jimmy Butler's arrival. That's
sure.
To me, that's what's relevant right now, because that's who they are. That's who they are in this moment.
Well, for me, the relevance is even more like recent than that, because you look at the Clippers and they've won 8 of 10, and you've won 6 of 4. So now the Clippers have jumped you, and that's where the game on Sunday now becomes huge. And if you win tonight, and you should, then you get to Sunday, and that's a game that's going to have huge import. And it might not mean that you get the 5. It might just mean that you keep the 6.
Yeah, it might. It might mean other things. There's a lot of other teams that need to play a lot of other games, and I think I've learned by now there are surprises. I know we look at the scale, well, they're not going to lose that. Well, they might. They might.
Yeah.
Minnesota might lose to Brooklyn tonight. I'd be super shocked, but they might be tired. They might be fatigued.
Well,
put
Memphis
a lot into that
Denver
game.
too.
In Memphis, exactly. Well, I would expect Memphis to lose, but maybe not.
Yep.
You know, Jamal Murray's supposed to play. Maybe.
Minnesota favored by
probably almost 20, I would think.
Try more than 20.
Yeah.
20 and a hook. 20 and a half.
I'm actually looking, my board has them at now 21.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking at ESPN.
Of course.
20 and a half.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
This time of year, wow.
After playing on the road last night, they got that late TNT. We're not going to, you know what I mean? Memphis and Minnesota put a lot into that game, tight game into the second half, and then both of them got on a plane and went somewhere not that close. You know, Memphis flew all the way to Denver. Minnesota flew home. Now they got games tonight. I don't know what's going to happen. This could absolutely spin the Warriors' way. And I would predict that when we go to bed tonight, they will have sewn up at least the 7. That'd be my guess. My guess is that Denver and the Warriors will both win tonight. And that means the Warriors will be at worst in the 7 slot.
Yep.
No matter what happens rest of the way.
Which is nice, but I mean, it all eyes on the 6, and we talked about it so many times before about getting to the playoff and not having to worry about the play-in. But I do wonder about like Warrior fans and your confidence. Where was it a week ago as opposed to where is it now? Is it more shaken after what happened against San Antonio and Houston?
I like the question. No, I shook myself. That's what I did today. I'm not Wednesday. Stupid, lame, bummed, all that, whatever. It happened. This is the NBA. It happens. I'm going larger view. We're here. In January, we asked for this. We're here. Here's your weekend. You got 2 basketball games. You win them, you're a playoff team. It's exactly what we were hoping for. But we get so bogged down by the moment. That's all for a lot of us, and I get it. Warriors in Portland tonight. Tip-off at 7 o'clock. Warriors live with our guy Grandy at 6 o'clock. It's presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. We're also sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. And the good stuff is all afternoon long. Come on, Warriors fans. This is it. This is the last show. It's the last show on 95.7 The Game of the regular season. So what do you think? Yeah, is your confidence shaken? Where do you sit? Let's talk it out all afternoon and have some fun on a Friday. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, on a Friday, the Warriors in Portland. 2 games to go. On the verge. The playoffs are sitting there on a platter. Sit down with a knife and fork and go eat them. Listen, you want some Steve Kerr? If you want to buy some Steve, it'll make you feel better. You don't need to buy it. I know a lot of people don't want to buy any Steve Kerr right now.
No, I want my Kerr for free.
Okay, I got free Kerr for you.
You got some free Kerr?
I got free Kerr. All I got to do is do this.
The NBA, it's not like we were a great team in Phoenix and all of a sudden got bad. It's just everybody can play, everybody can shoot. The modern NBA, man, the shooting variance is crazy. So you just got to keep moving forward.
Okay, you want some more Kerr?
More Kerr?
I got more Kerr.
Yes, we made some mistakes down the stretch, but that's part of the game. I made some mistakes. I could have done better myself. We all are in this together, and as much as you hate to lose that game, given its importance, you look at how San Antonio played, making 18 threes, 7 of them in the fourth quarter alone. You have to give them credit. You can't just expect to win games. Now, we did not play well, there's no doubt, and we missed a lot of shots. But this is all part of an NBA season. You take the whole 82 and you add them up at the end, and I'm very confident that we're going to take care of business here in the next couple of games.
Dude, Steve Kerr spent about 25 minutes talking to us yesterday and sounded like he was in a smoking jacket at the Ritz.
Right.
That's what it sounded like to me.
He was chilling.
Yep. Chilling.
No doubt.
And I think that what we're talking about is why. I really do. I think that Steve, when you're in it sometimes, obviously it feels different than those of us who just watch. But the bottom line is Steve's got his eyes on the prize. And he remembers flipping January, which so many of you seem to have forgotten. They sucked. And they were the 11 seed. And Steve said out loud, we're pointing at the 6. We want to get to the 6. We wake up today. Happy Friday, April 11th. They're the 6. Yes, it hasn't been clinched yet, but they're the 6. They've won almost all of their basketball games since the trade deadline. I don't know, man. Like I'm willing, like all sports, to accept some of what happened on Wednesday night. Now, I'll argue in the very next breath that's why it's so important to stay out of the play-in tournament.
Right, because one game can bite you.
I'm not giving other NBA players a chance to get hot from behind the three-point arc and send me home. But, I do think we fall into that trap of, the Warriors set a new bar for us, so now we've decided they have to be perfect. It doesn't work that way.
No, not perfect, but just don't lose those games. Well, and they do, and it happens. But when you're in Game 79 and you lose to that team without those players in that building, in that spot, it becomes more alarming when you're favored by 17.5. And I know that it's not about Vegas, but when you look at an expectation of a game, and tonight's a good example, you're going on the road against Portland, against a team that is without 5 of their top 7.
All of their players. Yeah.
Right. So go out there and win by whatever. Just win the game, but if you don't, it's fair to look at it and say, that's a bad loss. And when you have game 80 and you have San Antonio and they don't have De'Aaron Fox and they don't have Wembanyama and, they do still have some pretty good players, but you're at home and you're pushing for the playoffs and you lose like that, that's bad.
Oh, for 100%. And I'm not arguing that. It's a bad night. I called it the worst loss of the year. I'll stand by that. But it doesn't shake any larger confidence for me. At least not for me. Like I can, and I did. I answered Lucas. He was like, wow, if you can't beat San Antonio when you need to, then how am I supposed to believe that you can do something special? And I go, well, because you just watched them do something special last week. That was just 7 days ago. 7 days ago, they finished a 2-week road trip by going to Los Angeles, punking LeBron and Luka in the face, getting on a plane, flying home, going to bed at 3 a.m, waking up the next day, and punching Jokic in the face. That's what they did 7 days ago. That is in their repertoire. And I don't think it went away on Wednesday night.
It didn't go away, but it was definitely a little bit of a blow to the overall confidence for many, if not for some. And I do look at this Warrior team as a team that's built more for a best of 7 than they are for a 1 game. And so if you get into a play-in game scenario against, for example, Minnesota, a team that we saw last night is very capable of getting super duper hot with Anthony Edwards, who I don't think that you have an answer for, even if GP2 is around. If Ant-Man goes on an absolute inferno of a heater, you might lose to Minnesota.
No doubt.
And you may not play poorly, but he might be so good that you just can't beat them, and then you get into that 9-10 game and find you win, or maybe you don't, but if you win, now you're the 8 and you play OKC in a best of 7 2 days later with game 1 on the road.
Yeah.
That to me is a bad recipe.
Agreed. So I'm going to block that scenario out right now while acknowledging that it may happen. But it doesn't have to happen.
It doesn't have to, but it's more likely now because of what happened against San Antonio.
For sure, but the Warriors have regained control. They regained control. So, in fact, everything that they had on Wednesday night before the game started, they have again. They have that again. I know in that moment we were thinking it's likely they only need to go 3-1. Well, guess what? You can still go 3-1. You're allowed to. I know the Clippers are hard. Sure, it's a hard matchup. Haven't seen them play the Jimmy Butler Warriors, though. I don't know what this is going to look like on Sunday. But you have regained control. And that's, again, go back to January or even go back to Monday. That's all you wanted. All you wanted was control of the week. They've got it. 888-957-9570. Let's hear from some of you. Fred in Richmond. Hi, Fred. What's up?
Willard and Dibs, what's going on?
Hey, Fred.
Taking my call.
Yeah, ma'am.
The confidence for me was high ever since the All-Star break. After I heard what Draymond said, a 4-time champion, I was locked in because, he has to back his words up. So I appreciate the fact that, we go into the weekend controlling our own destiny. That's all a Warrior fan can ask for. We were in the dumps in February and January. Like, Warrior fans got to understand it's a race to the finish line, and all we want is an opportunity to be in the race. We handle our business tonight and see the Clippers on Sunday and bring on the Lakers and whoever else. All we want is the shot for Steph to go out like he is a top 10 player of all times. What else can a Warrior fan ask for? Don't y'all get it?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for the call. I mean, it's all in the packaging, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, what if the Warriors had lost that game against Denver last Friday night, which they considered kicking? They even said that. They considered just like letting the fatigue run, sit everybody out, lose the basketball game. I think we all would have understood. And then they beat San Antonio on Wednesday night. Their record would be the exact same. They'd be in the exact same situation, and everyone would be like, this is amazing. The Warriors are really coming together at the right time. It's all in the packaging of it.
Right, perception.
But, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm looking at right now? You'll all remember this. Do you remember the game that Jimmy Butler sat on the bench in L.A. when he had just gotten approved? And so he didn't play, but he sat with the team on the bench in L.A. and watched the Warriors. That was the one. I think we were at Splash that day, and because I remember watching that game at Splash, and the Lakers beat the Warriors 118-108, and Jimmy Butler sat there and watched, and that loss knocked the Warriors to 120-112. I have the score wrong. That loss knocked the Warriors a game under 500. 25-26 on February 5th.
Yeah.
Then they got on a plane and went to Chicago. They gave Jimmy a uniform and he wore it and he went out and played. And at the first half end, they were down by about 20 points. They were absolutely, objectively awful.
Yep.
So Jimmy was on the team. You trailed by 20 in Chicago, a bad team, and your record was under 500.
You're down 14, but I don't want to ruin the narrative.
Okay.
But the point is well served. You were terrible in the first half.
That's where you were sitting.
Yep.
In that moment, how much would you all have paid to be sitting where we are today? I mean...
Well, a lot of games left to go.
Yes.
But for them to go and do what they did from that second half on is remarkable, no doubt, because they went on to win that game and they outscored Chicago, not a very good team, 77-42 in the second half, which I believe is a 35-point switcheroo. And yeah, you went out and you dominated them, and after that, you went on a nice little run with Jimmy Butler, and you won in Milwaukee. You lost against Dallas in an emotional game. Kyrie had like 84 or something. But then it was win, 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 win. Loss at Philly, no Jimmy, and then you won 7 in a row. So you won 12 of 13, and the one you lost, Jimmy didn't play in Philly. So, yeah, things have been pretty good since you got Jimmy Butler.
22-7.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
22-7. I mean, 22-7.
Right.
And here we sit with the Warriors in the 6 with a couple of games to play as a big favorite tonight, and we'll see about Sunday. I'll take it, man. I'll take it.
Of course.
The packaging's a little off. Again, the packaging, the presentation, it's a little off.
Well, it's a little bit different because 22-7, yes, but it started 14-2. So since 14-2, you've gone 8-5.
Okay.
Which is
okay.
I mean,
and Steph missed 2 of those losses.
You're right. And
I'm not
all fair.
Yeah, I'm not mad at
Steph
any
and Jimmy
of that.
both played against San Antonio, and you lost.
Yeah, the packaging is off. You would not have, if you were piecing this together for a dinner party, you would not have packaged this on the way in with a loss against the San Antonio Spurs. You wouldn't have done that because it makes people feel like something's wrong. I guess in general, that's kind of my point today. Nothing's wrong. Nothing is wrong with the Warriors. There are no ills. There are no rotations to fix. It was a performance that happened on one night that was unsavory. Not a good meal. The steak got overcooked and all of it's the most recent thing in our mind. But I don't think there are any diseases inside the Warriors game.
No diseases, but there are things that you look at that are flaws. And I think if you want to look at the things that could be a problem, you could look at the Houston game, and it's a one-off. I know it's just one game against Houston, but if you look at all 5 games against Houston, when you've beaten them, you've been able to get up and down and score a bunch, and the games you've lost have been really slow it down, grind them out kind of games. And so you look at other things that might be flaws, and we talked about it with Steve Kerr. They shot 48 threes against San Antonio, and you made 16 of them. And I asked him if they were 2-3 happy, and he said, no, this is what we want to do. And so basically, this team, as much as any other team in the league, it comes down to, are you making threes or not?
Yep.
And they shoot the second most threes in the league. And when you don't make threes, and I gave the number yesterday, when you shoot 33% or lower, you basically lose 2 out of every 3. So if you have Kuminga and Draymond and Jimmy and Kavan all getting major minutes, then you're asking Steph and Pods and Moody and maybe Quentin
and somebody
to make threes.
Yeah, and somebody.
Yep. Right.
Yep.
So either Buddy's hot or you lose, or Buddy's not. I mean, it comes down to to me, it comes down to Pods and Buddy and Moody. Can you shoot?
Someone has to hit something other than Steph Curry. Yes.
Right.
Yes. And I'm comfortable with that. I think that's basketball.
Yeah, that makes me uncomfortable knowing that, well, Jimmy Butler's not a great three-point shooter. Draymond's not great. Kevon Looney's a part of your rotation. GP2 can hit the corner 3, and that's about it. But
that's basketball.
Basketball. It's different when you have Clay, and if you have other three-point shooters.
I get it.
You're asking for a streaky Buddy, and you're asking for second-year Pods to be as good as he has been.
Except you're giving me 4 names, and you really only need one of them on any given night.
Which one?
I just need any of them. It doesn't matter. Just one of you.
Right.
What happened that night is they all missed. Brandon had 1. Moses had 1. JK had 1. Buddy hit a few, but he shot a ton. You need someone to be a little bit consistent. You need the offense to work. And by the way, even with that whole scenario adding up, you were tied with 3 seconds to go. So you can even still win,
right?
Even with that scenario. You know what I mean?
But you also need Steph to be great in that scenario, because he was bad against Houston, and he was 1 for 8.
He was good against the Spurs. I don't think he was great.
I mean, he had 30.
Yeah, he had 30. That's a slightly above average night for him.
Right. But against Houston, he was not great.
Right.
And you lost. And so, I mean, if you don't have Steph be good or very good and help, you're in trouble.
The Warriors I'm actually with your main point today. The Warriors need to get out of this scenario where every single solitary quarter matters so much. They need to get into a series where you've got a little room to breathe and lose a game. Like right now, every loss feels like 3, and it's been this way for so long, and they've navigated it largely very, very well. But they need to get out of that. And so hopefully they took a night last night, really got a lot of sleep, and rested up for what they've got now, which is 2 games in 72 hours, actually a little bit less because Sunday's an early game. So you're going to have 2 games in 2.5 days and put everything you've got into those 2 games so that you can finally get out of this situation. Take a week off, go sleep, go golf, no more back-to-backs, and no more, oh no, the sky is falling if you lose 1 game. They need to get out of that. And that's kind of what I meant yesterday when I was talking to you about what I view as some overwhelming fatigue. It's not just that they were on a flight the night before and that they play basketball. There is a mental and emotional fatigue that's got to build. Like since February, it honestly largely feels like you're not allowed to lose. They've only done it 7 times. And after every one of them, we're in here going, oh my God, sky's falling.
Well, they've needed all those to just get into this spot.
Right.
Without that run, and what'd you say, 24-7 or 22-7?
22-7 since Jimmy started playing.
Right. Without that, you would be the 9 seed or the 8 seed, and you'd be buried in the play-in. I mean, you wouldn't be out, but you'd be in the play-in.
You'd probably be out. Like the chances next week are not good.
But you'd be in the play-in. Yeah. You wouldn't be out. Like Phoenix now is out. They've lost 8 in a row, and I'll keep my eyes on the internet to see if Coach Bud gets fired before the end of the show today.
Yeah,
but
they have been eliminated.
They have been.
Yes,
and
officially.
I wonder when he becomes also eliminated because that thing is broken 7 ways to Sunday. But if the Warriors didn't go 22-7, they'd be the 9 seed, and we'd be talking about a different thing.
Yeah. We wouldn't have nearly as much to talk about, to be honest with you, because I don't think anybody would think, even if they came out of the play-in tournament, I don't think anybody would really think that they could do anything special. But I still very much do. And so that's all. Wednesday was just bad presentation. That's it. But the larger view of what the Warriors have achieved here of late, I think is fantastic. I think tonight's going to go very, very well. Apologies now if I'm wrong, but I think tonight is going to go very, very well. And I actually feel pretty good about Sunday. We'll see what's going on when we arrive at that game, what all the scenarios are. Let's go to Raj in Toronto. Hey, Raj, thanks for calling. Raj, you there? I don't.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there you are. Come on, man.
I just want to talk about JK.
Let's do it.
All right. So JK is being used as a scapegoat. And Steve Kerr has been sabotaging this kid almost the whole season. And we've seen what JK can do prior to the injury that he sustained. He was averaging 26 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists. And that's only when he's getting 30 minutes. If he's playing 30 minutes, he can produce. And this team and the fans, it seems like every time they lose, they try to blame JK. He's a bench player. You can't blame a bench player for a loss. Just like against the Spurs.
I don't hear people blaming him for losses, Raj. I didn't hear anybody bring up Jonathan Kuminga after losing to the Spurs. Did you?
They lose, he's humble.
What's that?
Every time they lose, they blame Jonathan.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, I did not hear that yesterday. They lost on Wednesday. I did not hear anybody blame Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, that's what I'm sorry, but Steiny and Guru, that's what they were doing while Steiny was doing that. And my point is that you can't. Jonathan needs minutes, and they're losing because Steve Kerr is putting lineups like Curry, Pods, and Draymond. Those guys are not fast and athletic. You can't have your most athletic player on the bench. and that's why we lost to the Spurs.
Raj,
that's why we lost.
Raj, can I throw something at you? Just a couple, and I don't even have any of the analytics in front of me.
Oh, I've got numbers.
I know you do, but here would be my response, Raj. First of all, you said, quote, that's why they're losing. They're not. They're 22-7 since acquiring Jimmy Butler. So that's not, quote, losing. So let's throw that out. And then secondly, you brought together a 3-person lineup and said you can't put lineups out there like that. And there's, I don't want to argue with anyone, but the math of what you're saying is incorrect. That 3-person lineup that you just mentioned is analytically way ahead of the lineup that you want to play. So all I would ask is, because I got nothing against anybody, but why do you think kind of what you think? I don't hear anyone blaming JK for anything. But I also see no evidence of what you're saying actually being true.
Okay, do you know when that lineup? Do you know when they were saying that this lineup is 13-0?
Yes.
It was actually the bench coming into the game and winning games for them. That starting lineup at one point they were they were down 80 points against other starters in a 3-game span. It's the bench that comes into the game, and they bring back the game, and we take the lead. And then that lineup comes on. Maybe they'll close out the game, and then we give them the credit to the starting lineup when it's actually the bench doing all the work.
Yeah, Raj, all good, my man. Thank you for calling. I don't see what Raj sees. I really don't. I don't think the math and the analytics add up either. I hear him say that you give credit for a starting lineup that goes 13-0, but I've got a 3-game stretch over here where the starting lineup was outscored by 80 points, which A, I think is inaccurate, and B, why would you spotlight 3 games when we're talking about 13?
And honestly, the starting lineup is not the most important thing. And he mentioned JK getting his minutes, and when he plays 28 minutes or more, the Warriors are 4-9 this year. When he gets 28 or more minutes.
Hold on. I'd like you to slow down and say that again.
Kuminga has played 28 minutes or more 13 times, and in those 13 games, the Warriors are 4-9.
All right, so we can keep, if you want to keep butting everyone's head up against math, we can do this. My dad's a math teacher. We could have him call. He's 82 years old. I bet I don't know what he's going to have to say about it. But if everybody wants to keep doing this, we can do it. Can you help me fix my phone? Yeah, he doesn't even know he has a phone. Does everybody? Okay, we might as well do this. By the way, Tim Roy's going to join us in 20 minutes. That'll be awesome. Zena Keita is going to join us at 4:15. We're going to have a ton of fun today. Steve Kerr did say something about Jonathan Kuminga today that's got everybody talking. We'll play that for you coming up next. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibs.
Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Dibs, your Masters pick stinks.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry for that.
No, don't do that yet. It's not over. You know me. I never think it's over. I never think it's over. I did this.
Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor?
Nothing is over until we decide it is. And I did
Animal House.
Like I did. Yeah, I did this with. I remember we used to do that at Candlestick Park, going into the bottom of the ninth every single time the Giants were losing.
Yeah,
the whole crowd would go crazy.
Yeah,
nothing is over until we decide it is. And
that's
like,
right.
Ah! And then you'd lose 8-5 and go home.
Yeah.
Anyway,
whatever.
No, I did this with the lovely Christy. We went to we do our date night Saturdays, and we're driving from one place to the other. And I told you about that Burren House in San Rafael.
Oh yeah,
new bar, love it. We'll be there again. But we're going over there, and remember, she got Houston in the NCAA dealio.
Oh yeah,
and they're down. And they're down. They're down the whole night. They're down 11.
Against Duke.
Yeah, now they're down 7. Now they're down 10. Now they're down 6. Now they're down 9. And she's like, they're not going to win this game. But she gets very mad at my constant, like, it's not over.
Right.
We could do it.
Yeah. Honestly, by the time we get to Friday, I've about had it too, Christy.
Everybody, nobody likes it. But there's nothing I could do because that's who I am.
You're like the Giants. Nobody like us.
Exactly. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, so I wouldn't say anything because it ticks her off. So she'd be like, don't tell me, because I kept looking at the phone. And she's like, I don't even want to know because I already know they're going to lose. And I would just give her a look like with my eyebrows. I would just do the eyebrows because they would like cut it to 5. Huh? And I'd be like, I mean, probably not.
Yeah.
And then I told you, I went to the restroom. They were down 9. They cut it to 5. I went, we better go watch this. And then the last 90 seconds went perfect. And Houston beat Duke. And Joaquin Neiman can still win the Masters.
Yep. And that for the audience, that's the pick I gave Mark. And Mark threw a little bit of chicken on it. And he started out 3 under through 4. And I was texting Mark, and you actually responded with one of my favorite things ever. You responded with, it was either Daffy Duck or Donald. It was Donald Duck, like flipping money in the air.
Yeah. Donald was making it rain.
We were 4 holes into it.
We were 4 holes in.
And
there were only 68 holes left.
Right.
I thought we had it.
He's been 2 over since then for his last 32. But anyway.
He's made some bogeys today. But anyway.
That was my pick, and my picks do stink.
I think
You're right.
well, they do now unless the man starts going on a run.
Yeah.
He might go on a run.
Long way to go.
I would like all of you to take a run over to Twitter so that we can get engaged. Let's do it. Let's get engaged, Dub Nation. Before every game, you can vote in our engaging Dub Nation poll. It's on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. It's brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. All right, so back to it. After the Warriors beat the Lakers and Nuggets on back-to-back nights, they were on a streak, right? They had won 5 games in a row. What did you think the Warriors were capable of doing in the playoffs then? And then compare that to how you feel now after losses in 2 of the last 3 games to the Rockets and Spurs. Has your confidence wavered at all? You can vote in the poll on our 95.7 The Game Twitter page. Let us know. We'll check in on those results later on in the show and at the end of the show. And I have to look at kind of like, Grandy, how did you phrase it? Is it just a yes or a no? Confidence waiver? I'm a no. Hard no. Not at all. Again, Steve Kerr's like, I mean, we're a good basketball team. We're a very, very good basketball team. I don't think they're head and shoulders above anybody in the West. I also don't think anybody in the West is head and shoulders above them. I could argue that once we get to these damn playoffs, this is going to be about as compelling as anything the NBA ever has to offer in the playoffs. Because I don't think there's going to be any series at all where you look at it and you're like, well, that's going to be over in 4 or 5 games. Maybe if Memphis plays Oklahoma City, maybe I'll feel that way. If that's the 1-8 game. something like that, or if Dallas or Sac comes out of there and goes to OKC, I'll feel that way. Outside of that, dude, this is great stuff. It's going to be a great first round where all of the series could go either way.
No doubt. And I guess the minimum would be 16 games among the 4 first-round series. The maximum would be 28. If all 4 went to 7, I would bet that we get more than 20 games between the 4 first-round series, which would be 5, 5, 5, and 5 on average.
Oh, yeah. I'll take the over.
Yeah, even like thinking about 22 games, which would be 2 5s and 2 6s would be 22 games, which you can't have many more. You can't have any more than 28.
28 is the max.
And I guess
I'll take the under
16
on
would be the fewer. So, I mean, 22 would be kind of about what it feels like. I do think that at least 1, if not 2 series will go 7.
Well, I mean, let's play with it as if what we're looking at right now is actually the way that it plays out. Okay, let's do that. So right now, Minnesota, it would be the 8. And Minnesota, now I'd argue Minnesota's not going to be the 8 because Memphis is the 7, which means that Memphis is going to play Minnesota, and Minnesota will kick the living crap out of Memphis. Again. So, actually, let's go on that premise. Let's say Memphis is the 8,
right?
Minnesota's the 7, and the rest of it plays. If Minnesota and Houston, long series?
6?
At least. I agree.
Yeah, right.
Oklahoma City, Memphis.
Maybe 5.
5. Yeah.
I could see a sweep, though.
Nuggets, Clippers.
That feels to me like at least 6. Like a 6 for sure.
And Warriors, Lakers.
I mean, 11.
6. Right.
11.
Right. So, like, I actually would take, if that's the way it plays, yes, give me over 22.
Right.
I get because I think that 3 of those are at least 6-game series. And absolutely, I bet that at least 1 or 2 of them will spill into 7.
And even if you mixed up the matchups and you made it like Nuggets Warriors, that's going to be 6 or 7. Clippers Lakers, that's going to be 6 or 7. And I think that Houston, no matter who they play, Minnesota or Memphis, the same. I do think that Oklahoma City could possibly sweep Memphis if it's a 1-8.
Maybe.
Just because, they're rested. And that is, for Memphis, a bad matchup because Oklahoma City's better at everything that Memphis wants to do. They're just better at that. Minnesota, OKC, that's different because Minnesota can really put out a lot of size that OKC would have a little bit more trouble with.
At least John Morant has a new celebration. Did you see that?
And I love it, yeah.
Oh, you do? Or are you being sarcastic?
No, I'm being dead serious. I love it. Yes, like pull the grenade.
He is now throwing a grenade into the stands and covering his ears.
Right.
So, okay.
Well, honestly, if we can just spend a brief moment on the whole idea of, so I know that he's had a history of actual not gun violence per se.
That we know of.
Right, but he's been involved in gun incidents.
Yes.
And so we as an NBA, we don't want to have our players mimicking gun celebrations, but we as an American society, we love guns. Maybe not here in California in our little enclave, but here in this country, there are more guns than there are people in the country. So for a guy to not be able to do a gun celebration, is it because he has a gun history or like if Steph Curry, and I know it's a bad example because he would never, but if Steph were to pull guns into rat-a-tat-tat after a big 3, would that be something that they would really come down on, or is it just because it's Ja? I wonder about that.
Steph Curry would come down on himself if he did that.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like, just
just
because something is prevalent in society does not mean that it rises to the bar of appropriateness at all levels. Like, do you know what I mean? Actually,
why is it inappropriate? I wonder.
Well, first, for 2 reasons, I would argue. 1, the corporation that is employing you does not want to do that.
Okay.
They do not want to do that. And 2, you specifically have earned the scenario where this goes from playful and fun to not fun because you have been involved in incidents that are serious.
So it is about him.
Absolutely.
At least in some small way.
Absolutely.
Did you guys hear what he said about it the other day? He talked about it yesterday. He said, quote, the grenade celebration, quote, "That's my celebration now until somebody else has a problem with it and I'll find another one."
Yeah. which would be rocket launcher.
There's no doubt. Yeah,
rocket launcher's next.
No
and all you have to do is pull the rocket from behind you and go on the shoulder and then have a little recoil. Yeah, exactly.
When are we going to do bow and arrow? Do we get to do bow and arrow at some point? Yes, it's clear to me that Ja is trying to clap back by manipulating this in such a way so that he can try to prove a point. And he's got a platform, so he's allowed to do that, and he has his opinion, and that's fine. And it's not for you or me to deal with. It's for Adam Silver to deal with. But I have no issue with the fact that his employer does not want him being playful around fans with the idea of guns. He's earned that.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, and ultimately,
I don't feel bad for that at all.
It's his employer, and you're right. Yeah. And so, all of it becomes, I think, a little bit of a slippery slope on what's okay and what's not okay in terms of, what the employer wants them to do.
All right, we're live in the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk righteously brewed here in San Francisco. Warriors in Portland tonight, tip-off at 7. Warriors live with Grandy's at 6. Presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff, and we're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. We mentioned that Steve Kerr said some things about Jonathan Kuminga. We will play that for you here in a little bit. We want to get to that, discuss it a little bit. We don't want to spend the rest of the show on it. We won't. But also, the voice of the Dubs, Tim Roy, in Portland, is going to join us. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Ball goes to Mamukelashvili. He's open for three. Can't find the range. Butler ripped the rebound away in traffic. Takes it far side. Handoff, Buddy Hield. Back to Butler. Pump fake. Throws it out to Curry. It's a three ball. It's a new millennium fast break. The buckets go to the Spurs. Want another timeout. And Chase Center brought to his feet as Curry has an 11-point quarter, a 21-point game. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, we don't need a recorded Tim. We got live Tim right now.
I love live Tim.
Yeah, let's go to the River Islands guest line. Big night in Portland. We especially appreciate it on a game night. Tim Roy joins us live on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Tim, what's going on?
Not much, guys. How are you? Just getting ready for the game.
Yeah, I bet you are. And no, we're doing great. I think we've appropriately had enough time away from Wednesday to regain perspective. But what was your takeaway from that one?
Is that, you don't want to play a team that not only has, they're playing with house money, but they're also playing with purpose. And by that, I mean that they have really nothing to play for except their pride. And that's a franchise that has traditionally, not, as, much as they've, tanked in past years and gotten 3 incredible draft picks, but they still have a culture of playing hard. And that's what they ran into the other night. And I thought it's not an excuse, but I do think there has been a toll taken by that stretch of games that they went through. The 2-week road trip followed by the 4-game gauntlet right at the end of it, which included a couple of home games. And so I think there is maybe not much a physical toll, but a psychological toll. I think mentally they were tired in the fourth quarter.
Is it tough in those spots for teams to still get up for an opponent that doesn't have Wembanyama and doesn't have De'Aaron Fox, and much like tonight where, Portland's going to be missing a small handful of players? Or is a team at this point able to still be motivated knowing it's the penultimate game?
Well, Tips, you're playing in the park and you got a guy that you can beat. You're not as intense as a guy that, I better lace him up here. I got to play my best to beat this guy. It's human nature, I think, to occasionally look past an opponent, and that's why they call them trap games, because you try to convince yourself mentally, okay, I'm ready for this game, we're going to do it, but deep inside your psyche and in your heart of hearts, you're going, okay, if we play, okay, we'll win this game, and so that's what that's what I think you have to face in the NBA a lot of times is facing that kind of a mental hurdle. And so I think that's what they faced in those couple of games. And I give credit to San Antonio. I thought they played really hard and really well.
Tim Roy with us, voice of the Dubs on Willard and Dibbs. Tim, when you prep for a game, when you go into a game, like what's the thing or two that you look at and go, if the Warriors do this, they'll win?
Well, in years gone by, when they had their great teams, it was always turnovers. If they don't turn the ball over, they're going to give themselves a chance to win because they have all that tremendous firepower. In this particular edition of the Warriors, turnovers are always a key, obviously, but they really haven't turned the ball over at an alarming rate this year. They're right in the middle of the pack, which for them is really good. But I think the thing for the Warriors, just getting good shots and not passing up good shots. Their offense hasn't been as great as it's been in the past. It's really a sort of a middle-of-the-pack offense. Their defense has been good all year long, top 10 all year, and really good since Jimmy Butler arrived. So I'm not as concerned about that. I do get concerned about the offense sometimes when it tends to bog down and they tend to really struggle to get a good look at the basket.
When you think about this being a make-or-miss league, and you've got Steph Curry, who is the greatest shooter of all time, when you look beyond that, is it as simple as, well, Pods and Buddy and everybody else, they have to be able to make threes, or else this team is in some real trouble?
Yeah, I think at times they relied a little too much on it. I think, but I think it'll be different in the playoffs. I'll tell you why. By all accounts, playoff Jimmy Butler is a real deal, and then teams are going to run Steph off the 3-point line. So I think in the playoffs you'll see this team more
looking for twos than threes. I think they'll be getting more twos than threes. I think teams will try to keep Buddy Hield, Steph Curry, Podziemski, Moses Moody in the corner, try to keep them from getting into a groove there. And so I think you'll see the Warriors having to come off the line and maybe pull up for a two. So I think in the playoffs, I think they'll be shooting a lot more twos than they did in the regular season.
Tim, obviously, get in and you get what you get. I understand that's job number one. But are there any Western Conference opponents that you see as potentially more difficult than others for the Warriors?
Well, first and foremost, Oklahoma City is better than anybody else in the West. They're the best team. You don't want to play them if you can help it. But personally, I think the matchups for them are better against teams not from LA. I think the Clippers are a tough matchup for them because Kawhi Leonard is healthy, and when he's healthy and playing well, he's one of the best players in the game, and he does it without the fanfare or the look at me stuff. And they've got Norman Powell back now. So that team scares me. And the Lakers scare me because, you never know when you're going to run into a quarter where they're going to shoot, 20 free throws. And so that's a big concern for me. Though I will say this, the last game the Warriors played against the Lakers, the matchups weren't nearly as extreme because they don't have Anthony Davis anymore. And when Jackson Hayes went off the floor, the Warriors got to the rim whenever they wanted. So I think that matchup is curious. And if they do end up playing them in the first round, I'm really curious to see those matchups because I think they're a little more favorable for the Warriors, even though they have Luka, who's unguardable at times. But I think that the fact they don't have the dominating inside presence, I think would really help Golden State.
That was a weird game because it felt like the Lakers were a little bit out of sorts until the fourth quarter, and I thought, Tim, that was one of the higher-level fourth quarters of NBA that I've seen this year, and Austin Reeves suddenly woke up, and it was a back-and-forth affair. When you look at a game like that and a matchup like that, is it one where the Warriors are going to favor more of an up-tempo style to beat a team like L.A.?
I think the Warriors would, again, going back to shot selection, I think anytime they can push the pace is better because they get into early offense, teams aren't able to set up their offense, and you get a better shot that way, and usually you do. And so I think playing up-tempo against any opponent will favor Golden State, especially an opponent like L.A.
Tim, we talked to Steve Kerr yesterday, and we certainly we asked him how Jonathan Kuminga was doing as far as kind of getting acclimated with the Jimmy Butler group and what this would mean for the playoffs. We want to play this for everybody, let him hear it, and then I would love to ask you something about it. Here it is.
Jimmy's arrival took away a lot of Jonathan's minutes at the four. There's no doubt that, as soon as Jimmy arrived and we started winning, we leaned into lineup combinations that enhanced Jimmy because we were winning. And Jonathan was out for that whole stretch. We went 17-3 or something. So we're going to keep doing what's been winning, but the lineup with Jimmy, Jonathan, and Draymond doesn't fit real well, frankly. It just doesn't. We need more spacing. We've found other lineups that have clicked, and this is just part of the deal, being in the NBA, and you got to adapt to whatever's happening with the team. Jonathan's done a great job of that. He's working hard. He's playing well when he's out there. But I'm just going with the lineup combinations that I think are going to give us the best chance to win. And there's going to be nights where he's absolutely part of that, like the Laker game. And then there's going to be nights where I go to Buddy or Moses or Gary Payton. It just changes every game based on what's happening, and I have to read that as a coach.
Okay, so what do you think that means for Jonathan's role in the postseason?
I just think he's probably going to play more with Steph Curry on the floor. That's what it sounds like to me. That if Curry's off the floor and they're playing Jimmy Butler with Draymond, like that group that starts the second quarter, I think he's also pointing out that's why Quentin Post is a key for that group because he provides them with spacing. Because they have to honor Quentin at the 3-point line. If you don't, he's got to knock down. He's got to keep shooting him until he knocks down a couple. So that's what I'm looking at. I think you'll see Jonathan's minutes be more with Steph on the floor than, say, with Jimmy.
And when you look at Jonathan on the floor, and Mark and I were talking about this a little bit during the break, and is he a 3? Is he a 4? Is it more positionless with Jonathan? And if so, with whom does Jonathan fit the best when he's out there for those 20 or so minutes?
Again, I think that's something that they're gonna find out. I think he could play with Draymond and with Steph because there's better spacing there. So I think, and of course, don't forget that as we head to the postseason, those rotations will get shortened a little bit because you can't. There's nothing to. There's no back-to-backs. There's no 3 games in 4 nights. You'll have rest between games. And so it's time to play your best people and your best combinations. But I think there will be a role for Jonathan. I just think that, again, it's going to be one where, he's going to find his way. But I think, again, I go back, it's going to be with Steph Curry, maybe with Draymond. Maybe they bring Quentin Post out to play with Jonathan and Steph. These are all, possible combinations that they could use.
Do you have any secrets you want to tell us about the availability of Quentin Post and GP2 tonight?
Last I looked, they were questionable on the injury report, but I haven't checked it for a few hours.
Yeah. No.
Did you see Quentin Post, and was he sneezing or coughing, Tim?
No, I did not see Quentin face to face.
Okay.
So I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Okay.
Nice.
All right.
Okay,
They do both remain questionable at this hour. Hey, what do you see with Moses Moody? What is this just, hey, got to see one go in and then everything's okay, or is there more to work on?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment because, if you look at his track record this year, he's been really consistent. And I think he's hit kind of a rough patch, lost a little bit of his confidence. And so I think, if he sees a couple go down tonight, that would really help him. And I think, to get back to that consistent, 10-point-a-game guy. And, going back to the San Antonio game, if you have games where, Kuminga doesn't play great and Podziemski didn't have a great night, Moody didn't have a great night, if those guys don't have, collectively all don't play well, that's going to be a tough night for Golden State because they need those extra points. They need those extra right decisions and good plays to help them and to help their big 3. So, again, I think Moses has been very consistent this year, since about mid-season. So I'm not really super worried about him right now. And he is kind of an unflappable kid. I don't think pressure really gets to him. Now, confidence, that's another thing. He needs to see a couple of them go in.
No doubt, and I think that outside of Steph, they all need a couple of them to go in because they shot 48 the other night, and they went 16 of 48. And as I was pointing out to Mark before, 33% from 3 is kind of the line of demarcation where if they're at that or below, they lose 2 of every 3 games. I wonder what your thoughts are, Tim, about fatigue and just overall fatigue and how important it is for this older team to avoid the play-in tournament.
Well, I think anytime you get a couple of days off at this time of the year is really good. It's really helpful because you get all those aches and sore ankles and sore backs and everything else, and you also get a little bit of a mental break. So I think staying out of the play-in, and then the other fact, when we've seen this with the Warriors in the past, you were up against a team that all of a sudden. The Grizzlies that one time, everybody's hitting threes. They had guys parked out in the corner who usually don't take threes. They were knocking down threes. LeBron James banked in a shot in a big moment in a play-in game against the Warriors. I mean, he banked it in. And from three, from straight out, anything could happen in those games. And you could play well and lose if the other team plays great and gets lucky. So you desperately want to stay out of that scenario because you never know what's going to happen. I mean, I think it's been great for the league. We had all this positioning, drama going on the last 2 weeks of the season because of the playing game. But I think if you're a team, you want to desperately stay out of that if you can.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good analysis, Tim. Thanks so much, and have a great call. We'll be hearing a lot from you shortly.
And Dibs, I really was hoping Steve would say yes to your suggestion of sitting in the third row. I was looking forward to seeing you down there in sweats.
Yes, and I was hoping the same thing, and I offered that up to the YouTube audience. And, Steve would know that if I was there, it would be a collaboration sensation, Tim.
Oh, there you go. See, I can throw a lob pass.
Yeah. Unbelievable. A 48-hour setup.
Throw a lob pass.
A 48-hour setup just for that, Tim.
All right, guys. Enjoy your Friday and enjoy the weekend. Should be fun on tonight and Sunday.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Enjoy it, Tim.
Yeah, have a great call. Thanks,
and
Tim.
From there, yeah.
All right.
He's the best.
There you go.
And,
yeah, he is the best.
I mean, honestly, a little bit of a secret dream to be in that third row because there's 2 rows of coaches, and every time there's something that has to be looked at, you see that Steve looks to the second row, and there are 3 people with their heads down into their tablets or their laptops or whatever, and they're trying to see if they should twirl the finger or not. You have your first row of players and coaches, and then there's the row 2 of coaches and trainers and whatnots, and then there'd be the third row of me and you, if you're interested, and 11 or 12 of our YouTube audience. Why aren't you playing Kuminga?
Yeah, I just
put in TJD.
I'll just take the good seats. I don't want an iPad or anything. I don't want to do anything. I just watch the game. I mean, if anybody points at me, I'll just point back at them. I don't know.
Yeah.
What are we looking over here for, Coach?
Well, I just want to be the guy to go up to him and be like, hey, I think Pat Spencer works here, Steve. I want to be like the third row hot taker and represent the audience and, represent all of the wild takes. Hey, Steve, if you don't drop a good play here, we may have to ask you to step down.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Steve, are you available Monday or Thursday next week?
Totally.
Like, that's all I don't think that sounds good for Warrior basketball at all.
What, me in the third row?
Correct.
Offering up advice?
I'm out.
I mean,
I'm out on that idea.
I think Knox fits here. It's a good matchup for Knoxy.
Noxy.
Yeah.
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 Well, I mean, look, here we go, dude. Here we go. Going into the big weekend. And again, if you're not an NBA injury report person, Portland is sitting most of their people tonight. They're sitting most of their people. Denny Avdia, he is out. Jeremy Grant is out. Ayton is out. Scoot Henderson is out. Bryce McGowan's out. Anthony Simons is out. Robert Williams has been out the whole year. So tonight's going to go well for the Warriors. That's how I feel.
I mean, it should.
Yeah, that's how. By the way, the Rockets are doing the same thing again in LA against the Lakers tonight. I know this matters less now to a Warrior fan, because the Rockets and Lakers are both officially out of reach. So whatever, do you. But the Rockets are kicking yet another game tonight in L.A., which makes me wonder what they're going to do on Sunday. That's actually where my mind goes with Houston right now, because they play the Nuggets on Sunday. And that becomes more interesting really quick for everybody involved, especially the 2 teams that will be playing here at Chase Center, the Warriors and the Clippers.
Right. If you're Houston, what's your motivation to go out there and have guys play?
I guess I would argue not sitting for a full 2 weeks before you play. I don't know if that's a good thing. That's a long time off.
Feels to me like that's more of a football thing than it is a basketball thing.
Maybe.
And this is something we can ask a former player at some point about rest versus rust, because in baseball, I get it where, you're locked in, and if you're hitting well, you don't want a day off. You want to keep going, and you want to keep hitting, and you want to stay locked in. In football, you'd like to have a week off to not have to beat up your body, but rest versus rust. I do think in football, if you sit that last week and then you get the bye and now you're 2 weeks removed, there is a little bit of a rust factor. And if you fall behind 14-0, now it totally changes your game plan. In basketball, I don't even know if that's a factor.
What about the teams that don't have anything going on? Those are the ones that I get it. Now we're in the tankathon.
Like Portland.
Well, Brooklyn is in Minnesota tonight. This is a big basketball game.
For Minnesota?
Yes. But Brooklyn will have Nick Claxton out, Cam Johnson out, D'Angelo Russell out, Cam Thomas out, Zaire Williams out, DeAnthony Melton out. Now, he's got a good reason. But anyway, you get the idea. There's just a lot of teams doing this down the stretch. I think right now what the NBA has to offer everybody is pretty good. We've talked about that. There's a lot of intrigue in regular season games. We don't usually get that. There's a lot of parity in the Western Conference. We don't always get that, but what we're also getting is a very, very lengthy injury report for a lot of teams, and a lot of these guys are not injured.
Well, if you're Brooklyn right now, you are 6th to worst in the association. You can't catch Philadelphia, and Toronto can't catch you. So no matter what you do, if you're Brooklyn, you're going to be 6th most in terms of lottery odds when the actual lottery happens. So if you're Brooklyn, you have no incentive to win or lose. So
go play.
So don't play.
Why? Go play
because
basketball.
Cam Johnson, something happens, and then you no longer can trade him in the offseason.
I don't even know that they're trying to do that.
Whatever you're trying to do,
I guess
what you're trying to do is protect your assets and try again next year.
I guess. What you and I kind of talked about with regard to something like this earlier, I remember in the years, like if all you're worried about is like catastrophic injury, I don't know, man. Like how often does that happen? I'm not saying it doesn't, and obviously you feel like you got egg on your face if it does, but by the same token, dude, look, if you twist an ankle, you twist an ankle. Like, we're literally sitting people now because we're afraid of torn ACLs. Like, even if you broke something, you'd be ready to go by next season.
Not an Achilles.
That's not a break.
That's
a tear.
Not an ACL.
That's what I said. Not a tear. Like, you're like
fine. If you want to talk about breaks or tears, it doesn't matter. Yeah, if you break a finger, fine. If you have a hangnail, but unfortunately, what we have now in the association is a disincentive to play. Players are guaranteed money, and teams are getting better draft picks if they actually don't go out there and win. So if you're Brooklyn, you have no incentive to win. Your incentive to play your best players is non-existent.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. I want to bring this back up. We promised that we would. There were some people who called about it earlier. We do not want to spend the rest of the show on this at all because we're all aware where kind of the Jonathan Kuminga conversation goes. And I think everybody is just exhausted by the idea of like, are you in his corner or are you not? He's a Warrior. I'm in his corner. We all want him to play well, but there are more intricate things that have come up, and these comments with us yesterday from Steve Kerr certainly got a lot of interest when he talked about how JK is fitting in and what's the plan in the playoffs.
Jimmy's arrival took away a lot of Jonathan's minutes at the 4. There's no doubt that, as soon as Jimmy arrived and we started winning, we leaned into lineup combinations that enhanced Jimmy because we were winning. And Jonathan was out for that whole stretch. We went 17-3 or something. So we're going to keep doing what's been winning. But the lineup with Jimmy, Jonathan, and Draymond doesn't fit real well, frankly. It just doesn't. We need more spacing. We've found other lineups that have clicked, and this is just part of the deal. Being in the NBA, and you got to adapt to whatever's happening with the team. Jonathan's done a great job of that. He's working hard. He's playing well when he's out there. But I'm just going with the lineup combinations that I think are going to give us the best chance to win. And there's going to be nights where he's absolutely part of that, like the Laker game. And then there's going to be nights where I go to Buddy or Moses or Gary Payton. It just changes every game based on what's happening, and I have to read that as a coach.
The quote is, the lineup with Jimmy, Jonathan, and Draymond doesn't fit real well. Quite frankly, it just doesn't. So how does that grab you? And what do the Warriors do about that, both now and into the future? I think is a very, very fair question. 888-957-9570 is the number. Zena Cada of the NBC Sports Bay Area is a half hour away. This is the last regulation 95.7 The Game show of the NBA regular season. Your last chance to weigh in on where is your Warriors' confidence after what we saw them do on Wednesday and, of course, what they did in the prior week or two. 888-957-9570. Your call's next. Willard and Dibs. So I'm fading, and I want y'all to fade with me.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
It's not what this show is about.
About what?
But I do love them tonight.
Who?
The Warriors.
Giving?
14.
At?
Portland.
Against?
The Blazers.
Played by?
People who have Blazers jerseys.
Yeah. It's time to play. Name that Blazer. Don't worry about it.
Donovan Klingon, double-double tonight.
Yeah.
The Klingon. Yeah.
Is he from Oregon?
No.
You feels like okay. I know. And just the way you were so excited made me think that he was
just one of the Trailblazers that I know is going to play tonight.
Okay, so his 10 points and 10 rebounds. Portland will need at least about 110 more points if they'd like to stay in this one. But
Kling Kong. It's one of the best nicknames going in sports right now.
Yeah, I mean, sure. If anybody knew who he was, it would be, but very few people do. And so, anyway, yeah, I think the Warriors are going to be really good tonight. I think they're going to be very, very professionally buttoned up tonight.
But you won't bet it because you don't like to conflate your personal interest with your gambling interest.
I didn't say that.
Well, that's normally what you do.
I hesitate to do it. It's not.
You know what
rule.
that is, right?
It's a hesitation sensation.
That's right.
But it's not a rule.
I know it's not a rule, but you tend to not do that.
Yeah, and sometimes I break tendencies.
Okay. Rarely.
Anyway, just from me to you.
Sure.
Okay, and then we can do on Monday, hey, Willard, your picks stink if something goes wrong. But
well, you can't just
What? Yes, do it. Do it.
You have to make the sound.
Cuckoosh.
Thank you.
Yeah. By the way, how did you turn that into cuckoosh? How did that happen?
Because when you do the sound,
no shush. There's no shush. It
became part of the fun of the bit where I would go into my full football pick and I'd lock it up. Cuckoo.
Yeah, but it's more like.
You can do it however you want. And if we want to do fade the Willard next year, we can do that, and you can come up with your own thing. But what happened is, it became an organic part of the bit, and so now every time. You want to make a pick, you got to add in a cuckoo.
No, I was here for all of it. I remember. I just didn't know how you came up with those particular sound effects, which don't necessarily mimic the actual sound that's happening. I was just curious.
Well, because sometimes, cuckoosh. Sometimes, cuckoosh. Cuckoosh. Exactly. Sometimes it's fun to be slightly inaccurate for the sake of humor and frivolity.
Absolutely.
And that's what this is.
Now there's the answer I was looking for.
Much like my, when I do my Kyle Shanahan and stuff, it's not necessarily like a spot-on impersonation and stuff, and it's more
possibly
about, more about the monotone and stuff, and it's more about just doing Kyle and stuff. And
no, I get that.
What are you asking exactly?
I'm not looking for.
You know what that is, by the way.
It's an impersonation sensation.
Thank you. Yeah.
You're welcome. Earlier today, Marlon Wayans was doing his brother and his other brother, and it was like, oh my God. And he did his Chris Rock.
He did Chris Rock.
And it's like, okay, those are all 5 out of 5s, and that's why you have your own movie, and that's why you're doing stand-up. I'm just a sports talk radio host looking for 3s and 4s. So when I do my Farhan, it's not really me trying to sound like him. I'm trying to mimic his laugh. And it's almost like with a twinge of mean-spiritedness. And that's what I do.
There's no tinge of mean-spiritedness. It's dripping with it.
Right.
And dripping with it.
And
my impersonations come from true love. Yeah,
right,
I
because
love
every
that
time
man.
he speaks, he grunts and groans like that.
Absolutely. I was in the locker room with him after every game that year. And I would sit there and I would listen to him, and people would fire questions at him, and Buster. That's why it's great to have a guy like Buster behind the plate. And that's what
you make him sound like Billy Bob Thornton in Sling Blade.
Well, but hey, to your point, you got to push an impersonation a little further, or else it's not funny.
As a radio
Gabe
show,
didn't say obviously that much. Obviously, but he said it a lot.
And nor did he start every answer with "we" as an organization.
Remember that time when I did it to him?
Impressive.
That was one of my top 5 favorite moments on our show. Yeah.
And way back in the day, back when before Steve Kerr was the head coach, they had a coach named Mark Jackson.
Yes.
And I did my Mark Jackson for Mark Jackson.
You did? How did it go?
He liked it.
Okay.
He thought it was pretty good.
Did you do the Mama There Goes That Man,
It was
or was it
more
something
about
else?
hand down, man down. It was
yes.
some of that, And there were some other Mark Jackson isms that I went with, but he thought it was pretty good.
I do like Mama There Goes That Man. It's a great way to end a segment.
Yeah.
Like that's how he would do it. He uses it when they're like going to break and there's the slow-mo highlight of a great player putting in a bucket to get to 35 in the third quarter. And he's like, Anthony Edwards went to step back. Mama, there goes that man. And then bang, it's a commercial for Home Depot or something like that.
Yeah.
I love that.
I did too.
Yeah.
And now they say that about his career.
Well, that happens.
He's hit you with the
I thought that was funny. I got silence followed by silence. I thought that was a good way to end it. Mama, there goes that career.
Yeah.
Anyway,
he hit you with the with all due respect too. He would give you that one.
Yeah.
With all due respect.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. All right. I think we're just stalling now
until
we play this.
Zena Keita?
No, from Steve Kerr.
Jimmy's arrival took away a lot of Jonathan's minutes at the 4. There's no doubt that, as soon as Jimmy arrived and we started winning, we leaned into lineup combinations that enhanced Jimmy because we were winning. And Jonathan was out for that whole stretch. We went 17-3 or something. So we're going to keep doing what's been winning. But the lineup with Jimmy, Jonathan, and Draymond doesn't fit real well, frankly. It just doesn't. We need more spacing. We've found other lineups that have clicked, and this is just part of the deal. Being in the NBA, and you got to adapt to whatever's happening with the team. Jonathan's done a great job of that. He's working hard. He's playing well when he's out there. But I'm just going with the lineup combinations that I think are going to give us the best chance to win. And there's going to be nights where he's absolutely part of that, like the Laker game, and then there's going to be nights where I go to Buddy or Moses or Gary Payton. It just changes every game based on what's happening, and I have to read that as a coach.
Yeah, I don't really find what he just said there to be controversial at all. I can tell that a lot of people do. There's going to be this sort of thread through frustration about Jonathan Kuminga's role in his minutes all the time. What I hear when I listen to that, though, is like a bigger problem because whether it's feelings or contracts or opinions, there's really no room for those things when you get to the start of a playoff run. Like there's examples of that all over the place. We've seen it a lot with championship runs from the San Francisco Giants where major names were pushed to the side in favor of, hey, you're not doing well right now, or this doesn't fit. Tim Lincecum, Pablo Sandoval, Barry Zito. Like there were big names, big contracts for people, and they were just like, yeah, we're not using you because we're in the midst of trying to do something very special right now, and so we can't deal with that right now. But when I hear him say that, the bigger thing that goes through my head is the future. How much do you value, how much do you pay a guy that you're saying out loud, you basically you don't want to play him when Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green are both on the floor? Well, those guys are on the floor a lot.
Right.
A lot.
Yeah, and
they are your stars.
And that's your 3, and that's your 4, or that's your 3, and that's your 5. And so if Kuminga is going to play the 4, if you want to go with a Butler, Kuminga, Draymond trio, well, then it would have to work. And if it doesn't work, then you can't play Kuminga with Butler and Draymond because when Steph goes out, Steve has said it, Jimmy's going to play all of the non-Steph minutes. So it's going to be Jimmy out there. So if Jimmy and Kuminga don't play great together, and it's too early to really tell that from a long lens, I think, but I mean, it's been a small sample.
Yeah.
But if you want to look at it from what you're saying, the bigger picture of it, then if Jimmy's going to play the non-Steph minutes, then Kuminga can't really play the non-Steph minutes, and so can he only play the non-Jimmy minutes? And Jimmy, by the way, he tends to play this time of year 38 minutes.
Exactly. Now, he didn't say the Jimmy and Jonathan lineup doesn't fit. He said the Jimmy, Jonathan, and Draymond lineup doesn't fit. So essentially, and this is maybe why we see a lot of 17, 18, 19 minutes a night for Jonathan, what you're looking at is where are the windows when either Jimmy or Draymond are not on the floor, and is Steph on the floor for that time? Obviously, anytime Jimmy comes out, Steph is going to be on the floor. That's an opportunity for Jonathan to come in. Or if Steph is on the floor with Jimmy and Draymond goes out, that might be an opportunity for Jonathan to get in. But what you're going to see, I think, is largely an average of about 4 to 5 minutes a quarter where that even exists. And you give Jonathan as much of those as you possibly can. And you hope, actually, that lowering those minutes to a certain degree, if that's how you want to phrase it, calls for him to really go crazy with his effort, rebounding the basketball and playing defense, because that's what they really want from him. And then what I also think is really difficult when you hear this, because everyone is so in their feelings about this, this isn't about Jonathan. It's simply about different skill sets. You know, the Warriors acquired another wing player who's not a great three-point shooter. There aren't that many of them left in the NBA. There just aren't that many of them left. Wings who don't shoot threes? What are we doing? That doesn't exist. And the Warriors went and found a great player who fits that bill. And so what that means is you can't have Jonathan and Jimmy be wings at the same time, because neither of them do a good job of shooting threes.
Especially if Draymond's going to be the other man of that five-man combo. You can't have Draymond, Jimmy, and Kuminga all out there and still want to be a team that goes up and tries to shoot the three. And I asked Steve that about the San Antonio game where they shot 48 threes, and I asked him, were you a little bit too three happy? And he said, no, I don't think so. We want to be a team that goes out there and tries to shoot the three. We want to space. We want to shoot the three. That's who we want to be. So if you take that as fact, and I do, then you look at the Warriors and you think about what's that team that's going to have at least three shooters, if not more, on the court at any one time. And if you've got Pods and you want to call him a shooter, and it's fair to do that, he's been shooting it great. Okay, he's a shooter. Moody's a shooter. And Buddy's a shooter. Sometimes you wish he wouldn't shoot as much. I mean, but he does. But beyond that, Kevon, no. Draymond, no. Jimmy, no. And Kuminga, no. So what are we doing? You can't play Kuminga, Jimmy, and Draymond at the same time and still want to be a team that shoots a lot of threes.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, 707, text line. Just say Kuminga's gone next year. Warriors have wasted his career. It's interesting. I see that quote a lot. Warriors have wasted his career. First of all, he's 22 years old. His career has not come into full focus yet. But for me, the hardest part of having a conversation about this is just that. It's just that. The Warriors acquired a player that has now vaulted them from a 25-26 basketball team to go 22-7 since then. Currently sit in a playoff spot with an opportunity over the next about 55 hours to go out there and secure a playoff spot and give Steph Curry a chance to do something just astronomically special. That's what they've done. And somehow this is getting processed by some as wasteful or wrong or you've blown it. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how to get this conversation into a spot where people are, I think, like getting back to rooting for the Warriors to win basketball games. You know, if anybody feels that way, I'd honestly love to hear from you. Like, why aren't you just rooting for the Warriors to win games when you watch them play? Why would you watch? Why would there be any other goal? I don't know. What's the goal? What's the goal when you watch the Warriors?
You want them to win.
I have no box score goals. None. Ever. None. For minutes, for points. I have actually one. I'm sorry. I want the turnover number to be as low as possible. I have no box score goals. Ever. When I watch them play.
Right, but
score more points than the other team.
But when they don't, that's when fans look at the why. And a lot of times when fans look at the why, they look at the who, and they think, well, if you would just play JK, and last year and earlier this year it was if you would just play Moses Moody, why can't Moses get in there and cook? Let Moses cook. So I do think you're right for most fans, but when they lose, you look at the box score and you figure out who could have been in there to make it so they maybe would have won.
But the box scores are so much better now than they used to be.
They are, but still, when you have a game like against San Antonio, when you lose, you look at the box score and you think, why did they lose? And, you look at, and you could blame anything you want. You could blame Moody and Pods for having down games, and that's fine. You can do that. I look at the actual game, and I see your stars, all three of them, who didn't make plays late in the game, but a lot of it comes down to JK. And the texter, that was interesting the way they put that of like, just hurry up and get rid of him in the offseason. They ruined his career. Well, I do think that they will, quote, get rid of him in the offseason, but I don't think that they've ruined his career. I don't think that he'll be back next year.
You don't?
No chance.
No chance?
Well, of course, there's a chance.
Why do you say that?
Because he doesn't fit. And if he doesn't fit, then he must sit. And that's what has happened. And I look at and think about what Steve Kerr said.
No,
and you played the cut.
Yeah, he's still playing.
Sure.
He's still playing, and I mean,
he's playing 18 minutes a game.
Right, and then and you need those players. Like 8 nights ago, he had a profound effect on a huge win.
Right.
Profound effect on a huge win.
8 nights ago.
Yes.
So once in the past week.
Well,
and if you take the premise that Steve Kerr laid out of, Jimmy, Draymond, and Jonathan Kuminga, they don't really play well together. And if two of those guys are coming back next year, and I presume that they both are, they're both under contract, and Draymond plays 30 minutes a night, and Jimmy plays 35, where does JK then fit going forward?
I mean, literally exactly what he's doing right now. I mean, I choose to actually look at this as maybe this is a wonderful thing. I don't know if Jonathan will feel that way.
Exactly. Right.
But this
wonderful for them.
It's going to make him cheaper.
Right.
And
cheaper if nobody else wants to give him $20 million. If the Warriors want to offer him 3 years, if they want to give him the Moses Moody deal, 3 years and 39.
Wow, no, it's going to go. Yeah, it'll be higher than that. It's going to be higher than that.
Who's been better this year? Who's been more impactful this year?
No, it depends on which window of the year you're talking about.
I'm talking about the whole year. And I know JK missed 30-plus games because he was injured, but right now, both are healthy. One guy is cemented as a starter, and he plays 30 minutes a night, and the other guy is getting eighth-man minutes.
The answer is Moses based on the time where the Warriors really, really started to boogie, So, the last 30 games, the Warriors have played much better. Those have been decisive, and the answer during that window is Moses, and Jonathan was hurt for half of that window as well.
Right, but who fits more going forward? Like, forget the salary and the contract situation.
Well, they both fit. They just
But who fits better?
Well, they fit, it depends on, again, they both fit.
Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy. Who fits best with them? To me, it's Moses more than JK.
Moses, but that's not the whole game. And actually,
I get that,
you know what I mean? If you're looking, if you're going to go to next year, you're talking about 3 players past 35. Like, what are the chances that one of them or multiple of them will miss an extended period of time here or there? And if that happens, then I think you really, really want that guy on your team. I don't want Jonathan Kuminga to not be on the team.
I don't want that either. I think the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, maybe.
Honestly.
Maybe. You might be right.
Yeah.
But I'm going to hope right now that what this does is maybe it keeps his number at a very manageable number and the Warriors sign him to that.
Yeah.
That's my hope.
Manageable for them, not manageable for him. And this
maybe not.
I would imagine that Jonathan Kuminga sees himself as a guy who is worth more than $15 million a year.
He doesn't have any leverage here. He doesn't get to just leave if he wants to.
What another team will offer.
Right, which we've been told constantly that no one has any money to spend this offseason.
Well, $40 million a year, no, but another team I'm sure has $20 million to give him.
No, 20 might be that the Warriors might do that.
They might not, because if you're the Warriors and you go into next year thinking that, okay, this Jimmy, Draymond, Steph thing it looks like it might work. And what we need is another $20 million player who is a ready-made vet, a cookie-cutter insert guy, as opposed to a 22-year-old question mark?
Maybe, but then again, you do have to keep in mind that contract, however, like the length of it, is probably going to span beyond the careers of the big three. Potentially.
Right. So, I mean, if you fully believe in Jonathan Kuminga, then you will sign him to a long-term deal, and you will... I don't believe that they think that.
Joe Lacob, it wasn't that many months ago that he just said it. He's like, we love the guy. Of course we're trying to keep him.
Right. But they didn't. They didn't sign him.
Well, I don't think that's, he was
They signed Moses.
He's hurt. Right. That was before the year.
Right. They didn't sign Kuminga.
No, but no.
They could have. They were allowed to.
I don't know what he was asking for. Like his price.
Whatever they offered, he did not accept.
His price has dropped.
Dramatically.
There's no question.
Right.
So now you have a new conversation.
Yeah, I just don't.
Warriors actually played that pretty well, I would argue.
Well, depending on what eventually happens, another team can offer him a certain amount, and the Warriors could say, nah, no thanks, and you could lose him for nothing.
Maybe.
So
maybe.
We don't know how they, quote, played it yet.
Well, the bottom line is they did not pay for a player a number that he has been proven since then to not be worth. And I actually hate saying it that way.
Yeah.
The market will not call for what he asked for at the beginning of the year that the Warriors wouldn't pay. So therefore, make it like anything at the store, right? Like, do you want this shirt? Well, I don't want it for $89. Well, now here we are 4 months later. Now it's $49. You want it?
If only it went that way.
Well,
now it's actually $149.
Well, that's what just happened. So they played it well. They did not buy when it was at its height. Now it's lower. I don't know how much lower. I don't know what anyone else wants to offer.
We'll see how they played it. I don't know yet if they, quote, played it well or not.
Well, again, they didn't pay for something that is not, the market is saying is not worth that. Deborah in San Leandro. Hi, Deborah. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up?
Good discussion. Good discussion on Jonathan.
Thanks.
I like Jonathan, but Jonathan didn't start playing basketball until late in life compared to these other guys, right? He and Moody came in at the same time. He still seems to have trouble grasping the offense and different things. So if I'm good with, I would like to keep him, but I don't want to pay a lot of money. And actually, I don't think he's worth more than Moody because he hasn't shown more than Moody. But that's my take on it. I like the kid, but he just doesn't grasp certain things. Even in the defensive aspect, as far as team defense, the rotation, I see other people telling him where to go still, and he should have that part. Doesn't matter who you're playing with, you should know that defensive rotation. So that's my take on Jonathan.
Deborah, thanks. The other side to the conversation is that he does have some skills that the Warriors really lack and are probably going to need at one point or another going forward. So this all comes down to dollars and cents. I have no idea what someone else wants to offer. I do think the Warriors still like Jonathan Kuminga. I think they'd like to have Jonathan Kuminga on the team. It'll come down to what anyone else is willing to offer. But he doesn't get to leave just because he wants to. I'll keep stressing that. So, that's in the Warriors' corner right now. We still got plenty of time for your phone calls. Where your confidence level sits. Sure, Wednesday was a bummer, but here they are. We head into the final weekend of the regular season, and the Warriors control their own destiny for a playoff spot. So, did Wednesday shake your confidence at all, or are you still right where it was? 888-957-9570. We'll get to your call shortly. Zena Cada of NBC Sports Bay Area is going to join us here in just a handful of minutes. We're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport, and this is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Confidence not shaken at all. I don't know. Have you officially voted and answered that so far today?
It's none of your business. How dare you ask me how I voted?
I actually think it's totally my vote. Well, I don't see an I voted sticker on your chest.
It's funny because
where's that?
I have a ballot at home for a local ordinance, and my wife's like, yeah, we got to do this weekend so you and I can vote together. And I said, you don't tell me how I vote.
Oh, God.
And she said, oh, yes, I do.
Yeah, she's your wife. Yes, she does.
I said, yes, dear. I did vote, and it's actually, the poll is running almost 50-50.
Is your confidence shaken?
Shaken but not stirred, yes.
So you voted
like a
yes.
martini. Yeah, it's a little shaken.
Come on, man.
You lost to the Spurs at home.
All right, let's welcome Zena Kata into the conversation.
I've been dying to talk to Zena Kata.
Yeah, Zena, I think, man, we've been talking about and efforting for some time to have her on the show, and now is our moment. River Island's guest line, Zena Kata, who will be handling both pre and post on NBC Sports Bay Area tonight for the Warriors versus the Blazers. Zena, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you. I'm also taking one of your statements there, shaken but not stirred when it comes to confidence. I like that. I like that a lot.
Is that how you're feeling? Are you? Did Wednesday shake your Warrior confidence a little bit?
No, I feel the same about the Warriors. I think right now the Warriors have always been a team that will absolutely tear up a series, but absolutely will F up a one-game like situation. And that's why they must stay out of the play-in. You just never know what can happen on night in, night out sometimes with the Warriors. But once they make it to a serious situation, which, you hope they win out and get to the 6th seed so they can avoid that, you got Steph Curry, put my money on that, and they will find a way to scheme and adjust out of the series for sure.
Look, I think Dibs wants to ask you something, but I'd like to jump in and say that might be one of the strongest opening statements by anybody who's ever been on this show as a guest before. Just
Okay.
Walked right in here and talked about the Warriors effing stuff up. That was incredible.
Yep.
Well, we've seen situations all season long where it's like Warriors have found themselves in trap games and teams coming out. Everyone always says the stars are bright in LA. People show up for the Lakers. People show up for the Warriors too. And people always want to show out against Steph Curry and the Dubs. And that's what puts them in these kind of precarious situations in which if you let someone hang with you for long enough, they might be able to close the game. And this is one of the reasons why I was asked on pregame, postgame with Bonte and Mully, what are your thoughts after this amazing record? Warriors are 22-7 since Jimmy has arrived. I believe 22-6 now when he's playing. And I've reserved my judgment. It's great. Record's great, but let's do our due diligence. Who have they really been playing that's been fully healthy, that's been, an above 500 team, that's been a true contender. And the first game we really got to see an example of that was this past week. And of course, Lakers game, performed well. Memphis performed well. Denver performed well. Houston, when things got exposed a little bit. And then now against the Spurs, you saw, okay, there might be some offensive issues here that have got to be figured out before the playoffs. So those one-night games, just the March Madness type of games, is when I'm like, ooh, Warriors, what's up? But in a series, I feel like the Warriors always find a way to adjust and bounce back.
You mentioned the offensive woes, and so you being a former baller, when you watch this team, what do you see offensively that makes it so they sometimes are challenged?
Spacing. That's the name of the game in the NBA these days. That's why these big wings are so preferred as, prospects and people that you want to get on your roster, because usually that means you have size, but you also have someone that can shoot the ball outside. And right now, I think it's been 13 games since JK has come back. And JK is not a predominant three-point shooter. He was clicking on it before he went out, but it's not his main game. His main game happens to mirror almost exactly the new addition that came while he was out, which is Jimmy Butler. And so you've got two players that are on the wing that prefer to drive in, that prefer to work in the mid post, that prefer to work in the post, take their defender to the basket. And usually that works if the other can space, right? Like if you can play off of each other, and that's why you saw some success with Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga, because even though their games matched in that way too, Andrew Wiggins could step outside and shoot as well. And so right now you're seeing and Steve Kerr talked about this today, you're seeing the spacing with a Draymond Green who can shoot the three and has done really well this season shooting the three, but it's not his number one option. You're seeing Jimmy Butler, who is capable of shooting the three. He hit 2 last game, but that's not his number one option. And you got Jonathan Kuminga, who's capable of shooting the three, but that's not his number one option. All three of those players, for differing reasons, want the ball in their hands and need it for a moment to be able to make a decision on what they're going to do. And usually that first decision for Draymond, it's usually pass, find an open teammate, and get an offense going. For Jimmy, it's face up, look at your defender, what's going on. Same thing with Jonathan Kuminga. And so when you got 3 players on the floor that need the ball in their hands for just a little bit to make a decision, and it's usually within the arc, that's really tough for offenses to be able to get going, because defense will sag in, make everything tough in the paint, and it's hard to get flow and fluidity to your offense when that happens.
Yeah, that's really good breakdown. Tina Cada of NBC Sports Bay Area is with us here on Willard and Dibs. I don't want to jump past tonight, but I think the head of a Warrior fan is thinking about both of these games as like their own entity, and I'm looking at the Los Angeles Clippers right now. They had a 3-game losing streak that ended on March 4th, and since then they've lost a total of 3 basketball games, and 2 of them were to Oklahoma City and Cleveland. What kind of a problem is that team for the Warriors on Sunday?
They're the problem that the Warriors have faced all season, and struggled against. Like, if we're being candid, like tall, athletic, long defenders, wing-oriented teams. That's what the Clippers are. You got Derrick Jones Jr., Kawhi Leonard now back in the mix, scoring at ease and bolstering their defense. Got Chris Dunn, unbelievable defender, can switch 1 through 5. And James Harden, who, for everyone that remembers James Harden of the Houston lore, like very different, but also same James Harden in that he's scoring, but also playing defense and also leading his team in deflections. It's a really well-rounded team. And then, of course, the big issue, the size inside. Ivica Zubac's one of my favorite bigs in the league, probably my favorite big in the league. He's just so efficient inside and so conditioned. I mean, that man can play significant minutes night in, night out, and can tear up the inside and gives Draymond Green problems usually. So this team is a problem on defense, and they're a problem on offense because of the scoring capabilities they have in Harden, Leonard, and I didn't even mention Norman Powell included in that list. So it's tough, but again, my thing is what the Warriors have is intelligence. And one of the things I've always loved that Draymond Green said recently about playing against a coach like Ty Lue. He's always said this, but he said this recently in an interview with Marcus Thompson at The Athletic, that he loves going up against Ty Lue because it's like a chess match. And it's kind of like, how can I counter this? How can I blow things up? And that's the advantage that the Warriors are going to have going into this Clippers game, is that they know their opponent. They know what, how they want to score. They know they've seen James Harden a million times. They've seen Kawhi a million times. They know how these players want to get to the basket and find their buckets. And so this is going to be like a playoff preview, like a little appetizer to the playoffs. It's going to be a really good chess match.
Big time appetizer, but hopefully it's not the main course because, for the Warriors, it's really important for them to get the top 6. When you look at their prospects, Zena, no matter who it is that they face in the first round, how important is it to you that they avoid the play-in and extra basketball leading up to the actual playoffs?
It's really important. I mean, they need it. I don't want to call them old, but the fellas are old. They need the rest. They need some time for Steph to get some ice on those knees and just to have a little bit of rest before they go into what will be a grueling playoff series. I don't know if you guys watched the games last night between both the Eastern Conference and the Western Conference. But my God, like, it's about to be a battle in both conferences. It's been so much fun watching basketball this season across the league, but the competition is stepped up on a different level. Defenses are better. Everyone's scheming better. Everyone's just making really great adjustments. And so I think as much time as you can give yourself to prepare for that battle, like, the better. And so I think it's very, very important that they get themselves out of the play-in, and I absolutely think they're capable of it. It will require them to show up tonight against a very good defensive Portland team that's been playing really well in the month of March and in April. Have, again, tall, long, athletic wings, and this will be a nice little warm-up to the Clippers game. And then closing things out on home court against the Clippers, luckily for the Warriors, the Memphis Grizzlies lost last night. And that means they can control what's going to happen with their season if they win these 2 games out and at least get that 6. It's hugely important.
Zena, I'd argue, you're talking about the competitiveness of what we're about to see in the playoffs. I don't know that I can remember, certainly not in recent memory, a Western Conference that stacks up like this. You could convince me of almost anyone in the top 8 beating anyone in round 1. Like, maybe not if, like, let's say Memphis takes on OKC, but outside of that, everything feels like a coin flip.
Yeah, that would be a really good, I need to look up that stat on how all of these teams have fared against each other throughout the season. Like, if everyone's won at least once, or, I want to think, because that's a good stat. I got to look that up before tonight's show, actually. I don't know how all these teams have fared up against each other, like, all around, but you're absolutely right on any given night. And that's why series are series. And that's why I love series, because it's one thing to be in the play-in and, let's say the top of the Western Conference is in the play-in. Like, you genuinely don't know what's going to happen on a given night. But in a series, that's when savviness comes out. That's when veteranship comes out. That's when who's been here before gets revealed. And that's where I feel like that certain teams are going to have an advantage in that regard. OKC, absolutely. I'm sure they are tired of going to the Western Conference and losing. Like, they've been building up to this moment. And I know that, Dagnall and his crew are going to be making sure they can make the adjustments. Houston, a little new to this in terms of the players. Ime Udoka obviously has had his success with Boston and such, but this will be interesting to see how they adjust within a series. Of course, we know what the Warriors are capable of. We know what Ty Lue is capable of at the Clippers. Haven't seen the Lakers in this form, but we know the players that are on the Lakers have absolutely been to the playoffs and know what that looks like. So that's what makes it even more competitive, is that a lot of the players involved in the Western Conference have all been there before in this position of pressure and need to perform across the course of the series. So, yeah, I can't remember either the last time it's been this exciting, but I ain't complaining.
Yeah, us either, and we're hoping that the Warriors can get in and, make some sort of a run. Maybe not a deep run, or a deep run would be great, but when you look at how teams have done against other teams in terms of the Warriors, do you have to kind of draw back and look at what the Warriors have done since they got Jimmy Butler? How much of a different team is this to where these past performances don't really apply?
Ooh, yeah. Going into the playoffs, you do want to factor in momentum. You do want to factor in, like, what have you done for me lately, Miss Janet? But
nice.
I just feel like it's also a matter of who have you played lately. And so I'm looking at the momentum. I'm looking at what this team has looked like since Jimmy Butler has arrived. But I'm also looking at the caliber of teams that they've faced. And, like, where were these players, were these players healthy? Were they just coming back off of injury? Like, what were the factors that were at play in this role that the Warriors have been on? And that makes me more hesitant to just look at this segment of the season and more reliant on what have they done for the course of the season. One thing I'll tell you is that 12-3 at the beginning of the season, don't ignore that. That is where you cannot, like, the numbers they were putting up, the threes they were putting up, like, that's not even realistic. I think you really do have to look at how they were performing in December, in January, and then balance that with what they've been doing lately. And what I would say is the biggest thing you like to see going into the playoffs, especially when it comes to end-of-game situations, et cetera, they've found a way to get to the free throw line, and they've found a way to hit free throws. That's huge. That's huge in any big-time game situation, playoff series, et cetera. That's huge. Two, there's consistent across whether it's that period before Jimmy or now, defense has been consistent. That's huge as well. And then the other thing is they found new bodies to throw at folks. Now, Quentin Post has been out. I've not checked the injury report, but I don't know if he's going to be out tonight.
I don't think they've announced anything yet. I think both of them remain questionable at this hour, Zena.
Correct. Okay. Yeah. So, but you think about the fact that the Warriors have found new bodies within their roster to throw at people. This is very, very reminiscent of what they did with Jonathan Kuminga last year, where you almost find a free agent within your bench. And so you're seeing Moody become a defender, a point of attack defender, a big time defender for them off of their bench, rolling into the starting position. Quentin Post being a spacing big, that's huge. Guy Santos getting more minutes in general, being an energizer bunny all over the boards, et cetera. So those are the things that I would look at to balance before Jimmy and during Jimmy, to not put too much emphasis on what's happened recently, but not to completely ignore it either, because 22-7 is nothing to scoff at.
Not at all. Hey, Zena, thanks so much. Fun to have you on, and have a great show tonight.
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you guys. Yes, everyone tune in, NBC Sports Bay Area, 6 p.m. I'll be with Bonte and Mully.
Okay. Nice. Okay. Yep. We're going to send them your way. Thank you very much. Zena Keita, NBC Sports Bay Area, joining us here on Willard and Dibs as we get ready for the game in Portland tonight. A must-have, obviously.
It's important. You know, if you lose, you're still allowed to play Sunday. And if you lose that one, you're going to be in the play-in. So it's a big game. It's made bigger by the fact that you didn't handle business against San Antonio. You were favored by 17 or 17 and a half, depending on where you shop. And tonight's almost as big, 14, 14 and a half, whatever the number is, depending on where you find your lines for the game. So go out there and give an effort. Don't be tired, and don't let Portland hang around like you did against San Antonio.
All right, we got just a little bit less than an hour and a half to go, basically, in our programming in the NBA regular season. That's where we're sitting right now. So whatever your confidence level is, whatever it is you want to get out about Warrior basketball, this is your chance, okay? 888-957-9570. We have a totally clear runway all the way up until 6 o'clock. This will be your last NBA regular season take, period. So what is it? What is it with regard to your confidence in the Warriors, somebody you'd like to see play more, somebody you'd like to see play less, the matchup that you want to see them have or not have in the playoffs? We're going to just kind of open the board to you here on Willard and Dibs. 888-957-9570, heading for this game in Portland tonight. Let's go to the coach in Vallejo. Hey, Coach, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, Mark. Hey, GS, how you doing? Here's my take on. Here's my take on. I have a couple of things. Number one, you know, when the young lady that called earlier, she has a right to her opinion, but I've never seen anyone telling JK on the court where to go and all this type of stuff. I don't know what game she's watching, but also too, you know, I think to answer your question, why we just can't root for the Warriors and have this JK thing. Well, a lot of us feel, there's a segment of us feel that Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody both were not given the opportunity in the first couple of years. And you know that. You know, there's a lot of us that feel that way. So we do feel for Jonathan Kuminga. Now, also, for him not having basketball experience, Jonathan Kuminga's been playing basketball since he was 6 years old. If you ever interview him, he'll tell you that. So he's got a lot of basketball experience under him. He may not have college basketball. Now, there's a lot of people in the Hall of Fame that came straight from high school and played great basketball. Oh, well, we can even look at LeBron James. So I think it's a misnomer saying he doesn't have any basketball experience. That's what he has. He didn't sit down in history class.
But Coach, you know what people mean by that. Like there's first of all, it's a higher level of organized basketball experience where the coaching is just different and the game planning is just different. And by the way, though, to your point, I don't know if we're even really in that conversation anymore with Jonathan Kuminga. I think now the conversation does come down to what Steve told us yesterday. You've got 3 big names on this team, and when 2 of them are on the floor, it kind of prevents Jonathan from being out there. And you can feel bad for him. You can do all of those things, but it is what it is, and the Warriors have played really well with this new lineup. So he does feel kind of boxed out, but I'm with you. Like, he's been a Warrior for 4 years. I do think that sometimes we talk about him as if he's got very little experience, and it's not true. He's been in the NBA for a long time.
And Mark, as you well know, he played well when the Warriors beat Boston. He came in and he was one of the primary defenders, on Tatum and Brown. And who could ever forget that epic dunk he put on Tatum in the game? So the guy has skills now. Maybe he doesn't have the outside shot, but I don't think his market value is down at all. I think a lot of teams value him higher than what the Warriors do. Okay, so I think that he's going to get offered a very large contract, and it's going to be up to the Warriors to match it or not. So that's where I'm at with that. But thanks a lot for taking my call.
Coach, thanks for calling.
Thank you, Coach.
Yeah, appreciate
as for the contract in the offseason, I'm really kind of stuck in the middle on that because a really high contract offer would have to come from a team that A, loves him, and B, has a lot of room under the cap. And I don't know if those two teams align. And secondly, I don't know what that market is going to be.
Yeah, I'm with you completely. First of all, I don't even know how the hell we can know what's going on with the market. We can tell you what has been told to us by those who are further experts on it than we are. Do you remember what our eyebrows did when Bobby Marks came on the show and started talking about somewhere between 25 to 30?
Oh, yeah.
And at that time, we were like, whoa, they could get him for that low?
Yep.
Everybody was thinking 35 or 40, and that's what Jonathan wanted, and that's the max for a player from his year and all of those things. The idea of being able to get him for under 30 was like, ooh, could they get him for under 30?
Right.
Now you're looking at a guy who had a very significant injury, and with this particular group is having a hard time getting to 20 minutes a night. And whatever you think about that, I'm sorry, it depresses the value.
It does.
It just does.
Well, and I do think that his value here is depressed in that it doesn't seem like Steve Kerr is encouraged to play him with Draymond and Jimmy at the same time, and those guys are both going to be here. So if you want to talk about his market here, that market has been depressed. How does the rest of the league feel about him? Well, we won't know that until the offseason.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, and my goodness, we are here for your phone calls, okay? Let's ride 888-957-9570. We are taking your calls next. We are taking your calls all the way until 6 o'clock when we hand it over to Grandy and Warriors Live. This is it. This is our final hour of regular season radio here on 95.7 The Game. So what did Wednesday do to your confidence? Who do you want him to play? Who do you not want him to play? What do you want to see the team do the same, do differently? It's all on the table. Your call's next on Willard and Dibs.
Dub Nation, it's Jerry Stackhouse. Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
Nice, Stack. You didn't like that one?
Oh, what happened?
You didn't hear that?
I heard it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. It's a Friday. I'm not going to let Jerry Stackhouse, who doesn't know one of my picks, try to get to me.
I mean,
shake me.
He doesn't need to know your picks.
Yeah.
He's trying to avoid them.
He should. Yeah.
The Noes have it at this hour. We're not done yet, but the Noes have it. After Wednesday night's loss to the Spurs, has your confidence in the Warriors wavered at all? 55.8% on Twitter say no, and 44.2% say yes. That's currently the polling in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on Twitter on game days, brought to you by Shane Co. And so it's a close one. It's a close one. I don't know. I might be shaded and jaded because of our conversation with Steve Kerr. And for me, again, yesterday, what really struck me was how relaxed he sounded. And I know that this is his job and all of that, and he's seen everything in the NBA. But here's Steve Kerr with regard to sort of the idea that Wednesday might have shaken their goal.
The NBA, it's not like we were a great team in Phoenix and all of a sudden got bad. It's just everybody can play, everybody can shoot. The modern NBA, man, the shooting variance is crazy. So you just got to keep moving forward.
He had this to say as well.
Yes, we made some mistakes down the stretch, but that's part of the game. I made some mistakes. I could have done better myself. We all are in this together, and as much as you hate to lose that game, given its importance, you look at how San Antonio played, making 18 threes, 7 of them in the fourth quarter alone. You have to give them credit. You can't just expect to win games. Now, we did not play well, there's no doubt, and we missed a lot of shots. But this is all part of an NBA season. You take the whole 82 and you add them up at the end, and I'm very confident that we're going to take care of business here the next couple of games.
Yeah, I got a feeling in the belly the Warriors are going to be locked in and dialed in later on tonight in a game that's going to get started here in just over a couple hours, and then it's going to bring a very dramatic situation to the table on Sunday here at Chase Center at 12:30 with the Clippers in town, and we'll kind of see where it goes from there. But, the more I was thinking about this, I just kind of got to the point where I'm like, we probably shouldn't be so in the moment. Staying in the moment is a good thing. But if you just step back for a minute, I had sort of forgotten that 3 months ago we sat here, not even 3 months ago, 2 months ago.
Right.
Exactly 2 months ago. What the Warriors have as we start this night is exactly what we were praying for, exactly what we were hoping for. Any one of us would have taken this if offered. And so, sure, Spurs game was disappointing. By the way, even if you had won it, you still needed to go out and win tonight as well. And you may have needed to win on Sunday too, for all we know. So, I don't know. The further I get away from that game, I still look at what they've achieved over the last week, over the last month, over the last 2, and I feel pretty strong about where they are.
I feel good about where they are, but I'd feel better if they would have won against San Antonio. You'd be tied with Denver and the Clippers, which means if you beat the Clippers, then you could have jumped ahead of them. You could have been the 5, and you would have had a chance at the 4, and you would have had an outside shot at the 3 had you beaten San Antonio. Well, now the 3 is off the table, and you're a game back of the 4 and the 5, and so that looks a little unlikely. So, yeah, I still feel good about the fact that they're most likely going to be, I think, 6 or 7. It would be tough for them to be 8 unless they lost tonight and then lost on Sunday. And, yeah, so my confidence is not totally shaken. I do think that it was a little disturbing when you see them lose to Houston the way they did. Okay, fine. Tired, long road trip, gauntlet, whatever you want to chalk it up to. And then you had San Antonio, a team that was undermanned, and you went out there and you didn't handle business. So that one to me is a lot more alarming than the Houston loss. And the fact that it came in game 80 is a little bit disturbing.
Yeah, it was. Look, I called it the worst loss of the year. It was a big bummer, but I also, it's funny. We are exactly a week removed from what I would argue was a 27-hour period where the Warriors did the two things that we were asking them to do. That's it. The number 1 and 2 thing that we wanted them to do. Will you please show us that you can beat the Lakers and the Nuggets? Remember how many people, since Jimmy Butler's arrival, you're building a record against crappy teams. Wait until they get their comeuppance. And the number 2 teams that we would hear all the time, I don't want to see them in the first round. It was the Lakers and the Nuggets. And last Thursday night and Friday night, the Warriors were emphatic with what their bar is, what they can achieve. I for the life of me, I think it's funny to sit here a week later and sort of doubt them at their ceiling. The Western Conference is what it is. Nobody's going to run through this thing with ease. The Warriors may not. They may be a first round out. I don't know, but I stand exactly where I stood last Friday morning when I said that was the one I needed to see. I've seen what I needed to see. And then, by the way, they did it again that night against the Denver Nuggets. I have full belief that the Warriors are going to do what is needed over the next, whether it's 24, 48, 72, hell, even if Tuesday comes into play, they're going to do what they have to do to get themselves into a spot where they can advance.
They should. I mean, it's right there in front of them. You've got a Portland team that you should win 9 out of 10. You should probably beat them 19 out of 20, and yet you only get to play them once. And then the Clipper game is an interesting one, and you don't know exactly which Clipper team is going to show up. And, what they've been since you acquired Jimmy Butler is pretty much mediocre. They're actually, I think, just about right where they were, slightly better than their playoff seeding at the time when you acquired Jimmy Butler, and you've been one of the best teams in basketball. So they've never faced this Warrior team, and I get that. And the Warriors will treat it like a playoff game. And so you go out there and you win that game, and then you're assured a top 6. And then you get a week off, and you can figure out exactly where you go from there. I do think tonight is interesting for a number of reasons, not only because the Warriors play their final game on the road, but you've got all 30 teams in action. So you got 15 games tonight, no games tomorrow, 15 games on Sunday.
Right.
Which I think is kind of a neat thing that the league did.
Totally.
To give everybody, in the last 3 days, you all have 2 games. You got one on Friday, you got one on Sunday. Nobody plays on Saturday, so we can all watch the Masters or do whatever you want to do sports-wise. And then Sunday, you gear up and everybody's in action.
All at the same time.
Yeah.
The whole Eastern Conference at 10 a.m., the entire Western Conference at 12:30. All tipping off at exactly the same time. I do want to throw out there, what you mentioned about the Clippers kind of being mediocre since the trade deadline. They went through a tough stretch in February where they lost 6 of 7 games. Since then, and that takes us to March 5th, they've only lost 3 times. If you do want to go back a month, I think I could argue the Clippers have been the best team in basketball. So they're playing phenomenal, and that does coincide to a degree with Kawhi Leonard starting to play ball and being healthy. And so they are a very scary team. I do think there's some scenarios that could unfold before Sunday that would make it so that the Clippers put their guard down a little bit. We'll know more after tonight. Like you said, everybody's going to get a game in tonight. All right, let's take some calls. 888-957-9570. We'd love to hear from you on your Warrior thoughts heading into the weekend, your confidence level as we got 2 games to go, and then it's postseason time. GPD is on the line. Haven't heard from him in a while. GPD in Hayward. What's going on, Grandpa Daddy?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? Dibs. What's up, Mark? Love you guys, man. Always. I have nothing. The glass is half full. You were right, Mark. They did what they were supposed to do. They beat the Lakers. They beat the Denver Nuggets. They got it in them. And I just want to say, why is everybody talking about Kaminga? Look, bro, this is a job. if you can't do the job, you're going to sit on the bench. We're going to put the best man. I'm tired of hearing about John Kuminga this and Jonathan Kuminga this and that. Bro, he's been in the league, like you said, for 4 years. Look, if you ain't stepping up to the plate, then you don't get to swing the bat. Well, I'm telling you, I got faith in him, and Kerr is right, man. I'm tired of people talking crap about Kerr. Dude, if you can do the job better, get your butt up in there. You ain't no coach in the NBA, okay? It's a hard job. Kerr, you're doing a great job. We love you. Hey, peace. Love you guys, man. You guys make my freaking day. Thank you, baby.
GPD, you're the man. Yeah, that's a take right there. Let me get this off real quick before we respond to GPD. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios and taking your Warrior calls as we head toward Dubs and Portland. I've said this to you before. I don't know if it's the echo chamber in which we live, social media, whatever it is. It gets hard to sift through. There's no doubt about it. I have no interest in coming down the road of the Warrior fan base. You are us, we are you. That's who we all are, and we ride the wave and the ups and downs of wins and losses and all of that stuff. But I have a hard time getting to the space where some people seem to arrive, which is to look at Warrior basketball as a whole and somehow either feel like a poor job is being done, or what I hear even more is that people don't trust it. I don't know why there hasn't been more trust built to a degree between some of the characters involved and then those who watch Warrior basketball.
It's Steve Kerr. It's not even some of the characters, right?
Yeah, that's Steve Kerr, that's right? Character one.
Like fans and Steve Kerr.
I mean, Draymond has the ups and downs because of the whatever of the whole thing. And Kuminga. It's not like everybody is yelling about, they're holding JK down. Every time we get that text, we get another one who's like, JK's a bum and he's a bust and they need to get rid of him.
And maybe the poll, and this is not a poll that we would want to spend 4 hours on, but you could do a poll that is as simple as, is Jonathan Kuminga good at basketball? And it might run about 50-50. And I know I oversimplified it, but the bigger picture is Jonathan Kuminga on this Warrior team. Should he play more? Is he playing enough? Is he any good? Because that right there would light up the phones. And you're right, like back-to-back texts. One person saying, come on, Dibs, shut up, stop trolling. He's amazing. And the next person, Dibs, thank you. Am I right? He's not very good. I think that Jonathan Kuminga is a very good basketball player, but I also think that with this team and the way that they play, and here we are, game 81 coming up in about 2 hours' time. The way Jonathan Kuminga is playing right now normally is not a great fit for what they're trying to do and what they need.
Understood, but I do think that this conversation goes much bigger than just Jonathan Kuminga, and I'm thankful for that because, again, I'm with GPD. I really think that, and Steph Curry, by the way, who said this out loud last week, we got to stop after every Warrior basketball with Kuminga this, Kuminga that. Because there are plenty of people out there also who are like the Warriors' development system stinks and Steve Kerr doesn't play young players. And we can sit here with examples that totally disprove all of it. All of it. But it's still very, very much out there. And so there is something that has happened. And the word I keep using today is the packaging. There's something in the packaging, and it might just be that the bar has been set so damn high. But earlier in the show, I took you back to February, right? Just go back to Jimmy Butler in street clothes, watching a Laker game as a member of the Warriors who hadn't played yet. You lost the game, you fell to 25-26. Then he started playing basketball, and you've been amazing. You're 22-7. Well, what if we go back even a few more months? A few more months back takes us to a time where the frustration level was so high because it was either A, this stupid organization won't get Steph Curry any help, or it was, this is kind of silly. The guy's 36. What do you honestly think he's going to be able to do? That's where we were. And so that's just my mind today, and maybe it's campy and milk and cookies for you or whatever, but that's where my mind is today. We've arrived at the end of the regular season, and I'm pretty fired up for where we sit, because this is everything that so many people said was either A, not possible, or B, man, the dream. Like if we could get these guys like another crack at it. Well, got a crack at it.
You should, yeah.
Here we go.
Yep.
We got a crack at it. So this is pretty awesome. I want Mike Dunleavy's name in there too. Yeah, put his name in there. Like awesome. Yeah. Awesome job.
He's been great. He's been great with not only the Jimmy Butler trade at the deadline, but go back to the DeAnthony Melton that turned into Dennis Schroeder, which was a part of the Jimmy Butler, and everything else they did in the offseason to bring in Slow-Mo, and you found Lindy Waters, and you drafted Quentin Post and TJD and Pods and all the rest of it. We can run down the whole list. He's been awesome at trying to find a way to make this roster still work, and you did all these things, and now you got Jimmy Butler, who has led this team along with Steph and Draymond to a 22-7 record. And I'm looking at the standings on that day. You mentioned you lost to the Lakers, Jimmy and Streets, and you were 25-26, tied with Sacramento, tied in the loss column with San Antonio. So you were the 10 seed. You were 10,
That's
tied
crazy.
with the Kings, and you were a game and a half ahead of San Antonio, who was the 12, and you were 2.5 ahead of tonight's opponent, who was the 13. So from then, yeah, you went 22-7, amazing, and you rose as high as 5, I think, for a time, and then now you're sitting at 6 or 7, and if you win, you can still get the 6 and all the rest of it, but it took that 22-7 just to get back where you probably will have a swing at a series.
Absolutely.
Hopefully.
Well, I mean, yes. Again, my line yesterday, they've brought the nightmare into the room.
Right.
And it's still here. Like, and it won't leave tonight either. In fact, it could grow much, much bigger if something were to go wrong in Portland tonight. But there is sort of that like parlay effect in your mind, which sometimes happens. So I don't want to say it's not possible. But like if something wasn't to go well this weekend, and you ended up in, say, the 7 seed, and then something wasn't to go well on Tuesday, yeah, a week from tonight could be a terrifying night. That's what I will leave with today on our show. I do not want a basketball game for the Warriors a week from tonight. If there is, the nightmare has become reality. But a lot of weird stuff would have to happen, I think, in order to get there. Tonight, I think the two biggest things are win your game in Portland and root for the Denver Nuggets to beat the Memphis Grizzlies. And if they're able to do that, then the Warriors remove the 8 seed from possibility, at least at the start. I know you could still end up the 8 out of the play-in tournament, but you would clinch at least the 7 and an opportunity for a home game on Tuesday night in order to go to the playoffs. So, look, there are a lot of other scenarios as far as what will play out this weekend with them locking up a top 6 seed. And I don't know. I do have mixed feelings about that seed and that idea because it very much looks like if the Warriors do lock down the 6th seed, they'll be on their way to L.A. next weekend, which is A, hard matchup, and then B, what I've said is it's too much too soon. I just don't want that glitzy of a matchup in the first round.
I get that, but I mean, you may not have the opportunity to, kind of tweak it to have it go your way. After tonight, there will be a better sense of what might be able to be jerry-rigged. The Grizzlies at Denver, which, the Grizzlies could be in a spot where they lose, and if Minnesota loses and you win, maybe the Clippers lose, and now you're playing for the 5 on Sunday against LA, and maybe you go out and you want to get the 5 to make sure you get Denver, or maybe you want to bow out and make sure you get the 6. I mean, there's a lot of things that can still happen with 3 through 8 in the Western Conference. I think 3 is out of your reach, but the Lakers can still fall out of 3.
Yes.
They could wind up as the 4, and then maybe you want to be the 6 because then you don't have to play them.
Yeah, I mean, all of these things can happen, but, those the 3 games that I think you're going to spend most of your time on tonight, obviously, is the Warrior game in Portland and
Grizzlies Nuggets.
Yep. And then the Clippers. The Clippers in Sacramento. To me, that's an interesting game. The Kings are a bananas weird team, and I don't think they're very good, but they do have the ability to come out, get hot, and just run by you on a given night. They do have that ability, and it's a home game. So we'll see. They put a little bit of a scare into the Nuggets the other night up there in Sac, and so they've got the Clippers tonight. That would be a nice, hey, how you doing if they can get it.
And the Kings are still playing for home court in the 9-10 game. Yep. So they have something to play for, which is kind of nice to see. And, Dallas, the same thing. They'd love to get to 9, and that way they could host the 9-10 game. So most of the games involve teams that are actually trying. Minnesota against Brooklyn, favored by 21.5 at home. I mean, 21.5, Mark, in an NBA game.
It's a lot.
It feels like way too much, but Brooklyn is absolutely stuck and playing no one. So, I mean, maybe Minnesota covers that one.
By the way, do you know how awesome the Western Conference is compared to the Eastern Conference right now?
It's not even close.
Quick aside, and I don't mean that just in terms of like how much better the teams are. I also mean how much more entertaining it is. Like right now, I don't know if you've noticed this, but the Celtics and Cavs are the only 2 teams anybody really, really cares about in the Eastern Conference. They have been on cruise control for a month and a half.
Oh, yeah.
They don't care. Look at them. The Celtics are losing at home right now to the Hornets. The Cavaliers are in New York with no Karl Anthony Towns and just gave up a 40-point first quarter, and they're down by 15. They do not care. They do not care what the hell's going on. Meantime, we get this. Western Conference going to tip off here in the 7 o'clock hour, and there is just it's going to be AM, PM. Too much good stuff.
Nice. Too much good stuff.
Thank you.
And, across the board, and seeds are flying everywhere, and you're right. Even like New York, they're the 3 seed, and they're not really playing with much urgency. And
no chance.
They could fall to 4, but you're still going to host a first-round series in Milwaukee or Detroit. I guess I'd rather play Detroit, an inexperienced team, as opposed to Milwaukee, but New York's not playing like a team that really cares about its seed. And meanwhile, Miami, which couldn't wait to get rid of Jimmy Butler, didn't have him play for more than a month, and yet 36-44, you've locked up the 10 seed. You're going to the play-in, Miami, even though you have a winning percentage of .450.
Yeah. The Eastern Conference is interesting. It's interesting right now. All right, 888-957-9570. Weigh in on anything Warriors related. Where is your confidence as they head into this very, very decisive weekend? Steve Kerr with us yesterday. Let's hear a little bit more of what he had to say, and he definitely, this was a message throughout. He still feels very good about where they sit.
I would argue we're in a great spot, 22-7 since we got Jimmy. If we made that trade, can you imagine sitting here going, oh yeah, and by the way, you're going to go 22-7. You're going to have top 5 offense, top 5 defense, and this is where you'll be with 2 games left in the season. You don't think we would have jumped at that?
Yep.
So the entire narrative has shifted. The entire vibe has shifted since Jimmy's arrival. So you can't let, one loss or a couple losses dampen that when you just have to recognize the West is loaded. There's a bunch of great teams. There's a bunch of great organizations who have put together, really good programs. And this is competition at its highest level, and we are in the mix. And I can't wait for tomorrow night and then Sunday and then whatever comes after that.
Okay, and obviously he's referring to tonight against the Portland Blazers. And that conversation was for me the start of kind of arriving at this point, which is just to remember where we were, remember where we've been this season, and as we arrive at this weekend, I don't know, man, it's pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive turnaround.
Very much so. And, we all were talking about them making a big swing at the deadline, and we spent a lot of time talking about it. And, nobody, yourself, myself included, really wanted Jimmy Butler. All eyes on KD. And we had a brief very brief flirtation with an idea of LeBron and how nonsensical that seemed. And Zach LaVine, no thank you. You and Grandy did a show when I was off about Cam Johnson.
We did a whole show about that, man.
It was a 4-hour crush on Cam Johnson, and I heard it. I can't remember where I was or where I was going, but I was listening to it going, yeah, this is good. It's compelling. I'm into the show. Cam Johnson, I love him. I like the player. We all did a Vucevic. We did a Vucevic and LaVine. We did a Cam Johnson and the other Cam that the Nets have. And
Cam Thomas, but nobody wanted it.
Whatever, but we all did it. We did it all. We went around the association. There was a little bit of Paul George in there. Help me if I'm forgetting any of the other targets that we all wanted.
Go back to the offseason if you want. How many weeks did we do on Lowry Markkinen?
It was a full weekend in.
Yeah.
It's a Friday. I'll give you a 3.
Okay, I'll take it. What we're doing is we're waiting for some sort of a grading. I thought that the timing of it and the fluidity.
Oh my God!
I thought a 3, like Monday through Thursday 3. I thought it was a Friday 4. I'm not begging.
I'm going to give you a Friday giggle. I'm not going to give you any numbers.
After 5, so you're going to laugh. Give him a laugh. You're the funny guy.
I'm just thrilled that I can laugh again.
Yeah.
Like you still hear the smokers cough.
A little bit of the wheeze.
Yeah, but but it's okay.
And you're doing better. Yeah.
No, I'm doing so much better.
No, and I thought you gave it to me because I woke up yesterday. No, you didn't. But I woke up and I had a little bit of what you had, and I'm like, this mother jumper.
Exactly.
I thought.
Because I fight through it.
You do, but because you fight through it, you bring it to work.
I know, and that's like a thing now. I don't know what to do because, like, COVID made it this thing where it's like if you got like a little thingy coming out of your nose, like don't go anywhere near anyone. And I'm like, but I'm built that way. Like I
can honestly say
I'm kind of built for this. Like we've got a show to do.
Yeah.
I walked out the door yesterday. It was yesterday. And my daughter goes, Dad, like I can see it in your face. She's like, why don't you ever take a day for you? I go, because that's not what we're doing here.
No, 2032, honey.
Yeah. Like
when Jude graduates high school I might have got the year right. Actually 2034 even. He's a 5th grader. So
what is it, when you turn 18?
Just when he graduates.
Yeah, 32.
Yeah.
32.
So yeah, you're going to get a day in about 8 years.
Maybe.
I get one in about 16 years.
Exactly.
So
yeah, no, I'm like
that day's going to involve a pine box.
I've been trying to teach you guys for 16 years, like fight when it's not perfect. Like go for it. You got to go
out there and be tough.
You got to go out there and be tough.
Thank you.
And by the way,
kind of going off the rails. I get it, but it's a Friday.
But who cares? Whatever.
Warriors.
Thank you. Like Steve was on the show. By the way,
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
This might be part of my take today with Steve Kerr. It was during Steve. You ever do this when you get sick, where you can point to the exact moment where you're like, "Ooh, I'm coming down with something."
Yes.
And then on the back end, where it just something goes through you, and you're like, "Ooh, I'm better."
I'm back.
It happened in the middle of the interview yesterday.
That's wild.
Because like we have these things called cough buttons and we can turn our mics off.
Yep.
And Dibs knows this. Like during that whole, like for a day and a half, like if you're talking, I'm turning this thing off so I can and then something happened during Steve and I'm like, ooh, my eyes just opened.
Yep.
We're good.
I feel better.
You got to go out there and be tough.
Exactly. I called Lovely Christy on the way home because I was up half the night before coughing. I called her on the way home. I go, we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
We're good. I'm going home to make tacos. You want to come over? Because we're good here. So anyway, that's part of why I was like, you know what? Enough of all this. Oh, God, they lost to the Spurs. Screw this. We're good here. This is what we asked for.
We were waiting for this.
We begged for this. They targeted this. We're here. We want the 6. You've got 2 basketball games to get it. Go do it. Nice job, Warriors.
Yeah, I'm not quite there yet to nice job, Warriors, because it should be nice job, Warriors, and it will be nice job, Warriors, once they get the 6. But you got to go out and take on Portland, and you got to handle it. And after what you did against San Antonio, I'm not just going to chalk this in the win column and say, well, it all comes down to Sunday.
Of course not. Of course not. Yes, you have to go do it. Of course. But again, you have to spend a little time feeling good right now, don't you?
I'm getting there, yes, but I'm going to take the time to feel good when when we get to the point where I can feel good. And we're not there yet. You know, it's like when I ran the Napa Valley Marathon, Mark, I had a goal when I was a younger person that I wanted to run a marathon. So I trained for a marathon. And as I started to get ready to run the marathon and the race started, I realized that the idea of running a sub 4-hour marathon was possible. To do that, you have to run a 9-minute mile pace. And so I set out to run an 8:40 pace. And so mile after mile, I'm clipping 8:40, 8:40, 8:40. And I'm thinking, you know what? This is awesome. And I got to the 22-mile mark, which the Warriors are deeper in the race than that. But I got to about 24 miles, and I looked at my watch, and the last mile I had run was about 10-minute pace.
Oh.
And I looked, and I was like, oh, no.
You're slowing down, brother.
Not only am I slowing down, but I started to run not quite sideways, but a bit diagonal. And so now I'm looking at my watch every 100 or so yards, and I'm looking at my pacing, and I'm thinking, oh, boy, I'm starting to lose it here.
This is not good, yeah.
And so instead of thinking about, I did it, at the 25-mile mark, I had to put my head down and finish. And that's where I feel about the Warriors right now.
No doubt.
You've done it. 22-7. You've done the work. You got Jimmy. You've been awesome. Now you got to just get through the last 0.2 miles of this marathon, finish it up, then we can have a Gatorade and talk about how great it is.
You have to define what it is. They have not clinched a playoff spot. But if we go back to Steve Kerr's comments about we just want to give Steph an at-bat, I know he means like a playoff series, but in theory, you can arrive at this weekend and say that at-bat has been provided. Like if you're Steph Curry, I guarantee you this is the way he looks at it. He said it the other night. A good team is going to say, we got to go win those 2 games. Let's go find out if we're a good team. Like Steph, you wanted an at-bat? Here's your at-bat. It just happens to include a couple extra regular season games. You want your playoff spot? Go get it. And then you've got an at-bat.
Right.
So you have an at-bat in order to earn another at-bat. It's almost like you're shooting 1-1 like they do in college. You want another shot? Make the first shot. Now you get another shot. So that's what this weekend is. So the organization has done their job. This is what
not yet.
No,
not yet.
No, they have. They've provided Steph and the great players on this team. They have provided them the opportunity to go get this thing. They acquired the player. They figured out the offense. They went on their winning streaks, all of that stuff. So here we are. You wanted a shot. You got a shot. Go beat Portland, for crying out loud, right? I mean, I will start to waver a little bit if you go from we stumble against San Antonio, and now you stumble against the Blazers minus their top 4 players. Yeah. Now you got a problem.
Yeah,
for sure.
I don't think that you've gotten to the point where you can feel good about the regular season until you get a top 6, and then maybe you get to a spot where you get to the play-in and you win, and now you're a playoff team. Then at that point, I'll be able to step back and say, all right, good job, Warriors. You did what you needed to do. Maybe it's partly the PTSD of the play-in history for the Warriors, 0-3 lifetime in the play-in tournament. So I want to get a top 6 seed, and if they win tonight and then they beat the Clippers on Sunday and they're guaranteed a playoff spot, then yeah, you and I can talk on Monday, and I will respond differently about how I feel.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Coke Machine in Lafayette. Well, hello, Coke Machine.
Gentlemen, how are you this afternoon?
We're great. What's going on?
Machine?
Tibbs, I think it's interesting that your perspective on this is that the season isn't yet a win. And I think it's reflective of changing expectations, right? 2 months ago, we would have been thrilled to be here. So the organization has delivered an entertaining product over the last couple of months. They've been great. It fulfilled kind of everything I would hope they would do. And now we get to sit back and see what happens. It's going to be great.
I like what you're saying, Coke Machine, but where are we? Like, we're here, but where is here? Because right now, here for me is not the fulfillment of a playoff berth. They might be the 8th seed, and they might lose 2 play-in games and not be in the playoffs. And then how will you feel, Machine?
We get to play meaningful basketball in April. That's pretty cool. We haven't done that for a couple years, right? I mean, kind of yes, but kind of no. Did anybody really expect this coming into this year? they needed help. Maybe after the 12-3 start, they were on fire. They were playing great. Maybe that sort of led some people to think this team was better than it was. Then we had the long swoon, and now they're back, and we got a shot. So going into the weekend, if they're sort of one and done in a single playoff, play-in game, not a great finish, but it doesn't take away the last couple of months of really fun, entertaining basketball, which we've been missing for a couple years.
I like what you're saying, Machine, but last year they did play meaningful basketball, and they wound up with 46 wins, and they went to the play-in game, and they lost in the play-in game, and so that was meaningful basketball. If that wasn't meaningful basketball, then this year's play-in possibility would also not be meaningful basketball. So I bristle at the idea that they didn't last year play, quote, meaningful basketball, and I'm looking at it here. You lose to Minnesota, you're 36-34, and you needed to do some things to get to where you played meaningful basketball.
Yeah.
And so last year was unfulfilling in many ways, and I don't want to get into all of the Grumpy Clay talk again, but last year was a little bit sideways, yet you did finish the year 10-2 to get into the play-in, and you played meaningful basketball.
I actually don't see it that way. I get where you're coming from, but I don't think in the end last year was meaningful basketball, and I do think this year is meaningful basketball, even if they end up in the play-in tournament, and here's why. At no point last year did I watch them play basketball and think they actually could contend for something special. Never felt it, not for one day. This year I do. Now, it doesn't mean I'm right, but I'm gonna take their cues. They're the ones who are saying meaningful basketball. That's their phrase. And I do think that Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr, I think that they know a title contender when they see it. And I don't think that they felt that they were one last year. And I do think that they feel that they are one this year. I don't think that they did prior to Jimmy Butler, but they do now. That's what Draymond said. Steph Curry is the one who has pointed to meaningful basketball. I think the last meaningful, really meaningful game prior to this year, I think it was their series in L.A. I think the series in Sacramento, the series in L.A. 2 seasons ago was the last time that the Warriors were actually on any level kind of putting fear into the rest of the conference. And they ran out of gas, and they didn't have enough in the tank that year anyway. But last year, I don't know, man. Last year never had that feel. So the math and the facts are on your side, but I'm talking more about the emotional feeling of watching Warrior basketball, and last year never felt like this last 2 months has.
Well, this last 2 months has felt differently because of the addition of Jimmy Butler. And if you want to look at the record of that team, last year they were 25-25. This year's team was 25-25 after they lost to Utah the night of the trade deadline. And since then, they've gone on to a 22-8 record, and I know that includes the game in LA that Jimmy didn't play, but since 25-25, that's what happened. And last year's team, they were 25-25, and they wound up with 46 wins. So they won 21 of their last 32. They went 21-11, including a 10-2 finish. So I can't totally put myself back in my feelings a year ago today when they were steaming toward a possible play-in, but I know that I was excited based on the way they were finishing up the year.
Yeah, I just I don't remember any signature victories down the stretch. I remember them taking advantage of a really easy schedule over the last 2 weeks against a bunch of teams that were tanking and not trying and all of that. There was nothing like what I saw them do last week. They also didn't have the thump, the star power. There was no vision. There was no vision as to, even if you come out of this play-in situation, what are you going to do then? Do I actually believe that you've got a shot against some of these other teams? My thought was no. I look at it now. I feel different. So it's just an opinion. Again, I know that we can do the numbers, sure. But every year is different. And so 46 wins one year does not equal 48 wins the next year or whatever. I never felt it. At no point did I look at last year and think this team really might do something special. This year I look at it, and I wouldn't predict it, but I tell you what, I feel like there's a chance. I feel like there's a real chance. Mr. Anderson in Oakland here on Willard and Dibs.
Mr. Anderson.
Hello, Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Dibley, Mr. Willard, this is Mr. Anderson, your old Skyline High School friend. How we doing, Dib?
We're great, Mr. Anderson. You know that a couple of your former students, one's a Cal grad and the other one is about to be a UCSB grad in about 8 weeks.
I pay attention. I can't wait to work for them someday.
That's coming up because they're both high risers. They're climbers.
I love that. We taught them well at that school. Hey, fellas, I just got a quick question for you all in terms of individually your own preference. Let's say we make it through the play-in, whatever. Let's say we get the 6th seed, whatever. Who are you most confident in seeing in the first round for the Warriors? And who's someone that you would like to avoid seeing? Like, for me, I'm not worried about Houston. And this sounds crazy, but I'm not worried about OKC. I don't love the idea of going to the Lakers, though.
Well, Mr. Anderson, thanks. Always great to hear from you. I have kind of a different vibe on that. First of all, I'm trying to block out the idea of playing Oklahoma City because that means things went woefully wrong over the next week.
Yep.
Okay, that means you played next Friday night in a terrifying basketball game.
No doubt.
And you're exhausted. You got no time off. So I'm going to X that out. Yes, I'm scared of that, but not because of the matchup. I'm scared of that because of the circumstances surrounding that arrival. But outside of that, I tell you what, I'm going to leave Denver out of this conversation in Houston too. Like, Houston doesn't scare me much, but again, I don't want to be in the play-in tournament, and Houston means you're in the play-in tournament. So I'm going to focus on these other 3 teams. I don't want to face the Clippers. I don't want to face the Clippers in the playoffs. And I think there are scenarios that lead to that. Them being the 4 and the Warriors being the 5. It's a possibility. If
it's a long shot, but
yes, it's a long shot. Things would have to go pretty wonky for Denver. But I don't want to face the Los Angeles Clippers. I would rather face the Los Angeles Lakers. And the worry for the Lakers, and you've heard it from both of the broadcasters, both Tim Roy and Bob Fitzgerald. Tim Roy today and Bob Fitzgerald a number of weeks ago said the concern with the Lakers has nothing to do with LeBron and Luka and their greatness. It has to do with the whistle. And that's
fair.
That's what I don't want to see with regard to the Lakers. But as far as the matchups and the Warriors' ability to play against that team, I actually like their chances.
Yeah, I don't think that you can have the Clippers finish 4 and the Warriors finish 5.
Why
because
not?
If Denver... So the Clippers would have to win 2. Right now, Denver holds the tiebreaker over the Clippers. So Denver loses 2, and then the Warriors would have to split. And if the Warriors split, well, Denver's ahead of the Warriors.
No, why can't the Warriors win 2 and the Clippers win 1 and the Nuggets lose twice?
The Clippers would have to win 1. The Warriors win 2. The Clippers would be 4. The Nuggets lose 2. And then...
Right. And the Warriors,
I guess the Warriors would be the 5 then.
Yeah, I think it is possible.
Okay.
The Nuggets would have to lose 2 games, which I don't think they're going to do.
Right. And I guess they could wind up all the way down at 8.
In theory, the Nuggets do have 2 good teams on their schedule. I don't like one of them is Memphis, and they just played a banger last night.
Banger.
And the other one is Houston, who's threatens to sit all of their people.
Well, they have been sitting all their people.
They have, because they've already locked up the 2 seed. It's over. They have nothing to play for. But I don't know what they're going to do on Sunday, and they are allowed to win. Check that out, too. I looked at the rule book. They're allowed to win. So if Denver loses 2, the Clippers win 1, and the Warriors win 2, then yes, the Clippers would be the 4 and the Warriors would be the 5. And I don't want that.
Yeah. Well, I look at all the scenarios and I look at the entire road. If they're going to, quote, go on a run, you're going to beat 3 teams in the West who are good, and then you'll likely play a very good team out of the East. So if you're going to have 4 series, the way it all lays out, I don't think that there is a soft road. Like, if you want to go back to 2022, when the Warriors won the title, people want to look at Phoenix getting knocked off, and you got Dallas instead of Phoenix in the conference finals, and that was a break. Okay, fine, but it's not the same gauntlet that this looks like it's going to be. And I was looking at OKC, Mark, and I've thrown out a lot of numbers about their point differential. They have 66 wins, and if they win 1 more game, they will be the 14th team to ever win 67 or more in the regular season. And of those 14, I'm looking at the list right now, you have 9 of them that have gone on to win the title.
I know 2 of them who didn't, and it was the Suns you just referenced and obviously the 73-win Warriors.
Those Suns did not win 67.
They didn't?
No.
Okay, did they win 66?
They won, I thought it was 65, and I'm looking at it here, they won 64 that year.
I thought they won more than that.
The Warriors won 73, of course. Boston in 1973 won 68. They lost to, the Knicks in the Eastern Finals. The Mavericks famously lost in that 1-8 when Avery Johnson got too cute and Don Nelson, Nelly Ball, we believe.
Yep.
The Spurs won 67 the same year that the Warriors won 73. We forget that.
Oh, God.
That they were the 2 seed with 67 wins. And they obviously didn't win the title because, well, neither did the Warriors in 2016.
Right.
But there are your teams who have never done it. 4 teams have done it. Oklahoma City's 1 win away from joining that group. So normally when you win 67, you win the title.
Normally, but without looking at any of the way that all went down, I think Oklahoma City is going to have a harder road than a 1 seed normally does because there are so many quality basketball teams in this Western Conference. And if I'm Oklahoma City, I'm praying like hell that Memphis or Sacramento or Dallas is my first round opponent. If I get that, I feel like maybe I've got a little bit of an usher into the second round. But outside of that, dude, you got problems right away. You have problems right away if you're Oklahoma City and you've got to do either Minnesota or Golden State or hell, it could be the Clippers or the Nuggets depending on the way things play out this week. And that for a 1 seed is an unbelievably hard opponent to start with. And then obviously you've got 2 more Western Conference series that would, by rule, be coming against teams that are playing well because it means they've advanced.
Right, and teams that are also very good. And going back to that year when the Warriors won 73 and the Spurs won 67, you had seeds 5 through 8 that won 44, 42, 42, and 41. So those were 500 clubs at the bottom half of that bracket. And this year you're looking at an 8 seed who might have 49 wins. If you get Memphis and Minnesota,
Absolutely.
If they win out and they handle their business in the play-in, they're going to be 49-win teams going up against OKC and Houston. I mean, it's not unheard of. But
no, I'm looking at this right now, and I don't know if this is true, but I think it's mathematically possible that 6 teams end up with the exact same record of 40,
in the West.
49 and 33. I think that's on the table as mathematically possible for everybody.
Lakers split.
The Lakers would have to lose both.
Nuggets and Clippers split. Warriors, Grizz, and Minnesota win both.
Yeah.
49 and 33.
All of them.
3 through 8. I mean,
what's the 6th? I don't even. By the way, that would be super fun exercise. No, I bet he doesn't.
Tiebreaker.
The 6-way tiebreaker. Who gets the 4, 5, 6? And who gets the 7-8?
Grandy just walked out the room. I can now finally say this. He spent the entire show, like before the show, for the 3 hours leading up to the show, figuring this out. I'm still not sure he knows if that's what
I don't think. No. And somebody just texted us and said Kawakami says there is a way the Warriors can go 2-0 and still get the 7. A, not true, and B, I doubt Kawakami said that, but I'd have to look. No, the Warriors control their own destiny. If they win 2 games, they are no worse than the 6. This I know.
Yep.
They cannot be the 7. They cannot be the 7. If they win both of their games, they are locked in at that's what the loss for Memphis meant last night for the Warriors, and Minnesota's previous loss to Milwaukee. And if the Warriors win tonight and Memphis loses at Denver, they cannot be the 8. That takes 8 out of play. Then the worst thing that could happen would be 7, based on everything that unfolds at 12:30 on Sunday afternoon.
Man,
it's fun.
It's super fun.
It's fun.
And I was just looking at the 6-team tiebreaker, and one of them is if you're a division winner. And it made me think.
No way.
There's divisions, right?
I don't even know what they are.
Exactly.
I know the Lakers and Clippers and Warriors are in the same division, right?
Along with Sacramento and Phoenix.
Right,
and
but they would, which means, though, but those 3 teams would all be in the bucket.
Right. So they'd have to share the divisional title.
Right, but that wouldn't go for the division title would probably go to the Lakers. I think they've got the tiebreaker on those teams.
Our tiebreaker expert is back if you want to ask him any of these questions.
If all 6 teams end up 49-33, who goes to the playoffs?
You're throwing the Lakers in there?
Yes. Yeah. If all of them end up 49-33, who gets the 3, 4, 5, 6 seeds?
You better have this answer.
And who ends up in the play-in?
I ran all my scenarios, not including the Lakers, because they're not going to end up tied. But I mean, in all likelihood,
they could. They're allowed to lose.
Yep,
you're right. They are allowed to lose.
What were those 3 hours for before
it
the
was
show?
not 3 hours.
Even if it was 2. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
I know the 5-team tiebreaker, if it doesn't include the Lakers, it just includes Minnesota, Clippers, Warriors, Denver, Memphis. Minnesota wins it.
And are the Warriors in the playoffs?
Yes, because that would be seeds 4 through 8 that would be tied. The Warriors would finish 3rd in the tiebreaker. They'd finish 6th overall.
Who would be in the play-in?
Denver and Memphis.
Ooh, good stuff, Greg. You got it, babe.
Denver gets screwed.
If Denver ends up in the play-in, I'm going to be like, I don't even know what the hell just happened here.
Denver gets screwed in any tiebreaker scenario that includes Minnesota because Minnesota is 4-0 versus Denver this year.
They owned their butts. That's why. Thanks, Westbrick.
So the inclusion of those teams in a tiebreaker helps out the Warriors because you probably aren't going to win it, but you're not going to lose it, and you're probably going to be the 6th.
Dude, if that happens, Mike Malone will have a beer and a laugh that lasts an hour and a half. Oh, my God.
I'm just picturing right now a play-in game where Denver and Sacramento are playing for the 8th seed, and it's Michael Malone and Mike Brown in a shadowy bar somewhere in Topeka, and they are half in the bag and just laughing, eating peanuts and throwing shells on the floor.
Also, Russell Westbrook can go back to Oklahoma City. Freaking cupcake. Oh, my God. I love it. I love it.
The 2 Mikes, Malone and Brown, dark bar, watching Sacramento and Denver in a slap fight for the 8th seed to see who gets to go get rolled by OKC.
Yeah, there's your new podcast. They could call it Mike and Mike. No one's ever done that in radio before.
Nope. Maybe. Check that for copyright
Mike and Mike in Cancun.
We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Got some final thoughts. If you want to say anything wackadoodle about the Warriors, you can do it too. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, baby. Yeah, here we go. Guess what? 2 things I want to tell you.
Okay.
I mean, probably more than that, too, but
it always is.
2 things I'm going to start with. First of all, our conversation with Steve Kerr yesterday was definitely grabbed by slates.
Yeah?
And he initiated it with Steve Kerr, continuing the conversation in Portland tonight for pregame media availability. In other words, Slater said, can you please talk more about what you mentioned yesterday with regard to JK, Draymond, and Jimmy being a difficult matchup for you or a difficult group to play together? So he spoke about that at length and did not change anything that he had to say. I was very glad about that. He didn't want to come out and be like, oh, I was misquoted or got taken out of line or whatever. No, he's just like, I want to acknowledge the difficulty that we're having with that. He's like, I think Kuminga's handling it very, very well. I think he's playing hard when he's out there, but Draymond's our 4 and Draymond is often our 5 and Jimmy is our 4 or our 3 alongside, Moody. And yeah, that's the deal. And like they play a lot and it doesn't work when I play Jonathan with them. And so there's a more intricate answer that he's given. It's on Anthony's Twitter if you want to go take a look at it. Pretty interesting that's where everybody picked up right where he left off yesterday with us.
And I do think that it becomes a thing as you get deeper in the playoffs. And I know that GP2 is available tonight. And we kind of had this going on our show thread before. And I made the statement on our thread that I do think that GP2 is more important than Jonathan Kuminga right now for this team and what they need. So if we all want to spend all of our time talking about Jonathan Kuminga, we can. But honestly, for me, he feels like the 8th man on this team. And if you have a 9-man rotation, he's in it. He's not a starter. I do think that GP2 has a more defined role off the bench, as does Buddy Hield, as does Kevon Looney. It doesn't mean that any of them are better, quote unquote, than JK. But what Jonathan Kuminga provides off the bench is not always what they need off the bench.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to argue what you're saying. Like, if you say he's their 8th man, I think the argument for a lot of people is that he shouldn't be their 8th man, and that's kind of where the whole thing gets a little wonky. But yeah, you're not wrong. Look, the bottom line is, if you're a Warrior fan and you want this to go well, this is what they're doing. So you can quibble with it. I think they've got a lot of data in their favor. They've got a lot of results in their favor. And this is what they're doing. And so you can be mad about it if you want. You can sit back, relax, watch Warrior basketball, root for them. They've played really, really well as of late. I'm thrilled that they sit here in this position today, considering where they were in November and December and January and February. And so that's kind of where I choose to focus my thoughts right now. Now, also this courtesy of Slater. I didn't know this. The Warriors could clinch a playoff spot tonight. It is mathematically possible. I didn't say likely, but it is mathematically possible. So here's what you're really rooting for if you want to just get loose on a Friday night, have 12 cocktails, and root for something that's probably not going to happen. But here's what you need. Are you ready?
Yep.
All right. Warriors need to beat Portland.
Okay.
Obviously, we knew that. Then the Grizzlies need to lose in Denver. Also probable.
Yep.
And then Minnesota needs to lose at home to the Brooklyn Nets.
Right.
That's where things get tricky. But
that's all you need.
That's it.
3 things.
If that happens, you clinch the playoffs, and Sunday against the Clippers becomes a hell of a lot less stressful.
Right, because you would be a full game ahead of both of those teams, and you hold the tiebreaker over both of those teams. So you couldn't possibly fall to 7 or 8, which is exciting. I wonder if he laid out a scenario where they could get up to 4, because I know they can't catch and pass the Lakers at 3, but is there a way? I'm sure they can't do it tonight, but we kind of laid it out before where...
Yeah, they can get to 4.
You'd have to have the Clippers lose 2.
Right.
And Denver would have to lose 2, and you win both. and then you're the 4.
Yep.
Because you don't hold the tiebreaker over Denver or the Clippers, nor will you.
Correct.
So, yeah, it's possible.
It's possible. Not likely. But so, yeah, that Denver-Memphis game, depending on which way that one goes. But I do think, look, the idea is to grab a playoff spot. And the quickest way to do that is to have Denver beat Memphis tonight, as opposed to hoping that you move up. But it's a silver lining if Memphis were to win in Denver tonight. There's a silver lining to it right there, which is that it opens up the door for you actually crossing Denver if you can handle your own business. I don't know, man. I told you I got tickets to that game on Sunday, and I'm not sure what I'm rooting for. Like, I think I want the game to be compelling.
Yeah, you want it to matter.
I want it to matter. As long as they can promise me that they'll win it.
Right. You don't want it to matter and have them lose and fall to 7. Yeah.
I tell you what, though, tonight I expect the Warriors to go to bed with no worse than 7. And that's good. That's a comforting feeling. Yeah. And by the way, if they do end up playing on Tuesday in that play-in tournament as the 7 and the 8 is Memphis, I actually find that to be a pretty comfortable spot too.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I know. I think Memphis stinks.
Well,
I think that they have lost their way. And in big games, watch what they do. They crumble in the second half, just like they did last night on their home floor. Warriors did it to them too last week. I just don't think they're very strong right now. Doesn't mean they can't have a great night. I don't want the play-in tournament, but if the Warriors do end up in the play-in tournament, that's the matchup I want. I want the Memphis Grizzlies here on Tuesday night. I agree with you, as opposed to
Minnesota.
Yes.
I wouldn't say that they stink. They can be an unbelievably explosive team, and matchup-wise, I don't like the matchup with Golden State because Jaren Jackson Jr. is a tough cover, and Ja Morant, for all of his impetuousness and his immaturity and his, rotating artillery-based celebrations, the dude is a bucket getter.
He can go off. He's a great NBA player. So
I think that they're a dangerous team.
Well, they're a dangerous team from the standpoint that it's an NBA game, and yes, the other team
can score 50 and a quarter. They can give up 50 and a quarter in the same game.
Yep.
And oftentimes they do.
If you end up playing Tuesday, that's who I want here.
Agreed. I mean, if you have to play Tuesday, I'd rather face Memphis than Minnesota, but you and I are of like mind in that just avoid Tuesday, win tonight, and then get into Sunday and figure out if you need it. Then if you need it, go out there and get it.
Engagement is everything on the court and in life. A lot of you voted in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page. It happens before every game. Obviously, we got a game tonight. It's presented by Shane Coe, your friend and jeweler. The question we asked earlier today, if you go back to right after the Warriors beat the Lakers,